saw that coming. Just another laugher for the Giants and Kaminga Duvall. And the Giants take game one. What a game this was. And the pitching in this game was off the charts. And through it all, the Giants persevered.
What a final call there yesterday. NBC Sports Bay Area. As I'm laughing with Kruko right now, Dwayne Kuiper, Mike Kruko on the call. 3-1 the final as the Giants start off this massive homestand against the best in the National League. 3-1 against the Phillies. None of those RBIs, I don't think, left the infield, did they? Did they all just like, hey, I don't care how you score them, and you did it yesterday. Kaminga Duvall gets the save. And I say good morning to Joe Shasky, who's back, ladies and gentlemen. His triumphant return.
What's up, dog?
I'm doing great. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great after the Giants took 2 or 3 from the A's and come out and beat the Phillies. And
hey, real quick. I told you they were fine, didn't I? I told you they were fine. You thought the sky was falling this time a week ago. Yeah, I actually would like one.
Okay.
I just went to the Alameda County Fair the other week, and they were giving out ribbons to all, like, the big pigs and the cows and the goats. Spadoni would like one.
Awesome. So watching yesterday's game, I am blown away.
Oh, heck yeah.
Especially after the weekend with the A's. The lack of control from Major League, professional pitchers is alarming. Every single night, it feels like a different Giant is getting hit. Yesterday, was there 3 guys hit or 2 guys hit?
I think there's 2.
I mean, it's mind-boggling how little command some of these professional pitchers have. Now, there's a whole conversation about guys, max effort, velocity, obsessed throwing, whether it's breaking balls, whether it's fastballs, it doesn't matter. Just command has not been there.
It was the same guy, Kirkring, right?
Joe, it sparked the entire inning for the Giants to win yesterday. And yeah, they got kind of lucky. There was a play up the middle with Trey Turner where he's catching the ball towards second base. They have the infield in. His momentum is kind of going towards center field, towards second base. And instead of throwing home on the force play, he goes up the middle to try to get 2. They only get 1. Bryce Harper gets a ground ball to his side, throws it onto the wrong side of the plate on a tag play at home. Small little tiny details. But the reality is the entire run was fueled by a couple of hit batters.
I love that it was 3-1 the final with 3 fielders' choices, RBIs.
Hey, that's baseball.
I know
you know
it
what
is.
I would say to you? This is why the true 3 outcomes people are morons. They've never played the game. Put the ball in play and force a team to throw you out.
You use that term moron. I think I saw different words to describe one. Phil Cuzzy yesterday, the home plate umpire.
He sucks.
I mean, my God.
There's no way around
Phil
it. He
Cuzzy.
sucks. He was
if you're a Phillies fan this morning, I don't feel bad for you, first of all, because you're a Philadelphia fan. But I would be pissed if I woke up this morning at those Bryce Harper at-bats. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And then the Matt Chapman one, where I felt like he should have struck out 3 different times. What's he end up doing? He rubs one to center field. It's just like, oh, my God. It was, yeah. Phil Cuzzy, the oldest umpire in the big still, 69 years old, Joey.
Yeah, and awful still.
I'm not an ageist, by the way. I'm just saying that just so people know. 69 years old. So there you go.
Well, I mean, there's... are you good at your job? And I don't think he is. I think it's pretty evident. And, yesterday he let Lucchesi throw about 7 warm-up pitches after there was the fear of him getting hurt. The whole thing was just bizarre. And there's a whole conversation about Bob Melvin using what felt like his entire bullpen in a 6-1 game against the A's to not have anyone ready to go the next day. And then we get to Kuiper's voice. He opens the game up like, I'm struggling today, so it might be a little different. Like, hello, maybe take the night off? I don't know. Maybe just take the night off? Can we kind of figure this thing out?
Maybe Flem, takes over for a little bit.
So bizarre. But you know what? The Giants get a win. We needed it so bad. Look, right now they're on pace to be an 89-win team. Like if the season, goes and the winning percentage stays where it's at right now, they would be right around 88, 89, 90 wins. So
only 6 back of the Dodgers.
I'm not giving that up. I'm not giving up with their 7,000 All-Stars. I'm definitely not giving that up.
They
but
got 5.
I mean, they deserve it. I mean, the reigning champs.
Giants have 3 of them, Joey. How'd you feel about that?
I feel great about that. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They're very lucky to get 3. They're You get 2 starting pitchers, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, who are clearly deserving. And then for Randy Rodriguez to get the nod on behalf of the entire bullpen and the spectacular season that he's had, I think it's quite an accomplishment. And anybody who's crying about more All-Stars for the Giants, like, pump the brakes a little. Be happy you got 3. Well, like, if you were a team that was a 60-win team or leading your division, you would have more of an argument to have, 4 or 5 All-Stars. I'm thrilled that we have 3.
I think the only 2 teams that legit have 5 All-Stars are the 2 best teams in all baseball. It's the Dodgers in the NL and the Detroit Tigers in the AL, both very deserving.
Absolutely.
And then I think the Mariners have like 4. People are upset about that, but the Mariners in their own right, they're also a wild card team, and they have a lot of good hitters. Speaking of which, that catcher, Cal Raleigh, yeah, he's still doing his thing. The big dumper, Joey, they're calling him these days.
He's having a monster year. I mean, he's about to hit 40 home runs before the break.
Insane. Insane. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Joe Shasky is back, baby. Shout out Sam Lubman for filling in the last 2 days as we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And we got a lot to get to today. Of course, we got this or that in the 9 o'clock hour. You never know what that's going to be. It could be sports-related. It could be food-related. Could be trashy reality TV show-related. Shout out Love Island. It's just the drama is just unbelievable on the Peacock streaming service. Joe Shasky, you need to get on that. And by the way, the NBA offseason, we're going to get into it. Just very disappointed. Like, you'll get this as a parent with LJ as he gets a little bit older. And I'm sure you got it as a son from either your mother or your father. I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed. And I'm disappointed in the NBA offseason right now. It sucks. I was promised some things from some high-ranking people that this was going to be a lot of drama happening this offseason, and it stunk. Kevin Durant, wow, he got traded. Yeah, we all knew he was going to get traded. What the hell else has happened? Paolo Banchero signs a max extension. Shai Gilgeous signs a max. Yeah, we know all this stuff was going to happen. Give me the stuff we didn't know was going to happen. Luka Doncic, no one saw that coming, getting traded to the Lakers. No one saw Jimmy Butler going to the Warriors. No one saw De'Aaron Fox going to the Spurs. Like, somehow the trade deadline is going to end up being more exciting than the actual free agency period. So we'll get into that at some point. And Draymond Green, of course, he had his thoughts on it because he has his thoughts on everything on Threads yesterday. So we'll get into what Draymond had to say. But getting back to the Giants, Joey, Matt Chapman. I mean, boy, do they need this guy back in the lineup in the worst way. So you got Chapman back. You got Schmidt back. Hey, do we finally got a lineup that we could stick with for the foreseeable future here? All our guys relatively healthy. I'm still not sure about Devers. But getting Chapman back's been massive for this team as of late.
Well, I think the best player on the team right now that no one's talking about is Willard Dibs. Willard Dibs has 11 hits in his last 25 at-bats. He's batting .440 in the last 7 games. .440. He's got an 8-game hitting streak going on right now.
Keep it going.
The 2 home runs. He's just seeing the ball so well right now, and his at-bats have been awesome. Defensively, he's looked so much more comfortable at home. There is people will scoff at this, but there's a reality. Each turf that you play on, each dirt, each surface, whatever that playing surface is going to play a little different. The bounces are different based on how dry it is, how moist it is, how thick the grass is, or what type of grass there is. Anybody that plays golf would understand the different surfaces that you play on.
The Bermuda, the Kentucky.
Exactly.
Yeah, all of
track
it.
runners talk about this a lot. Like, hey, different track surfaces that you run on are different. Defensively, he's just looked so much more comfortable. And I think that it's really translating to the plate as well. And I just feel like he's seeing the ball so well. He's really a catalyst. He looks so much more confident. This team is humming right now, at least at that position with Willard Dibs. And yes, having Chapman back in the lineup is vitally important. And I think what it does is it enables them to be able to play their best defensive lineup, which kind of calms the waters, because now you can move Casey Schmidt over to second base, and you saw him make a couple of really nice plays, especially late in the game last night. And you look at your infield defensively, and we'll put Wilmer to the side because he's an adventure at first. Is there a better third, short, second defensive team in baseball?
Third, short, second.
I
gotta go through the league right now, but that's a pretty good trio right there. If we're just going by, Platinum Glover, Matt Chapman. It's a good start right there.
San Diego has an argument.
Yeah.
You know, they got Bogarts.
I was going to go Atlanta,
Machado.
but Matt Olson's a part of that, and he's the first base. You didn't say first
He's
baseman.
excellent.
So, like, that's part of it for me. Austin Riley, obviously.
Absolutely.
So, like, they're really good, but they're struggling right now. Can you poach any of those guys over there? So, 888-957-9570. Real quick on that, Joey. Since you've been gone, shout out Kelly Clarkson. Hey, we got the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line rolling, baby. So same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. And our guests today are the people. So 888-957-9570. Matt Chapman, most important Giant? Like, is that crazy to say?
I mean, I think defensively what he brings to the table to just kind of solidify things, and it allows them to have a guy in the lineup who's actually really patient. Well, on a team with the guys that there aren't a lot of patient hitters on this team. I think Ramos will get deep into counts. Devers is a free swinger. I've learned that it's pretty obvious. Like, he's got a lot of Pablo, a lot of Vlad Senior, in him, where from the dirt to above his head, he's up there trying to swing. His strike zone is, can I barrel this up? Not, is this a strike? Do you get what I mean?
Like a beatnik from the 60s. He's a swinger.
Absolutely. And then I look at Willie Adames right now, and Willie is a swinger. Willie is not. Now, he will work a count, but Willie is up there trying to swing. Chapman's a little more patient. Now, he will strike out a lot, but he tends to be a more patient hitter, and I think having him behind Adames and behind Devers, I do think that they all benefit from that. Now you have Flores sitting there batting in that fifth spot. Boy, I like him in that fifth spot a lot more than I liked him in the 3 or the 4 hole. And that puts Casey Schmidt a little lower, Jung Hoo Lee a little lower. Now there's a conversation on Jung Hoo Lee in a second. But I just think that this team right now, when you have a lot of guys at the top of the lineup who are going to be aggressive, which is fine, you do need to have a more patient hitter. And I think Matt Chapman's patience and his ability to just try to like do the right thing, whether it's a ground ball to the right side or hit a fly ball in certain situations, like they just desperately need another professional hitter in the middle of the lineup, and he obviously is that.
So the Giants right now, as it stands, July 8th, 2025, the year of our Lord, they are the 3rd wild card spot. You got the Brew Crew right there, just a half game or 1.5 games up, I think. And then you got the Mets right there, obviously. And you said something yesterday on the call that you think potentially there could be a Mets-Giants playoff series, which would be incredible.
I do. If I were to forecast today, that would be my suggestion. I think it's my prediction is going to be Mets-Giants first round.
And again, I'm not throwing away entirely the idea or possibility of winning the division. The Dodgers right now, they're getting Glass now, I think, back tomorrow. He's scheduled to start against the Brewers. As the Dodgers, as I mentioned, they're reeling. They just got absolutely clapped, Joey, against the Houston Astros, who, by the way, yeah, the Houston Astros aren't dead. Somehow, it's like, what is that stupid movie, the Star Wars one? It's like somehow Palpatine returned after he got thrown into like the Death Star, like the bowels of it, and it exploded, but he came back because that's just Disney Star Wars for you. But somehow the Houston Astros have returned, and they're 19 games over 500, and they're not going away. They're just not. And then Jose Altuve's balling. No Bregman, no problem. No Correa, no Springer. It doesn't matter. They just keep churning out. No Kyle Tucker. They got rid of all their good players. That's not fair. It's not supposed to happen like that, Joey.
No, it's not. But the Giants just need to handle business and keep doing what they're doing, and they'll have an opportunity this weekend. And, look, how you finish this week is going to be imperative on how we're feeling heading into the break as fans. And I think the vibe around the team right now is really, really, really good, and they need to finish these last 2 series on a high note. I would love to take 2 or 3 from the Phillies and 2 or 3 from the Dodgers. I think it would really put an exclamation point on the first half of the year.
You know what? I'm saying it now, Sammy, and I hopefully have the credentials to do so, because I think I said Wednesday it's going to be me. I actually have an appointment that I got to do during the Giants-Phillies game Wednesday. But Friday night, Spadoni, Oracle Park.
Happening?
It's happening.
All right. So
Giants, Dodgers.
I'm going to email Lucas right now.
Email him right now, baby.
All right.
Flip-flops in the press box.
Is that acceptable at all?
No, you got to wear actual big boy shoes.
Now, look.
Are Birkenstocks allowable?
Those are not big boy shoes.
Well, Jesus wore them. Continue.
So we do have to have a serious conversation about one player on the team right now.
Oh, well, things are going fun right now.
No, they
we
are.
have to be
They
serious.
are. But I think this is really important.
Oh,
I think they really need to play the matchups when it comes to Jung Hoo Lee right now, moving forward. And I think giving him, days off is actually a really good thing for both the player and the team overall. Joe, he had the 3-hit game the other day after having some time off, and everybody was ready to just throw a parade for this guy. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, like, okay, like, that's great you had a 3-hit game. I'm thrilled. I was thrilled for him in Arizona, I'm talking about.
Yeah, big win.
That was his first multi-hit game in a full month. He went June 4th through July 2nd. He went to have a multi-hit game.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good, all right, from a guy who's supposed to be a bat-on-ball contact hitter. And then after that 3-hit game, you're seeing the same thing over and over. Dog, newsflash, Jung Hoo, they are going to pitch you middle away the remainder of the season. And it is imperative for you to go the other way. And John Shea wrote a great article on the SF Standard about letting the ball travel deep and hitting the ball the other way and basically just using the whole field. And how Rafi Devers, though he was striking out a lot, like that is what he does. That's what Ramos does really well, is use the whole field. You saw Matt Chapman use the whole field yesterday on a variety of swings. And Jung Hoo Lee's, there's an at-bat they had with bases loaded, and Jung Hoo Lee's at the plate, and it's like, dude, just go the other way. Well, why are you hell-bent on pulling the outside pitch and then just grounding it into second base or popping it up? So I think moving forward, what they need to do with him is play the matchups. And if it means Luis Matos has to play more or Yastrzemski has to play more in center field, then so be it. I don't think he needs to be an every single day player. I think spots like once a week sitting him or once every 4 games sitting him might be the best thing for him, the player, and for the team.
He did a clutch RBI, albeit another fielder's choice because they had 3 of them yesterday, late in the 8th inning. So that was big insurance run for them. I want to give him credit there. But again, it's a struggle to watch this guy right now on a team that is desperate for any offense at any time because Devers, and I know he has, a 7 or 8 game hitting streak. The slugging just hasn't been there for him, though, and that's the thing that's concerning me as well, the slugging with this team. And I get it. They're not the Yankees.
No.
Right? They're not the Dodgers.
I don't expect them to be.
We don't expect them to be, but I would like to have, I expect it somewhat from one of the guys, and that's Devers, and he's clearly hampered when he's on the base paths. The guy's clearly dealing with his groin. Talking about the player that desperately needs the break most, I think it might be Devers just to recover.
You might be right.
He needs it. Jung Hoo Lee, obviously. I actually think Willie Adames doesn't want the break to come.
No, I'm with you.
That's what you don't want.
I think it's the worst possible timing for him, actually.
That's what I was talking about with Sammy yesterday.
He's an everyday player, and I feel like he's getting hot right now, and you can tell there's a confidence.
Chapman, too.
I'm with you. The Jung Hoo Lee thing, you referenced his fielder choice. Where did he hit it to?
He hit up the line.
Right to Bryce Harper.
Right to Bryce Harper.
Because he's obsessed.
It was a great jump by Chapman, by the way. Just kept running. It was great.
Question.
Yeah, great to score there.
It's just, to me, it's like the guy, his refusal to adjust in the batter's box is driving me insane. And I'm rooting for the guy. I want him to be good. But really, you have to step back. What's best for the team? And right now, what's best for the team is, okay, maybe he's playing 2 out of every 3 days or whatever it is. This thing that he's an everyday player, I think you got to play the matchups. And I'm not some Luis Matos truther. I want you to be, very honest here.
I don't know if you could, or Luis Matos, I don't know if you could be a Jung Hoo Lee truther, if you will, if there's people out there. You don't know what the guy is yet.
That's kind of where I'm at.
So, it'd be one thing if you've seen a year of him and you saw, if he was really good last year, right? It's like, you know what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He'll get it. Because that's what you're doing with Willie Adames right now, who's been hot of late, and you've seen through the totality of his career that he's been a pretty good player.
I agree, and he's already at 229.
Exactly.
Think about where his batting average was a couple weeks ago.
It's rose 30 points.
Yeah.
This is pretty incredible. And I want it to keep going, right? But with Jung Hoo Lee, we can't give him that same benefit of the doubt because we just haven't seen it.
Agreed.
And again, no one's saying that he can't right this wrong. We're just saying it's all wrong right now, and it hasn't been good since really the first month of the season.
And I have it on good authority that, again, I know everyone's mad at Pat Burrell, and I know they're mad at the head coach. I know for a fact that they sit there with the video pads with them, and they're like, dude, you've got to go the other way. And then what are they working on in the cage and in the pregame? They're working on going on the other way. And then the at-bats happen, and then it's up to the guy in the batter's box. So, like, I'm not trying to cape up for Pat Burrell. I'm explaining to you that I have it on really good authority that these guys are working on the things that we all see. We all can see the guy is hell-bent on pulling the ball. And I'm telling you, Pat Burrell and Bob Melvin and Barry Bonds, who's also at the home yard from time to time, they've told this guy, you got to go the other way. And then he gets in the batter's box, and he kind of just does his thing. And it's now on him. It's on him to adjust. And I'm very frustrated with his at-bats because they're very predictable.
I do want to get into a conversation on the other side. And we mentioned the home plate umpire yesterday, Phil Cuzzy, who had just one of the worst eighth innings. I thought it was C.B. Buckner mixed with Angel Hernandez all in one. It was that bad. We need the robot strike zone, baby. I'm saying it. We need it badly. What is it called? ABS, whatever the hell it's called. CBS, TN. I don't know what it doesn't matter. We need robot umps, and we need them now. 888-957-9570 is the number, Joey, as the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line is open. We'll get into it on the other side. Big win for the Giants. All of a sudden, Matt Chapman comes back and everything's clicking. Is he the most important San Francisco Giant on this team going forward? We'll talk about it. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Are you thinking about covering your patio? Maybe you're, building shelves to get yourself organized. Well, whatever your next project might be, the products that you use to build it, well, they certainly matter, especially if you want it to last for years to come. And that's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. Engineered for strength, these products are designed to stand up against the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. Professional builders appreciate the many options Simpson Strong Ties provides. Do-it-yourself love the confidence that comes from professional results. So whether you're building a backyard retreat or just tackling that weekend to-do list, choose Simpson Strong Tie, and it's available at Golden State. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com to get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are in the Bay Area and have been for over 70 years and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showrooms, when you succeed, we succeed.
Morning Roast
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking their beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You heard Kruko right there, and he goes, put the ball in play. Now, I'm old school. I'll be the first to admit it, but I love the analytics. You know, I love money. I love all of the thought process behind it.
Yeah.
Well, like Moneyball, the theory of Moneyball, being able to find value where there is none. Like, I do love, thinking and trying to find an advantage.
You're a Billy Bean fan. You are.
But there's 3 true outcomes, and there was a couple people that worked here at the station for many years, Cody being one of them.
Yeah.
They would be like, the 3 true outcomes, bro. And I was like, no, dude. Like, if you ever played ball growing up, a strikeout means the ball's not in play. You're done, right? You're done. The at-bat is over as long as the catcher catches the ball. When you hit the ball, even if you hit it on the ground weakly, they still have to field it. They have to throw it over to first, and they've got to catch it, right? There's an element of put the ball in play, putting pressure on the defense. You saw on one play, a little like weak ground ball that Matos hit. Trey Turner came running in. It should have been a tailor-made double play, and he couldn't get it out of the glove, and they only get the one, out at second base, and it's a fielder's choice. Time and time again, I'm reminded of just putting the ball in play and eliminating the strikeouts. Now, one element of this Giants roster that they've built, Joe, that is just, it sucks. Devers strikes out a lot. Chapman strikes out a lot. And Adames strikes out a lot. And then also Elliot Ramos, who's one of your top dogs. They desperately need a bat-to-ball contact guy who doesn't strike out a lot somewhere at the top of the order. That should be your number one priority hitting free agency right now, as well as starting pitching.
Well, and that's where I go to Rafi Devers, the highest paid player now in the history of the franchise. And it's great. He's having these singles. He's getting some hits, but the guy's clearly, he has no lower body, as you mentioned. He can't run. He just can't.
His groin is you can't, get your hips and everything into it.
You can't get the power. I don't care how strong your upper body is. I get it. If you're Patrick Mahomes, you could do the torque and all that. Even Patrick needs his lower body. You saw it in the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
The greats need him. And when you're not already in the greatest of shape, Joe, it's concerning as a fan when I'm watching him on the base paths. Clearly, he can't get first to third. He can't get, second to home is a stretch.
There was a play yesterday that got Blue dead where he was coming around to score, and he just gassed.
Yes, absolutely. And that's concerning for me. And a guy that clearly needs this all-star break, and I don't think he's going to be right after it. But I'm not saying you rest the guy for a month. I'm not saying that. But I think if you're Bob Melvin and this training staff, you got to be prudent going forward. If there's any rest days that you can start, not saying, in the NBA terms, the back-to-backs, right? You just back end of a back-to-back. But here and there, pick and choose your spots with Devers, because that's a guy you're going to need at the end of the season if you're really going to make this push to win the division or get into the wild card that you're going to desperately need. And you're going to need that slugging, and it really hasn't been there for him. I'm just looking at it right now. What is he slugging with the Giants? What is his, right here? 387? It's not good.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough
for what his baseball card says on the back of it. I would say that there's 2 parts to what you're saying.
By the way, Matt Chapman with the highest slugging of this team, 450. Matty Chapman.
So there's what can you do this year to maintain his body and preserve him in the appropriate way? That's a real conversation. Yeah. So for example, let's say you take the first 2 games of the Dodgers series. I'd be open to sitting him on Sunday, and so he gets as much rest as he can coming out of that break. Now, that might sound insane to other people, but you have to maintain throughout the year. And if you can squeeze a day here and stretch it into a stretch 6 for him, I think it's something that has to be a consideration.
Well, and I talk about it because he's the highest paid player again in the franchise's history. It was Willie Adames, now it's Rafi Devers because he took on that contract. The highest paid player, different things are expected of that person. If it's Steph Curry, I'm protecting the hell out of Stephen Curry. If it's, Brock Purdy, I'm protecting the hell of my investment. It's the same thing when it comes to Devers right now. You got to protect the hell out of your investment if you're Bob Melvin, if you're Buster Posey and all that. So clearly they feel like he's in a spot where he can't injure it even more. It's just, the proof is in the pudding when I watch the guy play. He looks like he's in pain. Am I the only one watching it?
No. I think a lot of people are noticing that. I mean, he's a big boy. And I think that's where I zoom out. So, we have the short term, what do you do to manage this year, right? and get the best out of him for this year. You can't run him into the ground, Devers, now, and then come mid-August, he's gassed. We can't have that happen.
No.
And I would say the same thing for a guy like Jung Hoo Lee, who, although doesn't look out of shape per se, clearly looks like he wears down playing more than a week at any given time. Would you agree?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yes.
So then you zoom out and you say, all right, how do you handle Devers long term? I think you have to have a legitimate sit-down conversation with him. In the same way we had these conversations with Pablo Sandoval, with Deebo Samuel, there's been other players that we've had to have this conversation with. Famously Anthony Davis, the offensive lineman, would come in and out of shape depending on where he was in his life. I think Draymond Green.
Trent Williams last year.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, he's
right?
probably the most famous
This
example.
is not about me picking on Devers. I think there's a legitimate conversation of, Rafi, how great do you want to be?
Yeah.
Because at your body type, you're not the slugger in terms of home runs the way Poppy was, and where you're just a DH and that's all you're going to do, right? I think you're a better overall ball player than where Poppy was, and I'm talking about being able to play the field, right? And I think you could bring more to this team, and I think you have to have a legitimate sit-down conversation, a heart-to-heart, if you will, and say to him, hey, look, man, what kind of ball player do you want? You want to be a Hall of Famer? Or do you want to be a guy that got paid handsomely and left a little on the table and you're going to look back with regret on your career? Because if he does want to buy in and he can I'm not saying the guy's going to be ripped and shredded like he's Bo Jackson, but better than what he is currently. I think he's a great athlete. You could see it. Even though he's hampered and he weighs a lot right now, you could see the guy clearly is a great athlete. Imagine if he dedicated himself to his body for a couple of off seasons in a row.
Well, I keep going back to that opening presser when he came to the Giants, and he kept just grinning ear to ear, cheesing, as the kids like to say, because Barry Bonds is right there front and center. So I know all the jokes are going to come down right now. Oh, Barry, yeah, he had his own help getting in shape, right? No, but the guy clearly is all about health. The guy's into cycling all the time. You'll see him riding his bike everywhere. He is fitness 101 even in this stage. What is he, 60 years old, something like that? Barry, talk to Barry Bonds. Talk and lean on these people within the organization, people that you look up to. Barry will tell you, man, he played to what? How old was Barry? 42?
43.
43. There you go. Right? We're like Justin Verlander is about to be, by the way. And that's a conversation I want to get to at some point as well in regard to Justin Verlander. Because I know you have some thoughts on that.
God,
and we will get into the automated strike zone and why we need it desperately in Major League Baseball. And you mentioned Draymond Green, and I'm glad you mentioned him because he had some interesting thoughts yesterday on Threads in regards to this free agency being anything but spicy in the NBA. In the meantime, though, we're going to do something a little bit new. We got the strongest player of the game segment, and it's brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength is your strength, Kata. Is it not? Oh, I love this. This is good stuff. Okay. Tough loss yesterday for our Valkyries. Atlanta Dream takes the win, 90-81. But Monique Billings, all about those Benjamins, she dropped 19 points and 6 boards in said Valkyries loss. And here's a highlight. Ooh, I love that from Kevin Dana right here on 95.7 The Game, the Odyssey app. You can find all the Valkyries games there on the Valkyries channel, and it is free. And that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength is your health. Right there, Joe. You like that? You like that we're doing that right now? The strongest player?
Yeah, I do.
Who's the strongest player on the Giants right now? Who is their
Are you talking about physical strength?
Not physical strength. Who means the most to this Giants team, you would say?
Well, there's an argument to say that Chappie's got the heart and soul of the team in terms of the way that he, just shows up every single day and just embodies everything that you look for in hard work and excellence and pushing yourself. But there's also an element of a Willie Adames. I feel like spiritually Willie's in a really good place right now, and this team's really feeding off his energy. So I think it's both those guys right now.
888-957-9570. We would love your participation. That is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And again, that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right. Take your calls, take your texts. And on the other side, we're going to get into the NBA offseason and what the hell is going on with the CBA, the second apron. There's too many big words that are being thrown at me, and it's too much for an average fan, let alone Shasky and I. And we're going to get into it. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
This is Big Pun from South City. You are now tuned in to the Morning Roast with my boy, Original Joe, and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yes.
Dude, double whammy of Jan and Mountain View. Let's
Double
go.
Janny.
That's right. Jam and toast right there. Shout out Big Punch. RIP tracks a million. Still one of the sickest beats, I feel like. Bay Area rap scene history. It's all time. We got Richie and Queens. I wonder what Richie wants to talk about. Probably the Golden State Valkyries, I would assume, right? Tough loss, but they'll bounce back. That's what they do. Taking on Caitlin Clark. I don't know if she's going to be there. She's been hurt, right? She back? I'm not sure. They're taking on the Indiana Fever tomorrow. And again, download that Odyssey app if you want to find any and all Valkyries games /content. And we are brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. That's right. Joe Shasky is back after his triumphant, days off. You have a good time up at the Russian River with the little one, with Michelle? You were relaxed, rejuvenated. Giants
I'm never relaxed, but keep going.
Never? Not even? No?
We had a great time.
There's no fireworks up there, right? Too many trees, so no fireworks. And
No.
You didn't,
Just chilling.
you didn't feel the war zone that was the Bay Area on 4th of July?
What was it? Just a firework frenzy?
Oh, my God. In Oakland, it's its own special
It was
brand.
pretty cool.
Where Sam and I live, it's insane. The amount of just empty boxes left, though, just on the sidewalks of just empty fireworks cartridges. Can we just throw our trash away? That's all I ask. Am I too much of an old sour puss? I'm 32. I'm not 50, 58, 56. Throw away all your stuff. Oh, caught myself there. Just throw away your stuff. It gets really, it does. Makes me upset. Because you know why I get upset? Because now all the people, they just leave their trash. And you know what? You have street sweeping because of this. Mandatory street sweeping once a week in your neck of the woods, I'm sure too, Joe.
Yeah.
Because people don't throw away their trash. It shouldn't be like that. I shouldn't have to get tickets because other people can't throw away their stuff. All right, I'm done. That's my PSA today. And I'm going to get into the automated strike zone because I feel just as strongly. But do we have the sound that what just dropped? And this sounds courtesy of It's purple on my board. Thank you. All right, shout out to Perp. All right.
So Will Fleming joined WEEI.
He did, who is the brother of Dave Fleming, who has joined us on these airwaves, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, the radio voice of the Boston Red Sox.
And I believe he was on a show that I actually did a radio hit on, 2 or 3 weeks ago, which is the WEEI afternoon show. And it's got Fitzy, who has been there for a long, long time, wears the white Boston Red Sox hat all the time. Great guy. And, Will is a frequent guest on his show. And so they were talking about Rafi Devers.
And as we've known, because Will did a hit with us, he was very close with Rafi Devers in his own way because he was his translator back on the AAA affiliate of the Pawtucket Sox from Rhode Island. So he knows him very, very well. And this was Will Fleming talking about Devers already being a no-show with the Giants? What?
Trying to get big hitters, and they think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time. And
Devers already not showing up for meetings with franchise legends like Will Clark for first base practice, which is the position that he was already practicing after his presser and he didn't show up to practice. That's basically what it is. The highest paid player you just signed didn't show up to practice. Second day, first week, whatever it was.
Okay, well, I'm not saying that what he's saying is incorrect because Will is clearly way more informed than I am on this particular topic.
And he's a brother of who?
Of
Dave Fleming, who is our 95 the Game Giants insider. So I'm sure they talk.
Okay, but there's got to be some context to this. I mean, he just moved his entire family across the country, and I bet he doesn't even have a place to live, right? So who knows? Who knows where he's at, Joe? I mean, was he in the cage? And for whatever reason, it got lost in translation that he was supposed to meet Will Clark, and it was just an oversight, or Like, did he deliberately stiff the guy? Who knows? Like, I think we would have heard this from one of our local beat writers, but again, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, maybe they're doing damage control and they don't want to get it leaked out. And a guy like Will Fleming doesn't have any love lost here in the Bay Area. He doesn't care. And he knows what he heard and he's going to say it. And it just sounded like he missed a practice that Will Clark was there and Devers didn't show up. And at the very least, I just don't think that's a great look considering all the drama that took place in Boston where he refused to do certain positions. And that led him here, obviously, on the cheap, quote unquote, and we'll see. Obviously, the departures of Kyle Harrison, Tibbs, Hicks, and my other guy, Bello. So I heard that, and I was just like, okay, great. That's what we don't want here. Now, by all accounts, as you've mentioned, there hasn't been any hiccups. There hasn't been any, disgruntlements when it comes to him, management, other players. It's still very early in this process. We're only a month in. So it stopped me a little bit when you sent that to the group chat just about 20 minutes ago. It stopped me a little bit. That's it.
No, I think a lot of people that would stop them because obviously Will Clark is beloved and everyone wants to see these young guys. Like for example, it would be the equivalent of Steve Young saying to Brock Purdy, hey, let's go throw some balls and let's just talk. Not necessarily like truly working on the fundamentals about stuff, but just to like be around that individual. And Brock Purdy would say, yeah, I'm good.
Right.
Like, we would all look at it some kind of way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's...
I get it.
If player X for the Warriors right now ends up, like, Andre Iguodala, let's see, he's a part of, like, the team, right? And, I don't know, Kaminga had a scheduled appointment to go, practice with Iggy, and he didn't show up. I think we view it very differently around here.
But we also have to acknowledge that, okay.
Yeah, we would get a lot of content from that hypothetical scenario. We would.
But Joe, there's also the reality of, he might not even know who Will Clark is. I know we think that everyone knows who every player is. I mean, Giannis had to Google Jason Kidd.
I don't care if he knows who he is or not. It was just a scheduled practice with a former player. It's just practice at that point.
Joe,
we're in here talking. I'm going Allen Iverson on you. I am. We're in here talking about practice.
I'm not trying to cape up for him. What I'm saying is that things happen. You're in a whirlwind when you move. I'm not trying to make an excuse for him. I'm trying to present a plausible scenario where it actually makes sense. He might not even know, like, hey, we're going to have this, Will's working with 4 or 5 guys. Sure. Will's working with 4 or 5 guys. He may not just be working with him. He might be working with Wilmer, who's going back to first base as well. They might be working with gosh knows who else. And Devers was just supposed to be one of those guys. I don't know. I think we're making a lot of it. I understand why they would want to, say that in Boston to save face. Trust me, I get it. I'm not saying that Will is lying about the situation, but also I think that we assume these professional athletes understand the history of every single organization and know who these luminaries are and who you need to pay respect to. And if that guy says be here, you got to be here. Most of these modern athletes really don't understand, the history of some of these great players the way that we think that they should.
For those of you who just missed it, Will Fleming, WEEI in Boston. He's the voice of the Red Sox. He joined the same station, WEEI, this morning, and this is what he had to say in regards to Rafael Devers apparently not showing up for a workout at first base with Will Clark. Take a listen.
Trying to get big hitters, and they think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time. And
so something or nothing, Giants fans. Rafi Devers not showing up to a workout with Will Clark to practice first base. 888-957-9570. Is it something or is it nothing? Richie in Queens, I'm going to go to you first.
Can I just answer before you?
You can.
I think this is a big nothing burger. What if he showed up the very next day and everything was all good and there was some sort of miscommunication?
Well, I have a question about Will Fleming's timeline here. He said I was there the second day, like second day after Devers showed up or second day of the Red Sox series, because Will Fleming was in the Bay Area by Thursday at the earliest, so he couldn't have been there for the second day total. So if he means the Saturday, okay, maybe Devers didn't show up that day, but I'm pretty sure Devers was taking ground balls. What, wasn't I think that Friday night?
He was that Friday night, yes.
Yeah, and against, but during the Guardians
Thursday, I thought, too. Thursday, he was
Thursday or Wednesday. Yeah, one of those days he was
Yeah.
also taking ground balls.
The Thursday
again,
was a day game. I believe it was Wednesday because it was the afternoon. You're right.
Again, I'm not trying to come down on Will Fleming's
I don't think
credibility
any
or
of us
anything
are.
like that.
Yeah.
But the timelines here don't
I
quite
don't really
sync up
care
for me.
what day it was. If he said he was supposed to go to a practice and he missed it, that's just not a good look from the highest paid player on the team. I don't care if that's literally 101 in any job is just showing up on time. That's the least you could do. No, it drives me nuts.
But Joe, how do you know
we
he
do it
wasn't
every
in the
single
cage?
day, Joey. We do it every single day.
How do you know he wasn't in the
early.
cage?
It's really easy.
I know, but how do you know he was? Let me just
I'm sure Will Clark told Will Fleming, dude, he didn't show up. There you go.
I know, but Joe, how do we know he wasn't working? Have you've been to the facilities? Just because you're working on the field doesn't mean you're not in the back working on something else or checking out video or lifting weights or whatever. You'd be surprised, and plus also, how do you know there wasn't other obligations that he was going through? He's a brand new acquisition by the team. I'm not trying to cape up for him, but I think this is a big nothing burger.
For a guy that made such a big deal about being on camera on his opening presser right after it, taking grounders at first when he refused to do it with Boston, and then a couple days later or whatever the timeline is, not showing up to practice again. I don't know. It comes off a bit hollow for me. It does. It comes off as a bit hollow. What say you, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Devers not showing up to a first base practice with one Will Clark. Was that something or nothing? Will Fleming, voice of the Red Sox.
I just want more context before I even make a judgment. That's just the way I'm going to go about it. Look, this is going to, in this market, people are like, what are you talking about? Will Clark took his last swing in the year 2000. Rafi Devers is 27 years old, right? Let's just hypothetically. He doesn't know how important he is to Giants fans. I'm not trying to make an excuse, but what I'm saying is we're all losing our minds. It's Will Clark.
I don't think it matters if it was Will Clark or just Joe Schmo. He just missed a practice at first base. That matters to me.
Was it Will is showing up just to work with you exclusively? See, this is where I want more context. Or was it, hey, Will's working with the first baseman today. You should go out there and take a look. All right, if I got some time, I'm going to go out there. For example, I see this all the time. There's catching clinics, and we're going to go over certain infield drills. I see Matt Chapman every single day working on his glove work. Sam, you know what I'm talking about, with the little red.
I can corroborate. Yep.
With the little red machine that shoots out balls. All right, that people used to use for T-ball. That doesn't mean every third baseman should be out there working with him, but I'm sure Chappie has an open invite for anyone to work with him when it comes to glove work. Am I wrong, Sam?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I don't know if he's as an official open policy, but I'm sure that if Christian Koss came up, hey, let me get some work in with you. I've never once seen Matt Chapman be no, go away. This is my time.
Exactly. So was this Will saying hey, I'm going to work with all the first Dom Smith and Wilmer, because Wilmer's now going back to first base when he hadn't played there really all year prior to this. Casey Schmidt, I'm sure, is getting a little bit of work in over there because he started playing there at times. Was this him working with 4 or 5 different guys and Rafi was one guy that didn't show up? Or was this hey,
does that matter?
We're going to work. Yes, it does.
Why? Yeah, why would that matter if there was 4 or 5 guys and is he special? He doesn't have to show up?
Because we don't know what he was doing that day. Maybe he's working in the cage and it just didn't work out getting over there. I don't know. Yes, it does matter to me. Because everyone has different pregame routines. I don't know what he does in his pregame routine. For example, I use this guy all the time. Freddie Freeman, every day for an hour, hits off the tee. He's in the back, underneath, hitting on the tee every single day for an hour. That's his little thing that he does to get ready before the game. I've talked about Anthony Volpe or Matt Chapman, They take their ground balls on the field. They like to get their glove work in. That's what Brandon Crawford does. That doesn't mean that's what every single player does. Everybody has their routines, and when your routine is completely uplifted and you go from one coast to the other and everything is new, I grant you a little leniency. Yeah, I do.
888-957-9570. Will Fleming, voice of the Red Sox, saying Rafi Devers skipped a workout with one Will Clark at first base. Something or nothing, Giants fans. Richie, Queens, good morning. How you feel about this, Rich?
You know what, guys? I don't know. Is that sour grapes? Is that something that your beat guys didn't pick up on it? I don't know. Is it the controversy? Is it just is it real or not?
Well, real quick on that, Richie. I'll let you finish. When it comes from Will Fleming, he was one of the few guys that did speak positively about Rafi. He's no, you guys got a good player. He's going to do this stuff. I do think it matters who this source is coming from. Will Fleming is a very, very credible person.
But this is
we've
why
had many a times on these airwaves.
But this is where, Joe, and I'll let you get in there, Richie. This is where I want more context before I come to a sweeping judgment on anything, one way or the other. Whether he could just have been wrong. He just made it. Hey, dude, he blew the guy off, didn't realize it, and whatever, and he was wrong, and since has made amends. I don't know. I want more context before I come down on the guy.
Continue, Rich.
Yeah, I think I agree with that second statement. You know, Will's such a legend over there. By the way, you mentioned 2000 guys. You remember what he did that year?
Cardinals.
He just came in with the Cardinals and he hit like 450.
Yeah.
And the only reason he retired is because he thought McGuire was coming back. So he still had some time left. My favorite player, by the way, and I watch Willie Mays, but I love Clark. Yeah, I just hope it isn't an issue. But getting back to Devers, it looks like we got a replay of the start that Adames had. Now Adames is getting hot, and Devers looks kind of overmatched. I mean, 93, 94. Don't have a lot of confidence at this point, but his resume, he'll hit. And I don't know if you touched on it. I listened for a few minutes. That was the worst exhibition of umpiring I've seen in years, and it's been bad. But to miss 3 pitches, I mean, you miss 1, maybe 2, and the Harper at that, I cannot believe these guys didn't get thrown out. I mean, that was horrendous. And I think, look, Cousins been around forever, and maybe they look at that and say, wow, maybe he's just losing it. I know umpires have bad nights, but that was just incredibly bad. But look, we're 5-1 our last 6 games. The pitching is there. Roop and the young kid doesn't give us a lot of length, so our bullpen has to be extended with them. But hey, we got to look at the positives right now. And the other guy it's great we got 3 guys in the All-Star game, guys, but the one guy that should have been there, that has been a stud since 2019, and because he doesn't have the 98, 99 miles an hour, is Rogers.
Yeah, he's been awesome.
Who has been better than him?
Nobody.
He's just awesome. He's unflappable. Nothing phases him. Men on second, 1 out. He's incredible. And again, I think we could code up with the speed and everything, but I like what I see. Schmidt going to second base. The lineup can be a little bit more formidable, not scary, but better. And I'm looking forward to and the Phillies. Philly radio guys. We're talking about how bad we are and the Mets are. Philly radio is, and I listen to them because I'm up in PA now. They are killing that team.
Their defense is not good.
I'm shocked the Philly fans are killing them.
This is where
that's so unlike that fan base.
Richie.
Like Bryce Harper's over at first base. He was a right fielder his whole life.
If I was Bryce, I'd be pissed about Phil Cussy yesterday. That was awful.
Yeah, Bryce made a bad throw. It was a tough play, right? He gets to one knee.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
You can't throw it on that side of the plate. You have to throw it on the other side of the plate. It's a tag play. And
they were already down a run.
It's a tough play. I want to acknowledge this. Like, this is a tough play. I don't know how many first basemen, make that play. That's a really tough play from him. But like Trey Turner had multiple, I would just say questionable plays up the middle, and their defense as a whole is kind of suspect. Castellanos and the second baseman on that drifting fly ball by Rafi Devers where he got a base hit on. Castellanos nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. Now, he actually made a really nice play on the next bat, which was Adames down the line. But Castellanos is garbage in the outfield defensively. The guy who I really love, and he was in the Joey Bart draft, and I think about it every time I see him, Bohm is a stud.
Alec Bohm?
I really like him. I think he was a top 5 pick as well in the Joey Bart draft. He's a really good ball player.
I remember when they read his lips one day because he made an error and they were booing, and he's like, this place sucks. Like, effing sucks. And then, but he went back, and then he ended up producing, and then they loved him. They became a legend over there in Philadelphia.
But they also hit a couple of batters. Now, the reality of the umpires is, because he's terrible. And this is my biggest beef with just officials in the NFL, in the NBA, and the umpires in baseball. The egos are out of control. Clearly, Phil Cousy has a crazy ego, and there's more to the story on him and Harper. There's got to be. Those were right down the plate.
I mean, you just think about the amount of egos, and I feel like the NBA to an extent, maybe the NFL, but it's not as bad. Because you got your Scott Fosters, you got your Tony brothers, right?
Come on.
Ed Malloy's. Who else am I missing there that you don't like? Goebel, there you go.
Goebel's bad.
Okay, so there's like 4 right there. I'm sure there's more. But you've had, and I know they're retired since then, but you've got the Joe Wests of the world, the C.B. Buckners of the world, Angel Hernandezes of the world, and obviously now the Phil Cuzzies of the world. They have just god-awful. And that's why I pull my hair out as a fan when I'm watching this. And I'm going to stick with this. Some people disagree with this. Sam might, you might, Carter might. Don't leave you out, Carter. It should not be up for interpretation. There is a strike zone. That is what it is. There should not be, oh, well, this guy likes his high strikes. This guy likes his low strikes. No, a strike should just be a strike uniform across the board. It should be. And that's why I'm all in on the technology when it comes to stuff. We have the technology. Let's use it. ABS, and I think it's going to be coming sooner rather than later, and it's going to be the final sticking point in Rob Manfred's commissioner career is going to be the automated strike system in Major League Baseball. And you know what? I'm here for it because of situations last night. Phil Cuzzy, stop. And then you get egos involved, and it lets you could have your imprint on the game the way they did. And again, I don't think Giants fans are caring about what he did for Bryce Harper, but I'd be pissed if it was the reverse. Let's say it was Bryce Harper getting the benefit of the doubt and Matt Chapman is getting screwed. Yeah, you'd feel some type of way about it. You would.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Look, on every single pitch, half the fan base hates you and loves you when you're the umpire, right? And so the problem that I have with the ABS is no one has ever been able to explain to me in clear terms whether it adjusts to the height and the size and the stance of an individual pitcher. Yeah, but they say that, and yet I see the same generic box which doesn't reflect, the different heights and stances of every. I agree.
The box on TV is not what the ABS is using, just to be
I know,
clear.
but when you see it on the MLB app, it is the same square and the same, it's the same avatar player that it is anywhere. And so I'm like, well, wait a minute. Like if I'm Jose Altuve and I'm 5'8", okay, or I'm Aaron Judge, like our strike zones are different. They just are. And so like if they can prove to me that is going to be accurate, then I'm here for it. Like I'm very indifferent on the umpires, like getting rid of them or whatever. Whatever's going to make the game better, I'm all for it. Trust me, I hate umpires. You know this.
I know you do. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which, as you know, is righteously brewed in San Francisco. What's coming up with the game is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. All right. So we're tired of umpiring in baseball. I think we've been tired for quite a long time. What's the solution? Maybe it's ABS. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. You know what I'm sick and tired of, though, Joey? This offseason in the NBA. It sucked. It's been awful. And we're going to discuss why on the other side. And again, it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Call or text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Come on back, 95.7 The Game. just attempted to shoot that water bottle into the trash can. He clanked it like Kaminga. That was not a good shot.
You know,
but I love you, JK. And I love how he says my name. Spadoni. He gets it right. It's beautiful.
Put a little pin in the Giants. We'll get back into them at 8 o'clock.
We will.
A lot has happened since I left the radio show Wednesday afternoon.
Yes, you made it sound so serious. When I left the show, you took a break.
Well, like the NBA has kind of been driving me nuts. And Draymond Green penned a long soliloquy on Threads, you said it was on?
I have it right here. He literally starts July 7th, 2025, Dear Diary.
Dear Diary.
Oh my God.
But Draymond,
did you have a diary, by the way?
No, never. My diary is me talking. So, Draymond is like speaking right to me. I feel like I'm getting the Holy Spirit hearing him talk, because this is exactly what we were talking about yesterday when we did our little show call. And I told you, I'm like, honestly, and I've been on this for a long time, Adam Silver and a handful of small market teams who have cried and complained and whined, and CJ McCollum, who represents the Players Union, has set up their entire league to screw over not just the players. Because look, for every Shai Gilgeous-Alexander making a ton of money, I could point to a lot of other guys getting squeezed in the middle class.
Sure. I thought Nickeil Alexander-Walker, what did he end up making, like $40, $50 million?
I'll get to him in a second.
A couple of years ago, he would have been making, 100 plus?
Yeah. The fans are getting screwed. Then think about this, right? Think about this. This is NBA offseason. Shams told us how long ago? A month? 2 months ago?
Oh, I have the sound.
When was it?
This was May 28th, 2025, Joe.
Okay.
Do you want me to play it?
Please
Shams Charania, ESPN, talking about the much anticipated offseason in the NBA.
This is the most, I think, anticipation team executives have had over an offseason. I think this is going to be the craziest offseason of I don't want to say all time. We just came off a trade deadline. We just came off a trade deadline. I think it was the craziest of all time. I think this offseason might be the most craziest ever. What you have right now is you have the parity in the league.
Sucks.
It's so thin right now. Like, as far as the thin line of where you can win a championship or you might be falling into the lottery. And I think the ability to go out there and improve your team and get there to championship level, I think that's on the minds of everyone around the league. So how can you elevate your team?
No, this offseason has been nowhere near the most craziest offseason of all time.
It's been the opposite. It's been like the worst.
I actually think from a fan, I'm talking about fans. Think about it from the fans' perspective. It's actually kind of sucks. Think about where Oklahoma City's at. They just won it all, okay? You saw two small market teams in the finals, and there was a parade with like 5 people there.
Do they even broadcast the parade? I didn't see any highlights.
The parade literally had 5 people there. Now, look, it's a smaller area, doesn't have the metroplex as some of the larger
cities. Was it LA Rams-esque? They
extended 2 players, Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And you know what people are saying now? Well, going to have to start making some moves because you can't afford anyone else. They just won the title. Yeah. They just won the title, okay? And then let me give you just some of the playoff teams in the West, all right? And I'll get to the East in a second. Minnesota had to let an important player go because they couldn't afford him in Walker, okay? The Nuggets traded Michael Porter Jr. to save some money. And
I liked that move.
Okay,
Cam Johnson.
But they did it, why? To save some money.
But also because he was hurt. But continue.
To save some money. Sure. All right? The Rockets saved a bunch of money and then brought in Durant. All right? And we knew Durant was getting traded a zillion, months ago. Yeah. Why did the Suns make the move? To save a bunch of money. Yeah. It wasn't for picks. No. That's for darn sure.
They're about to buy out Bradley Beal, by the way, who could be on the Warriors' radar here shortly as a buyout candidate.
Okay. The Grizzlies. Okay. These are just the playoff teams. The Grizzlies traded Bane to save a bunch of money. Now, you could say, hey, they got some picks back. I'll listen to that. But let's call it what it is, to save a bunch of money. All right? And then the Warriors have allowed Kevon Looney to leave via free agency, and it does save them some money, right? You see the common thread here? Now let's get to Boston. All right? Boston sheds Drew Holiday to save money. Sheds Kristaps Porzingis to save money. Mm-hmm. Not for picks, not to make their team better. They let Cornette walk. Why? To shed money. The Pacers let Miles Turner go to shed money because they know they're not going to compete with Tyrese Halliburton out for the season. Oh, and then the Knicks also fired Thibodeau. These are all playoff teams that on purpose made their teams worse. Why? Because of this horrific CBA. And I'm telling you, Minnesota, Denver, Houston to a lesser degree, the Grizzlies, Warrior fans currently, Boston, Pacers, the Knicks fans even, these fan bases are sitting here like, you're not trying to improve the team. You're shedding money because you need to get under this threshold. What are we doing in the NFL every year? The offseason is, how can I make my team the best version of that team via the draft, free agency? Let's get wild. Yeah, we might have to cut some guys like the Niners. They cut some guys. They also added a bunch of guys. Okay, and one of them happens to be on a suspension, Demarcus Robinson. But needless to say, like, they added and they extended a bunch of their own players. Right? I understand you can't afford everyone, but when the entire league is shedding important players to their roster, the fan hurts the most. And today, I'm looking at the restricted free agent list and the free agency list. There are really good players still available. Josh Giddey, just a couple of years ago, we thought, he might be a max player. He's nowhere near that. Jonathan Kaminga. There are people in the fan base who think he's a max player. Now, I'm not one of them. I think he's a solid player. He has no market. There's no money out there. The fans are getting screwed here. This has been an awful offseason.
Joe, I can make the argument that the two biggest moments in the NBA in the last 15 years happened during free agency. 2010, LeBron James and Chris Bosh going to Miami Heat. Changed everything.
Sure.
Miami Heatles,
sure. No doubt.
Biggest face in the game.
Yeah,
LeBron going there. I'm taking my talents to South Beach.
Yeah.
It was huge, right?
Yeah.
Where's LeBron going? Massive.
I would argue the off seasons leading up to that, Boston acquiring Kevin Garnett was the domino that led to that big thing falling. But you're 100% correct.
And then I'd go 2016, July 4th, fireworks, Kevin Durant.
It was insane.
Kevin Durant to the Warriors. Those were the two biggest moments in the NBA the last 15 years outside of championships. And quite frankly, there's some of those things were more exciting than some of the championships we saw. Shout out to this one that we just saw a couple weeks ago. Thunder Pacers. Great. Like, we live for this stuff as NBA fans. And it matters. The offseason, more so than the NFL, I think, too, because winning the NFL free agency period usually means you had a lot of cap space and you sucked.
Like the New England Patriots. Exactly.
Yeah, Spillanes of the Robert Spillanes, Stephon Diggses of the
Jags
world.
every year are a big player in free agency.
That's why I kind of like what the Niners did this year. They shed salary and they retained their good players, and I think they're going to be sneaking up some people next year. It's a conversation for another time. But in the NBA, you could change your fortunes drastically because just the amount of players that are on the court at a given time. Like a Kevin Durant for the Houston Rockets, which was and I don't want to get it twisted, that was an exciting move. Wow, KD's on the Rockets. That's going to be something. The Rockets were really feisty. It was a 7-game series in round one against the Dubs. They were down 3-1. They almost came back. That's a team that's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the Western Conference. Outside of that, though, it's just been a nothing burger because of this second apron. And if I have to hear the word apron again, and it's not kitchen related, I'm gonna lose my hair. I'm already losing it.
Do you know why the NFL? Obviously, there's the gambling aspect, but do you know why the NFL roster stuff? And I know fantasy factors in this. I'm not denying that. But on defense, there's not a lot of. Most people don't play fantasy with a defense.
No, I don't.
Players, individual players. They might have one individual player, but they don't go 4 or 5 deep on defense. But my point is that I think the way the NFL fan consumes it is, the salary cap is a moving target, and anyone can get cut, and anyone can get traded, and I don't have to know a whole lot to know that my team could kind of make any move at any given time, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
And we know that the trade deadline is a big nothing burger usually in the NFL, so we don't really get excited about that, which is fine.
But in terms of acquiring, I could kind of go after anyone I want. And I could kind of trade or cut anyone I want.
What does John Lynch say, Joe? We call everyone.
Exactly.
We sniff around for everybody.
Baseball, look, the part of the baseball thing, I think the frustration, the Pirates, the A's, there are certain teams that know they're never going to be in on certain players.
Which is, I want a salary floor. At the minimum, you better be spending $100 million is what I want.
But on the flip side, the Giants can't acquire Rafi Devers and give up a bunch of prospects and just take on a $300 million deal. Yep. If that was the NBA, there's no way the Giants could have ever swooped up Rafi Devers.
No.
Right? It would have been so complicated. Steam would be coming out of our ears.
It would be the third or fourth apron
Joe,
at that point.
I shouldn't have to take a 7-week class to understand the CBA for understanding like trades and transactions and acquisitions. They have ruined the offseason for the fans. I'm talking about Adam Silver, CJ McCollum, and the CBA. They have ruined this, and the fan suffers the most. Think about if you're a Warrior fan. There was one chip waiting to fall. What was it?
Jonathan Kaminga.
We're at July 8th. We're at July 8th. And we have been talking about Jonathan Kaminga for 8 months.
Jonathan Kaminga.
If this were the NFL, would the move have not been made months ago? Whether they were going to keep him or move him.
You never know. With the Niners, they like to
Brandon Ayuk might disagree.
Yeah, exactly. But to your point, that would have been a conversation in and of itself.
But
the NBA,
Ayuk was under contract, though, so that's a different situation. That was regarding a contract extension.
But in the NBA, this stuff usually happens sooner rather than later. And we were told it was going to happen sooner rather than later. But we were also told from Anthony Slater, yeah, you know what? There's a good possibility he's a Warrior next year. Which, again, goes to show that this new CBA and second apron, no one knows what the hell's going on. And I know, and it's not fun to talk about. We ask Anthony Slater this when he's on our airwaves. Mm-hmm. Like, they explain it, and they try to explain it best they can. Even then, it goes over my head
They're
sometimes.
still learning it, too.
Yes.
So, like, for example, did anyone know Dame Lillard could be waived, and you could spread that money out over 5 years? I'd never heard of that.
And they're going to do that with Bradley Beal. I would assume the same thing, right? I don't.
I'm telling you, this offseason to me is, and I've been on this train, and I'm going to continue to ride this train. I might be the conductor of the train. Adam Silver sucks. He's hands down the worst commissioner in the sport, in all sports right now. And I don't consider like the golf PGA, commissioner. I'm talking about the big sports, all right?
We'll go top three.
Yeah, he's the worst by far. And I think that what he has done is criminal, and it's made it ridiculously difficult. Think about the Kevin Durant Houston Rocket trade. Think of how complicated it is. Somehow I get this notification. I get a notification. KD and the Warriors are part of a 7-team trade. And I looked at the trade, and I said, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
I literally said, what did I not say to you yesterday, Sam? I said, this is the stupidest 7-team trade I've ever seen.
So you said
in my
the same
life.
thing?
I said the exact same thing.
Okay, think about how clean and how simple and how easy the Rafi Devers trade was. Rafi Devers goes to the Giants for Kyle Harrison, another young outfielder that no one's ever heard of, and Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
It's as easy and straightforward as possible.
Well, so was all those trade deadline acquisitions just a couple months ago in the NBA. Like, that's what I was hoping for this summer. Like Luka, De'Aaron Fox, Jimmy Butler. We were told, again, Joe, real quick, this is what we were told 2 months ago from the guy that knows everything about basketball, Shams Charania.
This is the most, I think, anticipation team executives have had over an offseason. I think this is going to be the craziest offseason of I don't want to say all time. We just came up with a trade deadline. We just came up with a trade deadline. I think.
Stop.
No, this is the most penny-pinching offseason I've ever seen in my life. Look, again, Minnesota shedding salary. Nuggets shedding salary. Even the Rockets, they took on less money because of the KD deal.
And they revamped Fred VanVleet's
Yeah, exactly.
contract. Yeah.
The Grizzlies shedding money. The Warriors right now have shed some money. Boston shedding a ton of money. Pacers shedding money. Like, I'm sorry, that's too many. These are all the playoff teams, Joe. They're not getting better. They're trying to save money. You know what the fan does not care about? Saving money on the salary cap. They don't care at all. They just want their team to be better. So I come back to the same thing that I've been at when it comes. The NBA is losing the consumer, and it's not because of wokeness or some of the stupid things you see online. You know why it is? It's not fan friendly. Joe, explain to someone of your buddies who doesn't work in sports media, hey, did you see that Kevin Durant 7-team trade? Yeah, it's insane.
I didn't know
the Warriors were involved and got 2 second-round picks of guys I'd never heard of.
I've never heard half the names that were involved in that trade. I'm going to be honest.
It's
they're
ruining,
rookies. Yeah.
Joe, it's ruining the fan experience. Is it not?
It is, and so much so that Draymond Green went to Threads yesterday, Joey, to talk about it. July 7th, 2025. This is from Draymond Green's Threads via Instagram, right? That's what it is. Quote, Dear Diary, which is hilarious.
No, I'm with Draymond here. This is the first time in a long time I've wanted to hear from Draymond because I think he's 100% right.
I love Draymond. I hate Draymond. He is a heart attack.
That's a great drop.
It's true. He's no, but Dre, keep telling me what Dre says because I was nodding in agreement.
Dear Diary, I'm sitting in my man cave having a conversation with my wife, baffled at the fact that NBA free agency is over. One can only point to the new CBA and the second apron hard cap for absolutely putting an end to free agency as we once knew it. Sadly, I sit here and watch so many players overplay the market and not understand what they are up against with the new rules. He goes on, there's a lot more to this. By the way, he does end it saying, the league is great. It's been great to all of us. Amazing partnership amongst players, staff, front office ownership, and fans that make the well-oiled machine soar, and rightfully so. But it's baffling to me how little players know about this business and how it affects them in ways most don't understand. I think he meant in ways most don't understand. Funny thing is, I said this before the last CBA, kind of beating a dead horse, I suppose. And also, before y'all run and make this about JK, it isn't. He's 22 and will be great and make a bunch of money, so this ain't got nothing to do with
No. See, that last sentence, I would disagree. Everything else he said, I agree with. I think it is. And it's not about Kaminga leaving. It's about, like, the Warriors don't have a lot of options.
They're hamstrung because of this.
Exactly.
But they have no one to blame but themselves, I think, in this regard.
Well, I mean, if the rules were a little different from 3 years ago, like, just hear me out, they would have a variety of ways that they could either keep Kaminga and keep Kaminga happy or offload him and be able to get something back. Like, from a team-building aspect, it's never been more difficult to swing a normal deal.
I would ask at this point last year when they knew they were going to bring Jonathan Kaminga back, what did they think was going to happen?
Well, that's Joe.
No, seriously. What did they think was going to happen with JK a year ago? This is what was always going to happen.
Yeah, but you need to let the market play itself out. Think about it. Because, like, look, when they went through the Jordan Poole thing, hear me out. When they went through the Jordan Poole thing, they gave him the money on the front end, right, before the year expired. And everyone was like, oh, my God, I cannot believe you gave him that much money. And to get rid of that contract because of how bad it was after 1 year, okay, was actually, in hindsight, wasn't that bad of a year. But you had to staple a first-round pick to it and get the expiring carcass of Chris Paul. Like, that was what this organization had just done. Yeah. So I actually do not fault them on the Jonathan Kaminga thing because they went the other direction, and they can't win.
By the way, we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Ratchley Brewed in San Francisco. We'll get to Jonathan in San Francisco in just a second. 888-957-9570. That's the number to weigh in. How much has these new rules, if you will, this new CBA, as everyone's calling it, how much has it affected your fandom? I'm just going to ask all the NBA fans there. We can talk to Warriors fans, but NBA fans in general, because I just find myself scratching my head at all this terminology. You ever seen the movie The Big Short? It's really good. It's about Wall Street, The Big Short. It's with, Steve Carell's in it, Christian Bale's in it, a lot of famous people. It's really good. Ryan Gosling. I highly recommend if you haven't seen it. Same person that did Moneyball. But, Wall Street's not that confusing, but they like to make it confusing with big words and terminology that goes over average Joe's heads, if you will, for lack of a better term. That's what they like, the CDOs, the tranches, the AAA rating, all that sort of stuff. They like to use big terminology. That's what it feels like with this new CBA and all these new terms, like qualifying offers, hard caps, second aprons, all this sort of stuff.
It's too confusing.
I know what restricted and unrestricted free agency was. Past that, everything is going over my head. And I'm talking about sports for a living right now. And you can say, oh, well, Spadoni, you should do your research.
No, we do our research. And even then, it's still, again, no one, even the people who cover the sport, knew that you could waive Damian Lillard and spread the money out over 5 years.
You say something, I don't know if you coined it, maybe it was built, the fan width. I only have so much fan width when it comes to these things. I can't dump like the money and all the finances into it. I just can't.
Joe, the biggest things about the NBA right now have nothing to do with the play on the floor. We're talking about Achilles injuries. We're talking about schedule. We're talking about player movement. We're talking about salary caps.
Yeah. And that's
when do we talk about the sport? I will give baseball this. There has been a rejuvenation for baseball because what have we spent the bulk of our time discussing?
The games.
The actual games.
Yeah. It's been refreshing, actually.
Not about how long they take.
Or Farhan's
or
penny
analytics
pinching.
or anything like that. Yeah, it's been about a lot of the games. And so I think the NBA right now needs to take a hard look in the mirror, and they need to find new leadership, and they need to find someone who will bring us back to the games.
How do you fix this? At 888-957-9570. What is wrong with the NBA right now when was once supposed to be the craziest offseason ever? Again, Shams Charania, ESPN, the guy that's more tapped in than anyone now that Woj is gone. He said that, and he has got a lot of egg on his face today.
Joe, if I'm an Orlando Magic fan, okay, you're thinking to yourself, wow, we've had a great offseason.
Yeah.
We traded a bunch of first-round picks for Desmond Bane. We took on his contract. We've got a young, budding superstar in Paolo Banchero, who we gave a huge number.
Through a burp right there.
I apologize. It came up out of nowhere. A huge amount of money, too, okay? And we got Franz Wagner. But if we ever wanted to move off of any of those guys, now we have no picks to be able to staple it to. We are kind of stuck. This is the team. We have Wendell Carter Jr., we have Jonathan Isaac, we've got Suggs, we've got Paolo Banchero, Franz Wagner, and Desmond Bane. If we can't win with it, that's all we've got, and we're not going to be able to move anything. We are stuck. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that that's not exciting, because it can be very, very exciting for an Orlando Magic fan. But what happens if things don't work out? Their ability to maneuver off those deals are ridiculously difficult. They need 7 teams to be able to move off of a hypothetical Desmond Bane contract. Look at these deals, Joe. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 team deals, all of them. Desmond Bane, the Dennis Schroeder contract. The Kings couldn't even just sign Desmond Schroeder. It had to be a 3-team sign and trade. It's too complicated.
What was it? 3 years, $45 million, something like that?
Joe,
which is ridiculous.
Joe, for a guy who's been on 13 teams, what are we doing?
10 teams. You got most of them. Remember that?
I know, but Joe, again, I keep saying, are you doing the fans a service, or are you pulling fans away? And I think you're pulling fans away.
For a lot of fan bases, free agency period could be a sign of hope, or it could be a sign of a rebuild and a sign of torture, right? It's one or the other. Or you could stand pat and do nothing, and people are going to be upset in its own right. When it's just everyone standing pat, though, for the most part, it's pretty boring. And maybe this is just going to be the one-off offseason, but when the most tapped-in guy in the league is telling me it's going to be crazy, and then it's not, there's a disconnect somewhere. There's a major disconnect between what the league wants, between what the fans want, between what the players want. There is a major disconnect right now in the NBA, and I don't know what the answer is. I don't think Adam Silver knows what the answer is, and that's a problem.
It's the haves and the have-nots. You have the max contract guys, and then everybody else, good luck, right? And I'm telling you, the players have culpability because they elect their leadership, and they choose their own leadership.
Well, CJ McCollum's is getting roasted.
Well, as he should.
Yeah.
No, as he should. No, he really should. And I just think of you went all in on trying to go parity like you were the NFL, and you've never been a parity league. You have been a superstar league. You have been a super team league. You've never been a parity league. And you could say, well, how great was it that Indiana was in the finals? They were in the Eastern Conference Finals the year before.
Well, they're a parity league now, and I don't know if that's a good thing.
But that's my point. Yes. That's my point. And so, what do people tune in for? They didn't tune in for Pacers, Oklahoma City Thunder.
We tune in to see all-time great teams or players.
Curry, LeBron,
yes.
The Celtics big three,
yes.
Luka Doncic,
yes.
Individual superstars. Yes. You know what I'm saying? And look who had the number 1 pick, the Dallas Mavericks. They could be a top 4 team, 5 team next year if things shake out right.
Yes. If Cooper Flagg and we talked about that yesterday, if Cooper Flagg has a Magic Johnson type of rookie season, which I know, one of the greatest of all time, but Cooper Flagg's one of the greatest prospects of all time, absolutely, that could happen.
Joe,
6'10", 6'11", he's huge.
If you're a Boston fan today, now look, cry me a river, you're a Boston fan. You won the title a year ago.
Yep.
And 1 year later, is there any team in the East top 5 or 6 who has a bleaker future than them?
Well, they still got Jaylen Brown, and you got to hope that Jason Tatum comes back, but he's young enough to where you think.
Dismantled a team that won it all. The Florida Marlins are still getting destroyed for doing what they did, and Boston kind of doing something similar.
The East is wide open, by the way.
That's what I'm saying.
Wide open. And I don't even trust the Knicks to even get back or get to the conference
They fired
finals.
their coach. They went the farthest they've gone in years.
How do you feel about that, by the way? A former Dubs assistant, Mike Brown, being the head coach there?
Look, I like Mike Brown. But again, this goes back to the NBA. Mike Brown, really? Mike Brown's the answer? He's been on how many teams? I like Mike Brown.
It's the NBA Finals winning coach, Mike Brown. Don't you forget it when he filled in the interim.
I think we get back to the same thing. The fan is not being served to the fullest in the NBA, and it sucks because the sport is great. You have great players. You have all-time talents, and it just feels like the structure of the league's finances are screwing everything up for the fan.
Well, let me ask the question, is anyone happy about this? 888-957-9570, that there's not a lot of player movement, that we're seeing a lot more penny pinching, and that it's quote-unquote more of a parity league. Are you liking what you're seeing with this? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco. He wants to join in the conversation. Jonathan, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning. Yeah, there's a player movement in the NBA, but not with the Warriors, because you know why? They kind of like stuck between a hard place and a rock. They're in purgatory when it comes to Kaminga and free agency, and they kind of shot themselves in the foot with this topic. You know, that's why it's like Groundhog Day. Like you guys said, mate, 8 months running, you know, song remains the same, because you know how, dude, they did the not to do. When you don't like a player, you don't air out why you don't like the player. And I kind of put this on Steve Kerr, man. Steve Kerr is a great guy, great coach, but this is going to be a big blemish on his resume, the handling of Jonathan Kaminga, because, yeah, you don't like him. And I see it, bro. He's just not a willing rebounder, right? He doesn't want to box out. He wants to be the guy like the wide receiver in the go route. You know, just throw me the ball, you guys rebound and hustle. Throw me the ball on the sideline so I could yam on somebody. He's a ball stopper, right? And the thing is, he told everybody, you know, he's got low basketball IQ. This is like we don't like him. Now everybody knows why he's not working out for the Warriors. Thus, he's stuck. The Warriors are stuck. Nothing they could do, because they told everybody, dude, this guy's no good.
That's Jonathan in San Francisco. He's frustrated. He thinks it was sabotage from Steve Kerr and it's going to be a blemish in his career. Well, depending on how this shakes out, it could be either a blemish or it could be a positive for Steve Kerr, because as it stands right now, July 8th, Joe, I'd be shocked if Jonathan Kaminga wasn't coming back to the Golden State Warriors at this point. Like, I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
No one's taking him. The NBA, as we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes, they've spoken. No one wants JK. No one wants him. If they wanted him, they would have gotten him. And they don't. So he's staying a Golden State Warrior, and I don't know how much it's going to be for. I don't know if it's going to be for 2 years. I don't know if it's just going to be for a qualifying offer. We shall see. But he's staying a Golden State Warrior. And Steve Kerr talked with Willard and Dibs. This is back on May 22nd. If Kaminga comes back, he's going to play him with Jimmy and Steph. Take a listen.
100%. I'm going to give that time next year. You know, assuming JK comes back, I will explore that right from the beginning. We didn't have that luxury this year. You know, Jimmy arrived and JK got hurt almost at the exact same time. And from the time Jimmy arrived, we were basically in the playoffs. Every game was huge for us. And so while JK was out, you know, as I've explained many times, we got really good. We got really good with Jimmy on the floor and JK injured, and we had to continue down that path and keep trying to win every game just to make the playoffs. So next year with a training camp and an 82-game season, absolutely. I will give that lots of time and try to make that fit as best as possible.
So that should make you feel a little bit better, right, Joe? That was back on May 22nd on Willard and Dibs. Steve Kerr on the River Islands guest line.
Well, it's July 8th. He's still on the team as of right now.
Yes.
I don't know what to make. This Kaminga thing is just insane. But, like, again, going back to the fans, like, I think the unknown of all of this, why you guys brought up Brandon Ayuk and about how, like, the NFL with Brandon Ayuk. One issue that I told you I've had with the NFL is I would put a clause in there, no extensions in training camp. They have to happen either before training camp starts. I'm dead serious on this.
No, I know.
Before training camp starts, or like there's like a pause period. Nothing can happen. You can't hold out. You're either practicing or you're not. all your contract stuff, you would have to put a deadline in, because I think it's a bad look for the league to be talking about the same thing over and over. And then what does that do for the player? Well, it makes that player an awful person to the fans. They can't win. Right now, TJ Watt, one of the greatest players in Pittsburgh Steelers history, and I don't say that lightly. He is in a no-win situation because what are Steeler fans saying? Oh, this greedy guy trying to get more money.
He's also getting older. He's 30.
I understand that, right? But if he starts to miss training camp, it's going to get ugly, right? So with the Kaminga thing, he's in a no-win situation. He's trying to make as much as he can, and people are like, look how greedy this guy is. And, the Warriors, why don't they just deal him? And it's you're putting unnecessary strain on the players with your fans because of how long this is dragging out. And why is it dragging out this way? Well, because of how difficult the CBA is to navigate.
And I would like to, be more well-versed in it and communicate that to the audience. But even if I was, people are tuning out in 2 seconds if we're just going to break down all the CBA rules and all the different variations of them, because you lost me.
I know.
If you have to explain something like that, the finances of the league, and it's going to take 5 minutes, everyone's tuning out because they don't care about that stuff.
No.
I don't care about it. I don't want to talk about finances. I want to be Les Snead and say F them picks and bring in everyone and have a superstar team. I loved, and say what you will about the Rams and whether you like that, and clearly it did work in their favor, and they took some L's in the recent years, and they had to restock in the draft. But you know what? When they only had a couple picks, boy, did they hit on those picks. The Puka Nakuas of the world, did they not? Like, they made the most of their opportunities and knew it was going to be difficult. Like, I love that aspect of it. I love that they had the opportunity to do that, right? Same in baseball, right? Say what you will about this guy, and he's still there. AJ Preller, when he tried to shift the narrative of the San Diego Padres at one point. God, what was that, like a decade plus ago? When they got all the Upton brothers, Craig Kimbrell, right? They try to get everyone.
They took the guy from the first baseman from the Royals.
Hosmer.
Thank you.
They try to get Matt Kemp, I think, at one point, too. Like, they try to do a dream team, if you will, over there. It blew up in their face. But you know what? That did change the perception in my mind as just an MLB fan of like, you know what? Padres could be a player going forward. And what have they been going forward since then? A player. When it comes
relevant.
Relevant. When it comes to the Machados, the Tatises of the world, right? And everyone laughed at that Manny Machado deal, by the way. When they made that, people laughed at them.
America has never cared more about Padre baseball.
There you go.
Than the last 5 years.
It's a party.
Right?
Everyone
Would you
wants to go
agree?
there. I think Evan Giddings was there. Yeah, absolutely. Evan Giddings was there, I think, last Friday or something at Petco. It was filled out. I was like, I want to be. I was jealous. I was like, God, that looks fun, right? And I'm sure it's going to be a party on Friday when I go to that Dodgers-Giants game, Sammy. So, all the other leagues, they're leaning into the drama, into all this stuff. And I think that was the NBA's bread and butter for a long time. They did drama better than anyone else, Joe. And we even had a conversation about what do you like more sometimes, the actual on-the-court stuff or the drama-related. I know you guys kind of scoff. It's like, well, it's always about the games. And yeah, that is true. And I love the games. But I do love the drama in the offseason because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. But for the first time, it's been just, I knew it was going to happen, and I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm just disappointed.
It's been so underwhelming.
Yes.
And again, I just come back to when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 playoff teams have gotten slightly worse, but they're saving money. What are we doing?
I mean,
what are we doing?
I have them all right here. I could make the argument in the East who had the best off season in the East. It's the Atlanta Hawks.
It might be the Bucks.
The Atlanta Hawks got Nickeil Alexander-Walker on a sign-and trade, got Kristaps Porzingis, and signed Luke Kennard. Now, those aren't elite names, but that's what I'm talking about. The Hawks might have won the offseason with those deals. And they're not very sexy.
No.
And I'm not trashing the Hawks. I actually kind of like what they did, but that's what I'm saying at here. It's like, wait, those are the biggest moves that you did when I was told that it was going to be the craziest offseason ever. Maybe Shams was right. Maybe it's the craziest offseason ever in a negative way. It's so crazy because it's so damn boring. There you go.
It's been one of the most underwhelming off seasons I can remember. And I think the number one thing, we all knew KD wanted to leave, right? For months. Think about this. Kevin Durant, who we knew was going to get traded for months.
We knew it.
They had to get 5 other teams to get involved to be able to move him to the Rockets. And the Warriors somehow end up with 2 second-rounders we're doing too much. You're just too complicated. It's too dumb. What does the post say that people post that meme? That there's like a picture of like, hey, I'm not reading all that, but I feel bad for you.
Oh, I feel bad or I'm happy for you. That's what it is, but I'm not reading all that.
But I'm not reading all that. That is me when it comes to some of these trades. Like you referenced the 3-team trade, like John Collins out the door. They've been trying to trade John Collins for a decade. For a decade.
He had a good year last year. I was actually shocked. John Collins.
Of course he had a good year.
He did. I looked up the stats. I was like, wow, he's a really good player. They got rid of Norman Powell. What's that mean for Kaminga, Miami, and Andrew Wiggins? I'm not sure. Probably means that Kaminga's not going to Miami. As I said, he's probably sticking in Golden State. By the way, this is just for everyone that we're talking about the 7-team trade. Jerry and SF, I'll get to you in a second, I promise, after this. So it was the first ever 7-team trade in NBA history. Wow, crazy, right? Until you start seeing the names involved. So the Suns end up getting Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, come on. Okay, I'm just going to say come on. Okay. Not come on Looney.
Come on, man.
Thank you. They got Rasheer Fleming, maybe brother of Dave. I don't know.
Never heard of him.
Kobe.
He saw Rafi taking ground balls, though.
Kobe Bree or Brea. Daquan Plowden. I've heard of that name. In a second-round pick. That's what the Suns got in this. The Rockets. KD and Clint Capella. Okay.
Clint Capella, been in the league forever.
The Nets. 2 second-rounders.
Why are the Nets involved? Okay, keep going.
Okay, 2 second-rounders. The Warriors. Alex Tui, Hawk Tui, Jemai Mashak. Hawks. A second-round pick swap.
What did the Warriors give up?
There you go.
They just got this. Hey, just give us 2 second-rounders.
I'm just telling you what everyone received.
I know.
Hawks received a second-round swap. David Roddy and cash. Lakers. Adu Tiero. Oh my God. The Wolves. Rocco Zaharsky. 2 second-rounders. Cash. Okay. That was the first ever 7-team trade in the history of the NBA, and it's going to be forgotten immediately.
Joe,
I'll tell you right now.
Now let's contrast that. Let's contrast that with 2 blockbuster trades. Christian McCaffrey traded mid-season, okay? A 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round pick, as well as a 5th rounder the following year. Pretty clean, right? And that's a lot of picks. Rafi Devers, okay? Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, James Tibbs, and some guy named Bayo, who we've never heard of, for Rafi Devers. That's what the other sports are doing. And you just read off a 7-team trade where the Warriors gave up nothing and somehow got 2 second-round picks.
It's like, I was confused. I was like, wait, those are like draft picks.
It makes no sense.
And I get it because like they had to trade up for them, so that's the second-round swap.
Sense.
It's just dumb. It's why do the Lakers and Warriors who just traded up in the draft have to be involved in the 7-team trade? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Are people just realizing the Suns and Rockets like, oh, wait, we need other people on this, and maybe they'll help us out? So let's call Mike Dunleavy. Let's call Rob Pelinka. Maybe they can help us out here and figure it out. Like, it's all just really stupid. Jerry and SF before he hits the report. Jerry, what you got on this CBA right now?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I want to talk about what's fun for fans and what's not fun. The fun thing about NBA off seasons or any sports off seasons is that fans get to hope that their teams get better. There's 3 ways for that to happen: draft picks, free agency acquisitions, or trades. If you've got a good team like the Warriors, you got no draft picks. If you got a good team like the Warriors, you're over the cap, so no free agents. We all understand that. We're good. So the last thing you've got is trades. So we can hang our hat on the possibility that we can trade in some good players, or at least reform our roster in a way that makes more sense. So this is where everybody's getting pissed off, because the NBA has done at least 2 things that I understand that's inhibiting our ability to make trades.
Yep.
And I'd love for you guys to ask Anthony Slater about why it is that we have this. Why can't we trade out the same number of dollars that we're trading in and be in exactly the same situation we were in before? Why do we have restricted free agency that causes us to only be able to take back half the value of the player that we're, say, signing and trading Kaminga, sending him out for $22 million? We can only take back $11 million. That's nonsensical. And finally, if you do make those kinds of trades, you find yourself hard capped at the second apron and you can't do anything else.
Yeah.
It's all nonsensical. We should at least be able to send in equal and take back the same amount of money so that we can reform our roster.
It's all about trying to force the top 6 or 7 teams in spending to not be able to flex their financial muscle. That's what this boils down
And
to.
is that better for the league? That's what we're asking right now, because I'd say no. The league was
Ask Josh Giddey and Jonathan Kaminga, who can't find the amount of money that they're looking for. Ask both of them if it's better for them.
Let's ask the injury report. Oh boy, we'll pick this conversation up on the other side because I want to tackle it and talk about it through a Warriors lens too and what they've done the offseason, and really they haven't done anything. I just listed all those teams. Again, they were part of that 7-team trade, but those were just draft picks. So we'll get into what the Warriors have not done, if they need to do anything, and what they could potentially do with Spadoni and Shasky on the other side. But the Giants, they're going to be without their left-handed reliever Eric Miller for the foreseeable future. Miller was placed on the injured list over the weekend with a UCL sprain in his left throwing elbow. The earliest he is expected to be able to throw again will be in about 5 weeks. As of right now, the Giants and Miller do not think that surgery will be necessary, but there are concerns that Miller may not be available again this season. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. We're halfway home here on a Tuesday on 95.7 The Game. on his social. Fillmore Michael sometimes when he's doing his like solar panel stuff. But Fillmore Mike is having these parties and shindigs. And I want to be invited. Fillmore, if you're listening, can I get an invite to one of these things? I live in Oakland. I know you're out there doing these events. Hit your boy up. By the way, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky is back after a brief hiatus, after he was up at the river. He was doing his Zen Buddhism. He was relaxing. I'm not going to freak out about the Giants. They're not cooked. They're not done. And lo and behold, look at the Giants.
Well,
they're back.
Verlander might be done. But
I don't think Verlander's done yet. He's trying to figure some things out. Give the guy a break, Joe. He just had a baby, all right? You know how difficult that is. He just had his second kid, all right? He's been wheeling. It's a new environment for him, all right? Just ease off Verlander. He's going to be okay.
He should have the new baby glow.
Oh, the dad strength is a real thing. Remember that? Who was that? Fred VanVleet in 2019 finals? Right, we don't want to talk about that. But there is something about the new dad glow, but it's not working quite yet with Verlander. But I'm not giving up on Justin yet as the Giants win 3-1 yesterday. But the topic of conversation at hand has been about this CBA and the NBA and what was once dubbed potentially the craziest offseason ever in the association. It's been anything but that. And it's been underwhelming. It's been frustrating. It's been meh. And it just hasn't been a good look for a league that usually dominates the summer, does it not? The NBA, for most of my lifetime, dominates the storylines in the summer, whether it's the draft, whether it's crazy trades. I think the two biggest moves in the NBA, two of the biggest storylines, not finals related, have been taking my talents to South Beach in 2010 with LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade joining each other. And in 2016, Kevin Durant choosing the Warriors. Massive. And then prior to that, you mentioned Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen and Paul Pierce joining forces. Like, this is what we love about the NBA, and they're taking that away from us. And we're seeing it in real time, and it sucks.
Last year it was the Paul George thing, at least last offseason.
Larry Markkinen or Paul George, right? Like, and say what you about Larry Markkinen, at least he was a name and has been an all-star. But yeah, Paul George was a name late there. It was like, could you get him? Could you get him? Like, and they didn't get him. Hell, I go NFL. Like, how fun was it during that crazy time with that crazy quarterback class of Trey Lance, Justin Fields, who's my guy out of BYU, Zach Wilson. But on draft day, what was happening? Aaron Rodgers? Wait, Shanahan's calling Matt LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers, and now they're pissed off at each other, and there was that drama. How fun was that? Even just to ponder it for a second, right? That's what we love about that stuff. And it was taken away from us, Joe. And it's taken away from us in real time. And it angers me as a fan. It does.
And I just think if you now zoom in on the Warriors, like the Warriors are sitting here, and I think that they thought that there would be something out there for Kaminga that they would have an ability to either match or they could flip Kaminga in some sort of a sign and trade situation and be able to improve their roster. And I think right now with the standstill, there's no money out there for Jonathan Kaminga. Look, there's really nothing anywhere. And I think that they're sitting here going like, yeah, well, I guess we'll take him back, and
right.
And they also have to be very, very careful about how much they give him, because if he even plays for you, let's just say till December 15th, right? Because that's the big thing. Is if he signs now, then he stays through December 15th. Now, I know he's on like a 1-year deal, but if you sign an extension, you can't move said player until a certain period in the calendar. Like, I don't know what they end up doing right now. I mean, $10 million or less for Jonathan Kaminga for this year? Boy, that feels like a bargain.
Well, would you feel better about that heading into next season? I would ask. And 888-957-9570, that's the number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's always open for business there. And by the way, shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So we had a 7-team trade, the first in NBA history that no one cared about. So that tells you all you need to know right then and there. No one cares about it. We had Draymond Green going on Threads talking about it all. So going Dear Diary on us, saying, the little man, I guess, or the midway player is getting phased out when it comes to contracts. Jonathan Kaminga, we're seeing. And whether you feel Jonathan Kaminga's, a $50 million player, like for a 3-year extension, a $10 million player, a $20 million player. He's not getting anything. He deserves to be getting something. He's shown enough in that playoff series alone that another team should be sniffing around. But I think everyone's just so hamstrung financially, everyone's afraid to do something because they don't want to go up against a first, second, third, fourth. I don't know how many aprons there are. I don't care. Everyone's afraid to make moves right now, and they're penny pinching. Like, the Celtics should never be penny pinching. The Warriors should never be penny pinching. The Lakers should not be penny pinching. But this is where we're at because of the CBA. It's stupid.
Well, and there's this misnomer that, like, well, you want every fan to believe they have a chance. Otherwise, they won't be fans of the league. I think that's complete BS. I knew the Warriors from 93 to, like, even 06, 07, before they made the switch with Don Nelson and Mike Montgomery. They had no chance to win it all. None. Zero chance. Did that affect my viewing habits of the playoffs? No, my favorite memories are the late 90s and the early 00s of the playoffs and just being an NBA fan and watching the league as a whole. Now, it sucked that my team was no good, but I knew going into the year, like, we have no chance. We have no chance. Hypothetically, an Arizona Cardinal fan in the NFL, which is the most parity-riddled league of them all, as they say, they know they're never winning a Super Bowl. Like, they know. It's not going to happen.
God, they came close.
That doesn't diminish their love of the NFL as a whole. It might suck for them as a fan of that team and to know that, like, hey, there's a ceiling on this. But this thing that everyone needs to know that they have a chance. I'm not in on socialism. Newsflash. Don't know if you know this. I'm a capitalist guy, all right? That's just who I am to my core, all right? And there's going to be people at the top, and there's going to be people at the bottom. And then there's going to be a bunch of people in the middle, right? And that's the way life is. I don't care what sport it is. There's going to be elite players. There's going to be replacement level players, right? There's just always going to be those guys. I view the teams in the league the same way. I do not think their entire league should be 500. No, I don't think that. That is not, I don't think that's good for sports. I like big brands that I can root against or root for.
I think is a joke right now is that the West is so much freaking better than the East right now. It's not even close as far as I'm concerned. And then the Western Conference teams are going to have to suffer the most because of this. All the good teams are in the West, outside of maybe the Knicks in the East. And then who else? The Cavs. Okay, the Cavs are one of the best teams in the NBA last year. They got bounced early, but those are the two teams. But, like, it feels like the Western Conference, which is dominated for most of my life, is getting squeezed so damn badly here. And I would ask, and you brought up the Arizona Cardinals, hell, stick it to the NBA. Like, is this making me feel better if I'm a Washington Wizards fan?
No.
Is my business really going to change as a Wizards fan? No, they're not. This is what the Wizards, let me pull it up right here. Have the Wizards even done anything?
They have Middleton.
I got it right here. They traded for CJ McCollum. Stinks.
That guy.
Traded for Dylan Jones. Who? Traded for Kelly Olynyk. He's 50. And traded for Scam Whitmore. And they waived Anthony Gill. That's what they've done. It's really helped them out. Yeah, the CBA has really done wonders for them. Oh, the Utah Jazz. Oh, that's another team, right? Oh, what did they do? Traded for Slow-Mo, Kyle Anderson. He's going to put them over the top. Traded for Kevin Love, another 50-year-old.
Who's going to get bought out?
Yusuf Nurkic. He's still recovering from that slap from Draymond Green.
How many teams has that guy been on?
They bought out Jordan Clarkson. God love Jordan Clarkson. He's happy to get the hell up out of here. He's going to the New York Knicks. Hopefully he does well.
I actually think he's going to be good on the Knicks.
Yeah, exactly. And then they waived Johnny Juzang.
Oh, that was the kid from UCLA. I actually like him.
Great. There you go. Like that. Those are like the bottom feeder teams. They're not getting better. Teams that want to get better. Teams that don't want to get better, they're not going to get better. It is what it is in the NBA. And we did this whole, restructuring of the finances for no reason. To help who? Who? The cheap owners crying wolf and they're still not doing anything? It's dumb. It's stupid. We got Oreo Cookie. We got Casey that wants to join in the conversation. And yes, despite it all, the Warriors still haven't done jack bleep. And I think that's what's annoying fans right now. And how's it hitting you right now, Joe? The Warriors have been inactive so far outside of drafting a couple of players.
It's left me very underwhelmed. There's no doubt about it. And it's, I'm just sitting here waiting for this thing to drop. And I just keep coming back to, like, if I'm a Warrior fan, I keep coming back to the same thing. I'm tired of hearing about what's going to happen with Kaminga. And if like I'm looking at the NBA, I'm like, what is going on? Either he's on the team or he's not on the team, right? Okay. And what's the other thing that happened with the Warriors this year? Had to get rid of Kevon Looney because he's making a little too much, and that sucks as a Warrior fan. But then that's my only method of getting better.
By the way, did you read Kevon Looney's piece in the Players Tribune? Did that hit you?
Well, I mean, he's always going to be a guy who I just think everybody loves. He's under the radar guy. He's not going to be someone that you're going to think of right off the rip when it comes to the dynastic years, but he's in that like tier 2, tier 3 of guys that you think about, and a loyal, great guy who did everything that you needed. And when he was talking about, Mom, I might be playing, and telling family members, I might be playing with the greatest basketball player that I've ever seen.
Pretty cool.
That was cool.
Yes, that was special. So we'll miss Kevon Looney. And again, I said at one point he will get his jersey retired. He might not be one of the first. Might not happen in the next 10, 20 years, 30 years. No, he will. I'm confident in that. And I'll call you up 30 years from now, Joey, when LJ's married and he has kids and you're a grandpa, and we'll discuss it. All right?
Okay, I just want to make this clear. So it's going to be Steph, Dre, Iggy, Clay, and then Kevon Looney.
Yep. That's about right. Yeah. Is anyone you guys have a problem with that?
No Sean Livingston there?
Yeah,
KD?
Maybe S-Dot. Yeah, KD. Yeah, KD will be in there. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Clay, do you say Clay already too?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, Clay. There you go. Yeah, I think that's fine.
I don't think 7 guys are going to go into the rafters from one. I hear you, but I just
don't worry. The NBA, they have a lot of numbers, so they can use a lot of them. Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Wants to join in the conversation. Oreo, long time no hear. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, this is my off season. It's Giant season. You guys talk all the time, so I'm taking some time off, man. But to get back to my Warriors, we got to understand, man, this goes back a few years when we started taking over the league. We were arrogant to say we had, the guy said Jimmy light years. We were light years ahead of the league. So I think the league is mad. We have Draymond. Trust me, if Draymond was not on my team, I would hate him even more. So having said that, man, I think the fans need to come to a realization that these teams are not looking to trade with us to make us any better. These teams are looking to starve us out. They're definitely not looking to make us better for this year or for next year. So having said that, let's sign Kaminga and let's run it back.
I really don't think this current CBA was in mind of what Joe Lacob said about being light years ahead.
No.
I think the Warriors were one of a variety of teams that people pegged as we can't let them flex their financial muscle above and beyond. And I think when you saw the luxury tax bill of the Boston Celtics, whatever it was going to be, $500 million.
Something ridiculous.
That was the tax bill, not the salaries, all right? The tax bill. I think a lot of the other teams in the league were like, whoa, we can't have that again. So I understand that.
Well, and that whole, premise that Oreo Cookie was laying out there makes no sense considering the fact that they got Jimmy Butler a couple months ago. So someone was willing to tango with them, this being the Miami Heat. So like the league's not out to ice out the Golden State Warriors. Now, Kevin Durant ultimately didn't want to come here. That's one team and that's one player. But I agree with you there. I don't think this is a whole thing that's anti-Joe Lacob, and now we're seeing the ramifications of that reverberating throughout the NBA.
This is anti-Ballmer, Lacob, Boston Celtics. Pick the teams that you think. Minnesota Timberwolves, who were flying over the second apron.
A-Rod.
A lot of those teams had, money that was so above and beyond that I think it freaked out the Hawks. And I'm just throwing teams out there. And the Raptors and the Wizards and to me, it's like, no, I think they need to, lift their harbor to where everyone else is at.
There you go. KC is in San Jose. KC thinks the NBA apron is good for the NBA. I would love to hear the argument, KC.
Right.
Good morning.
I'm open to hearing alternative opinion.
Yeah, so hey, Joe. So Shasky, I'm not coming down your lane with this, but last hour you're saying, hey, we need some more context on Devers' situation, not showing up playing with practicing with Will Clark. Shams said a month ago it's going to be a very insane, I'm paraphrasing, off season, right? In my opinion, it has been. And you've always preached the business side of things. We might not like the CBA, but it's asking for a reset. Everybody wants parity. Everybody wants to be like the NFL. Yes, watching Halliburton and SGA is not going to get you the ratings yet, but I'm sorry, man. The era of the super teams is over. It's okay. It's not like it's not like Walker Alexander got sent to the European League or he has to go play in Taiwan. The talent just went to another team. What's wrong with that?
Wait, real quick, Casey, I'll let you finish. You think this offseason has been crazy? In what way has it been crazy?
See, like you guys were talking about a 17 trade. Obviously, our brain is trade. Hey, if it's a 14 trade and includes Luka or LeBron, yeah, we're going to go crazy. And if it's a bunch of no-names, that takes more effort from the business side.
Okay, get this guy off. When it includes Rocco Zaharsky and Daquan Plowden, it's a dumb trade. Sorry. Come on, man. Come on.
Dogging my guy Rocco like that.
I mean, all due respect to those guys, but I mean, seriously, what are we doing here? This has been fun for you, Casey. Come on, man. He didn't believe that take. He didn't believe in it.
Trades are hard.
I don't even know I don't even know how to react to that one.
I actually looked up.
I was hoping we would have like an alternative opinion that was engaging. I found it to be that as underwhelming as this offseason.
The middle class is dying out right now, and it's gonna be the teams that.
Are you talking about America? Or are you talking about the NBA?
Yes.
Yes. The top 1/10 of the 1%.
CBA just really ruining America right now.
Let's get Bernie Sanders on it. Yeah. But this is what we're talking about. Like the teams that thought they were going to be like helping themselves out and thought the league was going to help them out. The Wizards, the Jazz, the have-nots.
There's always a dumb team.
They're always going to suck. Like, did they not realize this? Like, they're trying to make it harder on the teams that were really good. Newsflash, the teams that are really good have really good ownership, and they know what they're doing. That's not going to change. So the bad owners are going to continue to be bad, and the good owners are going to continue to be good. That's why ultimately, and despite all this that we're talking about, I'm not worried about the Golden State Warriors. Why? Because of Joe Lacob. You know, I'm not worried about the Oklahoma City Thunder because they got good ownership and good guys knowing what they're doing. The Sam Presties of the world. They know what they're doing. You put people in position to succeed, right? Like the Suns are going to fail because they got bad ownership and they don't know that what they've been doing the last few years. They just don't. The Knicks, you know why the Knicks fail ultimately? It's because of the owner. That's why.
Well, no, the Suns are a great example. The new owner went in there and was like a trade for everyone.
Ishbia.
And let's go absolutely Buck Louie. And they made a lot of reckless, crazy.
I like that.
Am I wrong?
No, I've never heard Buck Louie before.
You never heard Buck Louie?
Buck Wild, I've heard. Buck Louie?
Yeah.
Continue.
And we'll just make a bunch of wild trades and we'll attach 1,000 things to them. And that's what they did.
Buck Louie. I'm looking that up right now. Hold on. There we go.
Really? The Buck Louie held you up?
I've never heard. No, I've never heard that one before.
Carter, have you heard Buck Louie before?
Nope.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
I think you made that one up and you're trying to act
like Buck Louie spin on that thing?
That wasn't.
Okay,
that was a one. You can.
Jung Hoo Lee, stop trying to pull the ball.
Shams Charania, one more time. Shams. It's going to be crazy, right? This offseason is going to be awesome.
This is the most, I think, anticipation team executives have had over an offseason. I think this is going to be the craziest offseason of all. I don't want to say all time. We just came off a trade deadline.
You're a liar.
We just came
Get
off
out of here. You're done. You're done. You're done. I don't want to hear about it anymore. You had Luka, De'Aaron Fox, and Jimmy get traded at the deadline, and then this is what we're doing. Zaharsky and Plowden. Come on, man.
You know what's the league that doesn't care about financial parity? What's the league that you would say is the most?
Oh, that doesn't care about finances? MLB.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And every year, who makes the playoffs?
Oh, the big spenders. Almost always.
And
the teams that draft well, or the teams that are the Moneyball teams, I guess. I don't know. And who? Sorry.
Tampa Bay Rays every year are in it.
I'm saying that's what I said. The Moneyball teams.
Yeah.
The analytics guys, the guys that know their numbers. Not the good owners, because I don't think John Fisher.
The well-run organizations.
Well-run, but I don't think the A's have been a well-run organization from an ownership perspective. But I'll give Billy Beane credit.
On the baseball ops side, they know what they're doing.
That's different in all.
I agree.
Yes.
Than the ownership, right? And so, this thing about like we need to make it financially equitable across the board for everyone. There will always be well-run teams and poorly run teams.
And the teams, and I'll say this with the A's and Rays real quick, they'll never win World Series. They just never will. I'm convinced, as you're convinced, the Arizona Cardinals, sure, they're never going to win the World Series.
But they're very well run.
Sure, but the Dodgers and Yankees are going to be winning the World Series.
Because they can pay for an extra pitcher or two, and when you get to the playoffs, all those things matter.
Yeah.
Like the Milwaukee Brewers are a very well-run team. Yeah. They are. They just are. They year in, year out. Look at the NFL. Everyone gets the same amount of money at the end of the year from the television deal. Now, they do have different local TV deals, and they do have different local merchandise deals, but everybody shares all of the online money together. And every year, there are well-run teams. Let's just say the Chiefs, and, pick whoever you want. Like even the Steelers. For as poor as the Steelers have been in terms of playoff performance, we would all say they're a pretty well-run team, right?
They have been.
Over the last 30, 40 years, right?
They've had like 3 head coaches in the last 40 years. That's all.
Right?
That speaks to consistency.
I keep going back to the Arizona Cardinals because they're an example of a poorly run team year after year after year. And they've had moments where they've been okay. Like right now, are the New York Giants a well-run team?
Hell no. They have Jackson Dart, Russell Wilson, right? And Jameis Winston. Oh my God.
So you don't need to put in these restrictions that are way above and beyond regarding finances. Teams will even themselves out. Well-run teams will find a way to win regardless of what the ramifications are. And Oklahoma City is a great example right now in basketball. And the poorly run teams are going to continue to be poorly run. If Robert Rowell and Chris Cohen took over the Warriors right now, they would go right back to the bottom.
Yeah.
That's what would happen. They would go right, no matter who they have on the team, no matter how much they're spending, they would go right back down to the bottom.
Let's get into this on the other side in regards to the Golden State Warriors and how this affects them. And I want to get your thoughts, Joe. It's looking like they're going to run it back. If they're not making any really big moves or fringe moves right now, and it's going to be running it back minus Kevon Looney and probably Gary Payton II. How do you feel about that? I'm going to ask Chasky. I'm going to ask the people. 888-957-9570. It's the Morning Roast, and it's coming up. Brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Nick and Berkeley.
That is one of my favorite rejoiners of all time.
It's all time.
Oh, my God. I love how he petered out at the end, too.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro? Stop playing with the pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I just like the idea of playing tic-tac-toe by yourself.
Let's go.
I always love playing tic-tac-toe at the restaurants that have like the crayons, or they have like the paper, like tablecloth, if you will, so you can just just draw on it and play hangman or tic-tac-toe.
I went to Carter. What is it? It's called Carter's, the little little kid store. It's right next to Target. And
we used to have one over in like Alameda. I think they closed that one. But yeah, it's good. Cheap kids clothes. It's nice.
Exactly. And when you need to get specific stuff, right? Yeah. And we went in there, and they've got this little tiny table with like the big sheet of paper, and the kids can draw on it. And he just grabs the crayon, and he's just like,
no, doing it so hard with like ripping the paper.
Exactly.
Sometimes feels like you're not even.
No clue what he's doing.
I was the kid that always like ripped off the paper of the crayons, and it broke all the crayons. I was just a jerk when it came to that stuff when I was a kid. There you go. Leroy's in Oakland. He wants to join the conversation in a second, because whenever Leroy calls, it's going to be Golden State Warrior related. You know that. And the Warriors and Nick and a lot of fans have been frustrated with one Mike Dunleavy, ownership, whatever. And I want to ask you, Joe, at 888-957-9570.
Why are we frustrated with Dunleavy?
Well, I don't know. I was going to ask you, why do you think fans are frustrated with Mike Dunleavy? Just to make a move? Like, Al Horford's probably going to be the guy. We've been talking about it. You know, Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe.
Old.
Well,
I mean, we're just so old.
Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe.
Is this the 40 and up?
Yesterday.
Is this the 40 and up Olympic Club team that's going to be traveling to represent the region, or is this the Golden State Warriors professional NBA team?
Well, it's the AARP Golden State Warriors is what it is. Have you gotten your AARP card yet?
Rakuten is no longer going to be one of the sponsors. It's going to be Life Alert.
No, it's going to be care.com. Care.com. But this is what Gary Washburn had to say about the Horford fit on the Warriors. He's covered Horford the last couple seasons at Boston. And you know what, Joe? He sold me on it.
I think he'll be, a guy who can stretch the floor. You've got to guard him at the three-point line. He did not have a great shooting year last year, but he was 41% the year before the championship year. Sometimes he can fall in love with the three. Sometimes he can pass up a layup or pass up a little short jumper. What the Celtics tried to do with him last year is get him to play more in the post like he did in his Atlanta years, where he was pretty much a post guy. This is a guy who, like, let's say a Brook Lopez, extended his career by learning how to shoot the three. If he didn't learn how to shoot the three, he'd likely be out of the league by now, maybe 5 years ago. But he learned how to shoot the three and became a serious weapon. So I think that will help the Warriors in their offensive attack.
I agree. Just give me a three-point shooter, and he's clearly taller than everyone else. Like the problem with Quentin
Post,
Post,
still only like 6'10".
I know. Well, but he's again, when he rises up, he's taller than most people.
No,
you're not
I
blocking
know,
his shot. Yeah.
Okay. I like Al Horford. I want him on my team. I just think that we're expecting a lot of older guys to play heavy minutes, and we have to be somewhat realistic here.
Oh, you didn't listen to this whole thing, because he said that he's not playing back-to-backs. Yeah, he doesn't do that.
There you go.
Wait, what did he say yesterday, Sam?
There you go.
He hasn't played back-to-backs in 4 years.
When he said he would have been out of the league 5 years ago, like that's a bar.
But he's not, because of the three-point shot. So the Warriors could absolutely use this guy. We're laughing at the age and part of it, but we know he's not going to be a starter. Maybe sometimes he has to be, but
Joe,
I mean, he needs, like, Quentin Post couldn't shoot anything in the playoffs. Like, Al Horford can at least do that for me. That's what I'm getting there. Like, no, I know you're scoffing at it, but
I'm
like,
not
seriously.
scoffing at it. I'm just saying that, like, Al Horford's a nice addition, okay? He's a nice addition. How does he help their number one need defensively, which is perimeter defense? How does he help their second need?
I would argue, like, offensively, though, if we're just going need, like, three-point shooting is clearly a need as well.
No question. But their number one need, for me, is perimeter defense.
You're not going to get a perfect player.
No, I'm not asking for a perfect. I'm just saying, how are you solving that issue?
You're not.
The number two thing on defense, a rim protector. You don't have that. You want Draymond to play off-ball free safety, right? You don't want him to play on that primary guy. So those two things you're not getting with Al Horford. Yes, you're getting shooting. Of course, I like him. I like the IQ. I like the player. He is actually a solid rebounder, even though he doesn't elevate like he used to. He's a great boxer outer. Like, he is all those things. He is a willing passer when the situation presents. It's just, again, I still think you need perimeter defense. You need more shot making. You need guy at the rim.
What if that perimeter defense comes in the form of Jonathan Kaminga and you bring him back next year and he's that guy? I know you were very impressed with his perimeter defense, his defense on Anthony Edwards at times in the playoffs. You like him.
If they kept Kaminga.
Yes. In this scenario, they will. How about that?
Okay. They kept Kaminga. How long will Steve Kerr be patient to be able to live through the ups and downs?
He said he has to be. I'll play the sound one more time. No, you're scoffing at it.
I feel like I've heard that for 3 straight years.
I could only go, but real quick, in fairness to Steve, he didn't get the runway to be able to experiment with Jimmy Butler, Steph, and him. Jimmy came in, JK was hurt, and they rode the hot hand in that starting lineup with Podziemski, Moody, Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph. They just rode that until the wheels fell off, until Stephen Curry's hamstring gave out, and they obviously went to Buddy Hield in the playoffs instead of Moody because Moody lost his confidence, and that was tough to watch. And then they had to go to Kaminga when they did, when Steph went down, and he showed out, scoring occasionally. But if he gets an entire training camp and he gets the start of a season and they have the runway to do it, Steve Kerr, on with Willard Dibs a couple months ago, said he's going to do just that.
100%. I'm going to give that time next year. Assuming JK comes back, I will explore that right from the beginning. We didn't have that luxury this year. Jimmy arrived and JK got hurt almost at the exact same time. And from the time Jimmy arrived, we were basically in the playoffs. Every game was huge for us. And so while JK was out, as I've explained many times, we got really good. We got really good with Jimmy on the floor and JK injured, and we had to continue down that path and keep trying to win every game just to make the playoffs. So next year with a training camp and an 82-game season, absolutely. I will give that lots of time and try to make that fit as best as possible.
And that was on Willard and Dibs 2 months ago.
Here's what my setting's going to be. Instead of being skeptical and saying, hey, I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay.
Your actions will speak louder than your words.
Yes. No. And if that is their move this offseason, if they get like an Al Horford and they bring back JK, maybe one other fringe player, right? Like,
are they a better team with Horford minus Looney and everything else is the same? Let's say no GP2. Are they a better team?
I'm not sure. I think it's a net neutral at that point. If you bring back JK and he takes a lot of those minutes, and obviously Horford takes more minutes, because I do think Horford would have been much more serviceable in his past playoffs than either Gary Payton or Kevon Looney. Does that sound insane when I say that? I think at times he would have helped this team a lot more offensively when they clearly needed someone else other than Buddy Hield and Steph to make a three-point shot. No one else could. Just no one else could.
I just don't know what it would look like defensively with Draymond and Horford overlapping for long periods of time.
I'm not sure, but offensively, Looney was giving you nothing.
No doubt.
He's going to give you nothing.
No doubt.
And I do think Horford will at least give you something on defense, whereas Looney was giving you nothing offensively. So I do think in that regard, it will be a positive. Now, the loss of Gary Payton, it's true. Was he the same player he was a couple of years ago? No, he's not. Is he dealing with a lot of injuries? Yes, he is. By all reports, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, doesn't look like he's coming back. Do you bring back a guy like, I don't know, like what's going on with DeAnthony Melton? Still out there? The Melt Man? Bring him back? I know.
Melton's a free agent. I'm looking at this like, who's still out there?
Who's still out? Give it to me.
I'll give it to you. I have a list. I wrote it down. I'm pulling it up right here. 1 sec. Okay. So, top free agents still available. Josh Giddey, restricted free agent. CP3, though, technically I believe he's with the Detroit Pistons, but they kind of rescinded that. Is that, like, what's going on with CP3? It's not official?
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Brogdon, Russell Westbrook, Banton, Simmons, shooting guard.
I want Russ just for the drama. That's what I want Russ just so Bonte could interview him after the games is what I want.
Same old Russ to me.
Same old Russ. Same old Westbrook to me.
Shooting guard, assuming that Bradley Beal gets bought out. Bradley Beal. Thomas is a restricted free agent. Grimes a restricted free agent. Melton, GP2, Alec Burks. Small forward, Martin. That's Caleb Martin, I believe. Coffey and Craig. At power forward, you have Kaminga, who's a restricted free agent. Love, who is expected to get bought out. That's Kevin Love. Boucher, who was with the Raptors last few years. Trey Lyles with the Kings last few years. Bagley. I mean, it's not a sexy list. And then you got Horford, Bryant, Gibson at center.
This is the latest on the DeAnthony Melton buzz via Jovan Buha. I know it's a great name. Formerly of the Athletic, covered the Lakers, but he's saying the chatter with DeAnthony Melton to the Lakers has cooled, and now there's been more, quote, buzz, end quote, with him going to the Warriors. So maybe a potential reunion there with DeAnthony Melton, who we barely got to see after he got a soft tissue injury last year, the ACL. And that was brutal. It sucked, and it felt like it was just a damper early on in that season after it started off so promising, Joe, with Buddy Buckets, right? It was great. You were all in. DeAnthony Melton, things were rolling. You know, they're the deepest team in the league, quote unquote, early on because they didn't know what their rotation was going to be. I know you're scoffing as we're laughing about it now. And then everything.
We've got 12 guys who can play. It's like when the Niners had 3 quarterbacks. I don't know if you remember this.
Then you got none.
Yeah. Well, they had one. No, they had 3. It was Ken Dorsey. It was Nate Davis. It was Tim Rattay. They had 3, Joe.
Oh, my God. Oh, this Warriors offseason. They haven't done anything, and yet we're all still baffled. They haven't. Al Horford. Come on. Are they going to do anything soon? That's, I guess, what I'm going to ask. Like, are they just waiting for the All-Star break to happen so they can just dominate the headlines?
What's more likely? Patrick Bailey gets over 200 in his batting average, or Kaminga gets to play more than 25 minutes a game for a month straight?
Oh, I'd go with Kaminga. Patrick Bailey's lost. He's not getting that back. Go get Travis d'Arnaud, by the way, off the Angels. I'd pick him up. He's batting 211 as a catcher. That might as well be 300 these days.
If you're doing that for the San Francisco Giants, I want Steven Kwan.
Okay.
I want a top-of-the-order guy who can get on base, play great defense. I think he's scrappy. He'd be perfect. He's a local guy. Cleveland seems to be free-falling right now. That's the team I would be targeting. I would love to get Steven Kwan on the Giants. I think he'd be perfect.
He's got a couple years of arbitration eligibility there, so you'd have a lot of team control with him. That would probably cost you a big boy prospect, though. That would be...
Do it.
They're asking for Eldridge, probably.
No, not for Kwan. No.
Isn't he a multi-time All-Star?
Yeah, but I don't think it would cost you Eldridge.
I'd say that's what they're asking.
No, it's probably some combination of Luciano, Matos, maybe Wisenhunt. I don't know. Maybe Meckler. You know, it depends what they've got out there. But I'll tell you this right now. I would love to get Kwan, and I'd put him in center field or right field.
So if it was Eldridge for Kwan straight up, you wouldn't do it?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Fine. Leroy's in Oakland wants to talk about the Warriors and the CBA. Leroy, good morning. You're on Spadoni and Shasky. What you got, man?
Jojo, how you guys doing, man?
Well, we're trying to figure out this stupid CBA, Leroy, because it's got us all baffled.
I know, man. I was looking at the 17 trade, and basically it was just efficiently balancing resources, right? Whatever. But I look at it like this, where you got the Warriors in the CBA, and where it hurts the Warriors is the way that the Warriors are built. And that team is built around Stephen Curry. So what does he need? He needs slightly above average players. And with this CBA, it just makes us difficult to get those guys. Like, I go back to DiVincenzo, right? We wouldn't have been able to get him under this agreement. And so what the Warriors need is guys that are slightly above average. Is Al Horford slightly above average anymore? Yeah, I don't know. But we need those kind of guys to build around Stephen Curry. And just with this CBA, those guys are going to be hard to get. I mean, we're going to be getting those guys that are slightly below average, and I just don't know how that's going to work out with the guys. And one more thing, guys. The Giants, right? The Giants, Devers. I thought that the Giants, when he came here, I thought they stoked his ego instead of stoking his humility. Like when he first came here, I'll do anything. I'll play anywhere. And the Giants and their fans, he's our savior. He's this and that. And when you give that to a guy who is perceived already cocky, and now he can miss some practices. Now he feels he can do this and that. So I just think they need to, take him down a peg and just, hey, you're one of the guys. come in and do what's asked of you. But they put him on a pedestal when he came here, and I think they just stoked his ego.
It's true. I do believe that.
Thanks, Leroy. I don't hate that take, actually.
No, I actually love that take. There is something to be said for, not right now, but at some point to now and the beginning of next year, somebody is going to have someone who he respects. I don't know who that is. I don't know.
I know who it is. Barry Bonds.
Well, I mean, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know Barry like that. I don't know. Like,
I don't think he knows anyone here like that, to be honest.
Well, that's why you need to get somebody that he really looks up to. Like, they tried to do that in Boston with Big Papi, and he had no time for him. Someone who he cares about needs to sit him down and say, hey, dude, like, you can have a great career, you can make a lot of money, or you can go down as one of the greatest players ever. It's your choice. What kind of career do you want? And then from there, seeing what kind of work he wants to put in regarding his body, I think is going to make or break his time here. He could be a really good player. There are a lot of guys, Kirby Puckett, obviously both fielder guys, Cecil and Prince, David Wells. There are so many guys I can think of in baseball who were a little heavy and still were really, really good players. But there are other guys who changed their life and their career by dedicating themselves to fitness. And Steph Curry's one of them. Remember how skinny he was to start off his career?
Yeah.
And think about the dedication he's put into his craft. There's not a doubt in my mind he doesn't even come close to what he is without the dedication to the gym. And I'm talking about the physicality transition that he went through in terms of bulking up and getting in shape. So if he's willing to do that, I think he can. I mean, honest to God, I think he can be an all-time.
What is it? It's hard work will get you somewhere. Talent will get you somewhere. But when talent works hard, you got like Hall of Fame stuff, and that's what it is, right? That's what it is. And even sometimes you have you could be a Hall of Famer, but you could have even been more than that. Shaquille O'Neal, like one of, if not the greatest center ever,
left a little on the table.
Still,
in my opinion, and I love Shaq.
He'll tell you that. Yeah, he will. And Kobe was vilified early on because of it, because he called him out, and that whole relationship fractured. But Kobe was right, and he's like, you know what? He was. Maybe we could have won more titles together, and I could have gone down as maybe the greatest player of all time, right? And he's still considered that. He's still, by all accounts, I still think he's a top 10 player ever. He was that insane, and maybe the most dominant player ever still. He was that damn good. But you're referencing Rafi Devers right now. We could pivot to the Giants a little bit too, because that's still kind of a question mark for me about this team and the Giants. As they won 3-1 yesterday, Joe. This is a massive, massive homestand before the All-Star break. Massive. You're going up against the two best teams in all of baseball, in the Phillies and the Dodgers, and both of those teams, obviously, in the National League. This is a measuring stick week for this team. You got all your guys back. Ramos is there. Devers is there. Adames is there. Chapman, Schmidt, right? You got Flores. You got Jung Hoo Lee, Yaz, like Patrick Bailey. You got all your guys healthy, quote unquote, or at least they're in the lineup. So for them to win yesterday, and it wasn't the prettiest, it wasn't. It was a huge tone setter for me to get that win going up against a Phillies team that, quite frankly, they got like the best pitching staff, one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball. All those guys. Sanchez, hell, the guy won 7 innings yesterday, pitched great, pitched well enough to win.
He actually reminded me of another Sanchez, Johnny Sanchez.
Interesting. I'm not mad
Just
at that.
the way like the left arm kind of lazily slung and his delivery, he's funky. I actually think he's a really good player.
He is. And Landon RP, I thought, was gutsy yesterday. 5 innings, 4 hits, just the earned run, couple walks, 3 Ks. He's been, we keep talking about it. When are the wheels going to fall off Landon RP? I mean, it's July 8th, and they still haven't. He's been consistent as all hell. But you referenced Devers right there, and Leroy did too. He's still a question mark for me going forward with this team and what we're going to be getting consistently with him, because he's just not healthy. We can all see it. Whether that's the weight issue, whether it's the groin, whether it's a combination of both, it just looks like a struggle and a grind at times. Now, he's still getting hits because he's just that good of a hitter. Like Miguel Cabrera when he was 40, Joe, he was still batting like 280, right? He could get the hits. He was laboring down the line. He wasn't running first to third. You weren't going to get that. But that was because he was 40 years old. How old is Devers? 27, 28?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be doing that at that age. You can't. So that tells me, highest paid player in the franchise, dealing with a groin injury, sit him down occasionally. Maybe he misses some days here and there in a given week, gets the All-Star break. I just want this guy to be fresh relatively heading into that September stretch, the grinds of the dog days of August. You need this guy healthy because slumps are going to happen. Chapman, he's a streaky player. Adames, he's hot right now. He'll go through another stretch. Hopefully he doesn't, but he might go through another stretch of slumping. Elliot Ramos, struggling a little bit, right? 2 strikeouts yesterday. Jung Hoo Lee, I don't know. But Devers is going to be my most consistent bat. I know that because he's the best hitter on this team, and I want him fresh going forward. I do. And I need that. Highest paid player, Joe. Take care of your guy, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt. But I do believe, and I'm going to keep saying this, like, I think he needs to have a come to Jesus moment on his body. I'm dead serious on this, dude. Like,
and who should that come from? Like,
I don't know.
Should it be Adames, his countryman?
I don't know. Like, because I don't know, sometimes it's an uncle.
I was going to say, how do you say that to someone? Like, it's like that you're concerned. Like, listen, he's not obese. We're not saying that, right? There is real life stuff where someone's like eating themselves to death almost.
Well, if you want to maximize your career,
yeah.
Right? This is like Pablo Sandoval. Did he maximize his career?
No. He could have been better. He could have lasted longer.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm sure, and he's still trying to play somewhere now. Like, I'm sure in his mind he's got regrets, and now that there's a long-term health thing where, look, you could pass away any day because of anything. I don't want to make this like an end-all be-all, but everybody always is like, Tony Gwynn was a great player, and he, was amazing at his weight, and I understand that.
He also chewed tobacco for a long time. Like, that's part, like
cancer killed him.
Yes.
Cancer killed him.
Exactly.
And being obese, as I found out with my dad with like heart issues, if you're obese, it makes everything worse. Yeah. So whatever you're battling with regarding, your health, whether it's a heart, whether it's lungs,
cholesterol, blood pressure, all of that.
Being obese or being overweight makes everything worse. And again, and I'm not trying to tell someone how to live their life, but when you are in a sport where fitness is important, you owe it to yourself and your career and to the team that's paying you a lot of money to be in as best physical form as you could possibly be in. And even then you can't control stuff.
And I think that would be a Buster Posey move now that we're talking about it. I think he commands respect. He is the guy calling the shots. He's the guy that traded for you. That's the guy that has to go sit down probably and say, yeah, what's up, Rafi? How you feeling? How you ingratiating yourself to the community, to the team, all that. All right, you're listed at this weight right now. Maybe we could try to work as a goal here to get you down to a certain weight so that you could have the longevity the rest of the season or going into the next season.
Absolutely.
That's the guy probably that has these conversations. It'd be great if Willie or Chapman could do that too, because they are the leaders of this team as well. And I do think it has to be an everyday player, not a pitcher, not anything like that.
It could be a family member, Joe.
Sure.
It could be your agent or something, or someone that you trust. Like, I always say, like, sometimes the hardest truths come from the people closest to you, and it's very difficult for them to say it to you because they're afraid to.
I always go to Stannis Baratheon if we go Game of Thrones here. Hard truths cut both ways.
I like
there
that.
You go. The one true king of Westeros, as you know.
But we dealt with this with Debo, and football's a little different, and I think we went to the extreme with Christian McCaffrey in the other way, where he like almost overworked too hard. Tiger Woods is an example of being on the extreme of overworking your body.
Ricky Pearsall, guy that has been known to overwork.
It's a really good call, right? So there is a happy medium here, but I think this is a real thing that's going to be monitored for the next couple of years. And I think that if he really wants to take his craft seriously and to be an everyday player in the field, he's going to have to lose weight.
Now, a guy you're probably more concerned with than Devers is one Justin Verlander. And that's another guy I want to talk about right now because it's not like, and he had the pec injury, right? The stuff is still there with Verlander as he got shelled at Sutter Health Park. He's had some bad and some rough starts here this season.
What, was the stuff still there?
The velocity is.
Okay, but does that mean that there's like vert and movement and late life?
Velocity being there tells me it's not like a UCL problem. It's not like he's not dealing with what Eric Miller's dealing with. Because if that was happening and you saw it being like low 90s, high 80s, then he's cooked. Because velocity is an indicator, is it not? Like Bartolo Colon pitched till he was 45 with that 95 velocity.
Velocity,
still.
to me, I think we throw the term velocity around, and I'm not disparaging you, but like everyone has different, like, do you hide the ball? Do you mix up different pitches that complement said fastball? You could throw 91, right? And if you're keeping people off balance and you're painting and hitting quarters and not throwing it right down the middle, you can be really effective. If you have late life
I still
and late
think he could
spin.
do that, though. Like, he could, like,
the slider is so important for him.
It is. I'm not, again, I know. And he's working through stuff right now. I think you sent the article yesterday. He's been, dealing and working through mechanics. He's had this issue that he's having right now, as he's referenced 2-3 times in his career. So, this isn't something that's new for Justin Verlander. And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. And I get it. He hasn't earned that in a Giants uniform, but throughout the totality of his career, whether it's in Detroit, right? Whether it's in Houston, he wasn't Met for a second, was he not? Am I tripping? But whether it's been at those stops, he's been able to work through these things more often than not. And it's worked out very well for him, winning an MVP, Cy Young, World Series with the Astros, right? Multiple World Series with the Astros. I'm still bullish on what Verlander could be at the rest of the season, albeit he's clearly not a 3 or a 4 guy, probably going to be a 5th starter.
No,
probably.
He's hanging on. And I think if they had anybody in AAA that could push him right now, we would be having a different conversation.
And I do think because of his standing in the league, Posey's giving him that benefit of the doubt. Melvin's giving him that benefit of the doubt. And I do think he's been a great voice and presence for a lot of those younger guys in the organization, albeit in the everyday lineup or in the pitching staff.
The other day, Birdsong...
kind of that Yoda, if you will.
Yeah, Birdsong was, pacing around in the dugout, and he felt like he was on the ropes early in that game.
Yeah, against the A's.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was JP Martinez or who else was talking with him, but Verlander was also talking with him. And those are the little things, that's why you pay a guy like Verlander. I know we talk a lot about leadership and clubhouse stuff, but a guy like Birdsong can learn so much just by watching, but also the influence that a guy like Verlander can have within a start is extremely important. The problem is now, Joe, it's he also has to perform.
He does.
Right?
I'm not here to say he's been amazing this year. He's not. He doesn't have a win. He's 0-6. It's July 8th.
Hit hard.
And it's a 4.84 year. No, he got shelled against the A's.
He's getting hit hard.
That was his worst start of the year for me. That was bad.
Well,
the A's have good hitters. I'll give him credit there. And it's a AAA ballpark. So, Luis Severino, we saw the guys just can't pitch there at all. I don't know why he signed the contract. He's complaining about it. He's going to have moved off here in a couple weeks. Actually,
he signed the deal because no one was giving him a 3-year deal.
Well, our boy Sammy Lubman thinks the Giants should be interested in one Luis Severino. Would you be? New pitcher. He's talking Justin Verlander.
He's a lot.
What is a lot?
He's just kind of all over the place. He says things. He's a little outgoing. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to introduce him into this team. I'd just be very cautious.
Let me see. Look at his splits this year. It's been unbelievable.
I don't know, man. I like the guy, Severino. I think he's had moments. He's obviously recovered somewhat from that arm injury, but man, he's just a lot.
So
he'll run to the press and complain about anything.
Well, he has a player option. So basically it's a 2-year and a player option. He's making $20 million this year, $25 million next year. Then it's the player option for $22 million. And then, these are the splits right here. Home ERA, 7.04 at Sutter Health Park. Away, 3.04 ERA. The proof is in the pudding right there, right? So go to Oracle, big league ballpark. I'm just saying the price point. And seriously, you're scoffing.
No,
he's going to be a hot commodity. People are going to want to trade for this
guy. The two parks could not play more different.
Oh, they're pulling.
Yeah, the two parks are so different.
Well, in a weird way, he'd love to be pitching at the Coliseum right now. He'd probably be having an all-star type of season maybe if you're just going to extrapolate what he's doing on the road comparing at home. The Coli was a pitcher's ballpark for a long time. It was Oracle Park. It was Coliseum, and then you had for the longest time it was Petco when it was a deep place to play. So I'm just saying, if we're talking about Verlander and struggles and the need for the Giants right now are either bullpen arms or just everyday arm, or not everyday arms, but every other day, every 4th day, 5th day, long man, why not sniff around Luis Severino?
They've gotten real lucky, the Giants have, when it comes to Landon RP being as good as he's been.
Yeah.
Their staff would be in tremendous trouble if he didn't have the start to the season that he has had.
I'm loving Landon RP.
He's been awesome.
Yeah.
He's been awesome.
You can make a case. He's been if we're talking about Chapman being the most important everyday player for the Giants, RP has been kind of the most important guy just to be that steady hand.
No doubt.
Because you knew what you're getting with Robbie Ray. He's won a Cy Young.
Yeah.
You knew what you're getting with Logan White.
I didn't know for sure what I was getting with Robbie Ray.
Okay.
I knew the high end, but you never know with these injuries.
Maybe you didn't know you're getting an all-star this year.
He's been amazing.
But I thought you were going to get a 3.5, 3.6 at minimum ERA kind of a guy.
I would agree. Landon RP was a total wild card.
Huge wild card. Did not know what I was getting from him. And the fact that he's had this, I think you can make the argument he's been the most important pitcher, being that third guy in that rotation which has been, quite frankly, the bugaboo with this team the last couple of years, Joe. I mean, it's been Logan Webb and then a mixed bag of everything, and that's kind of what's killed them. So can he continue to do that? You need to shore up there. 888-957-9570. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. We got this or that coming up in about, 12 minutes. By the way, the clock in here is broken. I've been using the computer clock, thank God. You hear that, boys in the back? I know Steiny or Guru or Evan might struggle with it in the next show, so clock in here is broken.
Steiny or Guru or Evan, who's in today?
I don't know. So.
We do have to have.
I don't know. I don't.
I miss her.
No, you don't. You're a liar.
Yeah, I am a liar. I do think we need to have a legitimate conversation regarding Patrick Bailey. There was a play last night. Roop is pitching his heart out, and there's a guy at third base, and Roop's going to throw that big loopy curveball from time to time. And just in general, as we talked about earlier, a lot of guys don't have the command that they had a generation prior because of the max effort throwing that's going on.
Landon Loop at that point, right?
The one knee down catcher thing, which drives me absolutely bonkers, okay? You saw both catchers employ it yesterday, and JT Realmuto, who is a stud, and Patrick Bailey. But when there's a runner on third base, like there was yesterday, and there's a ball bouncing in the dirt, high school baseball, if you backhand a ball on the opposite side of your body, all right? So if it's a righty hitting, it would go into the left-handed batter's box as a catcher, and you're right-handed, so you're backhanding that ball, and you're not getting your body in front of it, you're getting yanked, high school ball, you're getting yanked in a second, and you're giving up a run in that situation. Now, this obsession with the one knee down to steal the low strike is beyond me.
There's not enough catchers as commentators that would get disgusted by it, and it's one thing, and rest in peace, Ray Fosse, who was on the broadcast for the A's for long, drive him nuts. Insane. Get your body in front of that thing.
Exactly. It happened last night, and Patrick Bailey gave up a run. Now, if you're not going to hit, you better be one of the best defensive catchers in the game. At times, I get that. But then there's a situation like yesterday where clearly the game, it's a tight game, runs are at a premium, guy at third base. You got to slide your feet. You got to use your chest, get wide, use that protector, and block that ball. And then the same thing happened for Real Muto later on in the game, and he did the textbook thing. Even though he does one knee down, he slid to the right, dropped down, put the glove between the wicker baskets, if you will, and used his chest and got wide, and it went off the chest protector right into the ground right in front of him. Saved a run. And I just, for the life of me, I could not understand why Patrick Bailey did that yesterday. And it's not the first time. He's done that on a variety of times, and it's triggered me every time it happens. And I'm just going to say, if your bat is not going to be even major league average.
You know he's batting right now?
What, 185?
188.
188.
Oh, my God.
I was even too low. 188.
188.
Joe, it's bad. It's really bad.
That's awful.
I mean, he's basically 10 hits a month guy. That's what he is.
I mean, for as hard and harsh we've been on Justin Verlander, he's like the fourth, fifth guy. He's not an everyday player. He's not your catcher. He's not your starting catcher. And I get it. If you're giving me elite defense, I could live with it. But you're not anymore. You're not. And that's why I think a position of need right now, sneakily, not even sneakily, it's a catcher. I mentioned Travis d'Arnaud with the Angels. I know they're hovering around 500.
They need to be in on anyone.
He's batting 211 at this point. I would love 211. I love 215, 220. Sean Murphy, another guy, the Braves, they're reeling. Sniff around that guy. He's hitting home runs. He's going to at least slug for me. Give me a home run, like a week at least, right?
I mean, just be a little more of a contact guy. Joe, he has 200 plus at bats right now. He's got 39 hits on the season. 39 hits. Let's calculate that throughout the rest of the year. He gets about 450 at bats. Let's say, is he going to get 100 hits?
No. Catcher's WAR rankings, I'm going right now in 2025. I'm just going to pull it up right here.
Joe, if he had a qualifying at-bats, you have to have, I think, 3.1 at-bats per every game, whatever it is. You're looking at legitimately one of the worst hitters in baseball by almost every metric.
It's horrible. I'm looking at it right now.
Forget position.
But I'm not going to forget the position in this case. By the way, We will get to this or that coming up in about 6 minutes or so. This or that. The crack staff in the back, they're cooking up something great. They are. Oh, what was that? No, look at me that face.
What face?
You just said I don't know about that. No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pressure is on Sam Lubman and Carter to get something cracking.
Joe, right? You know when a guy's searching offensively, when they start to change their stances and their equipment and everything, when you watch Patrick Bailey go to the plate, he's got this giant knob, and now Goldschmidt uses the same knob. It looks like a doorknob, an old wooden doorknob at the bottom of the barrel. That's to counterbalance everything.
Yeah.
Then he's got the torpedo, barrel at the top, and I'm just thinking to myself, this guy's searching. He is searching right now. And I've talked about this, and I'm going to keep saying it. I think he's got to go to one side of the plate and just stick with it and just go and just figure it out. I don't think him being a switch hitter is going to be. He's not going to be in the bigs long if he does that.
We've talked concern level right now as the Giants are doing this massive homestand before the All-Star break, and
I got major concerns on Bailey.
I was going to rank these three
for
me.
Okay.
Of most to least concerned of these three guys that we talked about ad nauseum today. Patrick Bailey, Jung Hoo Lee, Justin Verlander. Concern level
and
of
importance to the team of that position.
It doesn't just how concerned you are about that player in particular going forward here as the All-Star break is approaching, and how important the second halves are for these guys. Right?
God, this is a tough one.
Yeah. I don't make easy ones.
I think
on the spot.
Honestly, I think I would go Lee number one because his contract.
Okay.
Because his contract, and he plays every day, and you want him to play every day
for sure.
And at center field, and you wanted him to be a top of the order guy. So I'm going to say him one. I'm going to say Bailey two. Though I could flip these easily. Mm-hmm. I really could. I'm way more disappointed in Patrick Bailey than I am Jung Hoo Lee. Jung Hoo Lee, we just didn't know. Bailey just Joe, this is 2 top 10 draft picks who have flamed out in Joey Bart and him.
It's pretty incredible. I thought this guy was going to be,
3.
Like we were talking about a couple years ago, not that he was on the level of Buster Posey, but that he was defensively, I mean, the guy was a firecracker. He just came onto the scene and was lighting it up, throwing people out at second constantly, first, third, didn't matter. This fall off is pretty insane, and we talk about it a lot. And hell, in golfing, it happens all the time, right? You start driving poorly, then it affects your putting, then it affects your short game.
Yes.
Like, I do think his struggles at the plate, like just hitting the ball, has affected him behind the plate at this point too. It's leaked into it. The confidence isn't there.
Yesterday, the word that I would use is you'd say poor fundamentals. I thought that like a backhand, when I see someone backhand a ball with a runner at third base, you're being lazy.
It's what do they say? The Olay move. It's like Olay, just like a matador, if you will.
Honestly, like that is a get yanked out of the game offense for me. If I'm the starting pitcher, I'm livid. Now, yeah, I'm the one who threw that ball into the dirt, and it's a scud missile. But part of being a great catcher is blocking that ball, and I just can't get over it. The other thing with Bailey, the reason why I have him 2 and I have Lee as the most important guy that has to turn it around, I actually think Lee has it in him. I'm not sure Bailey has it in him.
Well,
he looks cooked.
At least what I know, what I'm getting, and listen, it's the position, but Lee gives me an element that Patrick Bailey just doesn't have. Speed. Like
but even his speed is underwhelming to me.
I know,
on the level of what I expect from a speedster.
But I've seen it in the field at least defensively, and he is night and day from where he was last year, albeit a small sample size from Lee kind of last year defensively in the outfield. I feel like he's been a lot better there. Bailey, as I've mentioned, I feel like it's leaking oil everywhere, offensively, defensively. And yeah, could Jung Hoo be better as a base runner? Absolutely. And how does that translate from the KBO to MLB? I'm not sure. I don't watch the KBO as much. Maybe there's something there that he needs to work on that he doesn't see. I'm not sure.
He needs to go the other way.
But how I would rank them, and how would you rank your concern level of these three players, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Verlander, Bailey, and Lee. I would go Patrick Bailey 1. I would also go Jung Hoo Lee number 2, and then I would go Justin Verlander number 3 because of the track record of the grizzled vet and because he is not an everyday player. That is baked into it. And maybe a lot of people are just going to do that. But some people are they're fed up with Verlander. I see a lot of Giants fans just saying, yeah, cut this guy. He's done. He's dead weight.
Well, let's put Verlander aside. One thing I'm very surprised with Giants fans is you were talking about Bailey there, Joe.
Yeah.
I thought that the threshold for like who would the next guy behind Posey would be, like I thought we would just crush that guy at every single turn. I'm actually surprised at how little criticism Bailey gets.
That's a great point. I don't see his name brought up enough.
I think
You're
about
right.
like Brock Purdy is such a victim of Joe Montana and Steve Young, and those guys haven't taken a snap in 30 years. Whoever the next point guard is after Steph Curry is just, I mean, God bless him. Good luck. I'm serious. Good luck.
No, yeah.
I don't see anybody criticizing Patrick Bailey, and it's just, to me, it's not just the bat. It's the pure laziness on these backhand plays. It's driving me bananas.
Do you know
not going out to the mound and talking to your pitcher?
I know.
You should know these things.
You know what also drives me bananas sometimes? It's this or that. And boy, do we have a doozy for you today, don't we, Sammy?
I certainly hope so. Guys, this today's show, we've been talking about things been kind of underwhelming. And so today's question is simple. This summer, what has been more underwhelming? The Warriors offseason or Rafael Devers' tenure as a Giant?
Ooh, 888-957-9570. That's a good one. This or that coming up next. More underwhelming, Rafi Devers as a Giant or this Warriors offseason? It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's this or that coming up next, and it's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Oh, no. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
Well, tell you what. Got this or that coming up shortly.
I mean, bring it on, man.
It's been good to have you back. You like the new Sinners movie? As you're
It
talking
was
off air?
okay.
It was all right. Not your favorite? Was it too hyped up for you?
I don't even know what I expected. I mean, what is it? It's called like a period piece or whatever.
Sure. I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it? No. Oh, well, like it's Michael B. Jordan playing two different characters.
I know the premise. There's vampires. There's Haley Steinfeld, who is Josh Allen's fiance's in it. There's a lot of things.
I don't even know who that is.
Wife.
Okay.
My wife. Are they married? It's already done? Okay, great. Congratulations. There you go. Hey. Remember the McCaffrey wedding? Was that last year or 2 years ago?
A couple years ago.
That was good. That was good. That was very fun. See Greg Olson getting after it. That was good times. McCaffrey, how's he going to bounce back this season? By the way, some NFL news. I think Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, their NFL insider, he tapped some executives around the league, and Christian McCaffrey was ranked 5th heading into this season amongst all running backs, Joe. How do you feel about that? McCaffrey, NFL execs have him 5th heading into this year.
I mean, let's just see him play.
I think that's why he's 5th.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta just see him play. So, back to Sinners for a brief moment.
Please.
It was okay. That's all. It was okay.
When's the last time you felt good? Did you go to the movies to see this, or did you stream it?
Deadpool Wolverine was so much fun.
Okay,
that was a great movie.
Okay,
like I thoroughly enjoyed it. It might have went on like 20 minutes too long, but it was a great movie. I got a great kick out of that.
And now Deadpool's part of like the MCU, like the multiverse thing and all of that. So that's good. And it was a nice little. I did think that Hugh Jackman probably could have just ended at Logan. That was a really good ending piece for him. It was very emotional.
Parasite was another great movie.
God, how old is
that movie? Was weird.
Oh, that was a good movie.
No, it was good, but it was just like weird
like
at
6
the end.
years ago.
Was it that long ago?
2019.
Jeez.
You see anything in like?
I hated
this
that house
century?
they were in.
Like, who's the director? Bong Joon-ho from South Korea. There you go. All right.
I thought the period piece, like I wanted to be in that universe, that world that they were in a lot more. And then it went vampire on me, and it was just like, all right, whatever.
Well, I kind of like when they do like the sci-fi or like the horror, but like they do period pieces. Like, I thought it was cool. I don't know if you saw the Predator that they did, but it was like during like the 1800s when there was like Native Americans fighting with the French, like, and then they just dropped like a Predator in there. So they had like the tomahawks and like the musket rifles going up against the futuristic weaponry of a Predator. I thought that was cool. That was interesting.
Some of the best stuff, and we'll get right into this then. Some of the best stuff that I've seen as of late is actually like 7, 8, 9, 10 episode series. So like Shogun was awesome.
Okay.
Loved Shogun. Some of the actors in it are just incredible.
The last time I was like really, really into a series, like it was appointment for everyone involved, was probably Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
it's been a minute.
And then the
way
season.
it ended, I think it just scarred so many people.
I know.
But do you know what keeps me coming back for more every single day? It's this or that. I was going to say Love Island, Sam, but I'm behind this season, so it's not appointment viewing because I don't want the spoilers. Joe should be in all Love Island. You and Michelle need to get on this immediately. It's good stuff. It's on Peacock. All right, I know you have that. So stream Love Island there. This current season, you and Michelle are going to love it. Maybe LJ too.
I'm trying to get into Mobland on Peacock.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. So this or that. That was the open right there. And we're talking underwhelming right now.
Sinners. Underwhelming.
That was underwhelming for you. Okay,
it was
fair
very
enough.
underwhelming.
Underwhelming.
It was
Rafi Devers as a San Francisco Giant or the Warriors offseason. 888-957-9570 for you fans out there in the Bay. More underwhelming. Warriors offseason or Rafi Devers as San Francisco Giant. Joe, I'll ask you first.
It's just like a slam dunk. I mean, this is Michael Jordan from the free throw line in the dunk contest, not Brent Barry or Pippen, who also did it as well. It's the Warriors offseason. It's the fact that nothing's happened. Just like nothing. It's July 8th. I thought I was getting fireworks. I really did. I thought I was getting fireworks. Instead, we should just call it the Ice Bath Challenge. That's what has happened over the last week. Nothing. Literally nothing. At least the Giants have been winning with Devers. Devers has hit some home runs. It hasn't been the greatest, but to me, it's the Warriors in a landslide.
888-957. No, 888-957-9570. And by the way, you can hit us up, call or text. It's the same number. I'll say it one more time. 888-957-9570. More underwhelming. It's this or that. You can only pick one. Rafi Devers is a San Francisco Giant thus far, or the Warriors offseason thus far. And you can hit us up on the text line, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. I'll share mine after we go to Brett on the Bay Bridge. Brett, more
What's up,
underwhelming.
Brett?
Warriors offseason, Rafi Devers is a Giant.
Yeah, I actually happen to agree. I think the Warriors' offseason has just been horrendous, abysmal at best. They've done nothing. Devers is notoriously a slow starter on his new team. When I watched him over Boston, yeah, he's always a little bit slow, then he picks it up. It's his first time in the National League. He's got to learn the pitchers. I'm not worried about Devers. The Warriors, on the other hand, I'm a little bit worried about because we're sitting on our hands. We're sitting here in July, and we're not doing a lot. So, yeah, I think the Warriors in a landslide.
Yeah, and, I think of someone forget Kaminga for a second. What
were they supposed to,
What are you doing with Moody?
What do you mean? They have him under contract. Moody's here. He's fine. He had a bad playoff. He had a really good year overall, though. I think you guys are so down on the playoff performances from the players, from the Quentin Posts, from the Brandon Pajemskis, who was dealing with an injury. Got that correct in the offseason. From the Moses Moody's, that you guys have allowed that to fester in your mind, and you have that stink in your mouth, that bad taste in your mouth of how it ended.
No.
And I get it.
No.
But they had a really freaking good season still.
I disagree. I think it's not. Forget the playoffs. Forget the playoffs. The last game of the year was underwhelming, and a lot of guys showed out in that game that they were not a part. It was an audition to me. Do you want to be a part of this team moving forward to try to win a championship? Not, are you a fun team? Can we win or whatever? This is about 2 more years, right? 2 more years left of Steph and Dre and probably Steve Kerr, and that's about it. And it's not just about Kaminga or whatever. It's the whole roster that was coming off the bench needed to be tinkered with. I think we all saw that. And they haven't done anything. And so if you're just rolling back that same team, I'm like, oh, okay, that was okay. And that was going to get me somewhere near the playoffs. But I don't think that was going to accomplish the overall goal, which would be to straight up be in the championship contention. And they're not there.
They're not rolling back the same team in this regard because Jonathan Kaminga is going to have a more significant role this upcoming season. He is. They're going to bring him back. He's going to have a more significant role. And that's going to change the potential ceiling of the season depending on how he plays. I think a lot of people are scoffing. I even say that. Just, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know. They don't even know what they have with Jonathan Kaminga right now. They don't even know what to pay the guy. No one knows. I get that. I also don't know, and Steve Kerr has even said he doesn't know how it's going to look with Jimmy Butler. They need to have a whole training camp. They need to have an off-season together. They need to work out together. They didn't have that time. They didn't have that luxury when they traded for Jimmy because JK was hurt, and they just needed to go. They were the 10th seed, ended up still being a play-in team, going up 3-1 against the Houston Rockets, got scary there. They win the first round. They win the first game of the next round against the T-Wolves. Steph gets hurt. That sucks. The season ended there. I'm much more optimistic going forward about the Warriors and their collective right now than I am with Rafi Devers as a San Francisco Giant, only because I'm concerned about the groin. I'm concerned about the weight. He's batting .240 right now in San Francisco. He has 2 home runs. 2 home runs in 20 games.
And 28 strikeouts?
Let's see how many strikeouts he has. 28. Yep. His slugging right now is .387. For his career, do you know what his slugging is?
Probably 510.
508. Very close.
Yeah.
So I've been underwhelmed there. I've been very underwhelmed.
Yeah, it's a couple weeks.
It's this or that. 888-957-9570. Who's been more underwhelming? The Warriors in their offseason or Rafi Devers as a San Francisco Giant? 888-957-9570. Do we have a poll up with this, Sammy? What are we at?
We do have a poll up, and as of right now, that poll is very skewed towards the Warriors offseason. 82% of respondents are saying the Warriors offseason. Only 18% are saying Rafael Devers' tenure as a Giant.
Who's at a more inflection point in terms of sense of urgency, the Warriors or the Giants?
Well, the Warriors already made their desperation move. They got Jimmy Butler. Like, what did you want them to do? Double down and get Giannis?
No, I just think I look at the Giants and they've got like a 3 or 4 year runway here with this core, with Chapman and Adames and Devers, like as their core with Logan Webb. The Warriors, it's 2 years and they're hecka old. And so it's like it's all in for right now. So I just think there's way more sense of urgency on the Warriors.
That Will Fleming piece got me a little concerned, though. I'm not going to lie this morning, whether that's right or wrong and how I feel about it. If for those of you who missed what Will Fleming said on WEEI Radio, our sister station, our Odyssey sister station, I should say, out in Boston. This is Will Fleming, who is the voice of the Red Sox on the radio side, brother of Dave Fleming.
Trying to get big hitters, and they think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time.
All right, so that was on WEI. Either it was like this morning or yesterday. You were sent it this morning to our chat. Will Fleming, who is pretty tight when it comes to Rafi Devers because he knew the guy back in AAA. He was a translator for him, actually. And Rafi Devers now is a San Francisco Giant. Again, 20 games in, 2 home runs. I need some pop. That is what I'm looking for going for. Can the guy hit a home run? And if he's not going to be giving me that slugging, if he's going to be a slap hitter who can't run, Joe, like, yeah, I'd consider him shutting him down like a week to get like 2 weeks in a row after the All-Star. They're not going to do this real quick. They're not going to. But I would consider like trying to get this guy's groin healthy again because it's clearly hampering him, and he just has no pop. None. I'm very underwhelmed with Rafi Devers right now. I'm not going to lie.
What did you think you were getting?
A guy that can hit home runs. He's at 2.
Well,
he hit 15 with Boston prior to that, and he wasn't even having that great of a year.
Yeah, but he's not a 50 home run a year guy. He's hit 2 in a couple of weeks. That's pretty good. You know, the baseball season, I believe, is like 25 or 30 weeks long.
He's not a 50 home run season guy, but in his best years, 30 plus usually is what, or around 30.
He's on pace for that.
And we'll see.
I'm just saying, like, he's on pace for that.
15 of those were with the Boston Red Sox. That didn't help me at all.
Well, he didn't play for you. I mean, like,
that's part of it, though. I'm only judging him through a Giants lens, and it's this or that. More underwhelming. It's Devers in a Giants uniform, not in the totality of the season.
Joe, as underwhelmed as you might be, would you also meet me here and say he's one of the best hitters they've had in years?
Of course. And I want him to start producing like it. Yes.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, we said that about Willie Adames, and look where Willie Adames is right now. It's a game of up and downs.
He's had a good stretch. Let's see with Willie Adames. I do think this All-Star break is coming at the worst time for him. Hopefully he can continue it after it. If he's just getting hot and now he's going to miss a week, that would suck. In regards to the Warriors offseason being underwhelming, I mean, I guess by definition, if you thought there was going to be some big name coming here, like if Al Horford ends up coming back or ends up coming to this team, like, is that going to be a check mark for you? Or is that still going to be underwhelming? Like, what did you think realistically, Joe, was going to happen this offseason for the Warriors?
I thought that they were going to trade Kaminga. That's what I thought, realistically. And I thought it would be done by now.
And what did you think you were getting back?
I'm not really even sure. But I thought he'd be off the roster. There'd be a little more clarity on the Kaminga thing. That's what I thought. I really did. And I thought that they would try to move Moody or maybe a future pick or something like that. I think that they needed to get more pure shooting.
Am I the only one that's excited that Kaminga's coming back next year? And who is Steve Kerr said he's going to have a bigger role? Like, isn't that exciting for anyone? No one's excited about that. That's fine. I am. I'm optimistic about it working now with a full training camp.
I just don't see how you could cover this team every single day and just come to this conclusion. This year it'll be different when it comes to the relationship between the coach and the player.
Legitimately haven't had enough time to write the book on JK, Jimmy, Steph, Draymond.
No one's saying that, but we also understand that the tolerance level for the coach on the mistakes of Jonathan Kaminga aren't what they are for other players. And so we're going off of, it's not a year. It's not even a couple of weeks. We're going off like multiple years. So Yeah, I think I'm skeptical. I don't think it's that. I don't know.
I think Kerr has had the runway where he didn't need Jonathan Kaminga last year because Moody and Pajemski were playing so well. Quentin Post was a contributor. Guy Santos was a contributor. All of these different Gary Payton, like all these players were contributing at a high level. So it made the fact that JK was out and rehabbing and coming back from an injury, like they didn't need him. I think the proof was in the pudding in the playoffs. They needed Jonathan Kaminga. And I do think that was a wake-up call for Steve Kerr. And no, you laughing. Like, that's fine. You can laugh at it.
No, it's just funny that it had to, like one of the greatest coaches of all time needed like a wake-up call to play a young player that we all thought could play a little.
That's fine. Clearly it was working without him, and he even said as much, saying, we kept winning with Jimmy, JK wasn't there, we rode with the hot hand. That happens in life. That happens with quarterback play in the NFL. Hey, Alex got a concussion, he got hurt, we're going to stick with the hot hand with Colin Kaepernick. There you go. That was Jim Harbaugh. And they went with the hot hand, and they rode it beautifully, right? Got him all the way to the Super Bowl. They don't work out.
That's one of the rare times in sports, it doesn't happen often, where you actually stick with someone and they prove you somewhat wrong. Like, everyone thought Alex sucked, except for the Alex Truthers. And specifically, I'm talking about the other station who thought he was God. I don't know why. It was bizarre. It was bizarre.
There's a lot of people that
Kevin
love,
Lynch on. He's such a great practice player. It's like, well, really? Because I watch the games and he stinks.
Trey Lance is a great practice player, too. Some forget that.
I don't even think he was a good practice player. But point being is that...
Wait, what? You don't think Trey Lance is a good practice player?
No, that's why he didn't get...
We have like a soundbite, like you waxing poetically for 2 minutes.
It was one practice.
He had a couple insane throws in some practices.
Did. And I mean, I'm not the only one. I mean, Adam Schefter heard the same reports and went about it that day. But like, there are times in sports where you stick with someone and they prove you right, and you're proven wrong. And like, it's very rare, but it does happen. Alex is an example. He gave him a really good year in 2011, like a really good year. You look back, the stats don't look as gaudy, but watching game after game, it was a lot of fun. Barry Zito, it was awful until it wasn't. and then they ended up riding the wave in the playoffs in 2012, and he ended up being able to cash that in. You know, I don't know if Jonathan Kaminga and Steve Kerr will ever get over whatever's going on and the system and this. I'm skeptical. That's all I'm saying. I'm optimistic about Kaminga overall. I just don't know if it's going to be here.
And that's totally fine. And maybe I'm missing the mark on this one when it comes to level of fandom, when it comes to Steve Kerr and the toxicity.
I just think it's an exhausting topic for Warrior fans to navigate. Is he good? Is he great? Does the coach like him? This time it'll be different. Oh, he doesn't set off-ball screens. He refuses to move without the ball. He can't rebound.
There you go. You're saying it right there. The exhausting part is the negativity surrounding it, and I'm refusing to be negative.
But these are the no. But I think the negativity, but the negativity is real in the sense that these are reasons why he doesn't play more for this team, in this coach, in this system. I think both can be true.
I'm just through with the negativity surrounding the guy. We can say two things can be equally true. Yes, the whole situation is frustrating, and the relationship between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kaminga, people have taken sides, and I think that's just dumb. If you want to, like, in the whole Kaminga versus Pods versus Moody versus minute allocation versus all of it, it's all, and I get it. It goes back to the head coach, and it goes back to management, Dunleavy, and I don't know why we do this as fans when we can't just root for everyone. We have to have factions within a fan base. Like, it was Purdy or Trey. Why? Why can't I root for both players? Why can't I just root? Like, why do we do that, Joe? I'm asking, like, legitimately. Why do we have to, like, entrench ourselves as fans?
Yeah.
No, it is. It's bad.
I think it's gotten way worse on social media.
It's just this thing, like, and I want to be proven right with my take, so I'm going to root against that player.
Barry Bonds, Will Clark, way back in the day. Joe Montana, Steve Young. Now, look, in football, only one guy can play at one time. So at quarterback. So like, I get it. We did this with T.O. and Jerry Rice. We did this to a smaller degree, Lincecum versus Kane.
Yeah.
There was a lot of like, I'm a Kane truther. And, like, he's better than you think. It's like, dude, I love both guys. I don't know why we do it. And I do think that the echo chamber of social media has made it significantly worse. Like, do I really believe that every single person out there who is a Kaminga fan thinks that he could be a superstar? They probably think he could just be a better player than whatever they have, right?
We got a Tracy McGrady comp last week.
I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah.
I don't think that's accurate.
We've gotten Tracy McGrady, Ron Artest, or Kawhi Leonard. He's not going to be any of those guys. Spoiler alert. He's just not.
It's like, okay, great example. You're talking about Rafi Devers, and this is where I'm like, what did you think you were getting? Like, Bonds is a once in a generation player. Like even Buster Posey, I believe the most home runs he hit in a year was what, 25, and that was in 2012. He had 100 RBIs one time. All right, he's a Hall of Fame player. All right. But in our mind, it's like, he's got to produce 30 home runs and 120 RBIs every single year. It's like, no, be around a 300 hitter for your career. And I bet, what did he hit? 145 home runs in his career?
158.
158. There you go. I think Brandon Belt has more home runs in his career.
730 RBIs.
What was his career high? 20?
Let me look it up right now.
I bet he only had 20 twice.
Home runs.
For Posey.
I think he had 24 in 2012, and I think he hit, I want to say, 18 or 20, maybe 21 in 2021, off the top of my head.
2014, he had 22, and then 2012 was the most with 24.
So he had 20 twice.
In 2021, Sam, he had 18.
There you go. And he had 18 his rookie year, I believe, as well. Again, these are off the top of my head. But, like, what Bonds did is, that's why he's Bonds. You know what I mean? Like,
I never said he was Barry Bonds.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But what I'm saying is, like, we need to adjust our expectations just in general. And I think we go flying off the rails. Like, he's the biggest bust who literally can't play in the NBA. Or he could be the one who takes the torch from Steph Curry. Or he could just be the seventh man or a fringe starter. You know what I mean? Like, those outcomes exist as well.
Again, while we're talking about all of this, we're talking Giants, we're talking Warriors, we're doing this or that. It was more underwhelming, and you had to pick one or the other. More underwhelming. Was it Rafi Devers as a San Francisco Giant, or has it been the Warriors offseason? According to our poll up on YouTube, which is powered by First Norcod Credit Union, it is overwhelmingly underwhelming, I guess you should say, when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. Everyone is underwhelmed when it comes to the offseason. That Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, the entire brain trust that is, have not done anything. And again, but they haven't done anything. They haven't. They've lost Kevon Looney at this point, probably going to lose Gary Payton. And I would think at this point, Jonathan Kaminga is coming back.
Here's the bizarre part for me when it comes to Warrior fans, just the fandom in general, and I'm one of them. And I'm all over the place at times when it comes to the Warriors. So I admit I'm like you. This fan base capes up for Draymond Green and how his impact cannot be quantified in a box score. Okay?
Yeah.
Like no other, which I'm glad they do because it shows to me that they understand sophisticated basketball.
And he does the accolades to back that up because he has one DPOI. So he does have he has the skeletons in the closet, if you will. He has he's done it.
But if I talk about his shooting percentage or his assist to turnover ratio or just things like that, what's the automatic? If you don't understand what Draymond brings to the table in terms of winning, you're a moron.
Oh, you say that doesn't quantify the IQ, right? You can't put the IQ on paper. That's
I love Draymond. I hate Draymond. He is a heart attack.
It's true. It's so true. But then when it comes to Clay, he's shooting, 31% from three. And like we lose our mind on the data when it comes to that guy. Or JK. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Clay could bring some stuff to the table. Like he brings some gravity to the table. JK brings some athleticism to the table. They're not perfect players. And then there's different levels. Clay's up all time.
I was going to say, he is such a unique player. You will give me this. Draymond is such a unique player.
He operates in his own stratosphere.
The box score doesn't tell the story for the most part when it comes to him.
And there are games where he loses you the game.
Yes.
And the box score doesn't tell you that.
Exactly. And it'll say, wow, look, he had a triple-double. Yeah, but he also had horrible turnovers. Yeah. Or he had, again, the games where the box score would tell you he stunk. He was actually good, and it tells you if you watched the game or not.
It's just, I guess where I'm going is we jump ourselves into pretzels and either use data or use our emotions to just run someone out of town.
We like to do that.
And I'm like,
when it comes to anywhere, New York, Philadelphia,
I just don't get it.
I feel like we think we're better than that here in the Bay Area.
No, we're not. We're just like everywhere else.
We do it. LA,
we're just like everyone else.
We all do it. And it's what have you done for me lately? And I get that. And that's what it is right now. What have you done for me lately? The Giants, what have they done for you lately? They got Rafi Devers. So I think for a lot of Giants fans is, hey, Buster Posey, he talked the talk, he walked the walk. I'll say this for Mike Dunleavy, he did the same thing you guys wanted. Maybe not in the summer, but a few months ago in February. You wanted someone, you were desperate, he got you a name. His name is Jimmy Butler, and you got to the second round of the playoffs. Now, is playoff Jimmy there? No, he's not. And I do think we are viewing it that way. Like if Rafi Devers and the Giants go to the playoffs and Devers isn't very good, maybe we are viewing it a little bit differently after the math. And if they get bounced the way the Warriors did.
You got to let it play out.
Yeah, we have to let it play out.
Yeah, you got to let it play out.
So I do think it's a little unfair because people already have this negative view of the Warriors with how things ended, where there was so much positivity built up prior to that. Was it not, Joe?
Oh, no doubt.
How positive were you about that team after that first-round series?
Think about Buddy Hield. If I asked every Warrior fan the game before the Clipper game, hey, has the Buddy Hield experience been good?
No, it's been awful.
Right?
It's been horrible.
Now, he has that one game in the playoffs. He had a couple. But the one game that was magical, and you ask people, like, hey, Buddy's coming back next year.
Joe, you said literally Buddy Hield could do nothing for the rest of his career. He'll be remembered for Game 7 against the Houston Rockets.
Will he not?
No, it's true. It's true.
It's funny how sports works out. Renneria was one of the worst signings the Giants had ever done. Like, he was so bad. He was hurt for them. I mean, Juan Uribe should have been the shortstop. And then in the playoffs, he got healthy, and he came back in there, and he had the one swing and won the World Series MVP, which is still to this day mind-boggling. He should not have won it. It should have been Timmy. It's just insane that he won it. And does anyone ever bring up that he stunk? Smelled like my kid's diaper dispenser. That's what he smelled like for 2 years.
Diaper Genie, you love those. They are clutch.
Well, we have a bad Diaper Genie up at the cabin, and I now need to purchase a good one because there is a difference in trapping in the smell.
Oh, yeah. There's leakage? There's seepage?
Not the same.
Oh, yeah. There you go. It's not the same. By the way, 888-957-9570 is the number. You can hit us up, call, or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Like Jordan Poole. I could have told people all the numbers on that year that he was, playing himself out of the Warriors and everyone wanted him gone. I could have said all the numbers in the world. And what would everyone say? He's a turnover machine. Get him off my team. I don't want him. A year later, everyone's like, we could really use a 20-point-a-night scorer and a 42% from the field three-point shooter.
You don't even do it justice there. People were blaming Jordan Poole for getting punched by Draymond. That is how far people turn on players around here. It's Jordan Poole's fault. He got punched in the face. He said something to Draymond, and he deserved it.
So I guess where I'm going, Joe, I've been so exhausted when it comes to the Kaminga rhetoric in general because we have two polar ends of the sides, and they're both too extreme for me. A, he's garbage, and he can't help you at all, which I don't agree with. And B, he's a superstar. And you just got to get out of his way, and he can do it. It's like, nah, there's somewhere in the middle. I don't know what he is. I'm not really sure. I don't even think he knows. I don't think anyone knows. And I think the market is telling you nobody really knows what his value is.
When everyone zigs, I'm going to zag. So everyone's being all negative and down to the dumps.
Am I
cynical.
being negative, though?
No, you're not. You're not. You're giving Kerr and Kaminga a chance next year because you're going to be forced to feel this way at Dub Nation. I'm just telling you right now, once August rolls around in September and you look at the final roster and you realize that JK's there, you're going to talk yourself into it. Maybe this time could be different, but I'm zigging where everyone's zagging. I'm going to be cautiously optimistic like I am. I have too much negativity going on in my personal life for me to be negative about the teams I'm covering around here. So I'm going to be optimistic. I'm optimistic about the Niners. I'm optimistic about the Giants, and I'm going to be optimistic about the Golden State Warriors going forward.
So now I'm getting a text message
on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Took it from me. From Joe in San Ramon. Shasky, I hope you aren't putting the poop diapers in the Diaper Genie. Well, where else are they supposed to go?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. I want Joe from San Ramon to either call in or explain that. Where else are the diapers supposed to go?
He's saying,
what else are you supposed to put in the Genie?
Well, he's saying maybe only
number one,
the PP diapers going there, if you will. If we're talking 2 and 3 year olds.
So I'm walking down from the upstairs room and then what do you do with all the wipes? You bring those two down all the way to the green bin? What are we doing here?
I'm not liking Joe and San Ramon's logic here.
What?
Carter in my ear. This guy definitely washes the bottom of his. That's a great callback, Carter.
No, I'm genuinely curious. Have I been doing it wrong?
No,
I think you've been doing it right.
Does he have a separate Diaper Genie just for
doing it right, if you will?
He has 3 Diaper Genies, one for pee, one for poop, one for the wipes.
Hold on, I'm looking it up right now.
But sometimes the wipes can get stuff on them, if that makes sense.
AI says, yes, a Diaper Genie is designed to be used for soiled diapers, including those with poop. So yeah, you're not doing it wrong. I wasn't doing it wrong.
I think Joan San Ramon's just kind of pulling her legs there.
Yeah, he's pulling something. I don't know what he's pulling something out of his butt. So there you go.
Ew.
Joe and San Ramon talking to Joe Shasta.
Dude, I had a freak out yesterday.
Oh, what happened?
So my brother has this like inflatable thing. My brother's kid turned 2 yesterday.
Well, how old's LJ, real quick?
A year and a half.
Okay, so you're gonna start the potty training, what, 2-ish?
Oh, now he's obsessed with coming into the bathroom when I'm going to the bathroom, and he's like looking at like, what are you doing? Where's that stream coming from?
Oh my god!
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
he's like obsessed.
No, you start with sitting before you start with standing, though. With the boys, it's gonna go all over.
Well, I trust me, I know that. Not everyone shoots like Curry from beyond the arc, and so
no. What did Goose say? Spray Thompson? That's an all-timer. That's a 5. That's a 5.
Speaking of a 5.
It's a fast 5, Carter. That's exactly what it is. Oh, my God.
Oh, heck yes.
I love the Diaper Genie, though. Those things are clutch. And the amount of, like soiled diapers that can get pushed down in there, Joe, it's like a snake at the end of it. It's incredible.
I clean it out.
What is
going on here? Every single day before he goes to bed, when you switch him into his pajamas, I go down and I do the little, like, there's like a cut thing, like a razor blade inside the Diaper Genie. I do that. I have to clean it out every single day.
You have to.
Every day. But here's what I would say
It's
to you.
every day, bro.
My brother has this inflatable thing in the backyard. Happy birthday, Drew. Dewey, a.k.a. Andrew. And it's this huge inflatable thing with like a slide and this and the other. Dude, the little guy fell and I thought snapped his neck, like in the most horrific way, and scared the ever-living
Scary, yeah.
It scared me so much. My brother's like, he's fine. It's okay. I'm like,
rub some dirt in it.
I was literally like, shut up. I know you've got 3. I get it. Like,
That's
I know.
the difference right there.
I know
Yeah.
you're the experienced dude. It doesn't matter. Just chill out, dude. He took a really nasty fall.
And then that is the difference. And as you go, you might have child number 2, you and Michelle. And then, you know what? It'll be the test babies, LJ. And then you got your finished product with number 2.
Look, I know the difference between just like running and falling on your knees and scraping them and like taking a horrific spinal injury, neck injury. Like his neck went in a direction I didn't think. He's like, dude, they're so durable. I'm like, not that way, dude.
Nora, we were at, again, we've referenced this party a bunch. Producer Kenny's,
He ended up being fine.
Not the wedding, his party though, producer Kenny, a few months back or last month, whatever it was. And Nora, he has a play structure out there for his kid, Dean, and Nora faceplant. No, she even faceplant. She was trying to climb up the little tree house. Benny, being a nice big brother, right? 5 years old.
Ripped her down.
Hey, kicked her off.
Oh
He's
my
like,
God.
no. He said first, what's the password? And she said something. He's like, nope. Kicked her down. She she skidded.
Like in Lion King?
Yes. It's exactly what I was picturing.
She skids down. Her face smacks one of smacks one of the ladder pieces. So like the schnoz hits it, blood everywhere. She's not really fazed by it, but like she's gonna be if I freak out. Right? It's one of those things. Right?
Oh yeah, I know.
They react how you react.
So I was like, oh honey, oh no, come here. So like blood's gushing. She got a bloody nose. Great. It looks worse than it is. No one saw this, by the way.
I totally
crazy.
missed this, yeah.
I totally missed it. My shirt got all bloodied. That's why I was wearing my undershirt, by the way. I was looking like Tony Soprano. My gut
Oh, I
hanging
thought you were
out.
just trying to show off.
No, I was not trying to show off. I did not like that look on me, but it is what it is. She had a backup shirt, thankfully.
It was a sick shirt too.
It was my it was a Shaq and Kobe shirt. That was like vintage 2000. It's
He's
ruined
an
forever.
Italian.
It is what it is. But you know what? You react nicely, Joe, going forward. He won't cry. You do the cheers, right? Like if they faceplant or fall. Yay, nice fall.
Look,
You're good.
I'm all for that. Again, this was one of those ones where the neck and the back, it just scared the crud out of me.
Yeah.
It just scared the crud out of me. Look, I got shamed by a woman at the pool the other day when I was like, stop being a baby. She's like, he is a baby. I was like, hey, look, woman, this is my son. Just back up. All right? I got this.
Hold on. You were Mr. T. You Clubber Lang in Rocky 3. Hey, woman. That's exactly what you did.
I know what my kid can do, woman.
Get a real man.
No,
Rocky
okay, you guys are
Balboa.
going a little too strong on this, but I'll say him, stop being a baby.
That was a drop we had on the old butcher shop. Hey, woman. That was
so
literally
good.
a drop we had.
So good.
That was night show, though. I mean, it doesn't get away with the morning show, so we can't say that anymore. Okay, fair enough. So what was the conclusion of that? What'd she say after you said that to her?
She like backed up and it was like, back up.
Yeah, don't tell me to fan. Don't tell me to parent. There
Exactly.
you
You do you, I'll do me. He was clean to me in the ice cold pool. Oh my God, like death grip.
go. Right. What is that your final thought? The death grip?
Well,
There you go.
no, the text line 650. Benny to Nora, this is Sparta! And he kicks her off into the black hole realm.
I'll say this. That was his revenge moment because Nora
that's pretty good.
is going to be 3, and there's like a 2-year age gap between them. Kind of like a 3, I guess, actually. So it'd be 6-3. She literally runs up to him, starts punching him, and says, "Fight me, Benny! Fight me!" She's built different, dude. She's
like
got
a hockey
that,
player.
She's got little sister, little brother energy.
Draymond.
I'm gonna irritate the hell out of you. No, yeah, that's right.
Also, it's Benny's fault then.
No, in this scenario, Nora is Jordan Poole, and Benny's gonna snap one of these days, and he's gonna be Draymond Green. And that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. It's Steiny and Goo. Thumbs up. They're back. Better than ever.
What a historic day. They're back together. Wow.
By the way, his daughter got married over the weekend. Did you
That's not true, Ad. I just throwing that in there.
Did you congratulate Steiny? His daughter got married over the weekend. He had to do a speech.
Oh, I thought maybe he hit 80.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
don't be praying. You don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Let's get nuts.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right.
He's back.
Back after a long weekend.
A long, good weekend. You gave your daughter away.
Yeah, I did.
Emotional.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you wouldn't have recognized me.
You are human. You do have a heart. Talk about it, man. That's a special day.
My daughter, my oldest daughter, got married this weekend on the campus of the University of California at Berkeley.
Okay.
And, very emotional. And now she's married and on her way to Hawaii for a honeymoon.
Wow.
Yeah. But I know you're going to be disappointed in me.
God.
It's too soon. It's too soon for that, E. For the speech, father's speech.
Yeah, here we go. Did anybody film it? I got love to watch
Somebody's got it, probably. I had to use some notes.
I'm not mad.
I had to use some notes.
I'm not mad.
Yeah. So
how long was it about?
5 minutes.
Oh.
3 to 5.
Huh?
Yeah. Hey, how about those Giants?
Yeah, they're getting hot. They got some help yesterday. We'll get into it. But, yeah, Steiny, this is what you want to see, right? And there's still 3 runs. I get it. But the bottom line is, at some point, I feel like, real quick, this offense is going to get hot. And I'd give their offense, you didn't ask, a C as we head into the break. Evan and I and 49er Frankie will be out there Friday night. Nobody asked. But I'm just telling you, Steiny, I'd give them a C. And I think easily that could be a B plus A minus with the addition of Devers. And I think the hot bats of summer are coming. So right now they're in a good spot. And you win game 1 against the Phillies after taking 2 or 3 from the A's. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so wild how the season goes. You know, late last week, we were thinking the Giants were in a load of trouble. Now they've won 5 of 6. Take a game 1 from Philly, 3-1 last night. Landon Roop, I mean, he looks like he's been getting stronger the last 5, 6, 8 outings. Yeah. And he's somebody that, obviously is going to be hugely important the second half of the season. And, one thing, Goo, that I think benefits the Giants, or at least it benefited them last night, is that, it's going to be tough to strike out Matt Chapman if he gets 6 strikes. If he gets 6 strikes, it's going to be tough, to get him out.
And we're both from the Bay Area, and I appreciate you going there, and I got a little something for that. But, Steiny, my man struck out 3 times. We're for the home team, and we want the Giants to win. But if you love the game of baseball, you do understand one pitch can change an at-bat. I'm not mad. I'm mad at the fraternity, the game. What if that would have went against the Giants and they made them pay? But damn it, what is the old man? That's what I'm calling them. What are they doing behind the plate? Dude threw 3 darts on the black and they were called balls. And I just can't come in here and act like that didn't happen, partner. So I appreciate you saying that.
No, I mean, if you don't know what we're talking about, bottom of the 8th inning, Giants have a runner at first. Matt Chapman's up. 0-2 count. Oh, man. Three balls that could have been called strikes. And he singles the right field. Adames gets the third. It's 1st and 3rd, no outs, and they end up scoring 2 runs. Win the game 3-1. And that's the way last night. But here's the other thing. The Phillies didn't do themselves any favors. I mean, Devers has a ball that falls in. Marsh, the center fielder, can't make a play on a Chapman double.
Yeah.
Now, they didn't get hurt in that inning particularly, but, the ground ball to Harper, if he makes a good throw to the plate, They may have the guy. He doesn't. The run scores. The batter's safe at first. So the Phillies didn't do themselves any favors, but the Giants played a clean game of baseball, and a lot of guys contribute. And 5 games left till the All-Star break.
And 3 with the first-place Dodgers.
Yep.
And right now you are currently Dr. J behind the Dodgers. You're 6 games back. So, again, focus on these next 2, a day game tomorrow. But at the end of the day, I don't think you could ask for a better opponent heading into the break. And boy, Steiny, if they can make some hay with the Dodgers and that weekend series at home, everybody wants rest. I get that. But, damn, if you're the Giants, you're almost like, damn, we don't need a break because you're past the 81-game mark. So this thing is they resume after the break. Steiny, it's going to already be go time.
Absolutely. The other thing, a couple things about last night's game. Oh, no, before I even get to that, do we have a controversy brewing?
Evan and I were good yesterday.
In the office.
Oh.
So, by the way, did I see on social media you wish the great Ernie Chavez
a happy birthday? That's my thing, real quick.
Okay.
It puts me in a good mood. And Ernie, I love you. But saying happy birthday to all the friends I haven't seen or talked to, that's one of the first things I do. It might be sad, but it puts me in a good mood. But go ahead.
Well, Ernie Chavez is a
P1.
Not only a P1, but maybe the greatest listener of all time. And we may have to tap into his expertise.
He's the gloat.
Greatest listener of all time. I like it.
That's a 4-y.
Now, I remember a week or so ago, and I thought you said...
You talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
I could have sworn you said, the Giants going to get 4 pitchers in the All-Star game. And I said, 4? I don't know about 4. And they got 3 named yesterday, I believe.
Yeah.
And I get, I just get fired texts at me. Oh, Steiny, you lost that one. And I'm like, lost what? And they're like, remember, you said the Giants were going to have 3 pitchers in the All-Star game. I said, I thought it was 4. I thought the bet was 4.
I love this.
So that's where I'll leave it.
Okay. So my mentions blew up as the announcement had come down.
Because they didn't get 4.
No. And I'll take a margarita, no salt. But what happened is I said they would get 4 total, 3 pitchers and 1 player. That's what I was hoping. Then you were like, you know what, Goo, that's too much. Then we were like, you didn't want to take that bet. And you go, I bet you they don't get 3 pitchers. Yeah, the 3. You're the one with the 3 pitchers.
Ernie.
And then Willard came in during the crossover. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about middle relievers always kind of get shunned or looked over. So the bet was 3 pitchers, 2 starters, and Ray hadn't really been Ray, but he was good. So Steiny, will you go find that audio? And Evan knows it. You said 3 pitchers, and of course I took the bet for the betterment of the show. And bang, 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 Ray Webb and Rodriguez as I viewed it the day we made the transaction. Evan?
Count the bucket.
Yeah, no, Scotty, there's...
For Goo.
For me. You made the 3-pitcher qualification.
The guy that you were out on was Rodriguez.
There it is.
Right, because Goo said Ray, Webb, Duvall, Rodriguez.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know about Rodriguez.
Fine. So the bet wouldn't be 4.
But Duvall?
Yeah, you said 3. Because you thought 3 was too many for them. You didn't think they were going to get 3. No, it's done.
Where's Ernie?
No, where's the tender? Bartender looking for me.
What'd you have? A Truly?
I thought you meant tender as in legal tender, like money.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get that all sorted out. Happy birthday, Ernie, by the way.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't like you spying on me. How did you see I wished them that? You weren't spying,
it was
but
on
it's
one
public.
it was on one of your 17
like
social
that.
media accounts.
I don't like that.
I can't remember exactly which one.
People want to know. Let's relax. It's not college radio. Let's slow down. I feel like we're rushing. I want shout out Putin, but I just want you to elaborate in regard to the quantity of alcohol. Did you get that covered? Were you short? Did you have a surplus? or were you right on the mark?
Oh, you mean for the party on Friday?
For your party.
Dude, I have so much extra beer.
So you did
it's
right.
not even funny.
All
and
right.
you know what I underestimated? You know why I got too much beer? Because I took into account that I was going to drink like I normally drink, but I didn't.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in control all weekend. Yeah,
Anybody get sloppy or anybody's
Oh
a
yeah,
mouth?
oh yeah.
wow.
We had
no throw-ups. Earling? Wow, man.
You say hurling?
Earl.
Yeah, that's what we used to call it. Yeah, we had it was fun. It was fun.
You got after it. I'm so happy
I
for you,
did.
man, and your daughter.
I mean, actually, the Sunday night late a little bit. But
So did her sisters cry? Or did the whole Steinmetz clan cry?
Everybody. Yeah, everybody. It was a weep fest.
Tears of joy.
They were. Bittersweet, though. Bittersweet. It
Looks
is
like-
funny. Steiny with a poo. Okay. Well, maybe I did lose that bet. You know what? I was distracted last week, and you took advantage of me. You knew that I had all kinds of other things on my mind, and you took advantage of me with that bet. But that's all right.
Oh,
that's
stop.
all right.
That was a long shot. Rodriguez got in. I'll take it though.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We ready for robot umps? I didn't even mention the Bryce Harper at bat.
Dude,
all right. I'm not.
Yeah, we'll get into it. It's time.
It all benefited the home team last night.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is just a reminder. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Rafael Devers.
And that's what life's about. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is he still your favorite Giant? You see his rope last night?
Yeah.
It was only a single, but boy, he put some wood on that one.
I thought of you last night. I know that sounds weird, but I went to Sacramento. It was 96 degrees as I pulled up in the driveway, and I turned on that game like the Bay. It had to be at least 68, 70 degrees, no more. But you can see the uniforms, the wind. Steiny, if I'm a hitter, again, I'm just throwing this out there, that was not Wrigley Field last night. Like, there is something to it. No excuses, and nobody's making them. But just from the visual, I'm like, it's got to be. Like, I didn't think anybody was hitting one out last night. I'll just leave that there. Good pitch game by Roop, and the Giants get the dub. But, man, I got to believe the Phillies are like, when do we get out of here, man? Like, well, there's something there.
Evan brought something up before the show that I
missed it.
Have something to watch for the rest of the week before the All-Star break. And it's an interesting theory, and it's this. Remember how a month ago, maybe not a month, a couple weeks ago, we're looking at the schedule. Oh, they didn't get enough done against the White Sox and the Marlins, et cetera, et cetera. And the Phillies and the Dodgers are coming in. So the teams they're losing to is a problem. Okay. Well, Evan said this today. You know, the Phillies and the Dodgers are in first place in their respective divisions.
Right.
So they're rolling. They're in good shape.
Phillies 6-4 in their last 10.
Evan thinks that it's possible that the Giants could take advantage of those two teams because they are looking forward to the break. Whereas the Giants just haven't gotten Chapman back and coming off a little bit of a tough week when they went 1-6, that these two teams might be the teams that the Giants want to play right now.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So that's going to be monitored.
But again, Sanchez was filthy last night, the pitcher for the Phillies, and that was a hard-earned win, 3-1. And I expect that to be duplicated tonight and tomorrow afternoon. But as far as the Dodgers, they got their ass kicked by Milwaukee. They've lost 4 in a row. So, what if that skid is at 6 when they come in here Friday, and then you put hands on them?
Remember, we've been through this.
We've been through
Who had a 6-game losing streak?
The Dodgers they got a 4-game losing streak.
But remember, this is what we always talk about.
Yeah.
Remember how in Andy Baggerly's story,
I got you.
They wanted to be 15 over by the break. They're 8 over, so that's out the window, but they are playing a lot better. There's no doubt about it. And speaking of the Giants, Landon Roop, who started last night, 5 gutsy innings, he's going to be on with Willard and Dibs today at 2:30, Landon Roop. And, I think when we looked at the Giants staff and looked at their 5 starters, I think essentially Birdsong and Roop are question marks heading into the second half of the season, along with Verlander. But Verlander is somebody who's been around such a long period of time, you feel like he'll eventually be better. But I'm starting to think that as of right now, Roop is their third, he's their number 3 starter, and he's been very good lately. That's a good sign going into the second half.
And you look at the Phillies lineup, and it's no shocker that they're in first place. They got some hitters, right? Bryce Harper included, and I'm sitting there like, man, this is not going to be a walk in the park for Roop, Steiny. But I'm thinking the conditions also helped that both pitchers. But with that, he held them down to 1 run, and again, they got a big win. And if somehow they can maximize these next 5 games going into the break, bam! And I think they come out of the break. I know I'm getting far down the road. I believe in Toronto. I could be wrong. Thank you, Evan.
I can check that for you. Oh, Toronto's playing good baseball.
There's a couple teams playing good baseball right now.
My Angels,
look at you.
Game or 2 under, but they're playing well too.
I got early trivia for you and Evan.
Oh God, I love it.
Okay, so Jim Valvano is one of my all-time favorite coaches, and they were doing a special on him on 4th of July. Steiny, I didn't know that they parted ways at the end. I thought he finished his tenure at NC State, but they made a change. They parted ways for Valvano. But do you and Evan know the acronym for the ESPYs?
Well, ESPYs is an acronym.
Yeah. Do you know what it is?
He just took a shot at you.
Wait,
No.
like the award?
So it
The
stands
award
for
ceremony.
something?
The ESPYs, what does the E stand for? SPY.
Well, it's entertainment and sports.
Wrong.
It's not sports? Sports Persons of the Year award? I don't know. I actually don't know.
That's all I was looking at, Einstein. That's all I wanted Evan to say is he didn't know. Well, I knew it was an acronym. I wanted to see if you guys knew what it meant. Thank you, Evan. Stop. You can't be wrong in life.
Something Sports Person of the Year.
That's entertainment.
Entertainment Sports Person of the Year.
That's a good try. Excellence in sports performance yearly. And I said, as I was watching in the lab. I didn't know that, and I thought if Evan and Steiny would know that if I laid it on you.
This was the one you said was on BET.
No, that was the player awards when they voted for Steph, the players.
Oh, okay.
And he had got the unanimous MVP from the NBA, Evan. Yeah.
The NBA.
Yeah.
I heard you guys were talking about something fun yesterday.
Well, Evan and I are always fun.
Yep. Was there any dust-ups?
No.
Oh.
We were good.
Oh, so do people then say to you,
gosh.
Hey, Goo, I've noticed when Steiny's not in, you're really nice to Evan.
There's so many facets to my life and personality, Steiny, and when I get around and have the pleasure and benefit of old friends, that old Goo comes out. I'm in Modesto at my boy AP's barbecue, and he just comes up out of nowhere, Evan. He's grilling chicken. Well, I'm having a good time. They got a margarita bar. I'm in heaven. And AP, my guy, goes, I don't like the way that guy talks to you. And I'm like, who? And I'm off the clock. I go, I got to defend you. I'm your Johnny Cochran. I'm like, AP, this is my guy.
You don't even get our station in Modesto.
But he works in the Bay. But I don't know what to do, Evan. I need a disclaimer.
This is not relevant.
Posey. I went to third grade. We used to walk to school together in the third grade. We've been friends ever since. But what do I do, Evan?
I don't know. There was one thing yesterday, though. So we did a role play between Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob.
Oh.
And there was a text that came in that I saw that said there wasn't enough screaming. So people want it.
Yeah,
folks, get back to arguing now.
What do I do, Steiny? You were missed, but he didn't like it. I said, that's my guy, man.
So the one thing you were talking about was seeing somebody before they got
Evan
great?
Came out with it because I went to the Classic Saturday in Spadoni, and he had his beautiful daughter and son there. And Evan just out of nowhere, and it was so profound the way it hit me, was like, Goo, have you seen a talent before they were supposed to be that one? And I'm being real, Steiny, 12 games of pods in college. Not a bad player, but I never thought he could hold it down running point in the league. So Pods and Eddie House were one for me.
Okay, so is it somebody you saw early and was like, that guy's going to be unbelievable? Or it's just somebody you saw, and then you were like, oh, that guy made it in the NBA, and he's pretty good.
I think Evan would count the bucket for both of those because it was Evan's idea. But
so it's not about whether when you saw Pods at Santa Clara, you thought to yourself, this guy's going to be a really good pro.
Right. But I didn't know.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm being honest. But Evan had saw. Who was yours, Evan? He had saw.
Oh, Scooby.
Oh, yeah. He listed to him.
Yeah,
P1.
Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
But everyone knew he was good, but no one had any idea he would be the best. And I think that's kind of the point. It is up to the person, but like you look back and you're just thinking, wow, like, damn, I saw that guy.
Anybody for you, Steiny?
Yao Ming, probably. He played his first game in the United States in 2002.
So he hadn't been drafted.
No, he had been drafted, but he hadn't been in the pros. And he was playing for the China national team, and they played the U.S. team in an exhibition right here in Oakland, the Bay Area, rather.
Come on, Steiny.
Yeah, and they got killed like 85-55. He had 13 and 11, and he had 6 blocks. And I remember thinking, wow. I remember hearing about him and thinking, well, here comes a guy that's not going to be any good. Just because,
like a stiff, right?
Yeah, just because that's what you always say about a guy like that you've never seen. And he was solid. He wasn't dominant because the team was not very good that he was playing on, but you kind of see he held his own. He was immense. He was big. He was so big, and he was. So how many years after that would you say he was a household name? Probably pretty shortly after that. I'm not sure what his rookie numbers were, but
I'm not mad at that one.
He was pretty good. He was pretty good. But getting back to the Giants real quick. Four fielder's choices last night.
Yeah.
Drove runs in.
No, I
forgot. And we were talking about the Phillies defense, which was not very good.
Oh, man.
What do you think about the play Trey Turner made where had they gotten a double play, they could have gotten out of the inning?
I didn't think you could. You weren't going to get a double.
You don't
play.
think?
I don't think.
Well,
I hit the rewind button. Like, did he, Steiny? I don't think that ball had enough mustard on it to get a double play. That's just me.
Yeah.
How did you look at it?
I thought he had a chance because he was pretty close to second. They might have had a shot.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would have. Who was the batter again? I forget. It was up the middle. He went back towards second.
Jung Hoo Lee?
Well, then they might not have gotten it.
Yeah. That's why I was like, man, that's asking too much.
Oh, in the 8th?
No. This was early when the Giants got their first run, I believe, in the second.
Who was the
Was that
runner?
Schmidt?
I think it was. Yes, it was. It was Casey Schmidt. That's exactly who it was. But that's how they got their first run, and that's how they got their second run, and then that's how they got their third run. But the Giants, they've turned it around since that tough start, or not tough start, but tough week. And I'm
feeling better about. Again, I have them, Steiny, making the wild card before Devers, now winning the series. And it's not me just overreacting, but at some point this offense is going to go 4th of July, and it's going to carry this team. And if the pitching is still what it is, I think they got a Verlander problem. I'm not putting it all at his doorstep, but he's got to be better. The A's pounced on him Saturday, but I'm curious to see what Buster Posey thinks this team needs moving forward. Because if I were to ask you right now, you and Evan, how many moves did the Giants make at the break, and I set it at 2, would you go over or under?
I would go. Well, are we counting moves like Farhan used to make?
Well, additions.
Where they don't really register, but a new guy comes in here.
These are reinforcements, Steiny.
I'm going to say under. I feel like the Giants, in a way, are like the Warriors. They made their big move before the deadline. But if you're asking me, what if they could go out and get a position, I'd have to go get a starter right now, more so than another bat, believe it or not.
Well, I'm not mad at that.
Because I still think they've got 2 legitimate question marks now in their rotation with Birdsong and with Verlander. And if I were to ask you, Goo, like, who are you more concerned about? The young guy who's never pitched this late into a season as we move forward, or Verlander, a pitcher who's pitched into this part of the season for 20 years, but is getting up there, if you will.
Wow,
like,
man.
Who do you trust more the second half of the season, Birdsong or Verlander?
I'll say this. It's a tough question. I'm going to go you, boy. But I'm more worried about the OG that's got more than 100,000 miles on the odometer, and that's Verlander. You cannot beat Father Time. He's a power pitcher, Steiny, and when you lose your power or your fastball, sometimes you can't regroup. So if you're going to tell me one of the young guys is dealing with somewhat of fatigue, they haven't been there in the deep part of the pool, I feel like they can figure that out. And you could also, and this goes for Verlander, have the offense kind of have your back too by giving you some leeway. But I'm just watching Verlander pitch down, and I don't feel like he's fooling anybody, even when he strikes dudes out. So hopefully I'm wrong, and it won't be either one of them. but Verlander is an issue. And right now, Steiny, he's got all the pedigree that comes with his name and his accolades. But when I'm up there watching him, I feel like I'm at the plate. I just feel like they're seeing him well. And the longer he goes, maybe he can make the adjustment to the adjustment. But to answer your question, it could be in motor mouth, is Verlander.
Let me ask you a question that doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Why am I wearing a sweater in summertime?
No.
I'm getting a lot of that.
First of all, the heat wave's not starting till tomorrow.
You're right.
So you're fine.
Oh, is there a heat wave?
Yeah, apparently we're going to get some real volatile temperatures in the next week or so, but it's going to start out hot.
Well, ball might be flying out at the yard then
tomorrow.
This weekend.
Well, the Giants are still playing there, so we'll see. But do you believe this? From the text line. Do you believe this? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
From the 650. I mailed Justin Verlander his rookie card before he became big. And he mailed it back to me signed. Great guy.
I would like,
come on, really?
Mushy, Steiny. Hold on. That's a hell of a random text. And if that really happened, I would like the 650 to pick up the phone, call us at 888-957-9570, and break that story down a little more in detail on
I agree.
what made him send it to Verlander. But if that really happened, it came back, that's incredible.
So let me get this straight.
Come on.
Verlander's at his home. What did he start with, Detroit?
And how did he find where he lived at, though, too, Steiny?
Well, you could probably mail it to the team.
Okay, all right.
So let's say he mailed it to the team, and the way it usually goes, at least in the locker rooms I've been in, you'll usually see some letters and stuff by guys' lockers, at least in the NBA. So I got to believe Verlander gets a bunch of letters and fan mail, and he opens up one, and there's a guy who sends him a rookie card.
All right.
And says, hey, Justin, you're my favorite player, one of my favorite players. Any chance you could sign this and get it back to me? And now I'm picturing Verlander thinking, of course I can do that. Let me find that envelope again to see where the return address is. What's this guy's name again? You know what? Sure, I'll do that.
Pretty
and
dope.
Then, did he really go out and get a stamp?
Like that's, or he probably had somebody with the team.
You would think.
From the clubhouse.
You would think.
But just, man, I love that story, Steiny, but, in America, I'm skeptical. So if that person guy or gal can pick up the phone and call us, then I'll believe it.
That would make Justin Verlander somebody that, I would like a little bit more. Not that I don't like him. Yeah. I do like him. I don't know about you. Did you guys ever do – Evan never did this. He's too young. Neither did any of those guys in there. Did anybody else ever do this where I used to send letters to pro teams telling them that I was a fan and that I would love for them to send me some souvenirs or some – what's it called? Swag, team swag.
How'd that work out?
A lot of teams used to send back stuff.
Come on, man.
Like I remember I sent every team like something. And I remember the Yankees sent me back a bumper sticker. And other teams, a lot of teams didn't send me anything, but some teams did.
I guess I got to ask something to wear, like a T-shirt.
Not that big. It was more like a keychain, I think. And I definitely remember a bumper sticker, maybe a pennant. Stuff like that. But we got the guy who sent Verlander.
All right, here we go.
All right, Jose, how you doing, buddy?
All right, how are you guys doing? Long time listener, first time caller, huge fan. I love that both of you argue all day. You guys make my day.
Great
but yeah,
story.
I've been a Tigers fan. I've been a Tigers fan since I was about 8 years old, and I was a big time card collector back in the day. So I bought a box of Bowman cards, and it was I pulled a Verlander rookie, and I pulled. I just had a feeling, and I was like, let me send this card to him and see if he sends it back. And I sent a lot of them to a lot of different players, and of course, I sent him with the letter saying how big of a Tigers fan I am, and then a month later, I get the card back. It's somewhere in my closet. I can send you guys pics if you don't believe it.
No, I believe you.
Wow,
I believe
Jose,
you. But you know
that's
what?
dope,
Just
man.
in case.
The world is a good place, man.
So,
That's awesome.
Now let me ask you this, Jose. Did you match the autograph that was sent to you with a real Justin Verlander autograph? What, did it look the same?
It looked exactly the same. His autograph has changed since he was a rookie to now, I believe, but it's legit.
All right.
Wow,
I believe
Jose,
you.
that's
Thanks,
dope,
Jose.
man. He's feeling pretty good about his team this year, too. Tigers.
Oh, the Tigers.
Yeah.
Championship coming soon.
415 saying, I'm 47 years old. I did this with Joe Montana, and he sent my card back autographed.
Now, I hadn't heard of these type of stories, but wow.
650, I have a Raider posted this. Tom Flores on it as the Raiders' first quarterback. I mailed it to his home after talking with him online, and he signed both pictures and sent it back. I gave him money to mail it back. I went to UOP.
Wow. Could you imagine if you did that to Steph right now? Any youngster listening? Because that guy will follow up. Well, what?
Sometimes you don't even ask. You don't even need to ask Steph for something. He'll just give you a signed jersey. You won't even have to ask him.
You could just rip him.
I got to be honest about this. Are there more stories like this out there where
I'm already shocked?
And I'm not talking about, oh my gosh, there's Steve Young. I'm going to go up and get his autograph. But
no, the old way, old school.
The idea of somebody taking time out of their day to do something for a fan they never met.
Dude.
I mean, I thought that went away.
That's incredible.
When my childhood went away.
Yeah. I can't believe you had the wherewithal to even write teams back in your, like, where'd you get that from?
I don't think it was that uncommon. I almost want to say
I was a big fan. You know, I like some free stuff. I would have been writing my tail off.
Yeah, I want to say that
this is
my
Daryl.
friends would do it too, but I absolutely remember sending letters to a ton of pro teams, and some of them
that's pretty
got
dope.
back.
Hey, Austin and San Jose, we're not doing that.
What?
You mean Montana didn't ask for money? Stop that. You know, they say Joe don't come out unless he gets the chicken, Steiny.
No, but we can, if the story's true.
That was
That's pretty cool.
Wow.
But now he wouldn't do it now, probably.
Now, what makes me cling to the story more is it could have been any pitcher. It was the rookie Verlander, and he just had a feeling.
Well, and he was a fan. Remember, he was a big fan of the and of course, there's always one of these in the crowd.
Oh boy.
And some people would say often that person is me, but I'm not. I'm reading a text here from the 415. You know, some of these autographs are not legitimate. I was told most of them are done by the player's PR team. Well, their heart was in the right place.
That's how you're going to live your life. Go ahead. I'm that way sometimes.
Too. I believe Jose, and here's the kind. I have a lot of gifts, but one of the things I'm really good at is I know when people are lying. I know when they're saying something that they don't believe in, and Jose, I could tell that was legit.
Yeah, he passed my test.
You know, if you got a story like Jose, I'll be happy to screen it. And then I'll make the decision whether it actually happened or not, or whether somebody's telling a fib. You know what I'm saying?
You've been watching, well, you had a lot going on. Much Summer League, like the Classic?
No, how was it? I heard you were there, obviously.
Evan and I,
went together?
No, Evan was in Diego. I'll just say this. Summer League is becoming a thing. And that was the Classic. Summer League is starting where Dibs and Grandy and Willard will be in Vegas to cover it for a couple of days. But, Steiny, we got to give the NBA kudos. We always hear, the NFL is king. Shout out Elvis. But the bottom line is Summer League's a thing, and I can't wait to watch Cooper Flagg. So Cooper Flagg, real quick, he can't be the guy that we're talking about or gal that you didn't see coming because he's doing what LeBron did, and that's why we marvel at LeBron. He's on the opposite end of the spectrum. He was supposed to do it, and Steiny, he did it and some. By becoming what he was supposed to be. And Cooper Flagg's got that pressure on him. He's the best American-born prospect since Durant.
What about LeBron?
Well, they said since Durant.
Oh, right, Durant.
Yeah.
Durant? Oh, yeah, I guess Durant was after LeBron. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to have a little fun today, and we'll listen to a story or two about a pro athlete that actually got back to you via the mail, the U.S. mail.
510 says TikTok, there are all kind of videos where guys and gals do this, and then they open up the merch that the team or the player sends back. I would know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And also, Goo, I'm going to need you to help me out on the other side and update me, because I've been a little out of it, on what's going on with Kaminga.
That'll be easy.
I can't believe there's I'm looking forward to what's going on. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Give us some of the speech.
What's that?
Give me something you said in the speech. And did you triple, or you got through it Clint Eastwood like, and then you got emotional, or were you like Norm when we were in Texas, and you had to go pat him on the shoulder, which I love.
I was pretty good during the speech.
I got a big ass.
During the ceremony was pretty tough. Not tough, but, you know.
I hear you.
Watching her walk down the aisle.
Yeah,
It wasn't
I got
really
you.
an aisle. It was a,
At Cal, huh?
Yeah, that's where they met.
Shout out to Bears.
That's where they met. Yep.
That's dope.
My little baby. She's gone. She's all gone now. I mean, she's fine. Yeah.
They're all gone.
Yeah. Not yet. I still got two. I still got two more unmarried.
How often do you talk to your kids via text, like when they're gone?
Pretty much. I definitely try to keep it.
I get left on red, and then I get mad. I'll turn this motherfucker.
What is left on red?
Oh,
unread.
they don't respond. I'll turn this off. Hey, Evan, they call right back. Hey, I missed it. Yeah, okay.
Exactly. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Millbrae. Hey, Joe, how you doing, man?
Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Not much.
Hello.
Yeah, you're on.
I a long time ago wrote to Tony Hawk, and he signed a little postcard for me and sent it back. And then the other one was I went to Pearl Jam. This is back in 1992, and Pearl Jam was barely anyone knew, and Rage Against the Machine opened up for them, and this is before even CDs. I caught a demo tape of theirs, and it had an address on it, and I said, I'm going to write to them because the three songs I hear I love, and I ended up getting on their fan mailing list, and they sent me records all the time, and they were great. Tom Morello, the guitarist, sent me an autograph, yeah.
Nice. Eddie Vedder. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call.
Give me one of their biggest hits. Pearl Jam. What's the one? Don't call me father. Don't call. They've got a bunch, but I just can't remember the titles. Oh, I got to give a Willard credit. For what? ESPYs. He knew the acronym. Now, he's not here the rest of the week, right? Yeah, but he's listening. So. I don't care if he's listening. He got it. Shout out Will. It's about whether he's here the rest of the week or not. Like, I don't understand what you're... Because if he's not here, it can be a free-for-all against Willard. But you could do that with him here because he's that type of guy. I'm scared of him when he's here. Yeah, that bothers me. And this is perfect. But you yell at me all day. By the way, no, and I'm the one that would rip you apart. That's not true. Yeah, it's not. Has Willard let everybody know that he's getting married? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, this is a great week to go at Willard because he's hold on. He's distracted. I may have something. No, he's distracted. My man, he's thinking about the wedding. He said, "Look forward to 145." So he's here today. Yeah. Okay. Well, then I'll hold off. All right. I'll hold off. That's it. So you had to scrap all that. Exactly. He's waiting on you. Exactly. No, and I can help him with some of his, if he's got any wedding questions. Ours went off seamless. Well, almost. Almost. I love it. We had a little problem on Friday at the big party. What happened? We had a taco truck coming over. Please tell me you had cheese. Oh yeah. Yeah. And they set up in the backyard, and I got a basketball court, but we had like a pavilion there and stuff and all that. Thank you. And so they came and they were setting up. The place was immaculate. Have you ever heard of something? Horchata? Anybody know what horchata is? Horchata. Evan.
Yeah, I know what a horchata is.
What is it? I don't.
It's like a Spanish milk drink.
And it's red. It can be red, right? Or like a dark
I think
color.
It's a little more caramel colored typically,
okay.
but sure. Yeah, could be different. They're different kinds.
Well, they're setting up, and they had a big vat of horchata. And the table buckled, and the horchata fell and spilled all over the court like 15 minutes before the party.
But didn't get anybody.
No, but the whole court then had like this red dye on it, and your boy had to go to work with a big 15-minute cleanup session. But we got it. And then the court was sticky, but that was fine. All right. What was I going to say? Oh, so anything happened with Kaminga?
No, the baby is not arrived yet, Steiny. We're still in labor. We're still waiting, and Evan and I talked about it, and I'm at the point now, just give him 20, have him come back for one, and call it a day.
Why give him 20?
I mean,
but get him at 7.9.
No, Steiny, stop. I mean, you want to be fair, right? And I think Jonathan Kaminga, anywhere from 18 to 20 million for one, call it a day, and then go from there, man. I don't want him not to be not in the Warrior uniform for crumbs and pennies on the dollar. And that's where it looks like this thing is at. And I know Draymond Green was very open last night or the day before on a podcast talking about how these youngsters and players basically don't know, the game in regard to what's going on between the league and the Players Association. And Steiny, I'm not ready to sit here and tell you, Evan, or anybody that Kaminga was not wanted or didn't have any suitors. This damn second apron and these Joe Lacob hater rules has teams in these predicament to where they can't splurge or go, get Kaminga for said reasons. And I don't like any of it, but I'm asking you right now real quick, as I explain why there's nothing new on the Kaminga front, do you think nobody wanted Jonathan Kaminga in his services?
I think people want Jonathan Kaminga for a certain price, and they don't want to go over that price. Yeah, I think it was beet juice. That's what I think it was. Somebody on here saying 408. That's called beet juice. That's what I thought it was.
But why'd you call it her?
Because somebody said it was. But they're saying horchata's not red.
When you were cleaning it up, where you're like, I can't believe I'm cleaning this. Did you get mad? No, stuff happens.
Yep,
you were in a zone.
I was in a zone. I just dealt with it. Kaminga, okay, so yes, that's what it was. Steiny, that's called Jamaica, which is a hibiscus juice, basically horchata. Okay, that's what it was then. It was red. I know that. It was red for sure. So, yeah, as it relates to Kaminga, so you realize they don't have to give him 20.
I understand that. I got it.
So they're not in the charity business. You know what I mean? So, like, the Warriors can.
So you think, let's just have fun.
I wouldn't give him 20. Why?
But saying you wouldn't up anything over 7.9 and expect him to ball out and give you his best, that would be an insult. So I don't expect it to be that low.
I'm starting to think he's coming back for that 7.9.
Wow.
I really am. But
I wouldn't come back.
Here's the other thing.
I would not come back. Like, I'm being real.
You would sit out.
Yeah, just to sit.
Oh, please.
Like, come on, Steiny. They're not going to have him come back.
They're not going to just pay him to pay him.
No. We once were talking about this guy. Again, he's not Dr. J, Steiny, or Kawhi Leonard. I'm just telling you, 7.9 that's free labor. Come on. You could come up with a number somewhere from anywhere, 18 mil somewhere, but 7.9, I wouldn't even look at that guy like I'm going to get the best version of him. I know what you're saying. They could ask him to do that. That's not happening.
They can tell him to do it.
And then he could say, all right, deuces.
Yeah, okay. And then what? But he's like that guy. He's got nowhere else to go.
Who needs more? More?
What do you mean?
Who said it last week? We played the sound. Did Kaminga need the Warriors more than the Warriors need Kaminga?
But he's not going to sit out.
Right.
He can't.
But they're not going to offer him 7.9.
They already have.
But you know what I mean.
They already have. And
but that is a respect. I just went to the Valkyrie game with this dude. First, we were just talking about the role. I'm not going to ask him to come back for minimum wage. I'm going to do him a solid.
It's not minimum wage. It's $8 million a year. $8 million a year. And anyway, here's the other thing.
Bees knees. Guru's so disconnected, but go ahead.
You're, when your daughter gets married, it really can change your perspective. And I came back today thinking about the Warriors, and getting the sense some people are frustrated, because quote unquote they're not doing anything. They're doing things. I know, Joe. Look, take it to the bank. Al Horford's going to be a Warrior. It's done.
And some will say that's not enough.
Okay.
And I won't be one of them because I know Christmas came in February, Steiny. We did our heavy lifting early. You got a whole off season now with Jimmy Butler. Do the math. Prorate it. What if he were here for 82? And Evan talked about it like you. He went baby Steinmetz. Curry played 70 games last year, but he's not the only one. What do you expect from the big three? And I'm like, every year we're told Steph is going to play 50 games because we want to save him. And the dude's out there playing over 30-something minutes, and he's playing 70 games, if not injured. Like, let's just look at it from that. Remember Jimmy Butler. Remember how happy we were. That's why it's kind of quiet on the set right now.
Yeah, it's quiet in terms of we don't know what they're going to do or what they've done, but I do get the sense that they have stuff done, at least one thing.
And this is holding it up?
It has to. It has to, because I don't know this, but the Horford thing to me reeks of, I'm coming to Golden State. Do what you got to do with Kaminga, and I'll be here when the dust settles right there. And I think now the thing I think's funny is that Del Curry talked the other day.
He did,
and said the Warriors they need an athletic big man.
He didn't say big. He
said
went
athletic.
Marcus Thompson.
What?
Athletic.
Yeah.
And
like Horford's not an athletic big man.
I understand that,
but he's
so
big.
What do you take from that statement from the chef's pop?
Well, I take it that
talk to me.
We found out that Steph's not a great player personnel guy, as it related to what was that guy's name?
He's still harping on that.
Yeah.
He played in Boston.
What the heck was his name?
Help us out,
and
Evan.
then they went to Gary Payton.
He can play defense though. Yeah.
So we'll see. Yeah. But I think what's going to happen is the minute the Kaminga thing breaks, and maybe it won't break for a little while, but I think once that breaks, then we'll probably see that the Warriors have done something.
Let's talk about that.
They still have their, they have the taxpayer mid-level, which is 5-ish, and so they've got, they got $5 million to spend. I know it sounds like chump change, but maybe that's the money that Horford's going to get. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Yeah, you were out yesterday, Steiny, recouping, and I told Evan, I feel like Dub Nation is not worried enough about losing GP2. And it's not just losing him, what you would replace him with. He is your best on-ball defender. I had Moody second, but Kaminga has all the gifts that he should be that, but that's a whole nother story. So when I was single, Steiny, and dating, and I wanted a girl, and I wanted to be in a relationship, and I wanted to solidify it, she would tell me, and it's been told to me many times, hey, I'll get back to you. I got other stuff working. So I knew at that point she had to choose.
Yeah.
So what's taking this Kaminga thing so long? What is there a domino that can, like, if nobody's at the door, I don't think they're coming. It's like Halloween, right? Like, nobody knocking, they're not coming. What do you think is holding this up, and do you think he's bitter?
First of all, Avery Bradley.
There we go.
Was the name.
Yeah.
Thank you, 707. I think what's happening is very, very simple. And it's something that we thought was a possibility, and then sure enough, it plays out, and now we're a little bit puzzled by it. There was no money this offseason. None.
All right.
Except from the Brooklyn Nets. And they don't want Jonathan Kaminga, or at least they're not prepared to pay him a lot of money. So that means that virtually every other team, the best they have, the most they have, is the $14 million non-taxpayer. Okay, so you can use $14 million to build off of. So the Warriors, in theory, another team in theory could offer Kaminga a 4-year, $62 million deal. That sounds like the Nickel Alexander Walker deal. He doesn't want to take that, apparently. But
how do we know that if it hasn't been offered or reported?
But this is I'm just saying there are other teams out there who could start to build a salary for Kaminga off $14 million. Right. But that's not enough for him, clearly. Because I think if he if he really wanted to get out of here and thought $14 million was enough for the next couple years, then
this would be over.
He would have okayed he would have okayed the deal. The problem is then at that point, maybe the Warriors match. And then the Warriors find themselves with Kaminga at $14 million, $15 million, and $17 million or what it is. So I just don't think the Warriors and Kaminga are even close in terms of the numbers. And so I don't know that there's any deadline, artificial or real, to get something done. I mean, it feels like it's almost gotten to the point where Kaminga's not going to have a market unless something happens to a team this offseason and somebody gets hurt in the offseason or something like that.
Good luck with that.
But
we're in the fourth quarter of free agency, right? I feel like we're under the 2-minute warning.
I mean, Draymond Green was talking about this and saying, free agency's over. It's not quite over yet because there are still some players out there. But the Kaminga thing, I think it could go on. I mean, it's already gone on for almost a week and a half. So if Dunleavy wanted to get something done sooner rather than later, it's now later. So my feeling is, you know how you ever park your car and you get a ticket and you come out and you're like, I got a ticket.
It happened Saturday.
But you have to go back to work.
Oh.
Well, then you leave the ticket on.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't take the ticket off so that you can get hit twice.
I've done that. I hear you.
And I don't know. That was an analogy I was trying to make, but now I even forgot.
I just
what I was going to say.
Again, Steiny, we've been doing this forever, and we came in, we're Kaminga'd out, not the player, just the subject matter, and here we are with no timetable or any sense of when this thing might end. And if you're telling me that's why Horford hasn't been announced because that's holding it up, well, it's not wins or losses, but that stinks.
The question here on the text line is from Rick P. on the YouTube chat. You guys want to sign Al Horford, but give up on Kaminga. I get LOL. I just disagree, I guess. I don't necessarily think Horford means there will be no Kaminga. I just think
I've
that
never thought that.
I just think that there's going to be Horford and there's going to be either Kaminga or somebody else.
Yes.
But it's not a matter of they're choosing Horford over over Kaminga.
I looked at Horford as Looney's replacement.
Exactly. And that's not a bad pickup, obviously, for Kevon Looney. The other thing I have written down here is Slater wrote a story about a bunch of teams that might be interested in Kaminga. One, Sacramento. I think he threw a couple other teams in there, including the Wizards. There were about 4 or 5 teams. And I can't help but wonder if there really are 5 teams out there vying for Kaminga. I actually don't think there are.
It doesn't feel that way, partner. That's all I can say. Whatever that's worth.
Here's what I think, and this is kind of what Draymond Green alluded to, but I don't think that Jonathan Kaminga right now is a high priority for any team. For any team. I think he is right now because of the way free agency is shaken out, or maybe because of the trajectory of his career here at Golden State, where it's been a little bit up and down. I don't see teams prioritizing Jonathan Kaminga. I just don't. Otherwise, I think something would be done by now, and it's not. And I do think we're getting to the point where we can start to talk about what's going on with his agent and whether or not this thing was massively played wrong.
Well, just from there, I mean, the talk around the water cooler is he turned down 30, but we don't know if that last year if that was actually true.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. I do believe that whatever his number is or was, that the Warriors aren't in that neighborhood. I just feel like, and Warrior fans, tell me what you think. It feels like the Warriors do not want to pay this guy more than $20 million.
Man.
And I'm just throwing $20 million out there because it's less than a lot of us thought, but it's still more than the mid-level.
Yeah.
But otherwise, what could the holdup be? The holdup is that the Warriors and Kaminga are far apart. They are. They must be. Right? They must be.
Yeah.
Because we're 9 days in, and we've heard a lot of, talk about some other teams, but nothing's come to fruition, and it's probably because the Warriors may be asking for too much in a sign and trade, and they're not going to be rushed, and so this thing continues to move on. I saw something today. Sacramento's obviously interested in Kaminga.
Well, what did you make of that offer? Saric and Carter in 2 second rounds.
I think
people are having fun with Sac and Vivek for that offer.
Why? Because they lowball the Warriors?
Yeah.
That's smart. That's not dumb. That's smart to my way of thinking. I mean, if you're telling me,
well, it's smart if the Warriors would have accepted it. If you really wanted Kaminga.
Well, but that's the game that I think's being played right now. Is this the Kings offer what they offer, and the Warriors are like, no, and another week's going to go by with nothing happening. So clearly, the Warriors, yeah. I mean, I hear you. If they looked at Sacramento's offer and said no interest, then they're waiting for a better offer, but it may not come. It may not come. Because everybody is thinking the same thing, that the Warriors, they don't want to pay Kaminga either. And just, he is caught right now between a rock and a hard place.
Man, oh, man.
And the one thing I will say, though, is I feel like this does have some parallels to Brandon Ayuk. And I do remember at this point, we were talking about Ayuk and his agent. Why doesn't he just take this? Why doesn't he just do that? He didn't do anything that anybody really wanted him to do. There was talk about the agent playing it wrong. Guess what? He didn't.
Yeah, he won.
So
he won big time.
So something can absolutely, I mean, it could still, I think it's a remote possibility, but I think it's still possible that Kaminga could come out of this smelling like a rose. I just would not bank on it at this point.
Like Chris Boucher. He's available, Steiny. Guys like Amir Coffey, Bradley Beal, who I told Evan, I've been thinking about this. Steiny, I'd love to see him get bought out, and somehow if the Warriors can finesse him, or he would be willing to take, less to come here and be a bucket getter off the bench. Like, that's how starving I am for this Warrior team to have somebody that can get buckets off the bench. But guys like Russell Westbrook, Chris Paul, Al Horford, and Cam Thomas, and Jonathan Kaminga, Quentin Grimes, and Josh Giddey, there is no, I got to be careful here, game-changing. Like, that's why I feel like it's over. It's a 2-minute warning. Like, yeah, you got some guys, but.
I mean, there weren't a ton of free agents out there this summer. And I don't know if it's chicken or the egg. I got to get out here.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Warrior fans, do you think that essentially this offseason has been a failure? I'm not going there yet. I still think stuff's going to shake out. But how optimistic are you that Dunleavy can make something out of not only Jonathan Kaminga, but the rest of free agency? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I will never get duped again.
I'm not in this one.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
You said something interesting over the break when I said this reminds me, the Kaminga situation in a little way reminds me of Ayuk and what happened with Ayuk when this thing got protracted, and there were a lot of people that thought Ayuk's agent played it wrong. There were a lot of people that thought Ayuk should just sign a deal early. A lot of people said, well, why didn't he take the Pittsburgh deal? And you said, well, the difference is the difference is you said Ayuk had a market.
Yeah.
And
receivers were getting paid left and right.
He did have a market, but here's where I think there's a similarity. I don't think the 49ers at the time wanted to trade him. And I don't they were in my mind, they knew they were asking too much, so it was going to dissuade other teams from trying to trade for him because
they wanted to keep him.
I think the 49ers were asking for too much like they did for Garoppolo. And I think the Warriors are doing the same thing in a sense where they're asking too much in a sign and trade on purpose. Because they want
the services.
Exactly what they want if they're going to lose Jonathan Kaminga. And if you're not going to give them exactly what they want, then the only thing the Warriors can do at that point is just say, Jonathan, look, you had no offers that we thought were viable from any other team. We're still unsure, and we still don't have a role for you. So you've got two choices. You can take the $7.9 million qualifying offer, come back for 1 year and be an unrestricted free agent, and we'll give you our word that if you really want to get out of here, we'll try to move you at the deadline when we can get fair value for you, or don't sign it. But those are your only two options. The Warriors have all the ability to put Kaminga into a really tough spot if they don't want him here for a lot of money for the next 3 or 4 years.
And if you're right, and I feel like this is why it's been, going the way it's going, which has been nothing, but do you find it strange or odd that the only deal, if you're right, the Warriors asking for too much on purpose, something would have came out, but all we keep hearing about is one offer, and that was one measly offer by the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah,
it's just interesting to see if the Wizards would have put something together and the Warriors denied it, that would have got out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the Warriors have stuff either done or right. I shouldn't say stuff. I'll bet you they have a thing or two either done or right on the verge of being done when something else happens, and we're going to eventually hear about it. But people are not going to like this, but I completely agree. And it's from Mustafa Mahajid. I probably spelled that wrong. But he said that was the plot and the plan all along. And I completely agree. I mean, the Warriors knew they have Jonathan Kaminga over a barrel.
Yeah.
And I get it. He's a Golden State Warrior, and they should treat him right and all those kind of things. But if they don't believe that he's the player that he thinks he is, then we are going to be at a standstill. I think
for how long though? What's the worst case scenario?
Weeks.
Up until camp too?
Maybe.
Now that's where it gets borderline, and I get it, it's business, Goo, but that's where it gets borderline ridiculous. I'll just say on the Goo chessboard, this is how I'm looking at it. And again, I took some strays yesterday because I'm thinking more highly of Looney than a lot of people. And yeah, he got 15 minutes. I felt like he should have got 20. That's neither here nor there. But if you tell me, Steiny, the Warriors are going to add Horford, I'm assuming they add Horford, You lose Looney, GP2, and Kaminga. Tell me how you're better.
Well,
I understand.
They're not just gonna lose Peyton, Kaminga, and Looney
and
not bring somebody in.
But I'm looking at who's available. I get you.
I mean, who's available? There may be somebody available that's on another team.
Like Bradley Beal. If somehow they could not overpay and just get Bradley Beal in a Warrior uniform coming off the bench, Steiny, what would tell me why would you be like, Goo, I'm not touching that? I like that. Like, I'm getting excited just thinking about it.
You're excited thinking about Bradley Beal.
Yes.
Okay.
He's not the one. Is not running through you, but to come off the bench, bring the ball up, create your shot, make some free throws. Oh my gosh, the sign of help wanted man. I almost would like to get in his brain to see if he thinks the Warriors are that team that would give him a chance to win. Like, he'd be like, I can take my services over here.
I don't know. I mean, the nice thing about Beal is he's going to be bought out.
Yes.
So the money's shouldn't be a huge issue. But maybe Bradley Beal wants to go somewhere where he starts. And maybe he won't be able to start here. I don't know. I mean, if he came on this team right now, should he play over Brandon Podziemski?
If it was just about basketball, he would. And he probably would cuss us out if we said that to him right now on the mic. But there's also, Steiny, we're learning the Warrior way. The Warrior way to play, and Pods fits that. But I got to believe, Steiny, do you really believe Beal, Pods? I'm asking, Evan, would he start over Pods? Would Beal not start over Brandon P?
Probably not. Not on this team.
Now, what did Evan mean? And I want to ask Evan, when you say this team, because if you were running it, would that be the case? If I were, Beal would be starting over Pods.
I actually think he fits better off the bench.
Beal.
Yeah.
I do too.
Just go get it.
We'll see what he wants as a role. Let's go. What?
Uh-oh.
Is it another guru? We have another guru calling in from San Jose.
No. That's gone too far.
Wow, Evan, thank you.
You know what, Goo? You take this call. This is from Guru in San Jose.
Hey, Goo. Welcome to the show.
Oh.
Hey, guys. Hey, Goo. What's going on?
How you doing?
Back at you, Goo.
Yeah. Good. Doing good. Yeah, I mean, I love the show. Love you guys. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Jonathan Kaminga situation, the conundrum there. So,
hey, real quick, before we start, hold on. Before we start, why do you call yourself Guru?
That is my real name.
Are you being
your real?
I'm not.
I'll let you guys work this out. I'm not in this one.
I'm out. So your first name is Guru?
Yeah.
What's your last name?
You don't have to tell him.
I'm not telling.
Oh, this is...
I will not tell you.
All right.
He's laughing. It's okay, baby. But go ahead. You got exposed. Go ahead, baby.
No, he's fine.
His first name's not Guru, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Go ahead, Goo.
It is, but anyways. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the JK situation. So regarding the qualifying offer, neither the Warriors nor JK, for their own reasons, will want to sign the qualifying offer because the qualifying offer comes with a no trade clause. So if JK signs the qualifying offer, the Warriors cannot trade him. So that's bad for the Warriors. That's bad for JK.
I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this. Goo, my understanding is that it's not a no trade clause so much as he must approve of the team that they want to send him to after they do that. Like, he can only be traded to a place he wants to go.
Okay. I see. Yeah. Then that's okay.
But I hear you. I hear you.
No trade.
Yeah. Like, essentially, he'll have a no trade clause, which he could waive if he wants to. Yeah, go ahead, Goo.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, what I do think it just ends up with is JK taking maybe a 2-year deal with a player option, and I do think it'll be less than $20 million. I think JK has played his leverage too far, and Draymond in that long I think it was on Insta, that thread. He said he was not talking about JK. He was talking about JK.
Of course he was.
And not only about JK, but it was also about Giddey, about Cam Thomas, Quentin Grimes, all of these restricted free agents who don't know about the new CBA are overestimating their value. And, it sucks, but that's the CBA that the players and the owners both agreed to. And I think it really hurt the middle class of the NBA.
No doubt.
This new CBA, and I don't think the players realize that.
No doubt. Hey, real quick, Goo, I just got a text as you were on the phone from the 415, and it says Guru is actually a common North Indian first name. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right, Guru.
Thank you, Guru. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah.
We could use more of
Yeah, good stuff.
I mean, he's a guru of the salary cap.
Wow, man. But I don't believe Draymond was specifically just talking to JK.
I do.
I mean, it fits where he's at.
Thank you.
But who he was really talking to was the Players Association.
Mm-hmm. He was talking about the deal they signed, but he was also talking about how some younger players don't know how to read the landscape. And
well, that's why you have agents too.
Exactly. But unfortunately, the agent is the conduit for the player, and whatever the agent is doing is an absolute representation of the player. And so Jonathan Kaminga wants certain things that
he thought possibly he was going to get
exactly.
Easy. So he shouldn't be mad at the Warriors. He should be mad at the Players Association.
I think he should be mad. It
sounds like that's what Dre was saying, talking to. Like I asked you during the break, let's just say I take Draymond's advice. What do I have at my disposal? What can I do? I'm just a slave to this system that is set up with the second apron that has all these teams spooked.
Yeah.
So
Draymond Green is telling Jonathan Kaminga, you messed up. You should have taken what that offer was last year from the Warriors. And if that offer was 30, but you wanted 35, and that was the sticking point, you messed up because you ain't getting 30. And in fact, there's a possibility you could play next year for $7.9 million.
Man. Wow.
And I think what Draymond is saying is if Draymond had a talk show in the Bay Area for the entire if Draymond Green had a radio show in the Bay, the minute Kaminga did not sign an extension last year, I'll bet you Draymond Green would have said, well, there's no money out there next summer, so I don't know where he thinks the money's coming from.
And you guys had been saying that, and I'm like, they'll find it.
Exactly.
They'll find it.
Exactly.
But boy.
But I'm also listening. We can get into this on the other side, too. I'm also listening to the morning show today, and, Joe Shasky was talking about how free agency has been an absolute dud.
Is that a good or bad thing? I asked Evan yesterday.
I think it's a bad thing. Because, over the last 10 years, they've created an incredible amount of interest in the offseason, in July particularly. What was the
But what about our era where players stay put and run it back? What's wrong with that?
Well, then Kaminga should have taken 30 or 25 last year.
Oh, man, I hope that's not true, because then he's really upset. And it ain't diddly squat you can do about it.
Austin in San Jose, Draymond Green should not be talking about JK's money, period. He's not, but he is. That's why he said,
you think?
It's not really about JK. Yes, it is. It is.
It's the Cam Thomases of the world. There's others that are still.
But Kaminga, I'm sorry. Yeah. He
overplayed the hand.
Can I be honest? Yeah. Don't insult me, Draymond, by telling me you're not really talking about Kaminga when it's obvious you're talking about Kaminga and all the restricted free agents.
I'm not trying to start anything, Steiny. I'm wondering now if Kaminga was like, man, you didn't have to say that. Or the fact that you specified at the end as you signed off, I'm not talking about JK. Like, I believe Dre.
I don't. What? Come on, Goo.
Can you remove Kaminga and just all the players that the second apron is affecting to where the bigger message Dre is talking about is it's on the Players Association? Like, that's where the venom was geared towards. And these guys don't know the game. Like, I honestly, like, you could call me all guru. Like, why would I cape up for Dre? Like, this is going to continue to happen. Like, there's going to be more Kamingas and Gab Thomases.
Well, first of all, there were only, 3 of them in that class? So most of the guys got signed to extensions. So those guys felt the number was fair, and they went back to their teams. Jonathan Kaminga,
if he really turned down 25 or 30, and we don't know for fact, this is where you're doing not the Dennis Schroeder thing, but you're kind of having those vibes of when he turned down the offer from the Lakers and then got nothing and had, you know what I mean? Like, wow, that's a setback.
Yes.
And disappointing.
Yeah, and I think right now probably Kaminga and his agent are scrambling a little bit. And maybe what they realize, here's the other thing. If they realize there ain't no offers out there for a sign and trade, well, now they got to go back to the Warriors and say, let's just hammer something out. And this is where the Warriors do not have to be altruistic. They don't have to be generous.
And how long would that be? Because if I'm Kaminga, I'm one and done. I don't want to. I want to do 1 year and know I get one more crack at it to get my big money. If what you guys said, all the Bobby Marks and everybody, there was no money this offseason. The cap's supposed to go up. So maybe if I'm Kaminga, that's what we do. Play 1 year, Steiny, not at the 7.9. And I'm sure I was about to say Lacob would do him a solid, but you're going to laugh. But I'm like something, respectable. And then he goes and tries to be all he can be and get that money next summer.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing the Warriors could do, theoretically, they can do a lot of different things, but they could theoretically offer him a 3-year deal for $60 million, 18, 20, and 22. I mean, they could theoretically offer him that and then give him an out, give him a player option at the end of his first year so that he feels like if he does have a great year and there's money out there, then he can opt out. But I don't know that the Warriors would want to give him an opt-out after 1 year. They would probably rather say, no, we're not going to give you an opt-out after 1 year. Just play for 1 year, and we'll figure it out at the end of next year by kicking the can down the road.
So I would call up my owner, Lacob Stein. They went to the Valkyrie game and set up a lunch like Draymond had.
All right. You're Jonathan Kaminga, and I'm Joe Lacob? Okay. So you'd call me?
Yeah. Hey, boss, how you doing?
First of all, how'd you get my number?
Oh, come on. We went to the Valkyrie game.
I know.
I paid for the Uber.
Okay. So, hey, Jonathan, what can I do for you?
Hey, boss, I've been doing a lot of thinking and a lot of just reflection, self-reflection. I'd love to let you know what that looked like. I'd like to have dinner or lunch if you got any time here in the near future.
I only do that with guys who were starters on a championship team. You're obviously referring to Draymond Green, who came down here, but that's a Hall of Famer, Jonathan. I don't know that I can make time for you right now.
See, that's so
summer.
Unfair. You would never say that.
Yeah, sure. Let's get together for lunch. What's this about?
My future, our future, hopefully.
All right. Okay.
All right. Tonight, 6:30?
Sure.
All right, I'll see you then.
Okay.
That's how, it worked.
Okay,
for
then
Draymond,
what?
But Draymond was way further down the road. I just can't believe, man. You really believe, again, Steiny, I love Draymond. He was spot on. But he was talking about the bigger issue that we're turning into, the guru said it, the haves and have-nots. What did Paulo Banchero just get to? Almost $300 million.
He's a great player.
You're right.
Well, he's got a chance to be a great player.
But he's getting paid like one, though. But, man.
But he's done infinitely more than people make it mad at that.
Real
but he's
quick
done more than Jonathan Kaminga.
All Kaminga has
had more of
done
an
wrong.
opportunity.
If we want to sit here, and I brought it up, do we blame his agent? All he's done wrong is turned down, allegedly, what the Warriors offered him last year, because you guys and everybody under the sun has been saying there's no money. So maybe he hasn't done anything wrong. There's no money elsewhere but turn down what your employer was offering you.
If he turned down 30,
now that's
golden.
no.
No, okay,
Yeah.
so then what? If
I don't believe that to be the case.
Okay, what if he turned down 28, 26?
That's ridiculous.
Okay, so if
You
you're the
need new
Warriors,
representation.
if you're the Warriors, is there any chance in hell you're offering him more now than you did last year?
No.
Okay, so that's why we're at a standstill. And again, listen, something's going to happen. He's either gonna play on the qualifier, he's gonna get signed and traded, or he's gonna sign a longer term deal here. But I just do not see why this particular transaction wouldn't last a while. You know what I mean? Like, it's the Warriors are not just gonna, you know what, Jonathan, we know you missed an opportunity last year, so we're gonna get. No. He's not a $30 million player. And I think he thinks he is.
Well, wow. I really, excuse me, really saw what I wanted to see and what I thought I saw when I saw Kaminga and Lacob together. And you're going to laugh, and I get it, and you won't be the only one. But, Steiny, sometimes you take care of your own. And the Warriors know if he did turn down 28 or 30, he's hurting. It ain't my job to make you feel better. But the bottom line is I'm looking at what you tricked off, basically, by turning down our offer. And if you want to do the one and done, it ain't going to be a 7.9. I'm going to put something on that because I know you've lost or you felt like you lost, and you're coming back when you don't want to. We need you. And then, Steiny, if I put something on that 7.9 that's respectable to get you up to, now I'm thinking 15, 17, or 18, that'll suffice just because of, if you're right, of what he turned down, let's play ball, and then you try to bring the house down or be the best, after this season. The Warriors need him, I believe.
I don't know that they think they need him.
Well, at 30, they don't
price.
think him, no doubt.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, a couple great texts here that I want to bring up to the listener that I want to talk about because it's provocative. A reminder, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
It's always fun game. I'm shocked you talking to me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
Always a fun game.
Always a fun game.
That's
absolutely incredible.
This game. They handled that well.
One of the things the boss says, well, first of all, I'll go to that later. Can somebody do me a favor? I pay attention to the YouTube chat and the text line chats because that's part of my job. And I couldn't help but notice that they have a photo on the YouTube page of you, me, and Steve Kerr.
Oh, my God.
We got to get that off.
Dude. I hope
we got to get that
shout
one
out
off.
Abundant Life, but Steiny, my head looks like a refrigerator.
Oh, my gosh.
You don't like it?
Look at
no,
Evan.
I don't like mine
Look
either.
at our faces.
That must have been the
That
middle
don't
of
look like
December,
you. I'm
right
wondering
around
if-
holiday season.
Like, Guru, get the golf balls out your cheeks. Oh, my God.
Got like 4 chins in
Yeah.
mine.
You look good right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have that post-wedding glow. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't get married. By the way, I'll just do this just to do it, even though I've got about 7 texts. Steiny, my daughter got married over the weekend, and now I got 3 daughters, and someone saying, "Oh, Steiny finally got the son you always wanted," or "Steiny, do you like the son-in-law?"
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah, that's a woman.
I got you.
Yeah, so there's
But
still.
do you like her?
I love her.
All right.
She's awesome. She's incredible.
What's her name?
Teddy.
Wow.
Yeah, Teddy.
Teddy.
Yeah. I was very touched this week. Okay, we should probably now the boss. He's famous for saying I'm not a real host.
I'm gonna quit calling him that
because a real host would have, as they were talking about what Draymond Green said, they would have actually said what Draymond Green said, so
And
people can hear it.
Yeah.
All right.
But you now have that.
I now have.
It's greater later.
So this is what Draymond Green wrote on Instagram yesterday. I'm sitting in my man cave having a conversation with my wife, baffled at the fact that NBA free agency is over. Quite frankly, it never really started. The level of anticipation leading up to July 1st was as exciting as the fireworks on the 4th. It was the excitement of the NBA final. One can only point to the new CBA and the second apron, parentheses, hard cap, for absolutely putting an end to free agency as we once knew it. Sadly, this is from Draymond Green. I sit here and watch so many players overplay the market and not understand what they are up against with the new rules, which leads me to trying to understand the unstaggering percentage of guys that have no idea of the business they are a part of. And as a veteran in this league, watching players mismanage their careers and before they know it, look back and say, damn, where to next? I can go so far with this, but I really don't feel like typing it all night. So that was Draymond Green saying
that was incredible,
that
man.
the second apron is essentially a hard cap, that younger players in the league don't understand that, and that some players in the league who aren't veterans, like Draymond, don't understand or didn't understand that there wasn't money out there this year.
Steiny, you read that, and we heard every word. I wrote down new CBA, second apron, many players, new rules, business, and mismanagement. And again, it fits the mold of the situation that JK's in, but you always in life want your older heads to tell the youngsters the game. And it's up to the youngsters to do with the game what they've been told so they have an advantage and they're not blindsided. And for Draymond, in as many words as he used in that post, to say that out loud, that didn't come from LeBron. That didn't come from Steph. I know you think I'm up here being mushy or Steiny. I love Draymond Green for putting that out there. But the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is this collusion in the sense that this is the death of free agency as we knew it? And maybe are the owners happy that it's been minimal?
Oh, the owners are ecstatic.
See, and that's what Dre is speaking to, kind of the system. So I'm just sitting here. I don't have the answer, Sway, but Draymond Green, kudos for speaking what no other steward in the game has said to these younger players. And even if they process it, they still can't make moves now or be the best they can be if this is going to be the reality come free agency next year and years. Like this is on the NBA, the Players Association.
Well, they negotiated this contract, that's for sure. But, and you know, the other thing is, as for the players don't understand it, like a player, ideally a player would understand it, but a player shouldn't have to understand it.
Now, what is that?
That means the agent has to understand it.
Okay.
Not the player. That's why you hire an agent.
All
and
right.
it's up, the agent's supposed to be an expert on this stuff. And I think what Draymond Green's saying is, of course, it's on the player, but the reality is these guys who are kind of stuck with nothing, that's their agent's fault for not understanding the market. And Jonathan Kaminga has an agent that maybe misplayed his hand.
Can I read this to you from our guy Squirt, your guy, Steiny? Yeah. JK's agent is young too, inexperienced. I believe his agents have failed him. Any merit to that?
Yeah, probably.
And why wouldn't you go out and get Rich Paul or anybody for that matter so this can never happen?
Probably because Rich Paul would have told him to pound sand. You ain't big enough. Hey, Jonathan Kaminga, I only do big boys here.
He represents Moody.
Exactly.
Exactly what? That
Moody's
goes
a
to
big
my
boy.
Oh, Evan, thank you for that.
I do wonder if that is a reason why someone like Rich Paul would suggest that Moses Moody sign a 3 for $30-something million deal last summer instead of trying to test the market this summer.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. What if Moody were in the same spot as Kaminga this year? Which he could have been.
But because of what Evan said in his representation, he did something to where he avoided this.
I actually, I mean, people are going to say hit the pike, but I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing if Moody were still a restricted free agent either. $13 million ain't chump change for him. Let's go to Robert in San Jose. Hey, Robert, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Sure.
It sounds like JK's agent did the same thing that Sprewell's agent did back in the day.
Good call.
Sprewell had a big offer, turned it down, and then ended up signing for pennies. If I'm the Warriors, I'm not doing him any favors. He hasn't earned that, in my opinion, just in terms of the team. If you're the Warriors, you do what's best for you, and if that means JK plays for 7.9 or whatever it is, that means he plays for 7.9. But I'm not doing you any favors. I tried to give you some money last year. You turned me down. Now you have to live with your decision.
I think that's what they're doing, Robert.
And, yeah, good call,
Thanks
Robert.
for the call.
But, Sonny, I got to just keep it real with you all. The more this just becomes fascinating by the second, but there's one big component we're missing. Do we really know he turned down the 25 to 30 M's last year?
I mean, let me ask you this.
Because if he didn't, I feel sorry for him.
If whether he did or he didn't,
I think that's a big
deal. What is it? Why? What does it matter now?
Because if you turn down $30 million
let's
with
say
your
turn down
flaws
25
in your game,
let's just say 25.
Then you were being unrealistic. You were trying to get other people's paper, the player that you're supposed to grow to be. But you're not that player now, so I hope that's fictitious, and he didn't turn that down.
Well, you want me to be honest?
Because greed this is the definition of greed, when you turn something like that down with the wrong intent and you think you're better than that, and then when it's time to come back, you're getting way less.
I'm at the point now where I don't, to me, it's almost irrelevant. Yeah, I don't, because that's the way that one went. Like, I don't know, and I don't care if he turned down 15, 20, 25, or 30. He right now he's a restricted free agent, and it feels like he's stuck.
Right.
And so that's just where he is right here, right now. And he's finding out that maybe he isn't worth what he thinks he's worth. But, yeah, as for what he turned down or what he didn't turn down, at this point, I feel like it really doesn't matter whether he was offered something or not, because he either took it or didn't, or was never offered, and he's still at the same place. He's still at the same place
All right.
that he is now.
And let me tell you where, just from a fan viewpoint, I want to read something to you in the chat, Steiny, where I'm coming from. I think this team right now needs Jonathan Kaminga, okay? I stand on that. I don't want to see him leave, okay? I stand on that. And I don't think they can replace what he brings with what I see yonder on the farm of free agency right now. So with all that, I do think mentally you got to be careful of if you do bring him back and this is not going the way. I'm not saying walk on eggshells, Steiny, but there is some, you've been with us 3-4 years. It's not going to be 7.9 JK, because I don't think, Steiny, I think there's a correlation between what he comes back for from a respectful standpoint, what version you get from him. You don't want him down and out and coming back and expecting him to ball out and help. Yeah, I like something respectful. And I'm not begging on the side of the freeway, but you know what I mean. His tenure here has to be worth something. And they know
7.9 next year. Wow. I mean, yeah, it's a
that's embarrassing. Like, no, they didn't. Like, again, going back to Draymond, I feel like the basketball version of wisdom. Steiny, he's talking about a lot of guys down the road. They're going to be impacted by this CBA.
Not only down the road, looks like it's happening right now. And it's happening front and center to Jonathan Kaminga. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, I'm trying to find out what the last thing written about Kaminga last year was.
Right, because we never got anything concrete.
Yeah, let's see. Here's one from 2024. Let's see. Let me take Frank. Right. Frank's in Atlanta. Hey, Frank, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Congratulations on your daughter getting married. I know that feeling. It's a wonderful thing.
It's bittersweet, but thank you so much, man. It was surreal. Thank you.
Yeah, it is surreal. Is the perfect word. About this salary cap thing, I got a real good friend who works in an NBA team, and he explained it to me as we have to start thinking differently. We have to start thinking, what percentage of the cap do you slot in?
Yep.
Because the business model in the NBA has changed. The new CBA has changed how teams sign players. You have to look at it as, okay, like Joe Lacob says, I'm going to spend $200 million this year. So right now, my starting five that I have, the guys that I'm starting, they're coming in at $160 million. So we're kind of over where we want to be.
Yep.
We've only got $40 million left. So I got to sign 9 guys at $40 million with $40 million.
Yep.
So that's only 20. That's 20% of my cap.
Right.
Because that's 80% of my cap on my starting five. So my salary structure is way out of whack.
Correct.
I can't get 11 good players. So when you start talking about Jonathan Kaminga's money, next year he's going to sign for what Moses is getting this year. He's going to sign the $7.5 million this year, and then he's going to go away somewhere else, and he's going to be pissed because he's going to get $13 million. What Moses got. Because you're going to have, the way my friend was explaining it to me was, 50 to 60% of your salary cap will be your top 3 or 4 players.
Yeah. And hey, Frank, great job of explaining that. And I
got
agree.
questions, Donnie. I need you to help me answer them.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was talking from an owner perspective, but why Draymond's words to me were so profound and sitting with me is, why is he the only one, speaking out, and 2, the Players Association's job is to protect the players, young, old, all of them. What did they get? I guess I'm asking, you may not know. What did they get for that caller to be able to, if he's right, oh, this is the way you look at the salary cap is different. Why would the players sign off on that if it's impacting some of their young the stars moving forward? What did the players get for them to put the ball in the owner's court?
Oh, they got the Emirates Cup.
You got to be kidding me.
They got the Emirates Cup part of that.
Yeah, I'm out of toilet paper. What else?
I mean, I'm sure they got something. They signed the agreement.
Yeah.
They signed the agreement with these aprons. And this is the last thing I'm reading.
I hate this. And forget Kaminga. I just hate it, Steiny.
This is a story from last year. Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors didn't agree to terms on a contract extension before the deadline, this is a year ago, making his future in Golden State as uncertain as ever. According to Yahoo Sports, negotiations were about $5 million apart. The Athletic's Anthony Slater reported, citing league sources, with Kaminga aiming for an annual salary in the $35 million range and the Warriors maxing out at around $30. In the end, the deal didn't get done. Kaminga will now bet on himself.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't.
And that's our big boy.
Do I believe that? Honestly, maybe. Sure. Why not? But again, the way I look at things is it kind of doesn't matter now because he's still in a restricted free agency phase.
But it does in the sense that, Steiny, I'm not saying he's fragile, but you don't just shake that off and come back and, let me go just to put 30 on the Clippers or set screens and rebound.
Then you got to move him.
I'm bringing that up for those reasons, too. Like, that's real stuff right there. Boy, I didn't think you were going to find anything with the actual number attached to, like, a big boy report, but wow.
Yeah, sure. Not sure if it's true or not. I just know that.
I hope it's not. For his sake.
I would highly, if I were an agent, I would try to steer my clients away from restricted free agency as much as possible.
Wow.
Because this is
the nightmare.
This is the MO. This is what happens with restricted free agency. The Warriors, when they say, we'd like to get something done sooner rather, they probably knew they weren't going to be able to get something done sooner.
But it's not their fault that nobody stepped up to make them match an offer.
That's the agent's fault. But here's the other thing. Like, if you're another team, why would you make an offer to Kaminga when you know that the Warriors, if it's not going to be a sign and trade, the Warriors are going to match? So, like, why would you do, like,
if Kaminga knows 25, you think the Warriors would match 25?
They might. Like, the Warriors' MO has been to not let a guy walk for nothing and to maybe even overpay him, i.e. D'Angelo Russell, and then maintain that salary slot for a future trade possibility. And,
man,
like, if I'm let's just say there's another team out there that's got the mid-level, starting at 14.
Yeah.
And they go, Jonathan, we'll give you the Nickeil Alexander-Walker contract, 4 for $62. Okay. Yeah. And he says, you know what? I'm going to take that. Get out of here. Well, you're not getting out of here because the Warriors are going to match that. Because they're only letting JK walk for nothing if the deal is absolutely positively outlandish. So if a team out there negotiates a contract that the Warriors really like, guess what? They're going to match. And now Kaminga's sitting on a 4-year, $62 million deal that he's not crazy about in the first place, and he's back on the Golden State Warriors for the sole reason that they didn't want to lose him for nothing.
Man.
So, look what's happening with Josh Giddey. Nothing's happening with Josh Giddey. Who's the other one? Cam Thomas?
Yeah.
What's happening with Cam Thomas? I don't know offhand, but.
Well, Draymond's telling us what's happening.
Exactly.
And I don't like that. But then they signed off on that. Wow. I just know they need his services, and
that's the thing, though. And I you know me, I'm a stickler. I don't think they look at Jonathan Kaminga and say, we need him. I just don't.
And that bothers me.
If they really felt like we need him, it would have been done.
Well, he doesn't fit. And they have both parties have not been able to solve that problem. Can we make him fit? But Steiny, I'm sorry. I'm not coming at you and Evan like I'm Hubie Brown. Never have. But I just watched 4 Warrior playoff games where this dude jumped off. He jumped off the TV. You can't make that fit.
He didn't jump off the TV to me. He didn't.
You're looking at me. We're being honest.
Yeah.
Come on.
Watch the game again.
For him to be in a mental place of his first, he didn't even think his number was going to get called. I know we're up against it. Or no, we're not. I thought Evan put his hand up. I was like, Evan, my bad, PTSD, because he always tells us when it's time to get out. But you're not going to give him any credit for that performance.
I'll give him credit, but
of even being ready, and then Minnesota being a damn good defensive team with length to go out there and just. I mean, Steiny, it was set up for him to just look like a bum.
See, I don't think so.
And everybody be like, I told you, nothing here. But he did the exact opposite. Although the team didn't win, I want that on my team. And he's 22.
Here's the way I look at it.
Imagine him at 26.
Here's the way I look at it. When Steph Curry went down, Minnesota was just completely and utterly in the driver's seat. They were then obviously the better team. Okay, so Curry goes out, and now they have no scoring, so they have to bring Kaminga in. And people are not going to like what I have to say, but at that point, I get it was the playoffs, but that was not, I can't say it, but that was not real playoff basketball as it would have been if Curry were there. And I just think Curry was gone. Who are they going to put in there? Kaminga. Okay, well, we'll just play the Warriors straight up. We'll just play them the way we need to play them. And, if Kaminga gets 25 or 30, he gets 25 or 30. And I get it. People out there who like Kaminga are going to say, that is just disrespectful. It's not easy to score 30. I get all that. I get it all.
Right.
But I feel like he actually got to play in the playoffs without a lot of pressure on him because they were such an underdog, and he had to score so much that he could play free and easy, even though it was the postseason. Again, I'm not saying what he did was not noteworthy, but I also know that he was scoring a lot of points in a series that I think the Timberwolves felt like they had under control, even with him scoring 20 to 30 a game. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got some calls. We'll get to them on the other side. And that's what's going to happen, bottom line. By the way, if you're wrapping up a workday like me, it's time to flip that switch, time to unwind. And when I'm off the clock, it starts with new vodka, NUE. I had some new vodka over the weekend, and it was absolutely fantastic for a wonderful occasion. New vodka, American-made, award-winning, 7 times distilled. New is smooth, it's versatile, and it makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar at your favorite spot. Real quality, no fluff, no pretense, just great vodka that doesn't make your wallet hurt, and as they like to say, no velvet rope needed. Hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes, and make sure you try cucumber and citrus. Those are game changers. Remember the name, New Vodka, N-U-E. It's not my pick, not just my pick. It can be your pick too. And Guru's, who's starting to have a few. Not right now. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax, make the right call. Grab new vodka in stores now or head to newvodka.com for stores near you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's all you need to know about Kaminga. But before that, Mark Stein, former writer for the New York Times and Dallas Morning News.
The real Steiny.
The original. Now, why'd you have to do that?
Because Guru, but he was really Guru.
See, that's the kind of thing you stick to me. And
don't tease us with that. Friday.
All right, so he says the Warriors have emerged as a suitor for an old friend that we didn't know very well, DeAnthony Melton.
Well,
DeAnthony Melton.
Who got injured.
Correct. All right, he got injured, but when he played here in that short stretch, he was very, very useful. And the Warriors have emerged as a team that
So another
wants
injured
to get him
player. Hey, look, I'm just stating the facts, and then we're going to bring in a 39-year-old, soon-to-be 40-year-old Al Horford.
Yes.
But we're going to run away a 22-year-old stud.
Hey, 415, chill out. I'm getting to it.
Oh,
415, 10, and believe me, 415, he goes, $10 super chat. Don't forget to read it. Oh, I'm not going to forget to read it. Not this one. From Rossi, $9.99 for the following. Preach, Steiny. Preach. Take another W. Minnesota just said to Kaminga, okay, get your 25 to 30, but good luck getting over 100 points with the fillers. Guru got you with the All-Stars, though. Yee goo. I don't know what that last part means.
Yay goo.
Yeah. No, I mean, what does it mean? Guru got you with the All-Stars.
The bet that I won.
Oh,
the three pitchers, Jack. You can't get out of it. Just put your hands up. You lost. But, hey, look, Melton had what? A sprain left ACL, Steiny, and has season-ending surgery. So, again, I'm not here to second guess, man. I just want Kaminga back in the Warrior uniform, however you can get it done.
You know what?
But you're bringing Melton back. We're bringing in Horford. Hey, we lost Looney.
We're trying.
But why are the guys that I want, and I know I'm not a GM, attractive to the Warriors? What if you could get Bradley Beal on a deal? Like he's been bought out. Like that dude can still ball. What if he was coming off your bench? And if you needed starting or you wanted to spell some of the big three, you could step right in. As like that doesn't sound crazy, right?
Well, it doesn't sound crazy. But and you're gonna fire back at me on this. Bradley Beal. Last 6 years.
Well, the last two, I'm not even their mulligans.
Okay. Well, I'm going last 6.
Okay, I didn't like that either.
Last 6 years, games played.
Oh, all right.
57.
Well, he was on the Wizards. Okay.
He was 26 years old, and he played 57 games.
All right.
Then he played 60. Then he played 40. Then he played 50.
Okay.
Then he played 53. Then he played 53.
Wow.
So he's averaged less than 50 games a year in each of the last 4 years.
I mean, that's terrible.
You think?
No, seriously.
And now he's still only 31, 32. Warrior fans, if I told you the offseason will end this way, are you happy? Warriors sign DeAnthony Melton. They sign Al Horford. And they re-sign Kaminga. Believe it or not, if I'm a Warrior fan at this point, I would take DeAnthony Melton, Al Horford, but I think at this point, Goo, believe it or not, I'd rather move Kaminga and get somebody else.
I disagree.
Okay.
And if you bring Kaminga back, which is huge to me, this really starts the origin for me as Jimmy Butler, him coming over last year. We got action. And if you bring back Kaminga and add Horford and Melton, I won't hate on Melton because he was balling when he was here. If he's healthy, what the hell?
By the way.
Because what we're really trying to do, Steiny, to get number 5 is unprecedented, right? This this is almost Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible. This just with the ages of your core, this is damn near impossible.
Well, I feel that way, but you don't. You feel like they could be better.
I feel like
next year.
Curry's different.
Okay.
I just feel like it starts and ends with him. So I'm ready. I got my popcorn ready, but that's why a guy like Bradley Beal, up until you read those GPs, those games played, I'm like, that's what I feel like they're missing.
No, they're
off the bench.
There are reports that they're interested in Beal.
All right. What about my guy Chris Boucher?
Sure. Why not?
I always liked him.
Yeah, sure. This is
think Horford's real quick because I missed you. Horford's 99.9 done to you with the Warriors on the Steiny? Because I'm getting a little worried that I'm taking that for granted as if it is.
I am.
And then he ends up with the Lakers or somebody else.
If Al Horford doesn't sign with the Warriors, I'm going to look at it as they lost out on Horford. Like the Giants lost out on Aaron Judge. This is all you need to know about the feeling about Kaminga, but I want to get more into free agency and take some calls in a sec. But nice spin job, Steiny. If that's true, the Wolves stopped playing playoff defense. Why couldn't anyone else in a Warrior uniform score? Because they're not nearly the scorer that Kaminga is. Nobody doubts Kaminga could score. 707 says the Timberwolves playoff. This is the very next text. Timberwolves playoff series is indicative of every game that Kaminga plays in. He scored a bunch of points, but they lose. 415, those stats of Kaminga during the playoffs are empty calories, just like Antoine Jameson. I wouldn't say that.
Why would he catch a stray? Wasn't Jameson's fault. He was a baller. God, he had touch around the rim, Steiny. Remember him and Kobe scored 50 same game?
Yeah, he was another player that just scored.
Guess what?
He scored.
He didn't have a disappointing NBA career.
I don't know.
Oh, Steiny.
That's a weird assumption.
I mean,
our kid.
He scored. He scored in the NBA.
Like
no
he
doubt.
was gifted in that.
Right. How was his defense?
That we weren't talking D.
That's my point. How was his
How's
passing?
Curry's defense?
I'll never forget.
It's gotten better, but we know Stefford, the shake and bake in the threes. You don't say, boy, how many steals did Curry have? And he's the GOAT.
I'll never forget. We were up in Sacramento. I was talking to their assistant coach, Pete Carrill.
Okay, right.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
And we were sitting there, and Jameson was working out before the game. And he goes, Matty, that guy right there, and like to pass. I was like, well, Mr. Carrill, he's a heck of a scorer, you know?
Yeah.
Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. Get this thing started. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Welcome back, both of you. And I think with this Kaminga thing, it's a control issue. Lacob could put the screws to him because the kid made a mistake. But JK can, opt in, and the Warriors can't trade him, and he walks for nothing. And the Warriors, could squeeze him into a 4-year contract that he doesn't want so he can opt in, and then the Warriors get nothing. I think there's got to be, some middle ground. This happened with Clay as well. The Warriors wanted to see what they could get in free agency and see what's left over and what they can sign him for. But I think this ultimately comes down to what Joe Lacob wants to do. I personally think a sign and trade is out of the question because you're only getting half your value back.
Right.
You're going to want
now.
to keep him for half the season, and then you're going to see how it plays out, and then trade him in mid-season. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that's a real possibility, Jimmy. And Evan came in today and said if they sign him in the offseason, he'll be eligible to be traded December 15th and then get full value for him. And that may be the route they go down. Now, the question will be, does he come back on the qualifying offer, or does he come back on a new year, a new 3-year deal, let's say? But it feels like we're at the same place we've always been with Kaminga. and nobody really knows what's going on or how this thing's going to play out. Let's go to Gary in San Ramon. Let's talk about the CBA. What's up, Gary? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about the CBA and why the players signed the CBA that they signed a couple of years ago. So the whole reason why the players also wanted this CBA was because the Players Association leadership is already filled with players who have already
been
sort
paid.
of cashed out, right?
Yep.
Huh? Say that again.
That have already been paid.
Yeah, they've already been paid, and CJ McCollum is at the top of that, right?
Yep.
What they really wanted to prevent was another dynasty like the Warriors or big market teams trying to pay their way to keeping a team together and winning a championship, right? If the previous CBA existed right now, you would not see the Celtics doing the fire sale that they did. But the penalties are so punitive for being in the second apron that the Celtics had to do what they had to do. The problem is the players were very short-sighted on how this would affect the middle class of the NBA, like the bourgeoisie of the NBA. And it's been really bad to the point where no team wants to go over the second apron, and players are losing valuable dollars. Not the people at the cream of the crop,
right.
Like Paolo Banchero still got paid, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander still got paid, Devin Booker still got paid, but the people in the middle, like Buddy Hield, actually took a bad contract and only has a partial guarantee that third year because of the new CBA. And so it really did hurt the middle class in the NBA. And I personally think the current leadership that's in the Players Association right now for the NBA, I think they're going to be gone. I think there's going to be new leadership, and this is going to be a huge talking point in the new CBA that's going to be signed 3 years from now.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, that's all I got, guys.
No, and that's why I call this the Joe Lacob rule, Steiny, in regard to they don't want to see that again. I honestly believe a guy blow past the tax and do what he's supposed to do, treat the fans with not just championships but talent to get those championships. So that's one. And wake me up if I've just been in hibernation mode. I don't ever remember us being able to talk about NBA salaries to where there were the haves and the have-nots. So whoever's in power right now, and is Chris Paul in like, oh my, what are you guys doing?
Or he just got out.
Because the top guys are getting it, and now people like me, the middle class, are not getting it.
Our guy Roth says January 15th, and I tend to believe. Anyway.
What'd you say?
December. What was it? You want to know the dirty little secret of the NBA? One of them.
Every family has a dirty little secret.
This is a dirty little secret. They're not really secret.
And that's what life's about.
The older generation that's played already, they resent this generation and the money they make.
Okay, but how do they control what's going on?
Relax. Now, the players who are veterans in this league, most of whom always, rip the older generation because they think the older generation is hating on them. The reality is the older players are doing that with the younger players right now. Like Michael Jordan, your favorite of all time. He just couldn't bring himself to pay guys the money that they were expecting because he thought nobody was any good. So I do think when you're looking at veteran players, Draymond, McCollum, all the big boys, LeBron, I think they now look at the 23 to, I think they look at guys like Kaminga or people in Kaminga's situation, and they say, how can he make $30 million a year? Draymond Green, I'm not sure if he's ever made over 30 in a year.
Okay.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. So whether they did it on purpose or on accident, I just don't think the older generation of current players wants to do any favors for the younger generation. I don't.
Right, and that would sound like a fight or a, what am I looking for, Steiny? Like something going back and forth if I believe that. And I think you're spot on, but those players shouldn't have the influence to where they didn't put a gun to the NBA Players Association for them to sign that deal. They just didn't.
Well, what
you're saying is spot on, but man, if it's dried up this fast and in a hurry with this just iteration of players right now that Kaminga's a part of, just imagine what's coming down the line. And that's what Draymond was speaking to, the players got duped.
I don't think they got duped. I think they have no leverage. I don't think the players have.
Well, if you're good, you do. If you're marginal, all of a sudden you don't.
I'm talking about the collective bargaining agreement and what the players' pipe dreams are, because the court of public opinion is on the owner's side tenfold, because everybody thinks the NBA players make way too much money. So this idea that a second apron is, the reason so constraining. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but nobody's going to feel sorry for these guys. So that's why the last 2 or 3 collective bargaining agreements, the players always get less. They're getting less, not money-wise, but the NBA's taken more and more away from them.
Yeah.
And and nobody's going to really have a problem with it because Steph Curry's making 60 and Draymond's making 25.
Paulo just signed for almost $300 million.
And even the average guys make 10 to 20. So I just I think the players are finding out now they signed a bad deal, but I'm not sure that the players who are on the committee, the older players, really care. They're not.
But what has it done for these teams these owners that don't want to go in that second apron?
You mean every owner in the league?
Wow.
Like Joe Lacob's not going into the second apron. In fact,
my point is he doesn't have to. He's shown us he's blown past before this was even put in, and they made a rule
when they were contenders.
Yeah, but there was penalties for what he was doing, and he still did it.
Right. But you can't ask him to do it now. Wow. Although I would argue that if you still think you can win a title, why wouldn't you? Because I don't think they really think they can win a title.
Oh.
That's why. But, for example, I saw the Pacers, their GM, Kevin Pritchard. They were asking about Miles Turner. You'll love this. You'll love this one. You'll love this one. This is shades of Kyle Shanahan. Kevin Pritchard said, I found out about the Miles Turner signing with Milwaukee when I saw Sham Charania's tweet. He thought they were going to get him back. In fact, Pritchard said the other day that they had made the decision as an organization that they were going to go into the second apron to sign Miles Turner. But they didn't anticipate the Bucks were going to do what they did with Damian Lillard, and all of a sudden, boom, Miles Turner never went back to the Pacers and said, hey, do you
wow.
Right. Sorry.
How much
late.
You love me?
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Wow.
Let's go to Marv. Marv's in Livermore. Hey, Marv, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, great show as always. Hey, just a couple of things, Steiny, towards you, and then one thing on Kaminga I think still has some leverage. But, this Steiny, this fallacy that J.K. only scored when they lost games. Please tell me what was the Warriors' record
that was
Steph Curry was on the team before Jimmy Butler. That's just crazy.
That was a text I read. I read that text. That wasn't me. But I'll just address it this way. That is the perception among some. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, J.K. haters bring he lost, but the Warriors fans were calling to trade Steph when they were losing before Jimmy Butler came. So it's a J.K. hater thing. Okay. And then 2, a caller already addressed it, but to think that anybody can who's been DNP for a while, come in and just score 30 points because the other team is letting you, then why doesn't our $61 million player Jimmy Butler do that every game then?
It's a fair question, Marv.
No, I'm with Marv. I feel what he's putting down.
Hey, Marv, real quick. It says here that you think JK has one more card to play.
Yes, I do, because
what is it?
JK bet on himself and he lost. I would bet on myself again. I'd sign that $7.9 million qualifying offer. Warriors could only trade for half of that, which isn't even the lower mid-level thing, and then he could walk for free. That's what I would do. Bet on yourself again, JK. Sign that $7.9, buy a $50 million injury insurance policy, and go play.
That may be what it comes down to, Marv. Thanks for the call. That may be what it comes down to.
But at that point, do you even want a guy like that in the building? Because that equates to bad blood to me. Animosity, resentment, all the things that go bad in a relationship.
Well, he put himself in this spot, and he should have seen that this was a possibility.
Or his agent.
Yeah, exactly. 408, this is important too. Lacob spent over the cap because the only penalty was money. Now you lose draft picks and other tools to make your team better. That's absolutely true. So
let me ask you this before we go. You think the Warriors want JK back?
Yeah. Yeah, on their terms. On their terms. But I think they also know that if they get him back here, they've got to do something.
Like play him.
For who? I mean, that's the fundamental problem I think they still have. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors free agency. My question to Warrior fans is also this. The Warriors have just been linked to DeAnthony Melton, who played for him for a short period of time last year, and in that short period of time made a difference. And they're said to be interested in signing him again, DeAnthony Melton, who's a free agent. And they have been linked to Al Horford. And it feels like Al Horford is just waiting, that he may have even agreed that he's going to the Warriors and is just waiting for the Kaminga thing to shake out. So if I told Warrior fans, all right, Melton, Horford, and a re-signed Jonathan Kaminga, how happy would that make you? Or even Melton, Horford, and a deal for Jonathan Kaminga. What kind of offseason would that be? I mean, it's kind of offseason to me. I'd be like, I'll take it. I'll
call it steady.
Because we should have known that nothing cataclysmic was going to happen with the state of the NBA right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Well, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. And on the other side, it's been a little while, but we got a gripe coming up from Daryl the Guru Johnson. And we haven't had one of those in a while, and I'm looking forward to seeing what is on Guru's mind. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
dogs. It's not a sport. You don't get a scholarship for eating dogs.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me tell you something, Goo. I'm about to give up on this thing. You have it too, where you can see if somebody's at your door.
Oh, Ring camera. I live on it.
I can't.
Evan told me to get off and live my life.
It's more trouble than it's worth. I just get during the break. It's like somebody's at my front door, and I'm like, "Who the hell is that?"
You can see if people are stealing your packages.
I know,
but then I see other people they share it on the Ring, and I'm like, "That ain't happening over here yet." But I'll stay on it.
Hey, we're gonna have Guru's gripe. Maybe we'll push that to 120 because I forgot there was something else I wanted to ask you about, and I don't know if you're going to make this official or not, but people are going to want to know. You have apparently a new favorite player in the NBA. Guru announced at a break about an hour ago, Steiny, I have a new favorite player in the NBA. You don't have the ha-ha. Okay?
Look, I was watching Summer League. I'm a junkie, and I got to tell you, a lot was made of Ace Bailey and with the Utah Jazz. And I wasn't too familiar with his game, but Steiny, Big Carter Chickering came in and backed me up too. I like what I see. I know it's just Summer League, and I'm a video.
Yes, you're a video.
I want to keep my job, but I fall for the video workout like I did with Wiseman. He had the shirt off, and he looked like.
By the way, he's back to the Pacers.
Oh, good for him. Mm-hmm. This is James Wiseman. So. I'm following Ace. How about that, Steiny? The dude's got the wiggle jiggle. He got form. He's got the body. So I'm excited, man.
All right.
And a little jealous.
Why?
I wish we were going to Summer League. Oh. But, yeah, Dibs and Willard and Grandy are holding it down.
When are they going to be there?
I want to say Guru Computer Monday and Tuesday of next week.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, Dibley's got some explaining to do.
Why?
Because we're in a golf tournament together this week.
These things happen.
Well, he's big time. He'll probably leave from the golf tournament on the LV.
It's in Reno.
That's right next door to Vegas. Steiny, they got things where you could call planes.
You're telling me he's going to
golf
this weekend, and then
I shouldn't have brought it up.
And then just catch a flight from Reno to Vegas.
But you're smiling, but you're envious, but it's jealousy.
No, it's no jealousy.
Getting it done. Yeah. Where you going? I'm going home. Where you going? Vegas Summer League. Wow. Pow. Good for
I don't
him.
know. I can't do it. Let me ask you this. Because you're the kind of guy that you feel sorry for everybody. Even Jonathan Kaminga, as you said. Yeah, I feel sorry for him.
Draymond's words hit me, man.
So, what you got? So if Dibley is going to Vegas with Grandy, who do you feel more sorry for?
You sound like Jerry. No, they'll be fine.
Which guy do you think wants to hang out with the other the least?
What's sad, though, is you going
What are
there.
you doing?
Yeah, no doubt. Like, he's telling on himself, like, you're that guy. Remember you came
if I
in?
can't go, I'd like to ruin it for them. Actually, no, that was before the wedding. I'm a different guy now.
Yeah, I was watching. Go ahead
see.
now. You wanted to get to something.
That was it.
I made it up.
Ace Bailey.
So I got a confession. Shout out Usher Raymond.
Sure.
So a lot of times we come in on Monday and you and Evan beat me hard over the head with what'd you do this weekend. And, I get mad, but I get mad because you guys are asking from the kindness of your heart and you really want to know. But a lot of times, Steiny, this phone now has become a casino. It's become social media. And I saw some stuff over the weekend to where it's scary, and I'm a part of it. So sometimes when you guys ask me, this phone can be so many things to me at once, but I can be in one location. So I got to, I go to the gym, play my hoops, but I'm saying all that to say is I'm putting the phone down a little bit.
You want
because
to bet?
those are answers to your questions about, I wasn't in Vegas, but I was in Vegas. And I've stayed in a casino 24 hours almost, just gambling cards. So I know it's hashtag random. Where the hell is this coming from? But Evan, Steiny, I'm putting the phone down. I'm going to stay off social media, man.
For how long?
No, I'm cutting the hours of the day. It's become my best friend.
At least you have one. I don't.
Well, you're on the phone too.
Not like you.
No, dude, I see
you're on
your
social.
Political post. You got a thing going.
When's the last time
you're trying to get picked up from some outlet.
What are you talking
You got
about?
a good thing going.
Just because you don't post on social media doesn't mean you're not on social media.
He got outed, Norm. I'm not on it. You are.
I like to, I pay attention to my former classmates in high school and college.
You snoop.
Wait, Facebook is now snooping?
Like you knew what I was doing. You're keeping tabs.
Well, then keep it off social media.
But my point is...
You can't keep a secret, can you?
Oh, man.
Please.
Sometimes as you get older, you don't want to.
That's true. You know what's great about getting older
everyone just
is when somebody tells you a secret, you forget anyway. So you can't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Filmo Mike says he's got a bone to pick with...
Not me.
Nahegan.
Oh, go ahead,
our boss.
Baby. Get him.
Okay. Hey, Filmo, how you doing?
Yes, sir. Hey, what's up with it, man?
Talk to us.
I'll get to Nahegan last, but I'll get to Nahegan in a second, but I don't like it. I want to see people competing for actual championships, teams competing to...
Mike, you got a call back. We just lost you. Mike, you're cutting in and out.
And he's with AT&T.
I think he's got another.
Well, we don't got to bite our... Okay. See, your loss, AT&T, if he has.
Caleb's in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
What's up? And Steiny, man, I got to congratulate you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
You had a big weekend, huh?
It was big.
He's changed.
It was big, Caleb. There's no doubt about it.
I wasn't invited?
No. Do you know my daughter?
Oh, okay. Well,
I shouldn't ask that.
I don't think so.
Go ahead.
But, Guru, before you have, your little crash out session, Guru, I got to be your therapist, man.
When did, real quick, I got to ask you something. We're sheep, the American public. When did crash out, which I love the term, when did that become popular? Because now all of a sudden it's everywhere. I love it. But come on, Caleb, when did crash out take over?
But that's our era lingo, man. How old are you, Guru?
I'm up there, but I get it.
Oh yeah, you're an unk, man. You're an OG.
That bothers me.
All right, what'd you want to say to Goo?
But look, Goo, I need you to sit back in your chair before you go crazy.
Okay.
I know you got some tea in that cafeteria, whatever you guys are at. And look, I know where all this fascination started with the whole free agency thing with the Warriors. The fact of the matter is, everyone got super excited because it started with the whole Giannis thing, when it was like Giannis might go out and the Warriors are a team that he should be interested in. The fact of the matter is, that's not realistic. The Warriors already made their big move, which was Jimmy Butler. It was free agency early. The fact of the matter is, they just have to add a few guys to the team to make it better. And look, we love Kevon Looney. At one point, I felt he was one of the more underrated players at his position, and definitely one of the most important players throughout their championship runs. But let's be real. Al Horford is a better basketball player than Kevon Looney. And it's no hate. It is what it is. Even at 40 years old, Al Horford is still a really solid basketball player, and I like bringing back potentially DeAnthony Melton. When he was healthy, he played really well, and I've always been a fan of his, going back to the days with Memphis. But come on, man. Like, Warrior fans got to be real, dude. Like, they were not going to make some crazy move. They just had to make a few moves because they already did it with Jimmy. So that's all I got. And relax, Goo.
No, I'm with you. I said, he was saying other stuff because you Google's gripes. But anyway, I said Christmas came early last February, Stouty. So I get it. I understand it. We didn't have much bread to spend. So if you're telling me it's going to be Melton, reunited with Melton, Horford, now we'll fight him on for Boston's system, Horford was better. But as far as keeping possessions alive and banging and and guarding it, a nifty guard on the perimeter every now and again. I'm taking Looney over Horford all day long.
Wait, what?
Yeah, for Boston's system, Horford was better than Looney, but miss me if I was drafting and I needed some low post presence and a guy that would be the Windex man. I'm not calling Al. I'm calling Looney. Put some respect on Looney's name now.
You're the only.
Oh no, you were gone. Not just you. I mean, again, you don't miss what you have until it's gone. And I'll leave that there.
So do you think Al Horford's a better player than Kevon Looney?
In his prime, he was.
What about right now?
No.
I got to disagree with. I'd rather have Horford than Looney.
Steiny, he's 40.
I know, but I think he's a better player. He can make threes.
Okay, and that's where
right.
We're at. I hate that, but I love you being honest. That doesn't. But there's that. I'm looking for more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me look at his rebounding because I think it's pretty good too.
This is Kevon Looney.
Dude, Looney is
done.
Stop.
You're done.
He's gonna watch him probably start for the Pelicans. Dude, I'm telling you, man.
Let's see. Let's just go to his per 36.
But numbers don't tell the whole story.
They tell the rebounding story exactly.
And who's got 3 rings? And who's kept possessions alive ad nauseum for the Splash Brothers and Kevin Durant? You don't need to look it up. It's Looney. I mean,
technically, between college and the NBA, Horford does have 3 rings.
But you use Evans lingo on him. You're not counting the bucket because we ain't talking about college.
Well, I'm going to count the bucket because Al Horford had a role on a championship team that was 3 times greater than Kevon Looney's role on the Warriors.
If I ain't mad at you, I ain't mad at you. But Evan,
you know what though? Get this. This guy, I think he's starting to write.
He just threw you a bone. I didn't like it.
I think Guru. I think I know what. Now I'm forgetting my train of thought. Well, actually, I'm not.
Well, something to do with me.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, of course. Oh, I know. I'm looking online today, and
I thought you weren't on social media.
Evan, you beat me to
I'm reading Sports Illustrated.
That still exists?
Yes. Grant Cohn on the phone.
You were online, Steiny. Go ahead. We caught you. It's okay.
No, I'm looking. Of course, I go to websites. You guys
crash out on us.
You guys are making me mad now.
Go ahead.
So I think you're writing headlines because it said something like the headline was Kings could land championship player from Warriors. Wow. And I'm like, what? And they were talking about Kaminga.
I read that.
Okay.
Oh, stop.
You see the headline there?
Yeah, I did. I said, what's going on? I said, oh, it's JK. Yeah, but I did see that.
I knew I couldn't make it through a show without Guru saying something weird. Looney over Horford, please. Another instance of Guru watching games with his heart.
Listen, I don't got to apologize for what I saw Kevon Looney do for this team. That's it. Now, if you want to say prime, and I said that, I'm taking Horford. I get it.
925 is a good point. I've already addressed it. Steiny been talking about how much he hates the old team, but when a Guru doesn't want an old guy over Looney, suddenly Steiny wants the old guy.
Yeah,
because the old guy's better. I mean, he's just better. Secondly,
but know, your blueprint is, shout out Jay-Z, is young guy over old guy no matter what. Yeah.
Gotcha. By the way, that text from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Thank you, Evan. Listen, I've told you all, I hate where the Warriors are. I hate it. They're too old. Their key players are too old. I don't like it. But that's the avenue they chose to go down, and this is the position they're in right now. It's obviously a year-to-year thing.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Go get Al Horford.
But to what degree, though?
What do you mean?
Because we're going to find out in regard to that age thing with how this Jonathan Kaminga situation plays out. 22.
We are. We got Filmo back?
Mike.
Let's go back to Filmo Mike. Hey, Filmo, what's going on, buddy?
Yo, what's good? Nah, I was just saying, man, I don't want to see what's that? The off season right now it's not even the off season, it's in counting. They winning championships in accounting. So I ain't feeling that right there.
Yeah.
And then honestly, now this is my suggestion. I don't think the players in the NBA, it's too many slots. It's like quarterback. Everybody shouldn't be getting paid with you should be like, okay, how good are you? What you should be getting paid? This is what you should be getting paid. They need to do that but they do that with quarterbacks. But they shouldn't. They should do it like every other position. And the NBA it does that with their players. Oh, you had an all-star game and you did this and man. They need to really create a truly open market. You're worth this much. You're worth that much. Not if you did that, I don't know how they slot their players, but there's too much slotting. And then also I think this is an overall picture, and I'll be brief with this. They make too much money. It's type of money where it's like, damn, I'm getting all this money to do that. So what I suggest is to make it more interesting, right? Cut some games. Honestly, if you cut games, you got to pay them less. That'll be a reason to pay them less.
Right.
That'll also, I think, save the sport because you have less inventory, and people always talk about what? The regular season's too long. You have people who are talking about, I like the offseason more than I like the regular season. You can't have that. Cut some games, make it more interesting. Make it more rare to see Steph Curry. Don't put him on all the time. Don't put LeBron on all the time. Don't put the superstars on all the time. Less inventory is more. Now, Nahegan, I got to get on the Nahegan line because Nahegan is talking about he got these rules. You can only call and talk on the air once a week or twice a week, once a day. Man, it's Spadoni on there, Willard, Steiny, Guru. Y'all talk every day. I could talk every day on the air if I want to, I feel. If Antonio from Oakland want to call, Gene the OG, Grandpa Dave, man, let us get on. Y'all be talking crap half the time. Nah, I'm joking. But nah, tell Nahegan, man, don't be making no pagan holidays, man-made rules. That's not no rule. He trying to say, that's a rule. That ain't a rule. That's a pagan holiday.
I don't. When did he say that? Did he say this to you personally?
Yeah, the guy, Carter, whoever the producer was like, Nahegan said that's a rule. That's not a rule.
Call
that's
management.
That's a man-made rule. That's a man-made
I'm going to go to him for you, Mike,
real.
after. I'm going to go up to him after the show.
Mike, it's like a protocol, though, right?
Yeah, you're in good hands, Mike. I'm a holla at him.
All right, thanks, Mike.
So that's what you call management, huh? Not low.
Are you telling me that our boss is now calling our listeners to tell them to call less? That doesn't sound like a good strategy.
I didn't get that email.
I didn't either.
I've been banned from calling before.
Have you?
Yeah. It was 3 months. It was a long 3.
Pete Franklin put you on ice?
Yeah.
You were in timeout?
Yeah.
Radio timeout?
3 months, and people were like, what happened? I said, I'm banned. But they lifted it.
What'd you say?
You bet he doesn't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. Getting to that age, Evan.
I mean, it could have been any number of things.
No doubt. Come on, you know me.
You know what? That's true. You think I'm not nice to Guru? Go listen to Pete Franklin talk to him.
But
a guru or what?
But the caller did.
What? Guru or nothing.
It sounded like he was describing you. Evan got the gist of that call.
See, that's the difference. Pete Franklin would say, you're an idiot. And I'll say, I don't agree with that, Goo.
Well, you say that to Evan with that. Hey, Evan, pass the grape poupon.
He's got solid teeth.
And then I can say, hey, Steiny, what time is it? Why?
Well, no.
Why do you want to know, Goo? I get it. It's my face.
Imbecile. I mean, Evan doesn't ask me off the top of his head during a break, hey, Steiny, what'd you have for dinner last night? I'm like, hold on, let me think.
That's who I am, though. That's beautiful. Oh, man.
Let's go to Sean in Oakland.
But I got your back, Mike.
1 sec.
Oh, sorry.
I did ask you something when I came in today, and it took you longer than I would have expected to answer, which is that a new shirt?
Well, it's not, but it's the first time I've worn it to work.
That's new. That's new.
No,
then.
it's not.
For all of our eyes, it's new. And you look good.
I wore it before. I
and
wore
you
it
look
last
slim.
weekend. I wore it last weekend.
Well, you just lied. You said it was the first time you wore it to work.
To work. I wore it last weekend.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Somewhere else.
That's a new shirt. You've only worn it twice?
No doubt. That's new,
2 or
baby.
3 times. You like it?
I do.
It got you looking a little. I like
really?
it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Just own it.
Yeah.
Sean in Oakland.
This whole thing.
Hey, Sean. Hey, Sean, what's
thanks
up?
for taking my call. You know, earlier, Steiny, you asked a question in terms of if the Warriors signed Melton, Horford, and J.K., how would you feel about that? I think that would be a decent offseason. And when we looked at the end of last year, we looked at the needs, right? What was it? Center, backup point guard, and to get young and athletic. Now, Horford can be your center. Melton can play the starting 2, but he can also be your backup point guard as well. And then young and athletic to bring back J.K., although he's the same guy, I think he's more motivated because he's on a qualifying offer 7.9. So that would check the boxes. I would liken it to a meal. You can go out and get an In-N-Out burger with fries or Morton Steakhouse. You still got to eat. Both of those are decent meals. One may be better than another, but at the end of the day, it satisfies the need. And just with a couple tweaks here and there, I think they'll be all right. So I would be okay with that.
All right. Appreciate it, Sean.
I said respectable, decent.
If they come out with those 3 guys,
they're not trading for Durant. LeBron, hey, memo to the world. LeBron's not coming to the Golden State. Well, he's already in here, but he ain't coming to the Bay. And I think, Steiny, I got caught up on that. And Shams, I'm not even mad at him, but save big. Save the Tom Hanks next time. Because if Draymond is right, we may never see it pop off like it used to pop off. Because you're telling me that the owners don't want it to pop off like that. This was like a, what do they call a bad firecracker? Evan would, dud. Yeah, look at you. He's like firecracker. Yeah, dud. That's what this was. Fuddy-duddy.
How much of that is because the Warriors haven't done anything? It's not been a dud for the Rockets.
No, outside of the Rockets, give me one more.
The Rockets
and
coming
people
out
act
to
like
play.
Dame getting released was Dame going to another team in his prime.
Had a great offseason.
Solid, but that
Miami,
wasn't
I like what
blockbuster.
Miami did.
What did they do?
They just got Norman Powell.
We talked about it yesterday. That's cool.
Yeah,
but
that's real cool.
I'm talking about big.
Well, I mean, honestly.
You know what I mean?
Okay. And
I couldn't sleep. Shams was like, it's going to be big tonight.
I put Butler and Doncic into that category. They just happened to be traded earlier.
I got you. But you know what I mean. When he said that and called his shot last week, I was like, oh, boy, I ain't going to be able to sleep.
Hey, I didn't tell you, ask me where I went yesterday.
Where'd you go yesterday, Steiny, on your day off?
Santa Rosa.
Wow, the Press Democrat.
Yeah.
Why?
Hey.
To see your old coworkers?
No, some of my family, my sister and her daughter, they're going up to wine country for the next couple days to relax. And I went, and they're staying in Santa Rosa, a place called the Flamingo Hotel.
Okay.
Anybody familiar with it?
I'm not.
It's kind of like, I think they kind of bill it as a resort.
All right.
It's got a nice pool. And I remembered when I got up there, I was like, hey, you know what? I used to play basketball here.
Where?
They have a basketball court on. They have pickleball, basketball courts. I used to go up there at noon, play, and then go do second shift with my main man, Rich Mellett. Nice little player, too.
Can't say I've heard that last name before. Mellett.
Yeah, Mellot. Yeah. He was a very good writer for the Santa Rosa Press Democrat. That'll do it for this segment. Let me see. Oh, I gotta get busy. Hey, by the way, new vodka. I got to talk to you about new vodka. It's an award-winning American-made vodka, 7 times distilled, crisp, clean, premium taste. New vodka delivers quality you can taste in every pour at a price that makes sense. Explore all their cocktails on their website at newvodka.com. And don't forget to try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus. They're going to be your go-to drinks. New Vodka, N-U-E. You can find it at your local liquor store or visit newvodka.com to find a retailer near you. And you can also check out, like I said, go to New Vodka, check out it's a product locator, so you know where this product is sold. That's New Vodka, N-U-E Vodka. I'm telling you, it's going to be your drink like it is mine. Mm-hmm.
We haven't role played in a while.
All right, acting.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What was
Why do
that?
you look so perplexed?
Give me that again.
We haven't role played in a while.
All right, acting.
And that was the Lake of Kaminga?
Yeah, Evan fired me. He didn't like I'm not good at it, Steiny.
I'd like to thank Dan Dibley.
What happened?
He just came in here and he gave me a book he thought I would enjoy.
Well, he must have missed a segment where you ripped him.
I didn't rip him. I asked a question.
In the business, we call it ripping.
I asked who's...
All right, go ahead. You got
who's looking forward to going to Vegas the least.
What's the name of it?
Former writer, well, he's still clearly a writer because he just wrote a book, but Dave Albee.
All right.
Used to work for the Marin Independent Journal. Wrote a book called The Last One Out of Town, Turn Out the Lights, and it's about a Maine high school basketball team in the 70s, and Dibley read it. Dibley and I both trying to do a little more reading, although he's succeeding at it.
Evan does that, too. He's got me thinking about it. I'm serious.
But Dibs said I would enjoy it, so here I have it. The Last One Out of Town, Turn Out the Lights, and it's by Dave Albee, a longtime Bay Area columnist.
Now, honestly, when will you start it? Or is that just that's a big ask?
That's a big ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will you get to it?
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
I do read when I'm like at a beach vacation. I can do that.
Well, how
Only a
often
beach?
Pretty much. Well, like, I mean, okay, I'm going on a golf trip this weekend. I mean,
You're not reading
forget
it
about
there.
it.
You
know
read
what
on
I'm
the
saying?
plane.
No, I'm driving to Tahoe.
Solo?
Yeah.
We got to come up with the callers playlist for you.
Audiobook.
Oh, remember when we did that?
Yeah.
That was a pretty good. You know what? There were some playlist songs that I received that I still listen to. Who's one guy? What's that name of that guy? Oh, DMX. Yeah.
Just one of the greatest to ever do it.
And then somebody else put up. Anyway, go ahead. Let's. You got the sounder for the gripes?
Oh my God!
We haven't done one of these in a while.
Guru's
Okay.
grapes.
Shut up, Stein.
Fire away, Guru.
Stamp.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore! You're starting to piss me off. It makes me so mad!
Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
King Kong ain't got on me!
It's time for Guru's crops. Mother sucker.
Now, I've been doing this for the last 2 days. You and Evan don't know, but in my hand, you can see on YouTube, I have a baseball, and it's just bringing back memories of me on the mound, and I'll leave that there. But you guys know I love ball. And last night, we were all treated to a great, phenomenal baseball game, which was 1-1, the Giants and Phillies, in the bottom of the 8th. And I'm sitting there because I'm a real one. I'm rooting for the home team. I want playoff baseball. I want the victory lap. But I watch so much baseball because I gamble on it as well. And I'm coming to the sad conclusion that we have to do something about the guys behind the plate. It is out of control what is not being called a strike. And if you know the game, one pitch can change an at-bat and the course of a ball game, i.e., I'm going to get his name wrong, Kirkering, who was on the bump for the Phillies facing Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
Matt Chapman struck out 3 times on 3 pitches that you couldn't draw up any better than caught the edge of the plate, Evan. And even Kruko and Kuiper like, he's gotten lucky. He's lucky to still be up there. So this ain't about the Gigantes, the home team. This is just about, what if that was game 7 for 2 other teams? Why can't the pitcher be rewarded for a high-leverage situation, 1-1, stay everything on the line for a damn umpire to get it right? So I was hot. I tried to ignore it, and then I watched the post game, and I said, you know what? I appreciate honesty, even when the home team fans.
It's so easy then.
Bring it up like, man, I can't omit that. So when I come in today and Evan brings it up and you co-sign, I said, you know what? I don't know if you guys are aware, but Major League Baseball implemented the automated ball strike challenge system during the 2025 spring training games. I was against this, but what happens, fellas, is players, the pitcher and catcher, can challenge a ball or strike by tapping their helmet after the call. And the high-speed cameras track the ball's trajectory as it crosses the plate, determining if it's a ball or a strike. The system relays it to the umpire, and he announces the correct call. Each team starts with 2 challenges per game, and the purpose is just to get accuracy when it comes to balls and strikes. And guys, I'm ready. I am. This is out of control. Last night, Exhibit A. It's time that we've done everything else. We've given up and replaced people. It's time we do it, man. That bothered me about the outcome of that game. And luckily the Giants won. But just tell me
why they won.
Am I going up am I barking up the wrong tree? Like, what are these old men doing? Sometimes I'm like, do they got movie plans? What is going on? Matt Chapman got caught looking 3 times to me, but he gets a base hit. Kudos to you, Matt. But Steiny, Evan, help me out, man. It's marring.
It's what?
It's marring how I watch baseball games.
Okay. Here's the way I feel. Do you believe...
Thanks for listening.
Do you believe home plate umpiring is worse now than it was 30 years ago?
Yes, I do.
I don't. I think it's all the box. I think it's all the box.
But they don't see the box. The box is everybody has a different box.
No, we see the box on TV.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And so anytime a ball is close to one of the lines, it registers something in our minds that used to never really register.
But that box is not up there, Steiny, while the ball's in the air.
No,
they always bring it up after.
No, on TV it is.
No, not. There's no box.
Yeah.
No, that's like a video game. You could choose to have it on or off. Evan, when I watch the Giants on NBC Sports Bay Area, there is no box before the pitcher throws the ball.
Yeah, the strike zone.
Yeah, I thought
like the rectangle. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
What?
So I was. Don't they put the box up when a guy's
when
at bat?
I see that when they're reviewing the pitch to see where it was at. They bring up the box.
I think
There's
they bring
no box on the TV.
No,
and
there is a box on the TV. That's the thing. Like there is a box.
I can bring the game up right now. There's no box on the TV blocking the catcher's mitt. Now, when they bring up a pitch to be, where was it at? Where did it hit? They bring up the box.
Gil, I think you're going to lose this one.
I'm bringing it up right now.
Well,
you guys keep going.
Can't just... No.
Yeah, I can bring up last night's game on my phone, and I'm going to show you there's no damn box. But go ahead. Continue.
Well, I can't continue because I'm under the impression there's a box.
They bring the box up when...
What's in the box?
Evan! I got it. I know.
Anyway, I just feel like when the box is up and a ball is somewhere on the corner, back in the day, we would say, that was close. But now we say, that was a strike or that was a ball.
Right.
Yeah.
I got it up right here, Steiny. Hold on. Give me a second.
I don't. When I watch, there is a box.
Let's be honest.
There's no box right there, guys.
Oh, boy.
There's no box. Look, Steiny, I got the game. There's no box. I played MLB The Show, and if they had the box on, I couldn't play it. They would give you the option to turn it off. There's no box. Evan is the...
My Fam won on...
Yeah, there's no box.
Guru, there is a box. Theodore Rand, there's a box on every pitch. Chico Jake, Guru's off today.
I'm looking at the game on the phone. There's no box. There's no...
Uncle Looney says Goo's in a box.
You guys...
Somebody saying it used to be there. They took it away.
There's no box. I got the game up.
Somebody saying
not looking at it?
Guru may need a little more time off. Guru sees through the box.
I got the game on my phone. There is no box.
Theodore Rand, Guru, you're in trouble on this one.
I just saw the box.
It's very faint, Goo.
I saw the box.
Oh.
But there's a box.
You good?
No, I'm not.
Anyway, my suggestion is to get the box off the TV.
Well, for Goo, I think it is.
No, I'm in timeout.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
we still got time. We still got some time. By the way, you guys
this is not planned or scripted.
Of course not. Of course not. They're saying Guru needs to challenge this, but there is a box. Ooh, that's a rough one, Goo. It seems like most people believe there is a box. Okay.
You got to get rid of the box or get rid of the umpire.
I agree.
One has got to go.
I completely agree with that.
But the ump is not using the visual box for the TV viewers.
That's what makes this the worst, is fans watching on TV can tell when a close pitch was called one way or the other. Not that they didn't know the pitch was close without the box, but it wasn't quite as definitive. Anyway, you guys were discussing something interesting. Can you move on?
I don't know. It's hard. It really is. I thought I had.
If you're able to move on, I won't bring it up anymore.
All right, go ahead.
Let's just do the Bob Melvin and cut it. Cut.
Remember, I first wanted to see that. Go ahead.
So
I'm good now.
What was that? Oh, okay. No. Oh, you guys did something yesterday where you said you listed the 4 top quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Randy Moss was having a conversation with his son.
Okay.
And they got to the 5th. And,
okay.
Yeah.
So apparently, if you say what are the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL, most will have 4 in the top 5. Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow. Lamar Jackson stinks. Okay, so then the question is, who would be your 5th?
Right.
Okay. I don't know what you guys said.
Okay, good.
But I tried to think about it.
Honestly, and be fair.
I will, and I might take that kid from Washington as the 5th right now, knowing full well that
he only did it for 1.
I know.
But it's your list. So what are you saying?
I can either take him or Herbert.
Okay, Herbert.
Come on.
And no.
Who's your 5th?
Honestly,
yeah.
This is a guy I hated
you say
on.
yesterday?
And I'm not thinking about the box conversation. Right. I will be tonight. It's got to be a guy that's taken his team to 2 Super Bowls, who I thought was a bum, and then won one of those 2 Super Bowls. Steiny, in what world are we living in that Jalen Hurts is not the 5th quarterback on this list? 2 of the guys listed before him haven't sniffed a Super Bowl, Allen and Lamar. And my man's
taking... You think Josh Allen hasn't sniffed?
No, I'm just sorry he hadn't played 8 quarters and won. How does that supersede what Hurts is doing?
Then just vote for the dudes who have the most rings. If you want to do it that way... That's fine.
No, but Hurts, I'm telling you, I thought was a bum, Steiny.
So Evan had Hurts?
No, who was Evan's 5th?
Oh, Evan didn't have Hurts as a 5th?
I pulled a Steiny, and I just wrote down 8 guys, and I didn't pick one.
That's what he did. That's how he got out of it.
Sorry.
That's all right.
But Hurts.
Okay, that's good. Good for you.
So you always think I'm just about the highlights, but that's the guy I thought didn't have it.
You're about flavor of the month, too.
And I'm like,
who's the last guy to win a Super Bowl?
Hurt.
Thank you. It's recency bias.
No, stop.
Well, why not Stafford then for the 5th
He
spot?
crossed my mind. Stafford crossed my mind.
I got to say something.
Oh.
I don't like Allen and Jackson just being in the top 5. I could scratch Jackson. You guys know how much I love Stafford.
Who's your 5?
I would put Stafford in there.
Okay. So
over Lamar?
Mahomes?
I would do my 5.
Mahomes? Yeah, give it to me now.
Give it to me, baby. I was listening to that over the weekend. Mahomes 1.
Okay.
Burrow 2.
Okay.
He's been to 1. Stafford 3.
Okay.
Hurts 4.
Hurts 4.
Has to be.
And I'm being real with this one. Number 5.
Tua.
Foles.
It's between Allen and Lamar.
Oh, even though they're choke artists. I don't like to have choke artists behind the behind that offensive
and the black
line.
delegation of quarterbacks is going to come for me, but I'm going Allen. I ain't putting Lamar in my top 5.
Where's Flacco?
Stop.
We are missing somebody.
It ain't Dak.
Herbert.
What? He looks good,
He
Steiny.
does. He does. He looks real good.
Hey, that's Evan's guy. No, but seriously, Evan and Steiny and the listeners, I won't forget this box thing. Like, I'm going to watch the game tonight.
Do you think it's going to haunt you?
No, I use my own box. So I guess that's why I just got it boxed out.
Eric on the YouTube chat, that's the worst list of all time.
Whose list?
Yours. Okay.
I'm trying to see why that's funny to you. And
It's not. It's just.
You couldn't even remember my list I just gave you there to laugh. But they're picking at me, so it's funny to you.
You had a great question before. Did you guys talk about Kevin Love yesterday?
No.
You said, is Kevin Love a Hall of Famer?
I'm going to say no.
I think he is.
I think if Andre Iguodala is going to the Hall of Fame, Kevin Love must go to the Hall of Fame.
The Caucasian.
Oh, my man. That's evident.
Listen, I don't like it, but they're all going in.
Well, break down real quick as you can. Why don't you like it? I don't want any award that the person says I don't like giving it to you.
No, I'm using the criteria of the Basketball Hall of Fame, which is they all get in. Now, they don't all get in, but Dick Vitale's in, for goodness sakes.
Hey,
I know.
Simmer.
I know. I mean, look.
I can't believe it. That just registered.
What?
That's worse than my body. The Dick Vitale.
Guy's beaten cancer 80 times.
Dude, and even before then, he's a legend. Diaper dandy. Dude, you don't watch the documentaries you need to watch.
There's one on
Vitale?
Vitale?
An institution, yes.
Worst coach in NBA history.
Well, we're talking about the announcer and his impact on the game.
And he loves his,
yeah?
Oh. Hey, did you hear the good news?
It's almost 2:15 for me.
I hit the
good news.
You're not going to have to take your shoes off anymore going through security at an airport.
As soon as I found out how to beat it, you wear Crocs. Like when I went to Texas.
Well, you won't have to take those off.
Yeah, but I felt like I was beating the system. While you guys were untying and doing all that, I just kicked them bad boys off, and now they changed the rule. Because remember, I had my tank top on. We went to Vegas, and you didn't like it.
That was
it was summer, 90 degrees.
707, the Finals MVP is a ticket into the Hall of Fame. No, it's not. Cedric Maxwell on the phone.
Well, should he be in there?
No. Took it from Bird. Maxwell's MVP.
Well, he didn't take anything.
Maxwell's MVP was the exact same as Iguodala's.
Was that the finals where Larry Bird had 7 and 8 points in back-to-back games?
I don't believe so.
Don't do this to him, Evan, on his first day back.
He had back-to-back single-digit finals games.
Larry.
They won both games.
It ain't about
seriously.
that.
Well, that's what it's all about.
They won in spite of Bird.
What happened?
You know what? I'm not going out with you guys today. I had too big of a weekend. Anyway. I misread the clock. What are you doing?
No, I'm thinking about Fillmore Mike. He got banned. I'm gonna go.
Apparently he didn't because he still called in to say he was banned.
Well, that's probably his quota for the week.
Listen.
I'm going to go talk to the boss.
The one thing you guys...
It may not work, but I'm going to go talk to him.
Listen, Goo. Save yourself a trip. All right? We do what we want. We're like Iguodala, that interview. I kind of do what I want around here.
This is a good question from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Goo, do you wear socks with your Crocs?
Oh, no. Oh, no, not at all. That's why they got air holes.
So gnarly.
I'm Spadoni. You wash your feet, and then you put them in there. Evan, no socks with the Crocs. Then you look like a dad for real. Nothing wrong with being a dad, but nah.
Matter
of fact, the picture I posted in Texas with my 2 sons and 200-degree heat, I had Crocs on with no socks. I might have wanted to crop that out. Oh, my God. Jesus. We're getting old, Steiny.
Yeah, kind of. What year were you talking about?
Oh, God, Evan, you got him, man.
Oh, God, probably...
81.
Yeah, it would have been 81, right? The first one that Bird won.
Bird got into a bar fight in 85. I just looked it up. I don't remember that during the Eastern Conference Finals. 85. They won that series, too.
That wasn't what I was referring to.
No, he might have been. You know what? I think he was in another one. The first one he was in 81, and that's why he didn't shoot it well.
He was awful.
No.
Don't upset him, Evan. Don't upset him. Look at he's getting to you. The punches are penetrating. Look at him.
He's been watching a lot of propaganda lately.
He's turning red.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I agree. Barefoot on an airport floor? Good Lord. I mean, seriously.
Wow. Hey, you might got a little something there, but hey.
I'm just saying. Who do we got in today? Do we have the full squad?
Yeah, Willard and Dibs.
Remember #full squad?
I don't remember that.
With David Lee and the Warriors. There was some stat when they had their full squad, they were 40-1 or something like that. Kind of like that. Kind of like the bogus 27-8 with Jimmy Butler. So you are seriously? Well, I don't want to do that.
People calling me Goo another Shaq. I guess he don't wear socks. Wish I had his money.
Yeah. Game 2 of the 3-game series tonight: Phillies and the Giants, and then the Dodgers come into town.
We'll be there Friday, Evan and I. Dude, you got something to do.
Yeah, I do. I know.
What is it?
Oh, you guys are going to the? Are you guys going to the club?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Dogs. Good
VIP.
I was just a pig in heaven.
It's actually not. It can't be VIP if it's not actually in the stadium.
It's in the stadium. It's part of it.
Yeah, it's
if
kind
you
of
can throw a bowling ball at a baseball game, you're doing it.
I feel
and
like
get a steak dinner.
I feel like if you throw a bowling ball at a stadium, you're not really watching the game anyway.
Oh, you cannot not watch the game. And then what you didn't, no, I'll save it.
It's in the right
I'm
field
fired
wall.
up, Evan. We got a date Friday, baby.
Yeah, me and Goo.
Yeah. And 49er Frankie.
Oh, that's right. I get to meet him for the first time.
Bonte, let him go. So,
Are you going to you're going to be able to is he doing those after every game?
Yeah.
His videos?
Oh, I forgot.
So you're going to get to
TikTok.
watch it live.
Oh, that's a good point.
I just can't get on TikTok. I don't like.
You were on this morning.
Yeah,
you're 50 years old. You
no,
shouldn't.
I'm talking about. I want to go. What's it for, Evan? Half the stuff is fake, and everybody laughs like it's trick photography. It's
Are you talking about your filters?
No, I don't use them. That happened to get on. I'm talking about what people do. Like they're tricking us. That really didn't happen.
There's like 7 texts on here wanting you to confirm that you actually will have your bare foot on the floor of an airport floor.
That's all. Sometimes too much is fact.
All right.
Yeah, my daughter ripped me.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't either. All right. What do we got next? We got crossover. I haven't done a crossover in a while with these guys. So I'm looking forward to that. What do you?
No, my sister-in-law called during the show.
Come on, Goo.
Come on, what?
Don't take it.
You don't even know how to turn your ringer off.
That hasn't happened in a while.
Well, you've been gone.
Oh, man. What do we got now? We got a minute. I can fill for a minute.
No, but seriously, you got some time today or not?
Yes. A little bit. I got to unwind from the weekend. All right. Steiny, just do the read and get out. All right. Crossover coming up next. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. There's nowhere else to go. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway.
dogs. It's not a sport. You don't get a scholarship for eating dogs.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in
the fellas,
Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Hello.
Yeah, doing great.
How we doing?
Doing well. Doing well.
Bradley Beal.
No, I
just came in to light the room on.
No,
that's all.
It's already on fire. The Giants had a big win last night, and I loved the game of baseball, but I couldn't ignore what I thought was strike 3 on Chapman in the bottom of the 8th inning.
The umpire. The umpire was drunk.
Dibs, give me the robot umps or the electronic stuff right now, man.
It's funny because I follow on X. There's an account called Umpire Scorecards at Umpire Scorecards, and after every game the next day, they give you the scorecard on pitches missed, both balls and strikes, and what the net run differential is in favor of one team or the other. Last night, the Giants got a 1.46 favored umpiring by the home plate umpire, Phil Cuzzy, in a 2-run game.
Which means they covered.
Which means, it means they won 1.54 to 1.
Exactly.
With a robot,
still a win.
We'd still be playing. But that's the point of, and I've never been in favor of robot umps, but it's gotten to the point now where it is too difficult to be a home plate ump. It's too hard.
Whenever I've complained, like on social media, about umpiring this year, it's never been, and maybe it comes off that way sometimes, it's never been, the Giants got hosed. It's never been that. It's just, I can't stand baseball umpiring anymore.
There it is.
And so, you have to talk about it just as loud when it helps your team as when it hurts your team. Like, and so to Dib's point, is it too hard? Can a human being not track a 100-mile-an-hour fastball
with movement,
or like do we? Is there something else in play? And then my least favorite part, which is that baseball umpires will forever seemingly act like they're everybody's parents. Which is like, you don't talk to me. Go to your room. You have to leave now.
Saw that all weekend, taking the mask off, yelling.
You looked at me, so now you have to go to the clubhouse. Like, I've always despised that part of it. So, I don't know. Look, this is sort of like when the BCS came around. Like, it annoyed everybody.
Man.
You knew immediately you're only going to have to wait a certain number of years. You're going to have to wait a certain number of years.
We're getting closer.
But you're only going to have to wait a certain number of years. And this will change.
I give Phil Cuzzy a little credit last night on the most egregious one, which was the Bryce Harper. And I'm looking at it here, strike 3 in the 5th. And Bryce turns around, which you're not normally supposed to turn around.
That's right.
And Bryce offered a brief opinion. Cuzzy takes the mask off and comes back with his own thoughts. And then it ended. As opposed to rip off the mask. What'd you say to me? You're out of here. One of the big stars of the game. And I'm looking at it here, Goo.
It was bad.
Strike called accuracy, 85%. That's not good.
That's terrible.
If you're at 95, that's a good night for an umpire. 95%.
And how fair is that for 4 guys who love the game to know one pitch can change it? That's all. It's hard enough, but one wrong pitch.
Of course.
That's it.
Bryce said in the locker room after the game, the umpire took over the game. Those were his exact words.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Umpire took over the game. Yeah. Yeah, the umpire scorecard is the same as being an academic workshop. You have to get an A. A B is the same as an F.
You guys on fire with that one.
61 called strikes, 9 of them were balls. That is too many, including the one. And
both teams?
What's cool? Yeah, totally. So you see the graphic, and they show you the way it comes down, and then it says overall favor, Philly minus 0.56, Giants plus 0.86. That's almost a run and a half. That is a dramatic swing. Normally it's about a half run either way, and, good calls, bad calls, we had our share. But last night, in some of the biggest spots, Cuzzy was just awful.
Did you guys talk at all about Nico Horner?
Well, we haven't done our show yet.
Bishop O'Dowd.
I guess so. No, this happened a while ago.
Oh, okay.
You see what he got?
I guess so.
I haven't talked about anything yet.
And we talked about the person who officiated my wedding up in 9 days. Willard ties the knot.
Look at
you.
The officiant, Luke Stauffenegger, I think his brother played baseball with the aforementioned Nico Horner at O'Dowd. But please continue.
Yes, he got thrown out of a game recently.
Okay.
You know what he said to the ump? And does this deserve an ejection?
I can already tell you no.
All right. Ball outside, strike. Horner turned around and goes, you're having a really bad day. Ejected.
No, of course it's not.
But that's
of course
so
it's
lame.
not.
That is, come on.
That's absolutely terrible.
But I feel like
I kind of think that one is. Come on.
No, you know
Come
why?
on.
Do you know why I've listen? There's a limit to everything, but I've always raged against the idea of words leading to
having
ejections.
a conversation. I can't.
Right.
You're above that.
If it goes on too long, fine. Right? If it gets very, very obscene, fine.
Disrespectful.
Outside of that, why would anything bother an ump? We can't hear what he said.
Come on.
If he was mic'd up, then I get it. If the whole stadium heard him criticize the umpire, maybe I'd understand it. We don't know what Nico said. We just know that he looked at him and spoke. I don't know why you're not allowed to render an opinion as a Major League Baseball player.
I don't like that.
You're having a rough day, kind of like Ken is in the other room. I just got completely distracted.
Wow.
He's wearing a Dodger hat.
And he's a Met fan.
Right, there's my problem. Like, you thought I was mad because you're wearing a Dodger hat.
Go Dodgers.
Inside 95.7 The Game here in San Francisco. That's part of it. It's disrespectful, but it's also like wackadoodle. Like, you're not a Dodger fan. Why are you wearing a Dodger hat right now if you're not a Dodger fan?
I just have a lot of different hats. I don't think it's that big of a hat.
can't-
I got a Tampa Bay race hat. You want me to wear that tomorrow?
It'd be better. It's still wackadoodle. Like, I don't understand
Scotty and I
that.
got on him earlier.
This is actually even worse than guy who wears a Diamondbacks jersey to a Pirates-Giants game. I don't understand it. Like, wear what you want. It's San Francisco. Wear whatever the hell you want. I don't get you, though. Like, who does that? You're just getting ready in the mirror. You're like, tonight's a good night for my
But if you're
D-backs
repping your
jersey.
team and you got tickets to said game,
I guess.
Like I wore my Cowboy jersey to the Super Bowl. My team wasn't playing. That's the day you wear
That's
it.
called being a glutton for punishment.
Super Bowl's a little different because, by the way, you weren't going to the Super Bowl. You were going to someone's house. You were coming
Multiple
over to my
people's house.
Yeah, and you went to multiple houses, it turns out, and said hi to everyone. So that's a little bit different. Again, I'm not offended by it. I just don't understand it.
You know what?
I don't get it.
For example, if the Giants, they play tonight and a guy comes to the game in a Mets jersey.
He repping his team.
Yeah, I
But it's Tuesday.
I
Like,
love the game.
Are you a tourist? Is that why you're here?
That's too harsh, man.
Maybe. And if you're a tourist, okay. You know, you're like, oh, we're in town. We should, like Lucas was just saying to me, he's going to be in San Diego next week, and he's bummed because the
they're not
Padres
there.
aren't in
Okay.
town.
Of course.
But if they were, he'd go, and whoever they're playing, I don't know. Would he wear a Giants jersey? Maybe.
He might.
I think he would.
We know that Marlins man likes to go to games and just be Marlins man.
So that if you're a tourist and you're like, I'm just here to check out the ballpark, all right. But it's weird. I think it's weird. Just wear a T-shirt. You got clothes that don't
Willard,
have
you
logos.
know why they're wearing it, though. They're repping their squad.
But your squad ain't here.
But
their
that's
what
squad's
diehards
But
do
their
is-
squad's not at a bar either when you walk into a San Francisco bar with a Mets shirt.
But that squad might be playing on TV at that bar.
I guess.
Do you know what I mean?
That's not a
Well, maybe he had his
foul. I ain't
phone
calling
with
it
him
a
and he was
foul,
watching the
Will.
Mets.
I mean, again, I'm not going to go talk to the guy. I'm not going to go get mad at him. I just think it's weird. Do you have clothes that don't have logos on them? I'd go with those.
You can. Yeah.
Plus, you're a tourist, so do that thing. Wear tube socks and sandals. Look like a tourist.
I was just reminded earlier when you were talking about how you used to like write letters to teams and ask for memorabilia, and I was thinking about what I would do as a kid. You'd go to Candlestick, and I always would get probably, I think it was $3 or $4 from my dad, and buy one of those plastic helmets.
Sure.
Because they had all the teams.
With the brown
Exactly.
thing in
The
there.
brown insert, the plastic insert that you could adjust to whatever size you wanted. And then we would go home the next day, and my buddy Jeff Ferrero and I would play wiffle ball, and you would be the team of the helmet that you had. And you'd go to the sporting green and write down the lineup. You know, here's Ken Oberkfell. And you'd go out, Chris Chambliss, and I had my Braves helmet on, Chamby and Rafi and all the rest of it. But you had me thinking about the salad days, Steiny, when you would go and you'd buy a helmet, and pretty soon, end of a season, you might have 7 or 8. You had the Giants, of course, and you didn't have a Dodger helmet, Ken. But you might have a Mets, you might have a Phillies, whatever.
Well, and there's an age aspect to this too.
Right.
Like, how old are you when you're talking about this?
31.
31. Okay, like Ken is a grown ass man.
12, Mark.
Exactly. That's different. Like my son, we were just talking about this the other day. He had a period of time, any jersey, all jerseys. He just wanted jerseys. Dude was rocking a James Harden Rockets jersey in my house. He had a KD Oklahoma City jersey before KD was a Warrior. In fact, one Christmas, he asked for a Russell Wilson jersey, and my parents, bless their hearts, a Russell Wilson Seahawks jersey. Whatever.
Seafoam green.
My mom looks straight into the eyes of this 8-year-old kid.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Goes, we're not getting you that. And I was like, that's my mom. That's my mom. You go get that from somebody's aunt. You're not getting it from my mom. And he got his Russell Wilson jersey from the other side of the family because that's what he wanted.
Oh, wow.
That's what he wanted.
Yeah.
My first wife was big on the thrift store shopping. So one day, my little man, who's now 22, college graduate, he shows up in a Ray Allen Celtics green. And I was like, okay. A couple weeks later, he's got the old red, white, and blue 76ers Iverson.
Nice.
I was like, look at you, Chonda.
Look at you.
Nice little thrift store finds, you know?
He's tall, Dibs. I saw your picture of him graduating. I'm like, damn,
couple of stretch fours.
Yeah. I mean, just thinking about it, everybody's got their own picadillos with the I like to wear apparel from other teams, but the teams need to be a little bit off the beaten track. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't wear a Duke basketball jersey, but I might wear a Murray State basketball jersey. You know what I mean?
John Morant. What was the one that Steph got you? What did Steph get you?
A regular jersey, Warriors jersey.
Okay, but you won't wear that either.
Yeah, no, it's in a frame. It's autographed.
All right.
But would you wear it if you hadn't? Yeah, that's all.
I mean, I'm 60 years old. I'm going to come with a tank top of a Curry jersey.
Guaranteed Guru will in 7
Dr. Punt, well, I don't know how old the doc is, but he's in good shape.
Let me ask you this.
Do you
wear? I'll wear it till I'm in the cast.
Do you wear any other NFL team's jersey but the Cowboys?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Baseball.
Pirates.
Just Pirates.
Just Pirates.
Yeah.
Giants.
Remember I told you I'm on the verge of getting the SF hat. I said,
City Connect Tuesday. It's City Connect Tuesday, everybody.
Oh, that's right. It
I
is.
saw a guy walking over here today with the jersey and the hat.
Which are growing on me. Bush still does. He denying them. Where are you at? Where are you guys with
I'm
them?
fine, but I don't.
They're growing on me. Dibs, white pants, the lights.
I like them, yeah.
But I'm not doing both at once. Pick one.
All right.
Hat or jersey. If you wear both, you're wearing a uniform and you're not on the team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Who are you? I asked Guru this one. I think it's it's fair. It's a fair question. Who are you more worried about? Hayden Birdsong or Verlander heading into the second half of the season?
Birdsong.
Verlander.
Wow. We got the same
And
answer.
that's my goal.
It's a fight. Now it's a 4-hour fight.
There you go. 217.
I agree with him, dude.
217 is coming like a freight train.
Well, you have one pitcher, obviously, who's pitched in this situation 20 times, and you've got another pitcher who's never been in this situation.
Right, and so who has a greater ability to find it? I would lean on the guy who's been doing it for 20 years. I will just say that I'm trepidatious about the whole idea because he looks like he's long in the tooth, and it looks like it may be gone for good. But Hayden Birdsong, you said this yesterday, like he's throwing the ball to where the ump should be asking for robo-umps.
That happened.
If I'm an ump, I'm going to the bullpen and bringing in the robot.
I'm leaning right.
They won the game, but I hear you,
I know.
Dib.
5 walks?
Yeah, no, he has no idea where the ball's going, but I have full beliefs. He's such a pup. What is he, 23, and he looks 13. Like, he'll find it. He's just going through a little
thing. And that's
thing.
command and mental as opposed to beating father time with Verlander.
He'll find it at some point, hopefully fast enough. I don't know that Verlander is going to find it ever again.
Will.
And those quotes that he had after his Dibs, you agreed with me. His quotes after his last start are the last thing I want to hear from a pitcher who's like, well, we've arrived at huck it up against the wall time, and see what sticks.
Man. Help me because I was busy this weekend.
What's up?
With what he said.
What Verlander said? I'm going to have to paraphrase without pulling it up. I'll grab it. But essentially, he came out of that and was like, look, I've been doing this long enough to know sort of how to get out of it, but I thought I had found some of those things, and they haven't translated, so we have arrived at throw bleep against the wall, period, and we'll see what works.
Yeah, because he said, my fastball's not going by people, and my off-speed stuff out of the zone is basically getting spit upon, and then when I make a mistake in the zone, they're lighting it up. And so, Mark's like, Verlander said, I'm going to go out and throw it against the wall and see what sticks, and see you guys next week, which would be tomorrow, right, his next start? It's not tonight, I don't think.
Well,
I lose track sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with Birdsong is, I'm with Mark. Like, he'll eventually figure it out. It may not be this year. Like, he may struggle in the second half this year, but it's all part of the growing process.
Robbie Ray is tonight. Verlander is tomorrow. Verlander is scheduled to go tomorrow.
Giants can acquire a pitcher or a hitter at the deadline.
We did this.
Where's the hitter play?
See, I would take a starting pitcher over any hitter right now.
I probably would too.
That's what
okay, what's the biggest position in need? Catcher?
From an offensive standpoint, it is. I don't even know if they're open to moving him, though, or taking him out because he does so much defense.
Is the Devers thing at first still a lock like you told me last week?
Yeah, he's just got to get healthy. I mean, I don't think they want Wilmer Flores in the field if they can help it, but. Obviously, whatever Rafi's dealing with physically is dragging on. Because remember, when Bomel came on our show, he's like, we think Devers probably play first base on the road trip.
That's right.
Road trip's over.
That's right.
Never did. And then Devers said something about his health. He's like, I'll be ready to go.
And you see it when he's running. He's running as fast as he can. And then at the end, you see that hit.
It's the groin in the back, right? And so if you're in that spot and you've got 5 more games till the break, you might as well just wait.
And we're already past 81. I hate with the break, like, we got 81 more. No, you don't.
Well, the NBA All-Star break this year, I think, was it 54 games or 55? And, that thing was way late. And,
Yeah, I think Devers, we were talking about Devers, and, how does a guy like that, if it's a groin, how does he get healthy?
Man.
You know what I mean?
Well,
that's a...
Man,
you're DHing, so you're not actually.
That's true.
You're out there for about 5 minutes a night. Like, honestly, that's how long you're out there. And the All-Star break's coming.
Yeah.
I would hope, and maybe Matt Williams could stop sending him. That'd be my other suggestion.
It does seem like it's Devers again.
Don't send
that
guy.
Blow.
Stop sending that guy. But
so, what else has been going on? Guys, I've been gone, so fill me in.
Thanks. NBA free agency is basically like a sleep study. I don't know if you've ever been a part of one, but I haven't, but I know a lot about them. And you show up and you sleep, and that's been NBA free agency. It's been a bunch of, small little dreams and a couple of nightmares, and we sit here still lamenting the loss of Kevon Looney 5 days later because there's nothing else to do. And we can all, and Mark had a funny little bit yesterday about, the QO and the CBE and this apron and that apron. And, Mark's thinking, I don't want to steal all your bits because you missed it yesterday. But the NBA has made it impossible to enjoy because of all the legalese and the mumbo jumbo.
Is that what Draymond was pointing at? Well, he talked about the deal just itself, where it's the haves and have-nots.
Well, I heard a caller on your show today basically saying that, like, a lot of the new CBA was built so that another Warrior dynasty or one like it would never happen again.
Me.
And I could tell that it hit you, and it's not that it didn't hit me, but I don't really see it exactly the same way, because if you think about what is actually exciting to the NBA, they would be incentivized to do what? Like, those dynasties rated really highly. When LeBron and Steph are in the finals, your ratings were double what they are now.
Why put the apron in after the success of the Warrior dynasty, I would ask?
For the owners to have a reason to then say publicly why they're not spending as much money. See, we have to stay, like, they built in all of these penalties.
And they're legit.
They built in penalties on themselves. And that way they can go to the public and to the players and to the agent. Yeah, we'd give you $30 million a year, but damn that stupid apron.
And why the Clippers said bye to Norman Powell, knowing you didn't want to.
They just don't want to spend money. And now they've got a built-in excuse.
Well, and that's like Draymond's Instagram post was kind of interesting because he was talking about, and that part he's right about, because it's one of those things we said all year there was no money for Kaminga. And
doesn't mean there's not a market.
Oh, let's get creative. We can get creative. Well, now it's 10 days in.
That was me saying it.
No,
people will find money.
No, they might. They still might. It's just that there's no money. Like they're really gonna have. Like think about what the Bucks did just to be able to get one free agent. They waived Damian Lillard,
and look what the Pacers did. Like literally gave away their first opportunity at contention, also that they could stay below the luxury tax.
Steiny said that the GM for the Pacers was they were ready to do that and go into the.
They were,
and then they were blindsided,
and then Halliburton's injury freaked them out. But that's stupid because that's just 1 year. They're all young.
Just Pritchard said like yesterday that they had talked to ownership, and ownership was willing to go into that apron for Miles Turner, and they just lost Miles Turner. He said he read it on Twitter.
He just left.
I don't know if I buy that.
If that's
I don't know
true,
either,
that's hard to buy. Like,
you don't want to stay here?
I don't know why Miles would do that. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, and I read it, okay, found money. Here's the other thing. So, the Warriors get creative, they'll find some money. The leverage for any of these restricted free agents would come from, well, if you won't find the money, someone else will, and no one else is either. So that's like they're all able to use this one blanket excuse and try to bring salaries down. And I think that's what Draymond is basically getting at in that Instagram post. And this is how I read the DeAnthony Melton rumor, if you want to call it that. If Melton and Horford were to both come to the Warriors, I believe, could be wrong, more likely that means, and what they're waiting on, is to find a Kaminga trade. Now, because the idea of them signing all three, I don't think they have that dough. I mean, they have that dough, but they're not going to spend that dough. Like what, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In order to have and here's where we get into mumbo jumbo, but in order to have the non-taxpayer mid-level exception of $14.1 million, you essentially would need Kaminga to either be gone and turn that into 50% on the dollar, not have to pay him $20 million a year, turn that into 10, or you'd have to have him sign that QO for 7.9. Right. And then you've got 14.1, which you could probably split between Melton and Horford.
Yeah. I don't know how you feel. I know we're up against it. I think he's going to remain in the Warrior uniform. The Kaminga thing.
Yeah, I think he plays on the qualifying offer because if you look at it, and what I read from Draymond was not a direct shot at Kaminga, but Kaminga's in the bucket.
No doubt.
Because if you had the forethought to really go through as an agent and as a player and look at where teams were going to be vis-a-vis the cap, you could see there was only one team. And also, if you're Kaminga and his agent, you should be looking at next year. Because you look at next year, the cap goes up, and there's at least 6 or 7 teams, maybe more, that will have significant cap space next year. This year was just a perfect storm of him being restricted, and I think you said that earlier, Steiny. You were kind of in your bag today, and I want to let you go, so I won't praise you too much, but when you said you would do everything you could to avoid being a restricted free agent, and I thought about it as I'm driving in, think about the term, restricted. You're not free at all. You are beholden to what your team can and will do with and around you and what other teams also want to do with you. And in a market where there's no money, he's heavy on the restricted, light on the free.
I don't think the Warriors are going to let him do what a lot of people are now suggesting. It's not that simple where he's just like, I know a lot of people are like, yeah, take that QO and then just be unrestricted next year.
We get nothing.
Sure, but that hands back to the Warriors, that hands them the power for the next however many months of his career and his playing time and his stats, and all of that affects his money. Plus, the Warriors are so against the idea of letting him walk for free.
Which they should be.
Right, which is why I still think they're going to find a deal for him. I still think they're going to find a trade.
I
I get that
and
it's
I
hard.
think that's why that's why this could go on for a while.
Wow.
So, yeah, all right.
But they all get together in Vegas next week.
Oh, that's right.
So sometimes face-to-face helps move the ball.
Yeah, and maybe they'll ask me to help broker the deal. As, you know, a man of people, somebody who, you know, I know Mike Dunleavy a little bit, and I haven't met JK, but always been a fan. So, yeah, maybe I could step in and be his agent because he needs one.
You can get these things done at the blackjack table.
No
when
doubt.
they shuffle those 6-deck shoes, you got some time to talk.
No doubt.
Yeah, get it done.
All right, guys. Oh, you guys got Landon Roop at 2:30?
Landon Roop is in 18 minutes.
Sweet.
Monty Poole is in 1 hour.
Nice.
We'll get answers.
On 95.7, The Game.
That's right.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Landon Roop is going to join us in like 15 minutes. And that's your third starter. That's your game 3 starter right there.
Yeah, and
that's Landon Roop.
Alex Pavlovich used the term cementing. So not only solidifying, but we're talking about concrete now. This thing's getting into some cement.
However, he's also and we had Grandy do all the I don't know, did that count as a deep dive? Shallow dive?
No, that's just reading his baseball
he's just
reference
jumping into
page.
the pool. Okay. So Landon, I think, is about 19 innings shy of the most he's ever pitched in a professional season. So I can already tell you that will be somewhat early in the conversation with Landon is the idea of, like, do you have an innings limit? How long can this go? You know, like, if you're going to cement yourself as the mythical Game 3 playoff starter, then I don't know. I think the Giants are going to need to know that you're still going to be able to pitch in September and October.
Yeah, and even August, if you're, you said 19 or 20 innings
I think
away.
He's 19 away.
Yeah, I have him at 107, which was his career high. So, and he's getting closer to that. And
I think he's at, what do you have him at 90 right now? Grandy, is that right? He's at 90 this year.
Okay.
And 107 is his professional top. 109 the year before if you combine college and pro.
Okay.
So
shout out UNC Wilmington.
Yep, exactly.
And that's fine. I mean, I would allow that to be included because when you're a pitcher, you're still throwing a baseball hard and torquing it on your arm. So as far as the level of competition and an innings limit, it matters less than other stats would if you take him from college on up. So the way he's pitching, that's 3, maybe 4 starts. All right, everybody, we're at the end of July. Mm-hmm. Now what, guys?
Well, I mean, in theory,
he's allowed to go over the limit, right?
You've made the rotation of a major league team now, so you're going to have to, I'm sure, in theory, they planned on him going more than that. But how much further can you go? Like, that's one thing when you've got young starters and a potential playoff team is when are they going to hit the wall? I mean, it looks like Birdsong might have just hit one. Then you got to go through the wall and come out the other side, and he might do that and all of those things. But I wonder what Landon Roop's perspective is on it. Has that even been discussed? What's the number? How you feeling? All of those things. And then also, I do wonder about clubhouse mechanics, not just pitching mechanics. Clubhouse mechanics. The Giants have now won 5 of 6. So apparently everything is just fine again, and it's all hunky, and it's dory, and there's no problems here. But I will tell you that after we talk to Landon, we would like to play something for you that we find pretty interesting, and it's a voice that is from Boston, has maybe some ties to the Bay Area, that has more interesting things to say about Rafi Devers. And I'll just say this. I've told you this before, and I hope that everyone kind of handles it this way. don't take rumors to be true about someone you've never met. Like, make your own mind up about your own experience with that person. And so I hope the Giants, and I do think they are doing that with Rafael Devers, but at the same time, I do think there are questions about Rafi and how he handles himself and how he's fitting into the clubhouse and 8 years and all of that stuff. I think there are questions. So I do. I wonder about the clubhouse mechanics and evolution ever since he's joined the club and two major league pitchers left at the exact same time.
Yeah, and it's especially a unique situation where the guy brought in to be the number 3, Justin Verlander, is struggling. So you're going up the pecking order, and Kyle Harrison is gone, and Birdsong is not really doing it right now, and Verlander's struggling. So not that he feels any additional pressure, Landon Root, but the clubhouse dynamics, to your point, have changed. And for the Giants, Lamont Wade gone, and here comes Devers, and he's not yet playing first. And so as much as we wanted to see the lineup last night, and 3-1 was not exactly an explosion of offense.
Predictable.
Yeah.
Predictable.
One of us, I thought, predicted a 3-1 final.
I threw out, I said, it was when we were talking about betting the under. I go bet the under on the 7.5, and I go, it's chilly night in San Francisco. They're throwing a lefty. Giants will try to grind this one out 3-1.
Okay, that's what it was. Because I saw the score when it ended, and I was like, I didn't think that I said it, but I thought that it had been said, and so I wanted to make sure I brought that up.
Yeah.
Because it was such a cockamamie reach back and throw it out prediction, but it was 3-1.
3-1.
And they grinded it out 3-1.
Yeah.
So
I almost got mad at Doval because it was in the back of my mind. I'm like, don't do this. It's 3-1. Let's go home.
That's it.
Throw the ball in the strike zone. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Totally.
Dude, Camilo Doval is turning into Brian Wilson. I don't know if y'all know this. Like, there's no beard and crazy attitude. There's no machine. But there's Camilo Doval, and seemingly the first guy is just on first base right away when you start. And it's the worst characteristic for a closer that you could imagine, is to come in and you can't find the strike zone every night. Ugh.
Scary.
It's awful.
Well, especially against the backdrop of the rest of that pen where Rodriguez doesn't walk anybody. Tyler Rogers, I don't know if he's issued a walk this year. I think the number is in single digits for Tyler Rogers.
I'll look it up.
But you've got those two guys with whips under 0.9, and then your closer is the one who is maybe the most erratic. But the interesting part about Camilo, it feels like when you've removed him from that role, he's kind of fallen apart. So it's almost like you can't remove him even if you wanted to.
I'm chuckling because I am looking at Tyler Rogers' walk numbers. Not even just this year. You look at last year too.
Yeah.
How many people you think he's walked? We don't need games.
This year, I thought it was like 4 or 5.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
He's walked 4 people.
Yeah.
And last year he walked 6. 6. That's 10 walks in, let's see, 77, carry the 77 games plus 46 games. That's the appearances both last year and this year. Yeah.
He leads baseball in appearances this year.
Yeah. 10 walks.
He's got a little Eck in his game. And you remember Dennis Eckersley?
Absolutely.
He wouldn't walk people.
Ever.
And, similar kind of motion on the ball, action on the ball. And Rodriguez, I know you don't have the numbers in front of you, but his walk totals are a little higher, but he doesn't give up hits. He just...
Well, he's just dominant. Randy Rodriguez. I mean, he's an all-star. Randy Rodriguez is absolutely dominant.
The reason why I knew that about Rogers is because I was looking at their 2 years, because I thought, you know what, if Rodriguez is an all-star, Rogers has a case too, because their numbers are very similar.
Rogers absolutely has a case, but he just doesn't pop as much.
Right.
Randy Rodriguez's ERA is below 1. So Rodriguez has walked 8 so far in 39 appearances, total of 39 innings. 39 innings, he's walked 8 and struck out 54.
Man.
Dude, he's nasty.
Nasty.
Absolutely nasty. They got to get this guy pitching on back-to-back nights. We got to do that. What's going on? I want that question to start getting asked more. I wish we had asked Bomel that. Next time he comes on, I want to know, because I don't know how many relievers sort of like, I don't know if I'm saying this right, suffer from that. Like relievers, when you're coming in to throw 1 inning, you're usually available the next night. Not like 3, 4, 5 nights in a row.
Right.
But Randy, I think, has only pitched back-to-back nights like twice all year, and it hasn't really gone very well.
Well, there you have it. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
you know?
they don't do that. But I also want to let Randy and his agent know you don't get to be a closer in this league if you can't pitch on back-to-back nights.
Well, and as you would say, that job is not available, ... right now.
Not right now.
And he is not arbitration eligible for 7 years, I think. I do think it's 2028 is when he becomes.
Let me get his contract.
It's a long time down the road. So if you're the Giants and what you have is working really, really well, there's no great rush to try to, force him into back-to-back games. And they do have a bounty of arms down there in the pen and different guys that they can throw at teams at different spots.
He's thrown back-to-back games five times this year, including as recently as this weekend. Got one out Saturday and then pitched a full inning on Sunday.
Okay, so maybe it's different if you only have to do like one out, come in, get one guy, finish an inning. I'm sure the pitch count is a part of it, but I wonder if you want to go next level on that, Grandy, find out what his ERA is in those second games. The 5 back-to-back appearances he's had, what is his ERA there? The baseball rules for young players, I find next to offensive, unless the player is really good and on your team. Then I love it. Randy Rodriguez is pre-ARB for 2 more years. So he doesn't even start the ARB process until 2028.
Yeah.
He going to be a Giant for a while. And it's awful. It shouldn't be that way. But when you have a young all-star on your team, it's great.
Right.
It's great.
And we're all sitting here crying in our beer over restricted free agency, where Kaminga at the very worst is going to get $7.9 million and then be a real free agent. Rodriguez probably makes about $400,000.
A little bit more, but Brock Purdy looks at Randy and goes, "That's all you make?"
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, $770,000.
Right.
In Randy's outings on a second consecutive day, he hasn't given up a run. Now he's only given up 5 runs total
all year.
3 earned runs, 5 total runs.
Then
but he's not given up any runs in when he's pitching in the second straight day.
Then I stand corrected and then go back to my curiosity. So why are they not doing it more? Hey, Randy, pitch more. You're very good.
They have the number 1 bullpen ERA in baseball.
I got it, but they just lost Eric Miller. And so, I don't know. Like, again, yes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're doing great with regard to how they're managing the bullpen, but I'm curious why Randy's not available more often than he is.
Yeah.
He's their best guy down there.
Yeah, he's an all-star, so maybe as the season goes on, you use him more. But one thing that they've been really good at this year is limiting bullpen usage. And as a result, these guys, many of them have gone out and pitched great.
Well, and they've also, as opposed to what we've seen the last handful of years, they've had no openers. So you've not started any of these games where there's just tons of pressure all over the bullpen. And so even though there are a couple starting pitchers right now that we're a little uncomfortable with, I think we got to remember that. Like, add in Kyle Harrison, and I can't even remember, have the Giants started anyone other than those 6 guys in any game this year? Like, none of the Carsons came up and started a game, right? I can't remember any openers. I think it's their 5-man rotation, and obviously with Kyle Harrison when Verlander was hurt, maybe I'm not thinking of once or twice, but they have a starting rotation, and therefore someone who's trying to go 5, 6, 7 innings every single night of the year. That's huge.
Sean Jelly started 1 game.
Oh, Jelly, that's right.
Harrison 4, Birdsong 9, Hicks 9, and then the other normal 4.
Jelly was that game in L.A., right? Was that in L.A.?
Yes, that was when Kyle Harrison got traded.
That was when he got... Oh, that's right. That's right. When Kyle Harrison got traded. All right. So Landon Roop's going to join us next, everybody. And we'll chat about all of this stuff with him coming up tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Yeah. 9 in the morning, the Valkyries take on the Indiana Fever, and guess who they just announced is about to return to action?
Who?
Caitlin Clark.
Okay.
You ever heard of her?
Heard of her.
9 a.m. tomorrow. So Clark is not just nearing a return, but they are expecting her in this game, and so she should be back. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. You'll find it there. You can watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game starts at 8:30 in the morning. Breakfast with the Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Landon Roop joins us next. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, that was a really nice win last night. I mean, like we got into some of the weeds about everything going on with the Giants, but also deep breath after the whole Marlins-White Sox thing. The Giants have won 5 of 6, and now they're going against high-level competition. Playoff atmosphere out at the Yard last night. That was good for the soul.
Yeah, nice, tidy 3-1 win, and you check the box, and the young pitcher comes out and balls again.
Yep, and his name is Landon RP, and he's kind enough to join us right now here on Willard and Dibs on the River Islands guest line. Here he is. Landon, thank you for doing it. Nice job last night, man.
Hey, guys, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me on. Looking forward to it.
Thank you for doing it. And Landon, to what level are you sort of feeling solidified now as a member of this starting rotation and what that may mean for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it, but also I kind of like to look at it as a way of, always competing for the spot. Just going out there every time and competing and giving it everything I have. And in this game, it's someone can take your spot real quick. So just trying to keep that and keep competing.
What were you able to glean from last year's 4 starts that helped you in the offseason get ready for being one of the guys every 5 days?
Just confidence. And, it felt like all year I wanted to start and I never got the opportunity, just with going up and down. And then finally there at the end, I got 4 starts under my belt. And, it just gave me confidence that I can be a starter at this level, and went into the offseason knowing that, and just got to work and worked on obviously my changeup has gotten a lot better this year, and worked on the cutter. So just going in the off season, just knowing that I had to add some more pitches to my arsenal if I wanted to go deep into games.
Landon, I'm glad you brought up that whole process last year going up and down. And it happens. It happens to a lot of young guys, but I know it was much more a part of the Giants culture in recent years than it has been this year. What has that meant to the guys that largely you all know who's going to be in the Major League clubhouse most days?
Yeah, and it just shows, how Buster looks at things. He's been a player, and he knows that guys go through times where they're going to struggle and they're going to come out better on the other side of it. So, and honestly, I'll be honest with you, my first couple starts, I guarantee you if this was last year, I would have been sent down. So just thanks to him for believing in me and letting me work through some things and just learning at this level. But yeah, I mean, it gives all the guys, the younger guys, confidence knowing that if they have 1 bad game or 2 bad games, that they're not going to be sent down right away and have to fight for their way back up. It's just, this game is, you learn each day, you learn each outing, and that's what it's about. So.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see you grow in real time, every 5th day when you're out there. And it's got to be kind of neat and helpful to have a vet like Justin Verlander in the room as well. And I was just looking, when he debuted, you were 6 years old. So how much of Verlander do you remember, and how helpful has he been?
Yeah, I was very young, but I do remember watching him as I was growing up. I truly don't remember that much, but I do remember the name, and I've always known the name in baseball. And just to have him in the locker room and as a friend, and just someone I can lean on in times of need when I need to know more about a situation. He for me, I lean more on Logan for pitch types and how to throw that, just because we're more similar in that area, but. Verlander has all the knowledge in the world about every single thing in baseball. You can ask him any question, and he's got a thought out answer for it. So, just leaning on him in situations that involve the game, like mid game, like mentality and stuff like that, is huge. And just having him around. He's a Hall of Famer who's been in the league going on 20 years. So, just really cool to get the opportunity to suit up with him and share a locker room with him.
Landon RP is joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. He threw 5 strong last night in the Giants' 3-1 victory over the Phillies. Landon, while we're talking about future Hall of Famers, and you mentioned Buster Posey and the way he kind of runs this clubhouse. I wonder how you processed the big Devers trade from this perspective. The fact that they were willing to give up Kyle Harrison had to register with you in some sort of a way, in terms of how they see your future and Birdsong's future. Is that accurate? How did that trade sort of register with you?
Yeah, at first I didn't really think of it that way, but Kyle's been a friend since I got with the Giants organization, and we were all getting ready for the game. I think I just got out of the shower and put my clothes on and was about to go back out, and Kyle comes in the locker room crying, and my first thought was, man, he got hurt while he was warming up, because you never think somebody's gonna get traded right before their start. So, but it was a relief when he said, he got traded, because my whole thought was he was hurt. But, I don't know. It was crazy in the time. Like I said, it was right before his start. So, I couldn't imagine what was going through his head, but he's an unreal pitcher, and I think he's only going to get better. And, I wish him all the best over there. But as far as for me and Birdsong, I think it just shows, the confidence they have in us to grow and be a part of this rotation, and even making the rotation out of spring training. It just gave me a huge boost in confidence, knowing that, they believe in me, and I'm able to work through some problems up here and just learn. So, yeah, it gives me a bunch of confidence going forward.
Landon, I appreciate you bringing everybody in the clubhouse in that sort of a way. I don't know if we knew the way Kyle kind of took that news. So he was in tears when he came in?
Yeah, I think it was more so like, because when I hugged him, it was more so like, I love you guys. I've always wanted to be in the Giants organization and stuff like that. But I think what I told him, I was like, the game doesn't change, just because you're on a different team, it doesn't change. Just go out there and be great. And kind of piggyback off what Webby said, he's going to be a superstar over there. So super happy for that opportunity for him, and wish him nothing but the best.
Yeah, a chance to see him and maybe even face off against him down the road with this new interleague where you get to play everybody all the time.
Yep.
Yeah, how much is the previous day's pitcher motivational for you? In other words, Robbie Ray is out there and Logan Webb, and they're dominant, and when you get the ball, do you feel not extra pressure, but almost a responsibility to try to keep the bar high?
Yeah, no doubt. You see those guys go out there every fifth day, and Webby's 2 games before me, and Robbie's right after me. So I get a show. Well, all of our starters are pretty good, and we know we compete. But just watching those guys, the 2 All-Stars from this year, just you can do nothing but learn. And Webby's been around for 6-7 years. Robbie 10 plus. So just taking in all the knowledge and just watching how they go about their business. But yeah, super excited.
Landon, I think fans have a lot of questions about both you and Hayden with regard to how long you can go this season, because both of you are headed for all-time highs in terms of innings pitched. So can you take us through the entire thought process on, is there an innings limit? How do you discuss this with the team, and what is the plan going forward?
Yeah, that's been a popular question as of recently. But as far as I know, we have not talked about it at all. At least it hasn't been brought up to me. So my plan is to, stay healthy, get in the training room, get in the weight room, work out, and just stay healthy and be able to go out there every fifth day and help these guys and our team get to a playoff. So for me, it's like I said, just staying healthy and going out there and competing and giving our team the best chance to win.
What things do you do in between starts that you're hoping can really help you stretch out that innings limit and maybe keep you fresher as you get into August and September?
Really just like today, I'm taking it super easy. I don't touch a baseball. I don't even go outside on the field. So I go in, I get a full body treatment, and just kind of relax and take the day. And then tomorrow I'll work out and toss the ball around, and then I have a bullpen the next day. So really just, I kind of got this from Webby. He's given me a lot of tips and ways to, because obviously we see it every year. He throws 200+ innings. So he kind of seems like he knows what he's doing. So, but yeah, I got that from Webby. Just, there's no need to beat your body up 2 times in under 24 hours. So taking that whole next day has been really helpful for me on recovery and just being able to go out there every 5th day and try to throw 5+.
How much nicer is the full body work the day after a win as opposed to a loss?
A lot better after a win, but it's pretty good either way. But I would definitely say mentality-wise, a lot better after a win.
Well, and you might have even registered a statistical win if it hadn't been for the weird spin on that Stott double that ended up going off of Wilmer Flores' leg last night. I wanted to ask you, you have such a devastating curve. The spin on that hit, do you think that was from your curveball?
I don't really know, honestly. I talked to Wilmer about it, and he said, "Dude, I've never seen a hop like that." And because from my point of view, I couldn't see it. So, and when I came in the dugout, everybody was saying like, "That's the weirdest hop I've ever seen." So it could have had something to do with that, but it also could have been just something on the field that kind of interfered with the way it hopped. But I do remember that last Bryce Harper at bat. I threw him a curveball, and he fouled it. He barely tipped it and fouled it off, and it looked like some of the either the seams or the leather on the baseball had like come off like when it was spinning. So I don't know if that was my curveball or just the way he hit it, but it was pretty crazy.
I've heard of people hitting the cover off the ball. I have never heard of people like pitching and spinning the cover off of the ball, Landon.
Yeah. I don't know if it was that, but it'd be pretty cool if it was, wouldn't it?
It really would. Landon Roop is with us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, how's Rafi Devers as a teammate?
He's awesome. Just waiting on. I mean, he looked comfortable from the day he got here, and he looked happy to be here. And he's a huge addition to this lineup, and just really excited to have him just absolutely compete for us. And obviously he's going through a little struggle right now, but like I said earlier in the call, everyone does that. And when he comes back and gets going, it's going to really boost this lineup, and there's no telling where we'll be able to go.
Landon, we love having you. Great stuff last night. Before you go, you ready to have a little fun so we can get to know you even better and do the big finish?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Okay, here we go. All right, Landon Roop on the big finish, and these are our wonderful categories put together by my partner here, Dan Dibley. You have to pick one category, okay? Your categories are either Fruit Roops or Carolina on my mind.
Carolina on my mind.
Carolina on my mind. All right, here we go. What do you miss most about living in North Carolina?
Hunting and fishing, for sure.
Which do you prefer, hunting or fishing? If you had to choose one on a lazy Saturday afternoon, which one do you go with?
That's hard. Is there any way I can do both?
I suppose fishing essentially is hunting. You're hunting fish, right?
It's a lot of hours in the day, you know?
I think if I had to choose and I couldn't do both, I would probably go hunting. It's just, for me, it's just very peaceful. I'm out in the woods and just seeing God's creation come alive. So it's pretty awesome for me.
What's the best fish that you've ever caught, Landon?
Oh, I was actually in a sportsman book when I was, I think, 7 years old. I may be wrong on the age there, but I caught a 5-pound speckled trout down in Belhaven with my grandpa. And I think at the time, he lived in a little neighborhood, and I think at the time it was the biggest speckled trout ever caught in that area. So I got put in the sportsman book for it, and I still have the book at home. It's like a magazine. So that was probably my coolest moment fishing.
That's pretty awesome. A 7-year-old catching a 5-pounder. That's almost like shooting your age in golf.
Seriously.
You get to that level.
And you don't come across very many 5-pound speckled trout in North Carolina either. So it's pretty cool.
Especially pulled by a 7-year-old. Question number 2. I know you went to UNC Wilmington, but growing up, were you a Duke household or a North Carolina household?
Absolutely neither.
Oh.
Wake Forest in the building?
We were split. So my dad was UNC. My mom was ECU because my dad and mom both graduated from ECU. And my brother was also UNC, and I was NC State. I love the Wolfpack.
Okay.
Yeah.
NC State. No, that works. Okay, last one. Carolina is known for musical variety. What is your favorite type of music and favorite artist?
Country music for sure, and I think my favorite artist as of now is Cody Johnson.
Okay. Like, you don't get walk-up songs when you're a pitcher, do you?
No, we do.
You do. You do. Just like only when you're heading out for the first inning?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And is that like what's your walkout song?
Sleeping on the Blacktop by Culture Wall.
Okay.
We're going to have to put that in the rotation.
No doubt. By the way.
Yeah, you should give it a listen. It's a good one.
Landon, you didn't pick Fruit Loops, but one of the
my heart.
I know one of the questions. I got to know, what was your favorite sugary breakfast cereal when you were 7 years old and catching fish?
I'm gonna have to go with Reese's Pieces.
Oh,
okay. I mean,
Reese's, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, you got it. Yeah, those little Reese's Puffs, those little things. Yeah, that works.
Yep.
My son loves those too.
Great answer. I was really hoping you'd go with Fruit Loops, but I understand.
Yeah, no.
Too complicated.
We got a little bit of both.
Yep.
Hey,
I'll eat any cereal. I love Captain Crunch. I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I love it all. Cereal's one of my favorites.
So you're still rocking cereal now, huh?
Yeah, I eat it in the clubhouse every now and then.
Oh man!
And that was a solid rotation right there. Really good variety.
I'll mix in some Fruit Loops every now and then.
Okay,
there you go.
I think that's what we were going for.
Kind of.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, Landon, thank you so much for doing it. Great job last night. Keep it up, and thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all for having me.
All right, there he is. That's Landon Roop, everybody.
Goes,
right here on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah,
that was fun.
That was super fun.
Landon's great.
And
That's the first time we've gotten a chance to do that with Landon.
Yeah, the first time we've gotten a bonus question in the big finish where you crossed the other category.
That's totally a foul on me, but I'm like, I can't.
No,
I got to
know.
It really should be something you know about everybody you meet.
Yeah.
What is your favorite sugary breakfast cereal as a kid?
For me, it was Fruit Loops.
It was Fruit Loops for me as well, but like you really had to do some coaxing with Mom. They had to be on sale, first of all. That was always the first tell. Like, are they on sale? If they're on sale, if she cut out a coupon or whatever, then I had a shot. And then obviously you had to behave, and you had to maybe be eating your vegetables the night before or whatever, but every now and again we could get her to get some Fruit Loops or some Apple Jacks.
Oh, yeah.
Those were the other ones that we would go for.
Pretty strong.
I don't think the Reese's thing existed when we were that age.
No, I remember there was the cookie one that came out when I was just getting into high school, like Cookie Crisp, I think is what it was.
Cookie Crisp.
But it was mainly it was Trix and it was Fruit Loops and Apple Jacks. And then, my mom and dad would come rolling out with Life and Special K. Even Frosty Mini Wheats, it's like, come on, you two. What are we doing here?
Why are you putting grass in a bowl and then putting milk in it and telling me to eat it? Like,
unacceptable.
Don't do that. And now the grocery store, shout out Safeway, it's a whole different section. Like, I'll tell the kids, they'll be like, "Oh, we got a cereal," and I'm like, "You got to stay away from the bright colors. You have to go,
Dad.
You got to go over there where they've got." Like, it's everything that's made by Kashi.
Oh, yeah.
And then like Barbara's Bakery will be in there. She makes those peanut butter puffins or whatever it is. Like, you could go get something out of there. But, like, you got to really stop being such a bunch of jerks if you want me to go over there and get something that's bright orange,
exactly,
or
pink
fluorescent
or yellow,
green,
exactly.
Yeah, you got to worry. That's the big sugar aisle right there.
Yeah, it's all behavior based. I like that. That's good parenting. It's like, how have you been? I'm going to let you get a beige cereal today, the way you've been acting.
That's right. You got to turn that around, and if it literally says 0 in added sugars, then my answer is yes. Outside of that, pound sand and pay for this while you're at it.
Yeah. But, Dad, I cleaned my room. All right.
No, you didn't.
I mean, get the bright colored whatever with the toucan on it, or, the happy little leprechaun,
and
whatever.
And I am my mother's son. I'll be like, is it on sale?
Yeah.
And that's where you're contradicting yourself, because they'll be like, Dad, it's buy one, get one free. And then I'm like, well, that's kind of working against myself, but sure, let's get 2.
And
anyway.
then they say, Dad, I think you clipped a coupon in the For You section. I hear your reads.
That's right.
Mr. Safeway, see you in the aisles.
It's in your app. Scan the digital coupon, Dad. Anyway.
Dad, where am I seeing you right now? We're in the aisles,
We're in the
dog.
aisles, kids.
Totally. Anyway.
No, Landon was a
value.
delight, man. Landon was a delight, and I guess if you want to circle back to anything newsy that came out of that, I think there were 2 things that stood out. Number 1, Landon said, I haven't even talked to anybody about an innings limit. What's the plan? There isn't one. I'm a pitcher, and I'm going to pitch. And we're going to take care of me, but we're going to ride until the wheels fall off and hope that the wheels don't fall off. So there it is. There's your plan. No innings limit, no nothing. Landon Roop is their 3rd starter, and that's the plan.
And Webby, and he called him Webby 7 times, so I feel comfortable in saying that. Webby's taking him under his wing, and now he's on the Webby plan, and that's why I kind of wanted to follow up about the massage, because, God, that sounds good. Like, you and I have a good show, and the next day, you don't leave the house, and you basically get massaged. His day is going to be an indoor series of massages, no exercise, and just chilling, eating Captain Crunch.
Not bad. Yeah. And then the other thing he said, and I know a lot of you caught it, which was last year, if I'd had a couple of those back-to-back starts like I had a few weeks ago, I'd have gotten sent down.
Go on.
But not this year, not with Buster Posey. Here's what he said.
How Buster looks at things. He's been a player, and he knows that guys go through times where they're going to struggle, and they're going to come out better on the other side of it. So, and honestly, I'll be honest with you, my first couple starts, I guarantee you, if this was last year, I would have been sent down. So just thanks to him for believing in me and letting me work through some things and just learning at this level. But yeah, I mean, it gives all the guys, the younger guys, confidence knowing that if they have 1 bad game or 2 bad games, that they're not going to be sent down right away and have to fight for their way back up. It's just, I mean, this game is, you learn each day, you learn each outing, and that's what it's about.
That is quite an interesting statement. And he talked about it actually right away, even before he got to that answer, about the difficulty last year of going up and down. And that makes sense because he's a brand new player last year, and brand new players go up and down. Tyler Fitzgerald is going through this right now. But it was almost part of the clubhouse culture last year.
Yeah.
It's not now, and you can tell. Let's just put it that way. You can tell.
Right. And in April, he had a 5.10 ERA over 6 starts.
Yep.
Wasn't super great, but he got to pitch in May and in June and now in July.
And now his ERA is heading down to the low 3s.
Yep.
Yeah, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, here for your calls. We'll react to that a little bit more next. 888-957-9570. Also in 20 minutes, Monty Poole will join us. NBC Sports Bay Area. Let's get some answers. What's going on with the Warriors and what's even possible with the Warriors? News comes out earlier today from Mark Stein. They've emerged as a front-runner for DeAnthony Melton. Hello, our old friend. All right, so all of that is still ahead on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, lots to get to with Monty Poole joining us in 15 minutes. We are live in the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. I'm struck by a few things. We can circle back to this. I love this text that we just received on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line from a listener in the 646. Hello, listener in the 646. Thank you for your participation. What Landon just said made me think about Kaminga's situation with the Warriors the past few years. A couple of observations. Number one, even now the listeners are realizing that all roads lead to Kaminga.
Always have.
It doesn't matter what sport or what player or what we're talking about. We all go, what does this mean for Kaminga? So here's Landon Root basically saying that last year he'd have been sent down. But now he's very thankful to have a baseball operations department that is willing to stick with people for a little while. That's an interesting comment. We can circle back to that here in just a second. But we did want to play this for you. And also, Grandy, Ken, if you guys get a chance, I get that this is public speak from a player. So when we say, hey, how's Devers as a teammate? We're sort of well aware he's going to be like, he's great. It's amazing. He's the best person I've ever met in my life. But I wanted to get the answer because I think you can tell some things about sort of like, I don't know, how forceful is someone with that statement? What specific words do they choose? And he was very complimentary of Devers. I do have curiosity about the clubhouse fit and who this guy still is. We're still only 20 games in. Check this out. Dave Fleming, the broadcaster for the Giants, literally hosted the welcome press conference for Rafi Devers.
Yep.
He's come on this station a number of times and said all kinds of wonderful things about Devers now being on the Giants. His brother broadcasts for the Red Sox, Will Fleming. And he recently went on WEEI, our sister station in Boston, and was talking about Devers and essentially said that Devers, on the opening week of arriving here in San Francisco, no-showed on a first base workout with Will Clark. Take a listen.
Trying to get big hitters, and they think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time. And
okay.
It's just patently untrue.
Really?
From what I have gleaned from sources and doing research, he was not slated to go out there and take ground balls on that day. This is what Susan Slusser had tweeted out. Somebody shared her tweet from that day saying he's here doing extra hitting, and that's what he's doing today. And so the idea of Will Clark standing there looking at his watch and pulling out his phone and like huffing and puffing and stomping around until I hear that from Will Clark. And by the way, Will Clark would say that.
Yeah, I was like, he would
on
go.
The Deuces Wild
he
podcast.
would go on with Bernsey and bleepity bleep for a half hour if he had got. So,
this mother jumper didn't even bleep and show up. Can you believe that, Bernsey? No, I can't. Will, go on. Give me 5 more minutes of that. I'm gonna get the clip.
Exactly. Burns is just there to poke the fire. That's all he's there to do. And Burns has got a lot of fire himself.
Say, normally he is the flame,
fire,
but this time with Will the Thrill, I just can't believe that, a broadcaster from the jilted team would have more intel than local reporters. And
I mean, I think what you're saying is totally fair. I'm fascinated by this whole thing, even just from the Fleming on Fleming portion of this, right? Like, here's Dave and Will, and to hear Dave talk about it, by the way, they're very close. You know what I mean? But I would love, do you know, and maybe we'll find the right time for this. Probably not, because I wonder if they'd be willing to do this. Do you know what I would do to get both of them to come on together and talk about Rafi Devers? I would love to hear that, because Dave works for the Giants, and I've talked to Dave both. We've heard him on 95.7 The Game, and I think nobody's more genuine than Dave. I think Dave is absolutely, genuinely thrilled that Rafi Devers is here and would defend every single portion of both the Giants and Devers in this transaction. Will has not been hesitant.
Well, he works for the Red Sox.
To be critical.
Does he not?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Yes, he does.
So,
but I mean, just because you work for the Red Sox doesn't mean you need to dive into a full-blown smear campaign of what is happening on the other coast.
You don't have to, but if that's the way the winds are blowing and you're in a forum where you're being asked about it, it's easy for you to go ahead and push the sailboat a little further down the river.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's even bordering on not accurate, which is what you've kind of been able to pick up.
Well, I don't see any efficacy. I don't see any smoke for what he is alluding to as a fire. There've been no reports of Will Clark being there and being hot and bothered because he got stood up. So the notion that he got stood up to me is where I kind of think that it's more of a crock.
It might be. I do wonder this. Here's I don't think anybody regrets anything by any stretch. They would do it 1,000 times in a row again. I've heard nothing as far as specific, frustrations or, bad interactions between teammates. I've heard none of that. I do think that both teams are still at least keeping their toes in the water of PR. And when you're doing that and you have a certain side, I don't think you're far from the word propaganda. When you are trying to put a certain thing out into the public and it is your slant on it, the Red Sox want you to think Devers is a bad guy. The Giants want you to think that Devers is the guy. And both of them are in public presenting that. And so that's the definition of propaganda.
Essentially, I mean, propaganda implies intent to, I think, influence and intent to maybe not tell the truth. This could be just his opinion. He was there. I wasn't there. So his opinion at some level has to be taken at face value. Yet again, he's working for the Red Sox. And so, of course, his opinion is going to slant that way. And even if Dave Fleming saw Rafi Devers blow off Will Clark, I don't think that Dave Fleming would come on this station or any other station and say, yeah, I was there. He totally blew off Will the Thrill, and it didn't go well, guys. It did not land well. I think that would be a detail, if true, that he would probably leave out of his commentary. And that, does that become positive propaganda, or does that become, hiding the truth? I don't know, but, we're all conflicted at certain levels based on who we work for, and that's, I think, the nature, especially in the spoken word business,
Oh, he did talk about it on the Deuce is Wild with Eric Burns.
Oh,
there's a response. We need to track down this sound.
Is this from today?
I'm reading a fresh article that...
You got fresh deuces over there?
This just came out from NBC Sports Bay Area, and it is using this Will Fleming comment that we just played as the launching point for the conversation. Here's what Will said. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, he did not come out at all. Period. Not at all. I completely understand. But Rafi Devers, next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Even if I have to go grab you by the bleeping back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base. End quote.
Okay.
Will Clark.
So maybe it was not a direct blow-off, but clearly Will is a little annoyed that he was not utilized while he was in town by Rafi Devers.
Clark revealed that Bob Melvin and Matt Williams asked him to meet with Devers and work with him around first base, and while he was forgiving about being stood up, Clark issued the stern warning. Clark believes Devers didn't show up to take grounders with him because he didn't want to be at first base, a position he refused to play in Boston.
Intriguing analysis after the, I'll play anywhere that they need me to play in the press conference. Those were Rafi's words.
So do you see what I mean? I can't sit here and point to any individual or any side. What I can say is I feel like this is one of those situations where all sides are going to trumpet their angle that they want you to believe. And I think that there's probably some truth and some propaganda in all of it. I think the Giants want you to feel like this is easy breezy and hunky-dory. And I think that Rafi is a lot. I think he's a lot.
And he may not want to play a position that he's never played before at the big league level.
That too.
And when Bob Melvin said to us, on the road trip, and here we are, road trip over, back home, and still no Rafi at first.
All right, we're not done with this. But Monty Poole is going to join us next on the Warrior Beat, NBC Sports Bay Area. Fantastically dialed in. What is going on and what is even still possible? Kaminga, Al Horford, DeAnthony Melton, and the rest. All of that next. Reminder coming up at 9 a.m. tomorrow, the Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark, who will be back for the Indiana Fever. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game, 8:30 in the morning, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. This is Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, there's that man, Steve Kerr.
Steve, do we lose you? No, we're going to get you back, Steve.
Yeah, Steve will be back next year. Who else will be back? You know, I mean, Mike Dunleavy confirmed it. You know, Steph will be back. Jimmy Butler will be back. Draymond will be back. Brandon Pajemski will be back. And then beyond that, you know, who knows? But I think things are, in a way, starting to come into a focus, even though it feels like nothing has come into focus. I'm really interested in both what could happen and what's even possible, because there's so many rumors that get thrown out that because of aprons and rules and money are not even possible. So let's see if we can get some answers right now here on Willard and Dibs by welcoming in on the River Islands guest line one of the absolute best out there, Monty Poole on the Warriors with NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, thank you so much for the time. How you doing?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. What would you say right now in terms of handicapping Jonathan Kaminga's situation with regard to either staying or are sign and trade possibilities still out there?
With every passing day, it looks more and more likely that he could stay. However, the Warriors are pretty good at being patient. And when you look around, there's still a number of free agents, some restricted, that are still out there. The problem that they all have, of course, is that the market is pretty soft. I mean, there isn't a whole lot of demand, and there isn't a whole lot of money out there to be thrown around. So with Kaminga, his misfortune is that it's timing. You know, he's available at a time. He's on the market at a time when there is not a lot of opportunity. The market's not giving you much. So I think in the best of both worlds, for him and for the team, I think they'd be totally prepared to move on and might feel better for it. But the way things are going, you can't rule out the fact that he might be back with his team. So I don't think there's a clear path one way or the other. I think they both would be willing to move on, but circumstances have to be right. And so we've heard about the deal with the Kings, and if you're the Warriors, you turn that down, and which they basically have. So that's kind of where it is right now. And you know, the Warriors have guys they'd like to get, but until something happens with Jonathan, they're kind of in this escrow where they can't do a whole lot. They have the taxpayer mid-level exception to dangle, and by all accounts, they seem to be holding that for Al Horford, who has not decided whether he wants to play again. So what do they do if he doesn't? If the Anthony Melton's in the mix again? So there's a lot of things that are happening, but as we said, I think a month ago or more than a month ago, that the Warriors' offseason will be largely dictated by what happens with Kaminga.
And with no resolution on the horizon, what does Mike Dunleavy do if Kaminga is still reluctant to sign or just come in on the qualifying offer and there's no sign and trade that seems to be palatable for the Warriors? What ultimately will be their end game as far as other free agents go?
They won't have a lot of options. They won't have a lot of options. And, you know, there's a couple things that have happened that make me wonder. And one of these things was when DeAndre Ayton came available as a free agent. The Blazers bought him out. He's cleared waivers. And on Sunday, he signed with the Lakers. And so I asked around Sunday and Monday and talked to three people around the league that I talked to, and one other person I talked to indirectly. And my question was, did the Warriors show any interest in DeAndre Ayton because he checks a lot of boxes? And they all said no. And I thought, I would make him tell me no. He's 7 feet tall. He can shoot it. Does he come with red flags? Yes, he does. But the Warriors have never been afraid of that, remember? I mean, they brought in JaVale McGee when nobody else wanted him. He didn't sign with the Warriors until, I think, September of that year. They brought in a guy like Nick Young, who was considered, a certified slacker. They brought in Nick Young. Everybody's like, why would they do that? Well, they won 2 championships with JaVale McGee. They won a championship with Nick Young. They brought in DeMarcus Cousins. When people were saying, oh, he's a headache, he's this, he's that. They made it to the finals with DeMarcus Cousins on the roster, knowing he would miss half the year. Made it to the finals and probably would win if not for the injuries to Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson. Even Andrew Wiggins, there were some questions about that move. And the Warriors have always been firm in saying that we trust our culture. We trust our culture. So DeAndre Ayton, I don't understand why they would at least, as they say, kick the tires. It's a natural thing to me, I would think, because, for one, like I said, he checks all the boxes. For two, they still have their culture, set by Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. But they also have Buddy Hield, a fellow Bahamian, who knows DeAndre Ayton very well. They have on their staff assistant coach Chris DeMarco, who coached the Bahamian national team, who knows DeAndre Ayton too. And I from all I can gather, these guys didn't, want to stand up and say, no, we can't do this. So it seems that I just feel like the Warriors in the past would have said, let's see what he has to say. Let's talk to him. Let's kick the tires. And I was told uniformly that no, they did not engage. And so the Lakers signed him for 2 years, second-year option, 2 years, $16.6 million. The Warriors couldn't do that, but their $5.7 million taxpayer mid-level was there. They could have conceivably done that. And instead, I was told, no, there was no interest. And I find that curious, given what the Warriors really need in the Western Conference, where there's so much size and impact in the paint. And right now, they don't have a veteran center. Kevon Looney's left the building. So they're waiting on Al Horford. What if he retires? So and one person I talked to did say, okay, don't dismiss the Warriors because they can probably still come up with something that works. I'm not counting them out, he said. He says, but yeah, he says, I think Ayton could have done good work for this team, especially given the environment he would have been in. So I think we're all wondering, what's going to be, what happens if J.K. stays on the roster? If they move him, then they have the non-taxpayer mid-level, and that's more money. But that hasn't happened, and they couldn't get that to Ayton or anybody else because J.K.'s still on the roster. So they're kind of stuck right now.
So, Monty, what does that tell you? Like, if that makes you curious that they didn't do it, and we all know the Warriors aren't dumb, so, like, the fact that they weren't even interested, does that sort of make you believe that there is something else in the works?
I think you have to believe that they're up to something. But what it is, it has to come through trade now. And that means future draft picks. And, from what I understand, they have value because we all know that their current core is on in years. And so they have extra value now because the Warriors will need to rebuild pretty soon. So it's going to be really interesting, intriguing to me to wonder what will they do if Al Horford joins them for 1 year. That answers that question. I mean, he's 12 years older and 3 inches shorter than DeAndre Ayton, but they didn't have a skilled center who's a seamless fit and comes with no red flags. But if that doesn't happen, that's when it really gets, okay, what do they do now? And that's where the decision that's a decision they don't want to have to make. They're banking on Al to play, and they're hoping he does. But from what I hear, he is considering retiring. So I think once he decides what he's going to do is when we'll know where the Warriors head.
Yeah, and even when he decides, if the Kaminga conundrum hasn't been resolved, I'm not sure how much they can move forward. Monty, if they do bring Kaminga back on the qualifying offer for $7.9 million, does that give them enough money to potentially, in your eyes, get Horford and DeAnthony Melton to both come?
Well, if Kaminga comes back on that, and you can get, it depends on how much money they want. I mean, now you look, last year DeAnthony Melton got a mid-level. That wouldn't be available. So, coming off injury, there's other teams that are looking at him. would he play for the minimum? That's the question. With Kevon Looney out of the building now, and he wasn't going to collect for a minimum because that's all the Warriors would have offered him. You already paid in a second. Would he collect for a veteran's minimum? For him, it's about $3.3 million, I think. I guess he loves it here, so maybe. But he wants to know too what his value is out there. The last time he did that, he got a $25 million, I think it was $25 million contract from the Blazers. And GP2 made $9 million last year. The Warriors are not going to go anywhere near that this year if he comes back. So that's what you're looking at, because right now Steph and Jimmy they have the lion's share of the Warriors cap money.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, is with us talking Warriors on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Monty, why do we keep hearing the Warriors come up with regard to Damian Lillard and Bradley Beal? How realistic are either of those?
Well, Damian Lillard's he was stretched, so he's getting paid by the Bucks for a while.
Right.
So would he play? It depends on who wants to. If Bradley Beal is bought out again, he'll be getting paid for a while. So at some point, it does become how much are you willing to play for, or how little are you willing to play for if you want to be a part of this team? And that's what it comes down to. Because, if Damian Lillard wants to take a minimum offer to play for the Warriors, obviously this next year he will not play. But the following year, I think it'll be 36. I think then you'll have him if it's a 2-year deal. So that's where the money comes in. And, every team on earth is definitely afraid of the second apron, and I understand that, because if you get to the second apron, you're just basically screwed. And so they all want to avoid that, and that's why the money thing is so important. You can dip into the first. The second apron is punitive, and it crushes you. So it depends on how little money guys are willing to take to play with the Warriors. And again, there was a time when guys would gladly take the minimum. Zaza Pachulia, minimum deal. David West, minimum deal. They would get quality players with minimum contracts. That's harder to do now because the Warriors aren't what they used to be. They're not a clear leader of the pack of championship contenders. They are now another tier below. They were bounced out in the second round, and when Steph went down, they were swept out. So it's a little harder for them to sell what they could sell so well a few years ago.
Yeah, not the same veteran minimum destination. Monty, I'm kind of stuck on the whole thing about Kaminga, because it seemed like last offseason there were better offers out there for him. What can you share about what might have been available for Jonathan last offseason that they were unable to come to terms on?
Yeah, I think the Warriors were hopeful that Kaminga would come back last season and give them all the things they hoped he could give. And there were flashes of that again, just as there had been flashes of that before. And that is why they were reluctant to let him go. Now, can they look back on that and say they should have? Probably, if it gets them what they wanted. But, again, that depends on what was available. I know they were looking at Lauri Markkanen. Obviously, they looked at Paul George. There were other possibilities out there. And you look at what Paul George did this past year, in some ways, you could say the Warriors dodged a bullet. With Lauri Markkanen, he didn't have the kind of year he'd had the year before. So would the Warriors have been better if they made that move and it cost them, Pajemski and JK? You can play that game. You can debate that right now. So would last year's offers have been better than this year's offers? Well, last year's offers would have been in trade, and this year's offers would be sign and trade. And again, teams are deeper into the whole first, second apron stuff, and there is so little money to go around right now. So everybody's watching their wallets a little bit closer now. But it is funny. You probably saw the graphic the other day that every team in the league has made a play, has made a move, and acquired at least one rotation player, except the Warriors. and they're waiting because Kaminga's kind of got them in a place where they kind of have to wait because any significant move they make almost has to involve him.
Monty Poole is with us. So, Monty, what if we whittle down all of the money stuff and all of the tricks of the trade that you've been talking about? And I just ask you this. In their heart of hearts, do they want him on the team next year, or would they rather not?
I think they are very willing and ready to move on. I know they talk a good game about, he can play with Jimmy and Draymond, but it's not ideal. It's not ideal. And Draymond Green, I don't know.
Yeah, I want that answer. Okay. Oh, sorry, Monty. We lost you for a second. I'd love to hear your answer on this. So go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys saw what Draymond Green posted on social, but he basically said that this free agency period has not been what everybody thought it would be, and a lot of people have overplayed the market. And then he said this is not about Kaminga, and maybe it was not about Kaminga, but it applies to Kaminga. So I think he wants $30 million. So is Josh Giddey. He wants $30 million, and right now that has not materialized. So I think the Warriors are also thinking maybe the Bulls will do something because they got guys that they're probably not connected to long term. Kobe White might become available. Maybe the big center comes available.
Vucevic.
Vucevic, not Valanciunas. Yeah, maybe he becomes available. Maybe New Orleans, who's been wheeling and dealing now with Joe Dumars in the front office, maybe they can work out something in trade for draft picks or something. Because if you're the Warriors, you'd love to have a Herb Jones or Trey Murphy.
Monty, so let me just let me wrap with this one and circle back to sort of the deals that you've already thrown out there. If the Warriors are to be patient here, they find some sort of sign and trade for Kaminga. They take back 50 cents on the dollar in a player, but that opens up the full mid-level at 14.1, and they use all of that money to both get Horford and DeAnthony Melton. Would they consider that a successful offseason? Would you?
It's a step forward, yes, because they'd be bringing in two guys that fit. Now, is it a tremendous step forward? I don't think so. Horford's a part-time player, which if they get 70 games and 24 minutes a game, you take that. And Melton's coming off an injury. He was a great fit last year before he got hurt. Maybe he can be that guy again. But it's not the best possible off-summer that you wanted to see from this team.
Monty, great stuff. It's great to have at least a little bit of the perspective of what's going on here. Really, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas, take care.
Okay.
Yep. Drive safe, Monty.
Have a good one. Yeah. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. I think that, I don't know, the thing that stands out to me is, again, if you just sort of wipe away all of the stuff, forget all of the things that have initials, right? CBA
Sure.
and the MLE and the whatever. Wipe all that away and just ask yourself, would the Warriors rather have Kaminga on the team or not on the team next year? And his first answer was, I think they're ready to move on.
Right. And he's ready to move on, and they're ready to move on because it's been 4 years, and the two desires, what he wants and what they want from him, they no longer align. So you bring him back on the qualifying offer for 7.9. Is he going to be any happier? I would argue he's probably going to be more unhappy.
I totally agree. And this is what I really would love to sort of I don't know, we could chat this out a little bit. I wonder where people stand on it because I know there's all the feelings and opinions about Jonathan Kaminga, but my mind goes to a completely different place. And I know a lot of you, I'm here in the morning show, felt this way. I think Steiny and Guru might have felt this way. People are translating the length of time this is taking into meaning it's more likely that he stays. I don't know if that's what it means. I kind of translate it the other way because staying if you were motivated to do that, is the much easier transaction to pull off. So if that's what you wanted to do, you do it by now. Now, you may be right that this length of time of nothingness means they just can't find that deal. But it's only been 8 days. It has not been the 3 months that it feels like.
Day 9 today.
It's been 8 days. And so there is still time to do this. And I would love everybody to ask themselves, what does it look like if he did stay? Forget everyone's desires. Forget your opinions about the past. Could he stay and then have it work? Like everybody's happy and playing basketball and the team is winning and things are fitting and no one's got any opinions or emotions anymore. I don't want Jonathan to go because I'm some sort of like I got a problem with him or none of that. I have arrived at a spot where I want Jonathan to go because I don't think it's viable for him to stay. I think it's awful for everybody involved.
Agreed, and based on what Monty said, and he's a straight shooter and he's very well connected, and so yes. You look at the situation and it's not quite untenable, but it's at least uncomfortable. And so I read into the long delay, and you're right, it's only been 9 days, but they've been trying to do something this whole time. The way I read into it, Mark, is not that the sign-and trade is less likely, but it's less likely that the Warriors get a fair, square deal. It's looking more and more likely that if Horford's like, I want to play, guys, make a decision, and Melton's like, hey, I'm open to coming back, and the Warriors are like, we need to do something with Kaminga, maybe you call Sacramento, and you take that crap offer that they had, and then you take on those two players and you just be done with it.
I think the hard part in terms of PR is selling to people that whatever you get back in the deal is not just about what you get back in the deal. It's also about the money that opens up to go get those players you just mentioned.
Absolutely.
That's
it just
that's
feels
the
more
reality.
And more like the return you're going to get on the actual trade is not like that's going down by the hour.
I don't think there's any way that that's going to feel like awesome or satisfying. There's just not that. There's not enough money in any of these deals at this point. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Monty Poole says that the Golden State Warriors, all things considered, are ready to move on, completely ready to move on, and they're playing the long game with this. We can react to that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. what if we whittle down all of the money stuff and all of the tricks of the trade that you've been talking about, and I just ask you this. In their heart of hearts, do they want him on the team next year, or would they rather not?
I think they are very willing and ready to move on.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kaminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's a banger from Monty Poole, if you ask me. That's a banger. Like sometimes when you're having these conversations with people, I just want to know, where's your brain go first? You know, like a lot of everybody coming on here is professional talker, and so they can make it sound this way or make it sound that way. But where does your brain go first if I just ask you if the Warriors want Jonathan on the team or not? So I think they're ready and willing to move on.
They're willing, yeah. Yep. They're willing to have Jonathan move on.
But then said ready also.
Yeah.
They're ready.
Well,
they're
the
ready
alternative is to bring him back and then have him move on for nothing. It's pretty clear based on his usage when you had a healthy team in a Rocket series and he was racking up DNPs. And the last game of the regular season, which turned out to be a pretty big one against the Clippers, he got a DNP.
Sure did.
So I think that the indication coming from Monty Poole, it's not a shock, but just to hear it, ready and willing. Okay, you can be ready and willing, but are you able? Because those three always go hand in hand. I'm ready, willing, and able. You're ready, you're willing, but are you able to right now? In other words, is there a trade partner out there that's going to give you a trade package and you're able to get a couple of players when you get more of that mid-level money? Are you able to do it? Because Jonathan Kaminga at some point has to also be willing to go to the team. I mean, you can trade him wherever you want, but I would imagine on a sign and trade, he has to sign that contract in order to be traded.
And it has to be at least 3 years.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if you're Kaminga and it's 3 years and $36 million, or the Moses Moody deal, somebody called into Steiny Guru earlier and said, after next year, he's only getting the Moody deal anyway. So if he's offered $3 and $39 right now, and I know that he's getting $8 million on the qualifying, basically, and $39 is more than $8 million. Both are guaranteed. But if I'm JK, I might just bet on myself.
Well, I keep hearing people say that. Steiny Guru had a caller who said the same thing today, and you're not wrong, but I have a question for you. Whenever people go bet on myself, I'll take the $8 million and then watch me cook all year. I'm sorry. How's that going to happen? Well, I think a lot of you have in your mind that next year when he's an unrestricted free agent, then he's going to break the bank. And I'm here to tell you right now that a lot of GMs around the league are like, this is still a wildly unproven player. And if you hand the Warriors the keys to yet another year, I don't know how many minutes the guy's even going to play. Yeah. And if he doesn't play, his value is going to go down. So
I don't know how you don't play him just based on the fact that you're an old team. And you're going to bring in a 39-year-old Horford and an ACL recovery backup point guard?
They already did this. Once. Yes, they would completely
over a short
do it
sample.
again.
I mean, he sat 31 games with an ankle. If that doesn't happen, who knows what would have taken place.
But again, I always point out the only thing that's relevant now is what happened once Jimmy showed up. Because that's who they are now. That's who they are. And once Jimmy showed up, he was hurt. Then he came back. They played him. They didn't like how it looked. They sat him and seen. Like, the guys this morning went back and found the Steve Kerr audio from when we talked to him. When you asked him, hey, if Jonathan's back, are you ready to make sure he's in the lineup next year? And I was so thankful that they played it because I got to hear his exact word choice again. He did not say what a lot of us think he said. He did not say, oh, yeah, if we get a whole year, we're getting Jonathan in there. His words were, I'll absolutely explore that.
It's my job,
That's not a promise at all.
You guys want to hear it?
Let's hear it.
Here it is.
100%. I'm going to give that time next year. Assuming JK comes back, I will explore that right from the beginning. We didn't have that luxury this year. Jimmy arrived and JK got hurt almost at the exact same time. And from the time Jimmy arrived, we were basically in the playoffs. Every game was huge for us. And so while JK was out, As I've explained many times, we got really good. We got really good with Jimmy on the floor and JK injured, and we had to continue down that path and keep trying to win every game just to make the playoffs. So next year with a training camp and an 82-game season, absolutely. I will give that lots of time and try to make that fit as best as possible.
We got better.
Yeah.
Jimmy came in and we got better.
So his words were, I will try, I will explore that, and I will give it time. Those are the three things he said. None of those, to me, say, oh, yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. No, we're going to explore it.
Right.
We'll take a longer look at it, and we may circle right back to the exact same opinion that we had 2 months ago, for all we know. I have no idea what they'll do. And if I were Jonathan, that would terrify me. So the bet on yourself crowd, that'd be my response. I don't think you're wrong, but you're handing the keys to the car back to Steve Kerr.
One more time.
Back to you, Bob.
Yeah.
And now you get to control again how much money I can ask for next offseason. If I'm Jonathan, no thanks. No thanks, if it's at all possible.
Well, and again, it depends on what that sign and trade amount would be, because if you do accept a sign and trade and it's a 3-year deal, now you're giving up 3 years of your career at a price that is maybe below what you'll be able to command next year, because next year, as I indicated during the crossover, all the experts are saying more teams will have more cap money. So that would, in theory, create more free agent opportunities for more players.
Absolutely. However, I'm 22 years old, and therefore that 3-year deal where I could probably guarantee, I don't know, at least $45 or $50 million, right? Go get the Klay Thompson contract somewhere. And then now I hit the market as an unrestricted free agent at age 25. And in theory, during those 3 years, I'm playing for a team that's probably not very good and very much allowing me to score 25 a night, or at least 20 a night.
Well, maybe. And at the same time,
they brought you in for 3 years.
I don't think that he would get 3 years and $50 million. I don't know what his sign and trade would be. Seems like the market is fairly depressed. If teams don't have the money to go out and make him an offer, a restricted free agent offer, then I don't know if a team's going to be able to go out there and, take a sign and trade of 3 years and $50 million.
Remember, it's the sign and trade. So if you are giving him, let's say, something like that, 16, 17 a year, then you're also giving up
something close to that,
8 or 9 off of your roster.
Yeah.
So is there somebody out there that can essentially fit another $9 million per year under their cap? I think so.
But if you're already of the mind, and it seemed like everyone we've talked to, the thought is that there aren't a lot of teams that are that excited about him at any price point. So if you're that team, are you really going to look to go out and bring this player in? Because you mentioned it, he is somewhat of an unknown. And if he was getting DNPs here in Golden State, how attractive is he to you?
I think there are teams out there that are excited about him at that rate. I don't think he's excited about that rate. And that's the issue.
Agreed.
The issue, right? But they're like, if there's no number to come back to either, this happens in life. And this is what Draymond Green was on Instagram talking about last night. And I don't want to, we keep referencing it, and a lot of you probably have no idea, and it's really long. So either go check out Draymond Green's Instagram, or basically we can give you a very, very quick summary, which is that Draymond did what was sort of like a 4-page Instagram thing about how he wishes he was the president of the Players Association because so many people have overplayed their hand. So many people don't realize what's happening to them, what owners around the league are doing. He didn't get into the specifics because I don't think he wanted to call out certain players. And yes, he ended it by saying, this is not about Jonathan, but Monty's right. It's not about Jonathan, but it applies to him. He is absolutely one of the people, one of the many, 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 many players that Draymond is talking about who have fallen into this moment with the new CBA where the owners baked in penalties on themselves so that they could go out into the world and be like, sorry, we can't spend any more money. And now you, the middle ground of the NBA, who used to just go out there and snap your fingers and get $35 million a year, that's not there for you anymore. And by the way, maybe half of it is not there anymore either. And so that's why all of the restricted free agents are still sitting there.
Yeah, and they're all stuck. And for Josh Giddey, he's in a difficult spot because he got traded into a team. But Kaminga, he has a certain amount of control in that if he doesn't want to sign the sign and trade contract, he can come back for 7.9, and he has what amounts to be a no-trade clause. He would have to approve a trade. The other side of it is it's a sign and trade, and you go to, I don't even know where. Let's just say Charlotte, because that seems to me to be about the lowest destination. And now you're a Bobcats for 3 years, and you don't have a no trade. So now you're making below what you think you're worth. Next offseason, there seems to be more money that will be potentially available to a guy. And now you're a Bobcats, and you're out there playing for a team that's going to go 18-64, and maybe it's not where you want to be, and you now lose the control over your own career.
I understand that, but I think being with the Warriors is the biggest loss of control after what's taken place. That's what you know what I mean?
I wonder about that part of it.
That's why I got it. That's why I'm still putting my chip on the side of the table that says there's going to be a trade. Because what I try to look for in these situations is not what it looks like is available. I look for what's driving people. What's your motivator? And I believe that the Warriors and Kaminga both separately feel like being apart is better than being together. So that's why I think that both sides are going to find a way to make that true.
I wonder about the Kaminga side of it because I'm hearkening back to Jordan Poole in his post-punch season, 2023. And I know there are different players because Jordan offensively more advanced and more able to, I think, integrate into what the Warriors were trying to do. Jordan Poole played all 82 games that year, and he averaged 20 a night. And, by the end of the year, he started to get decreased minutes in the playoffs a little bit, but he was able to go out there and still have a year. Difference is he was already signed, and
he was getting minutes.
He was getting minutes, and he was getting minutes in part because the team was getting older then, and I look at this team, it's even older now, and I can't find a way that they would be able to survive by not playing him with his group of old guys.
I fully can.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
I fully can. They did it at the end of the year this year.
Right, in a small sample, you could do that. Those are playoff games.
I'm not saying they DNP him 82 times, but even if they DNP'd him 30 times, or even if he just averaged 12 to 15 minutes a night, it's going to kill his value.
Yeah, I can't even see that.
Kill his value on the market. And they do have so many other players ahead of him, and they do think he doesn't fit, and all of those things. And there are going to be other additions to the roster, I believe. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. So here's what I'd ask you, and I'm no cap expert, so I don't know exactly, first of all, does this fit perfectly? I also don't know what certain players are asking for on the open market. Some guys have options, some don't. But I'll throw you the same question I threw to Monty, and we'll throw it to our listeners. 888-957-9570. Right now. Call right now. We will take your calls on whether this is a satisfying offseason for the Warriors or not. Here's the scenario. You find some sort of sign and trade for Jonathan Kaminga. What do you get back? I don't know. Somebody that's not that exciting, but a young-ish player who might be able to help, okay? You get your young player back. Or if you want to put a name on it, maybe it is your guy, Kobe White, or something like that, okay? But you make a sign and trade for Kaminga. You get something uninspiring but potentially helpful back in a trade. And then you've got the full non-taxpayer mid-level exception of $14.1 million. And in some way or shape or form, that pie is split up between Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton. There's your offseason. Satisfying or not? Is that a good offseason, a bad offseason, or a mediocre offseason for the Golden State Warriors if that's what this ends up looking like?
I think it's a little satisfying. You got a little bit better, but there's still giant question marks. And as Monty was mentioning during our interview with Monty Poole, you're probably going to have to include a draft pick. Hopefully not two, but if you're going to be in the Kobe White neighborhood, that's going to mean Chicago's they're going to have to sign him to a 3-year, $60-ish million deal because I think Kobe White makes about 12.
Or you'd have to throw in more Warriors.
And you'll probably have to throw in a pick because if Chicago is going to take on this contract when it doesn't seem like the market is there for him to go out and get 3 and 60, so you're going to have to incentivize Chicago with a pick. Yeah. Maybe it's a protected 1 through 8 and 2050 or whatever, but I do think that you're bringing in Al Horford, who is the second oldest player in the association, and you're bringing in a guy off of ACL surgery. So for me, it still becomes a wait and see offseason based on what Melton looks like and what Horford can still do.
All things are wait and see. We always have to wait and see as to whether they work out. But I just wonder how that would feel today. Like if Grandy hit the thingamabob at some point here by the end of the week, or maybe it's next week when the two of you are in Vegas. Okay, I'll still be on the show, but the two of you are going to be representing in Vegas, and that's what happens. On the scene, Mike Dunleavy is there. He's in some athletic sweats and a long-sleeve Warrior tee, and he's cruising around Thomas and Mack, and he finds a GM that's like, yep, I'll do Kaminga for 3 years and $50 million. And you're like, great, send me a young player that fits in our system. We'd like somebody, maybe a little 3-and-D guy, okay? And we're going to do that, and now we've got the full mid-level, and Alpha Horford will take half of it, and DeAnthony Melton will take half of it. And they get $7 million a year each, and now they're both on the Warriors. And that the second that news were to come down, do you feel good? Do you feel bad? Or do you feel bloated? I don't know, something in between.
You feel a little bit better. I don't think you feel good. I think you feel better, but I think that scenario you're laying out is a gigantic pipe dream.
Why?
To me, because I don't think that Jonathan Kaminga is going to be able to command that sort of return. I mean, Sacramento offered some guy named Devin and Dario Saric, who you couldn't wait to get rid of here.
Well, right, that's just a contractual thing. They also offered what, I think like two second
round picks.
Yeah, and I don't know if Devin is ever going to be good.
I mean, he played like 12 games last year, so
okay.
Basically, that reportedly is the starting point of an offer.
And that's a crap offer. Yeah. But that's an early
But we haven't really seen or heard any other rumblings about other teams and what those offers might be.
As Monty said, the Warriors are really good at lying in the weeds. I don't think you're good. Like, here's the way I look at a deal. The minute you hear all the particulars of the deal, it's dead. We don't get to hear the deal before the deal. Like, when does that happen? That's very rare.
It's pretty rare.
Sacramento was offered this guy, 2 second-round picks, $1.2 million awarded, and then 3 days later, it's like done.
Because this offer was comedy. That was Sacramento running material. Like, oh yeah, Warriors, you want to sign and trade Kaminga? We got a Devin and a Dario. You know the Dario. You've never heard of the Devin, and we're going to give you a couple second-round picks. Mike, did we lose you?
Yeah, you did.
I mean,
you did lose me.
So,
but that's the point. The Warriors are going to hold out. Like, again, one thing that I always keep in the back of my mind, and I know that a lot of people disagree with me on this, but this is the premise that I wake up with every day when we talk about this.
Now, here we go.
I know
right where you're going.
What are the 4 words I'm about to say?
They're good at their job. That's 5.
Close.
They know what doing. I keep doing 5s.
Thank you, Mila.
That's
what your daughter would say.
You're going to say, I do yike them. You yike them.
Warriors are not stupid.
There you go. Same thing. I was in the right sphere.
The Warriors are
You're in the
not.
ballpark.
He doesn't get a ding because he said what he was going to say.
No, he's giving you a ding for being in the neighborhood.
Oh, thank you, Grandy.
Weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
I do.
Such a liar in there.
I do, but
do you think that Dibs got that answer right?
I do,
but anyway, the Warriors
are not
stupid. So
I do.
Thank you. So when they sit there and go, that's a ridiculous deal, I believe that they are aware something better exists, and maybe that is bringing him back. Or maybe they're like, that's a nice offer 48 hours into this. Or who knows, maybe it came an hour into this. And they're going to play the long game. Because, by the way, I know they're the only team that has not made any acquisitions, but they're not the only team that's not done. I want to repeat, all the restricted free agents remain restricted free agents. Like a lot of teams still have a lot of work to do, and they're going to have to figure this out. And so I still believe there's something out there. They will do better. I also believe that if and when this mythical deal goes down, most Warrior fans are not going to be satisfied with how it looks on paper.
Of course not.
Because it's actually only one piece of the puzzle.
Potentially. And again, this is what Monty said. Like, the more this drags out, the harder it becomes to get Melton and Horford, unless they want to just chill until August or September.
I agree with you, but at the same time, like, what's happened in the last 3 days? Not a Granada, yeah. Right. So everybody's in a holding pattern. It's not like this is all flying by them.
And it's more
We're
about,
in a holding pattern.
For me, it's more about Melton and Horford, because Horford right now is sending out signals of, I'm not sure if I even want to do this.
I don't buy
but
that
if
either.
I do, I think he's probably,
if he wanted to retire, retire.
Back.
Yeah.
Well, I do think that he's probably waiting to see which teams really would want him for more than the vet min. Not that you need every penny, but I'm sure there's a small handful of teams with older guys like him who he's known forever that he'd want to play with. I'm sure there's probably 25 teams you could look at and say, oh, he's not going there.
Right.
Like, he's not going to Portland. No, not going to Washington. And
most people think it's been 2 teams.
The Lakers along. And the Warriors.
Lakers and Warriors, and the Lakers already signed a center. So, like, yes, the Warriors.
I mean, he's a center, kind of.
No, but he is. Like, I totally consider the Warriors the favorite in this. And I think that Al and DeAnthony are sitting there also doing nothing. Like, let's see if we can decode this. Because they're waiting. Because they're waiting for the Warriors to figure out Kaminga. And then once they figure out Kaminga, then we can start to move downhill. But again, I do not see that as some sort of a home run of an offseason, but I do see it as an improvement. And I see it as a pretty good offseason because I also think that we all come from a different place as far as what was our mental starting point. A lot of people went into the offseason going, we getting Giannis. And that's not where my head was. I believed all along that the Warrior offseason was going to be a small one. It's going to be a little nitpicky kind of feeling and maybe sort of unsatisfying. It's not going to taste like chocolate cake. The tiny little piece of Halloween candy that's left over from a couple of months ago. That
It's
you find in the
pimento
cabinet.
loaf.
Yeah.
This is a pimento loaf.
Fine.
It looks like bread. When you bite it, it's like, oh, it's not bread or cake.
Yeah.
Probably good for me, but I'm not into this.
This is dessert that doesn't have chocolate in it.
Diabetic candy is what it is.
What's that pastry? It's not like a sweet roll or whatever. You know, they sell them at all the coffee shops. They're really like dense French. Why can I not think of the name of the stupid thing? Anyway, they're dry and they're not very good.
Not a croissant.
No, not a croissant. Croissant. Anyway, I'll think of it. Anyway, point is, they're dense and dry, and you bite into them, and it's like, well, okay, that's sugar, but it's kind of like pointless sugar. And so it may feel a little bit like that. It's not going to be a home run, but I do think you would be better. You'd be better. You'd have players that fit.
You'd be older and more injured, which is fun.
No, you don't know about their general current state of health. Just because they were hurt before does not mean they're hurt now. Hashtag Christian McCaffrey.
Right, fingers crossed. We can get to that.
He looked great.
Sure, running around in shorts.
He looked
Possibly.
good.
Wake me in September and how he looks.
He looked fast.
Yeah, he looked so good that Shanahan's going to run him into the ground. Great.
Possibly. Really. Right.
Scone. I'm trying to think of a scone.
Is that French?
Probably not.
Le scone.
It looks French when you look at it. Scone. It's the snootiest thing you could get at a coffee shop ever. Let's get a scone.
It's British.
Stop it. Whatever.
Scone is British. No,
it's right next to France.
It's perfect for Britain. That's such a British dessert.
Seriously, it's like, what are we eating here? Figure your food out, UK. Anyway, coming up tomorrow at 9 a.m. Yeah, 9 a.m. Breakfast with the Valkyries. Guess who they're playing? The Indiana Fever and Caitlin Clark. I remember how that went last time when she came here. It went pretty well. So here we go. Let's do it again. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valks. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 8:30. brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Okay, check this out. First of all, we've got some fun Brock Purdy sound that we want to play for you. But then, remember, were you with us earlier when the Will Fleming, Rafi Devers, Will Clark controversy was discussed? We actually have Will Clark's response. We'll have that for you next on Willard and Dibs.
go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I want to thank everybody on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Yeah.
And the YouTube feed as they were screaming words like scone and there were some croissants.
Biscotti?
That's my fault because I said it's French and it's not.
I'm going to eat it.
Shout out to the many of you, including my buddy Tucker, who's listening, and he texted me and he said, biscotti. And I was like, you know what? That applies too. Same thing. Biscotti. What are you?
Also known
as
as
dense cracker.
Mandelbread in
Mandelbread?
the Jewish tradition.
Okay.
Yep. My late mother-in-law, Doris, rest in peace, would make her own Mandelbread, and I looked at it and I'm like, biscotti. But it's Mandelbread. Same idea. And I'm going to defend Mandelbread and biscotti because with your coffee, it's just a delicious cookie. You just dip it in the coffee and crunch, crunch, crunch.
I don't dip stuff in the coffee because I don't do hot coffee, so I'm not dipping that into
You're
my...
a weirdo.
Yeah, I'm not dipping it in an iced latte. We're not doing that.
You do it with the hot coffee in the morning. Cup of Joe, hot coffee.
My cup of Joe is the radio show that we have on this radio station. It's not an actual cup of
It's
of
the
hot
morning
coffee.
Joes, yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm just... Anyway, that's me. But yes, biscotti, same thing. And you don't need to defend your bread because I've never had it. The Jewish tradition bread that I've had is the challah bread.
No doubt.
Okay? And that's fun. Outside of that, I'll refer all of you to Sebastian Maniscalco when it comes to Jewish food. He does. I've told you about this, but he does a whole sketch on Passover, and it is hilarious. And his basic idea is, I love all of you in the Jewish faith. Why don't you let the Italians do the food? Y'all do you. You let us do the food.
Yeah, I'm getting a little deeper into it now.
We'll cater the Passover next time.
Pretty funny.
But anyway, yes, biscotti also works. It's not my jam. Like if we're going to actually sit down and put some dense sugar into my body, I'd like a little bit more on the taste and texture front than biscotti or a scone.
Yeah, the scone.
That's just me.
The scone, when done right, can be okay, but more often than not, you try to break off that first piece, and now we've got 78 crumbs.
Exactly.
Like, what do I do with this thing?
You know what the scone has made people do? You come out of that coffee shop and you go into your car, and one of two things happens. Either you don't have enough hands to drive because you're trying to use that stupid little bag that they give you to catch everything.
It's not a major bag alert.
No, it's a terrible bag alert, and it doesn't work. Like, you think you caught it all. You're like, I got it. I'm being real careful. I caught all of my scone in the bag, and then you crumple up the bag and stick it in your little cup holder, and then you get to work and you look down. And oh my God, you are covered in half of a scone.
Without a doubt.
Not okay.
Our Sunday morning tradition is to walk to the farmer's market, and usually we get my a croissant. And, she's in the stroller just for convenience. She's almost 3, but it's easier than, trying to walk with her a mile. So she's in there eating it, and you look down, and there are flaky, buttery pieces just everywhere. It's like, well, that's going in the laundry.
Yep.
I like a croissant, but the first time you try to get a bite, now you've got 71 pieces of flaky, buttery goodness everywhere.
That's how it helps you keep your abundant life figure, though. If you just have half of the croissant go on the ground.
Pretty much.
That's a good way to do it. Those croissants are not great for you. So I'm told.
The scone. That was good.
Seriously. Well, listen, this is the lovely Christie's entire dessert philosophy. Not saying I share it, but it's her whole philosophy.
Well, you're about to share it.
Well, we'll share a dessert.
Right.
We don't have to share philosophies. We're getting married. We're not becoming the same person. I'm going to eat more desserts than she does for the rest of our lives.
What kind of wedding cake you coming with here?
Oh, yeah, we're not even doing wedding cake.
No?
No. This
It's
is
like
going to be
mini cupcakes?
We're going to get desserts that all the people who are going to be there like.
Okay.
I don't even know. There's going to be, some stuff.
So I could ask you 9 questions about your nuptials
I might
in 9
get half
days?
of them right.
Oh, my God. If Granny had the answers, we could do the ding and the buzzer.
Yeah.
Game show music and the whole deal.
I mean, a lot of the answers are IDK.
Right.
I'm going to find out, though.
I'll let you know next Thursday.
I don't know.
That's awesome.
But her whole dessert philosophy is take a little nibble and then decide whether the calories are worth it. And if it's worth it, we're going to keep eating it. And a biscotti and a scone, I'm sorry, you didn't make the cut.
I don't know if those are high calorie, but I do kind of like the approach.
I'm thinking they probably are. A scone?
Well, not as high as like a cookie or like a piece of cheesecake or one of those like chocolate mousse things that you get, or what's that other one? Not flan, but tiramisu.
Oh, tiramisu.
Miss me with tiramisu.
Yeah, I'm out on tiramisu also.
As
but
far
it's
as
better
calorie
than a scone.
to fulfillment,
yeah,
it's just not there.
It's just too,
the metrics don't work.
Yeah, it's just like
What is going on here?
It's too puddingy, if that's a word.
It's his Friday. That's what's
Not
happening.
specifically tiramisu, just in general, Dibs.
I think he wants some sports.
Sports, man. Yeah. We can get into it.
You want some? Yeah, we get into it.
Willard Dibs, can you lay out for a second?
I mean, we could. Go ahead, Granny. What do you want to say?
Oh, that's coming up tomorrow.
Oh, okay. That's right. Granny's going to get some run.
Touches.
Get some run. Because you're going to be running for the hills.
Yep, I got.
Don't turn your mic off yet.
I know.
It's not 6
I keep
o'clock
clock
yet.
watching.
Don't do that.
I got a
clock.
I got a nice little run coming up. I got just a home day tomorrow, a Truckee trip, and then Vegas. It'll be a nice little 6 days now. You know,
you will come back either happy or homeless.
Could be both.
Penniless, clothesless, all possibilities.
They could go hand in hand. Happy and homeless.
They could.
Based on how my toddler acts.
Hey, you want to hear some fun sound from Brock Parody?
Probably. Let's get some content in here before Granny blows a stack.
Brock Parody.
Yeah, Brock Parody. So, what podcast did he go on?
Bussin' with the Boys.
Oh, Bussin' with the Boys. He went on Bussin' with the Boys. Let's play Dealer's Choice. Do you want to hear Brock Purdy talk about what he would or wouldn't do to win a Super Bowl, or do you want to hear him essentially make fun of Trent Williams?
I want them both, but let's start with the Trent Williams.
Okay, with the Trent Williams. First of all, you got to gas somebody up before you, right?
Sure.
You got to gas them up. It's kind of like when we start the interview and we're like, hey, thank you so much for coming on the show. Appreciate it. All right, why'd you send that guy down? No, so here's Purdy on what Trent Williams means to him.
Last year he got hurt towards the end, and it's just different. Obviously whoever gets thrown in, I trust, and we're good. But
great job
having Trent in as a Hall of Famer, dude. You watch his run game and the moves that he does. It's like, what the heck?
When he's cutting off a guy, he just pushes him down real quick.
Yeah, and it's like he does we always call it he does this ninja move thing, and then pushes guys in the ground, and then outside of that, just pass pro and stuff. He's lockdown over there. And so year after year for me, blindside as a quarterback, right-handed quarterback, knowing that my left side, dude, is good. I can't even describe to you. I don't know. It's like a sense of freedom, but just overall what he does, and obviously seeing 23 run behind him, and I'll hand the ball off and just look back and see him split two guys, and just opens up everything. And I don't know, it goes hand in hand with everything. If you can run the ball, you get the pass game so much better. And so the fact that he's so good and dominant in the run game year after year, because he's getting older, obviously, and we always ask ourselves every year when he comes back, is Trent going to be the same? Is this still the Trent Williams? Dude, year after year, he's the same guy. And anyways, absolutely love him. For me to be a quarterback in the NFL and have that guy blocking for me, dude, didn't get any better.
Okay, so now we greased him up and we gassed him up.
I thought that we were going to get it in that same answer.
No.
That's a lot of gas and grease.
Well, that's Trent Williams. He's going to the Hall of Fame. You don't gas him up in 20 seconds. You take a whole minute.
Okay.
And you're a wee little quarterback, and he is your blindside defender. It's the most important man on the field as far as Brock is concerned, right? All right, so you gassed him up, and then he said this with regard to on when Trent is in the lineup versus when Trent is not in the lineup.
When you're in the middle of the season and he gets an ankle or something like that, during the week on that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you checking in that training room, be like, hey, so how's Trent doing?
I'm always checking in.
You got to make sure. Hey, I know I helped all the boys you did, but how's Trent going right now? Is he going to be all right?
Yeah. No, he's my little safety blanket. I'm I need my binky and I need him to be in But no, dude, and it's funny, he'll go through an injury or whatever, and then he's real with me. He's like, Brocky, I'm good. I got you. Just wait. Sunday comes around, I'll be good. And he's right. He goes out there and kills it. But the other games where he's like, Brocky, it's probably not it. And I was like, dang it.
Yeah.
They called him his Binky.
And he calls him Brocky, apparently.
Binky and Brocky.
Binky and Brocky.
I have a feeling.
Yoga, right? What are we doing
Well, now that Looney's gone, we do need a new children's book here in Bay.
Yoga.
Yeah. So maybe
Binky and Brocky go to the Super Bowl.
Binky and Brocky run the ball.
That's right.
Yeah. But remember when Brock bought, air quotes, bought Toyotas for the whole offensive line?
It's big of him. He went out of pocket for that. Deep.
I'm sure he did. He does not know if Trent has ever actually driven the car. They bought him a Toyota, and then he's never seen it again.
Dude, last year he got a driver, and we were all joking around. We're like, dude, he just like comes right in and he's holding the baggie and all these things. We're like, bro, did your driver give you all those snacks and stuff? And like he gets DoorDash basically to work every day. Like we just like joke around. Like Trent just pulls up in a new car, new driver. And he's
a different driver.
Yeah, I'm like, what is going on? That's like another world.
Were you insecure about giving him a Toyota for Christmas?
Yeah, I felt like I literally went up to him and I was like, hey, dude, like Toyota's helping us out. We got 10 of them for all the O-linemen and stuff. Like, just curious, like, do you still want yours or not? And he's like, hell yeah. He's like, I'll paint that thing pink. And I'm like, all right. So,
okay.
But then sure enough, he forgets about it somehow. Everyone gets their cars and stuff. And they're like, Trent, like, what'd you think about yours? And he's like, Brock, what did I get? A truck or a car? And I was like, bro, Trent doesn't even know.
That is
so funny. And then George is like, bro, like George is trying to, bargain, to get Trent's Toyota. George is like, bro, I'll
he was
drive
on a
that
couple
thing.
weeks ago talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I still don't know if Trent's driven it or not.
So I love this. He's like, Trent, like Toyota is trying to like help us out.
Help us out.
So
there you go.
Do you still want it? Because no one has seen it. Oh, no. I still want it. Months later. Hey, Trent, how do you like the Toyota? Well, was it a car or a truck?
I mean, what are we doing here?
You want to talk about somebody.
That's a good question.
Somebody having FU money. This guy, he doesn't even know what cars he has.
Well, according to Auto Evolution, there's a list of cars that he does have. And this goes back to 2022.
Wait a minute. What did you just find this on?
According to Auto Evolution.
So while we're listening to Brock talk, you're on the internet finding odd websites tracking players' cars?
All you have to do is Google Trent Williams cars, and up pops, first of all, a beautiful gallery of these vehicles. No, do not send notifications to this browser, Auto Evolution. This is a one and done.
You got to Google it.
One of those websites.
Well, it's just every 30 seconds, it's like a pop-up.
Yeah,
and
that means that you're funding some guy's dinner tonight by being on this website.
Well, then let me read and get out.
Let's go.
He just bought a two-tone black and white Range Rover. He has a Dodge Durango SRT, a Ferrari F8 Turbuto, and a Ferrari 488 Pista. Can I say that on the air?
You just did.
Then he just added a 458 Special, which is also a Ferrari, etc., etc., etc. So
that doesn't say anything about the Toyota?
No, because this is from 2022. So when you give this man a Toyota, he says, thanks, Brock. Appreciate it. Let me see if I have a niece or nephew who I can go ahead and gift this to. No disrespect to Toyota, but I would have given Trent, just knowing that he wasn't going to drive it, I would have given him a Camry. Something that there's no way he fits into. Nothing, but he's 6'8", 370. He can't fit into a Camry.
That's probably true.
So I would have given him a Yaris.
I don't know.
Do you know the Yaris?
A Yaris?
A Yaris is like the size of this table. I believe that's Toyota. A Yaris, Trent. That's what you get.
Does he fit in a Ferrari? That doesn't make any sense either. At his size, I don't know how he fits into any vehicle, quite frankly.
Well, I had a friend who passed away. He was 6'9", 340. Jamoki Horton was his name. And you drive in the back seat.
You drive in the back seat?
Correct.
So you ride that thing all the way back, or you actually take the seat out?
Right. Depending on how big the car is, you drive from the back.
What'd you say his name was?
Jamoki Horton, St. Mary's of College basketball player out of Alaska. Just a wonderful man, gone too soon.
Okay, may he rest in peace.
Yeah.
The question that came to my mind, though, do you know anybody who has just like regular name?
Sure.
Like all of the names, and you've brought up no less than 233 names from your childhood from Marin, and every single one of them has like personality of name.
Different names, yeah. This man,
there's not one like Tim Smith.
I'll see if I can come up with one.
In the whole lot of them.
When we're doing this freeform kind of stuff, things just pop in my head, and I want to share. I want to share my life experiences with the people.
Jamoki is an amazing first name.
He's an amazing man.
Was that a nickname?
Nope. God-given. And African-American, grew up in Alaska and found his way to St. Mary's to play. It was Ernie Kent. Shout out Oregon. Ernie Kent was the coach at the time.
Coach. Okay.
Yeah, so he was a part of some of their...
You didn't know him because his name is too short.
No, but I knew a lot of his teammates. And I don't even want to bore people with my personal stories, but they all worked for Blue and Gold Fleet here in the city as deckhands.
Great.
The entire basketball team, and that's where my ex-wife also worked, so I got to know Jamoki and his teammates.
Do you want to know now about Brock and the Super Bowl?
Absolutely. Okay, what would he give?
Yeah, well, so a lot of these questions, Grandy was telling me, like a lot of these questions, the Bustin' with the Boys podcast, at the end, they throw out like, what would you do to win a Super Bowl? Would you lose a toe? You know what I mean?
It's like the big finish with an edge.
Well, you're a little bit, right. Yeah, like would you get divorced for the Super Bowl? I don't think they asked that, but you know what I mean? Like they throw a lot of stuff like that out there. Okay. So a couple of these. First of all, what would a Super Bowl mean to him? Would you retire after the season if you were guaranteed to win the bowl?
Would you end your career if you ended on a Super Bowl this year?
Keep in mind the guarantee you have on a contract. Let's stay.
Dude, I don't want to end my career because we can go win more, you know? Like, why would I end the career just for one more when we could win multiple?
But you're guaranteed to win this year. You being the Super Bowl MVP.
All pro.
Dude.
But your career is done after that. Or you can try to chase a Super Bowl for the rest of your career.
Don't try to chase. Like,
well, that's what you'll be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. That's the correct answer. You don't want to be done after 1 year.
No. I mean,
he just got that contract.
Right. And he's just a pup. He could play for another 20 years if he wanted to go the full Brady route.
Would you rather win one Super Bowl with the Niners or 3 with the rival Seahawks?
In your career, you can win 1 Super Bowl with the 49ers, or you can win 3 with the Seattle Seahawks.
Bro.
That is the best trap question.
That is the word, dude.
That
Stop.
is.
No, I mean
Don't
the
answer
Niners,
it.
bro. Yeah.
You want to win 1 Super Bowl? You want to be remembered for 1?
Really, dude? Shut up. Don't try to get me, dude. No, we're not doing that. Bang, bang all the way, dude.
It's a bang, bang all the way.
Yeah.
What
that was a solid little change of pace.
That was a nice change of pace.
Because honestly, if you're being real, you want to win 3, right?
He would for sure. But also, respect, he's polished.
You know what? He might be on something, though. Because I'd rather win 1 natty with Nebraska than 3 with the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Dude, yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
Are we boys, or are you just trying to trap me, bro?
Yeah.
Don't trap me, bro.
Soon as the microphone... Nice, don't chase me, bro.
Don't trap me, bro.
Soon as the microphones got turned off, he's like, Seattle, for sure. For sure.
You give me 3?
I'm going to the Hall.
Right.
3-time Super Bowl champ. I'm in the Hall.
Not a lot of those QBs out there.
I'm getting statues. Seattle is my town for the rest of my life. For sure, that's what
Are we
he
boys,
said.
or are you just trying to trap me, bro?
But you're not allowed to say that right now.
You got Tom's got more than 3 or more. Troy's got 3 or more.
Right.
Terry's got 3 or more. Joe, I believe, has 3 or more.
Joe's got 4.
Yeah, so the list is not that long.
A short list.
Yep.
Very short list. So, for sure, 3 in Seattle. But you're not allowed to say that right now.
No.
Can you imagine if he said something like that 4 weeks after signing a mega $52 million a year deal? You can't say that.
No.
Anyway, that's fun with Brock.
That is.
Yeah.
Those are fun. And that's Bussin' with the Boys?
Bussin' with the Boys.
And who are the hosts in that, Grandy?
Will Compton and Taylor Lewan, former NFL players.
There you go.
Thank you.
Both offensive linemen?
No, Will Compton, I think, was a linebacker.
Okay. Taylor
Lewan was like a really good offensive lineman.
Yeah, he was a left tackle. Yeah, he was great.
A lot of good podcasts out there, but I get confused because you find some content on one and it's like, whose is that? And there's just so many, it's hard to keep up with them.
Do you want to hear something from another podcast called the No Filter Network?
I would love to.
Okay, this just a little teaser. We're going to play the sound for you, and then we'll circle back to what exactly is going on. But listen to Will Clark talking about how Rafi Devers no-showed with regard to working with him over at first base on his first week here.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna like go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, you know, what went on in Boston, and now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bullshit through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
That's Will Clark.
Wow.
On Rafael Devers not showing up over there at first base to work out with him. But his ass will next time.
Grab him by the scruff of the neck. Make sure you come out there.
Was yesterday next time? When was this recorded? Because he was referencing when they get back to San Francisco. That would have been yesterday.
I want to say they record on Tuesdays, so that might have been last week's version.
There
I don't know.
I wonder if last night was last night it? Was that the one? I don't know. I also don't know if Rafael Devers' health will allow him to go work out at first base as of yet. But we can get into this a little bit more. We'll circle back to what Will Clark had to say about it, what Dave Fleming's brother, Will Fleming, broadcaster for the Red Sox, had to say about it. And then in about a half hour or so, you'll hear from Landon RP, last night's starting pitcher, who joined us earlier today on the show. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Are we boys, or are you just trying to trap me, bro?
Yeah, I'm sad about that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Fun with Brock Parody was exactly that. It was fun. We had fun with Landon RP. Earlier in the show, he was a delight. I loved talking to Landon RP. And you will hear that conversation in full coming up in just about 20 minutes. Last night's not winning pitcher, because that doesn't exist anymore in baseball.
Right.
You just have to be a starter and pitch well and then pray, and then they'll let you know later if you got any stats out of it. And last night he did not, because the game is always tied going into the 8th inning, it seems, at Oracle Park, and it was again. But the Giants hit the creatively placed ground balls better than the Phillies did, and so they won the baseball game.
That's kind of the way that goes. And, when you're the Giants and you get a big league hang in there and you've got the best bullpen in baseball, those are ways to go about winning. And just looking at wins by starting pitchers, it's barely half on the year of...
barely half the games have a
winning starting
pitcher.
Of the 50,
yeah,
it's a little bit more than 25 of them have been won.
Oh, you're talking about just for the Giants, not baseball.
Just the Giants.
Just the Giants.
And I think that other teams maybe have more of a luxury because you can actually put up 4 runs in an inning, which the Giants haven't done in 16 days now. It's been more than 2 weeks since they had one of those innings where you get 4 runs and
a 4-run inning.
You just break the thing open.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot for one inning.
It's a big inning, though.
That's their average for the whole game.
Right, but there was a time where, they were on a nice little stretch where they were getting 4-run innings pretty frequently, and now it's been a while, including that, getting 1 run against the A's and getting shut out 1-0. So it's been a little bit of a stretch.
Okay. No doubt about it, but Landon RP was really good last night, and I think a lot of us, we were talking about it even before last night. Last night's timing, maybe looking at what Verlander and Birdsong have done recently, solidified in the minds of many that he's their number 3 starter. Now, here's the other thing. Who cares what's solidified in July? That doesn't matter. The Giants have to, A, make the playoffs, and then RP, Verlander, Birdsong, anyone else have to either stay healthy and or continue to pitch well. But he is the leader in that race for now. And as I kind of said a couple of weeks ago, if you're going to make the playoffs, what you really need now in baseball is at least 3.5 starters. That 4th starter doesn't even need to really be a full-blown thing. I don't think it can be an opener, although teams have done that in the playoffs. But you'd like to have somebody at least be able to go shave off 4 innings in a baseball game and then have him flanked by a lot of good relievers. But you do need to have 3 guys who in theory could go out there and give you a really good start. And the Giants in this moment, they have that. They have that because he's been outside of that one outing against the Dodgers a few weeks ago. He's been really good. Really good.
Since May. April was a little shaky. May and June and half of July, he's been great. But you're kind of assuming playoffs, and when I hear you talk about the playoffs, I assume you're meaning not just the wild card series. That is the postseason, but in that wild card series, you may only get to use 2 pitchers. If you lose the first 2,
well, that's true.
It's over. So I'm thinking about a longer series, which would mean that you get the top wild card. I think if you're the top wild card, the top wild card's also in the in that wild card series. Because 1 and 2 get the bye.
It's more the bottom division winner that also has to go through the wild card round, where you only need to win 2 games, and then you get into a longer series.
It's most likely that the Giants, if they make the playoffs, would be in that wild card round. So
you'd think, unless they're planning on catching the Dodgers,
right? Which is not out of the realm of possibility. But this upcoming series this weekend would go a long way toward that end. If you could, take all 3, that seems like getting greedy. But when you were down in L.A., you got the one that you were supposed to get, the Logan game, Webby.
You did.
Get it done.
You just gave me a little Giants-gasm by even throwing out that idea of sweeping the Dodgers heading into the All-Star break. Do you know how relaxing next week would be?
Go Dodgers.
If you swept
That's unnecessary and ill-placed.
Dodgers to
I'm a Giants fan.
Cut the division lead down to 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
The Dodgers are losing a lot of games right now. I did take joy last weekend, especially because I was down there. I was down there visiting family. And let me tell you something. I don't know if all of you Giants fans know this. It's very joyous to watch a Dodger fan watch the Dodgers lose to the Astros. They get so mad. It is very funny. I actually watched something that I didn't think possible. Do y'all know that they hate the Astros more than the Giants? And don't let them tell you the opposite is true. It's not. I don't even care if a Dodger. No, I hate the Giants. I've always hated it. Fine. But you're not as mad at them as you are at the Astros.
Well, because the Astros did something to them that the Giants never have or never could.
And they are not over it. Not even a little bit over it.
The way I know that is I saw on social media over the weekend, some people, I think it was Oral Hershiser, said, oh, you could tell that they knew the curveball was coming. And I was like, what? And then I looked, and that was the game that was, 15-1? Or
yeah.
They got motorboated.
Yeah, they got crushed.
And Oral's coming out saying, well, they obviously knew the curveball was coming. Hint, nod.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Right.
I found so much joy to just kick my feet up and watch Dodger fans squirm all over the place. Did they get outscored 29-6? Is that what happened in that series? 29-6? At Dodger Stadium. Christian Walker homered every other at bat. It was hysterical. They were so mad.
Yeah. And they'll never be over it.
Which, by the way,
29-6.
29-6. By the way, here's what you can't say to a Dodger fan if you're watching them play the Astros, because they will throw a beverage at you that's not been emptied. This is fighting words. There's one thing you can say. You can be like, don't you think it's time that you got over it? Just for your own mental health. It's kind of like how I feel about the Warriors and Kaminga. Is it considered maybe moving on for your own mental health? I get it. Boy, they were bad. They were mean. They were awful people. Terrible people. And they've done something to you, and I get that. Do you think maybe it's time to start moving forward? You can say that. They'll get mad and they'll say, no, and baseball should have vacated the whole thing, and they'll do that. But they'll at least talk to you. Here's where they won't talk to you. Just look at them as they're so mad at the Astros and go, wasn't Mookie Betts on the Red Sox team that also got caught cheating?
Mookie Betts.
Your
guy.
Your shortstop. Wasn't he? Or am I remembering incorrect? He was on that team, right? Or maybe I'm getting my years mixed up.
You might be, yeah.
But would you, when you're done with the Dodger-Astro game, do you want to go to Baseball Rep? Check and see if Mookie Betts was on that Red Sox team that also got caught. And then excuse yourself and go to the restroom.
Oh, my God. Yeah. I mean, luckily
it's so stupid.
Luckily they've won 2 since then, or 1 and a third, as you would call it.
Yeah, 1 and a third.
But because that was 2018 or?
Yeah, it was right before
2019. Yeah,
or something. Yeah, 18 or 19, whatever.
It's
all just kind of pre-COVID now.
That's right.
That's what it is. Honestly, 2020 has become kind of like BC and AD. Like it's all just pre-COVID. I can't even remember, to be honest with you.
And then 21 was that really strange year of cardboard cutouts and career years and 107 wins.
107 wins. And the Dodgers got 106.
Yeah. And and that feels like forever ago.
It was.
And I know 4 years is a long time, but it feels like a lot longer ago than that.
A lifetime ago.
Yeah.
A lifetime ago. Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, so if you're just joining us, and Landon RP is going to be on in about 10 minutes. We talked to him earlier in the day. We really enjoyed it. He was a lot of fun to talk to. You just gave me a little Giants-gasm. You did. You gave me a Giants-gasm. Like, I don't even want to think about the idea of them sweeping the Dodgers this weekend. Do you know how wonderful that would be? Like, you're going to be in Tahoe watching those games after your golf rounds?
Yep.
And then you're going straight to Vegas from there?
I'll come home first for about 6 hours, but yeah.
You probably shouldn't.
Well, you know.
That's probably not a good idea. At all.
Got to get home and see the toddler and the wife, and then get up 11 hours later and gone.
It's prickly. That's prickly.
It's prickly not to, actually. If I just go straight
both.
It's the lesser of two prickles, so to speak.
Just imagining soldiers walking through a minefield, and that's what it feels like.
Or you don't go through the minefield, and you've got enemy soldiers on either side. So we're outnumbered and outflanked, or we can weave our way through the minefield. So I've chosen the minefield.
I'm rooting for you.
Thanks.
I really am.
Bedtime is 7:30 usually ish.
For her or you?
For her.
Okay.
And so I have a couple challenges. Don't come home sunburned and broken, and try to make it home by bedtime. If I can, that's threading the needle. Although we are playing early Sunday, so I think I'm off at 8:30, done at 1, 19th hole till about 2:30. And then down the mountain home by 6:45.
And this is on Sunday?
Yeah.
I want you checking traffic now.
Always.
Don't you be checking traffic.
You know, I was raised in this business doing traffic and weather on the 8s.
Yeah.
So I'll be checking traffic.
Don't try to time it so that you can listen to Mark and Ephraim on Fox Sports Radio at 5 o'clock. Get your butt on the road at the right time. Make sure you get home.
No, I will catch you, and I'll have to find if you're on a Sacramento affiliate, if I'm rolling through Sacktown at 5. If not, I'll catch you in the Bay when I get to about Fairfield. Usually we can pick it up.
Or download the free Odyssey app.
That's right.
I have it downloaded.
Or it's Fox Sports Radio. You can listen on one of the other apps, too, that I'm not going to mention on 95.7 The Game.
Okay.
It's on multiple apps.
Oh, I know those apps.
Yeah.
Don't have those.
And I don't know if we're on in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I hope so. I have no idea where the hell we're on.
And I want to make sure you're on here on Sunday.
Yeah.
There's no Valks game or anything?
I don't know. Is there a Valks game on Sunday?
No preemption?
I don't know. I'll check.
Okay. Yeah.
That's dangerous these days. Because, the Valks are going to be entertaining and good. So we're going to choose the Valks over you.
Hell yeah, you should.
Not tomorrow morning.
I mean, if that's happening, I would love that because then I can watch the Valks game while I'm doing the show.
There you go.
That's exactly what I will do.
Valkyries at Aces on Saturday. Valkyries at home against the Mercury on Monday.
Okay. We're on.
Awesome.
Unless there's some sort of Warrior Summer League pregame show. Are you hosting something? Okay.
You hosting?
All right. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, this is kind of where I've arrived, and this is how I'll say it. We're not giving Rafi Devers back. I have zero concerns about Rafi Devers, the baseball player, but what I'm noticing is you have two teams that are both sort of participating in a little bit of Rafi Devers propaganda. I think the Red Sox have largely engaged in a smear campaign, and I think the Giants at times are over here going, man, Rafi Devers is like the greatest human being that we've ever met. Great teammate. All he wants to do is play wherever he wants. We're all going to the press conference together. And I think that, like all things, the truth is somewhere in the middle. Rafi is clearly complicated. However, the Red Sox also had him for a long time and won a lot of games, including a World Series. So it's not like he could be that awful. But we came across this today from Dave Fleming's brother, Will, who's a broadcaster for the Red Sox, and he's on WEEI in Boston, our sister station, and he's recalling the first couple of days of Devers in San Francisco when Will was out here because the Red Sox came to town. And he pointed this out about a supposed meeting with Will Clark.
Trying to get big hitters, and they think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time.
Okay, so Will suggests, and by the way, not Will Clark, that's a good WEEI radio host impersonation sensation. Will,
that's
not Clark, but Thank you. Will Fleming suggests that Rafi Devers stood Will Clark up. And we had a lot of, the reporters were out there. It was like, oh, that's not really true. Is it true? Is it not true? The answer in this case is kind of both. Like, did he stand up Will Clark? I don't think Will looks at it that way, but it did come up on the No Filter Network with Eric Burns and Will Clark, and Will said, yes, he was over there to work with Devers, and Devers didn't show up, but there were good reasons for that. Here's what Will said.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston, and now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bull through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
Oh my God. Ooh, there's a lot here. There's a lot here. Will, and not Fleming. Now let's just talk about Will Clark. It sounds to me like he's giving Rafi, and it's Devers, not Devers, but whatever. He's giving Rafa Devers a pass. I can't tell if Will made up in his mind why Rafi didn't come.
Or maybe he was told that.
Maybe, because he said Giants personnel are running up to Will and apologizing to him that Devers didn't come out there. But Will says, no, that's because he doesn't want to do this right in front of the Red Sox.
Yeah.
It'd almost be like an unbearable bleep you for him to go work out at first base right in front of the Red Sox dugout when for months he wouldn't go play first base. So that's probably true.
It's the kind of thing that might get you dotted in a ball game.
Maybe, but it also sounds like, I don't know that Rafi has said that to Will. It sounds like they haven't talked at all.
And it also sounds like Will is allowing that to be a reason and a good reason, but also, we're just going to walk through. I was going to tell him how to take a throw from over there, take one from over there, and that's all we're going to do. And I love it. And then you can hear himself getting worked up, and then the S-bombs start flying, and, Burnsy's just, hey, Maury, Willard Dibs, lay out.
Yeah.
Burnsy's, lay out. So he lays out, and that's a good explanation, and it does make sense about, first base is literally right in front of their dugout.
It does, yeah.
It's like, look at me, I'm playing first, guys. How about me? Look at me with a first baseman's glove. Isn't this cool?
I hadn't even thought of it, to be honest with you. The idea of him working out at first base, which, if you know Oracle Park, is literally right in front of the visiting dugout. Yeah, that might have caught some looks.
Look at this jabroni. Look at this guy.
This freaking guy.
Right? We begged him. We had a guy get hurt, out for the year.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not playing first. He comes here and it's, I'll do anything they ask. And now he's out there just positioning his feet and taking throws from over there and over there.
Over there. Yeah, look, here's where I'm at on this. Rafi Devers is a great player. I'm really thrilled still that he's a San Francisco Giant. Do I think that Boston is a little butthurt? I do think that Boston and anybody associated with it, David Ortiz, and whether it's Will Fleming and what's my man's name, Papelbon. If you're all a little butthurt, I do. I think that you are overdoing your campaign a little bit about this, but I also think they have some reasons for feeling as they do. And if you're asking me if at some point over the supposed 7.5 years that remain between Devers and the Giants, are there going to be some clubhouse and emotional bumps in the road? Yeah, probably. I would bet so. I think Rafi is more to handle than some. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's new,
that's what I think.
new situation, new position. He doesn't probably know Will Clark super well yet. I don't even know if he'd ever met him in his life.
I don't even know if he knows who he is.
Right. And
I would hope.
I do think the confluence of the events, the timing of his former team being literally right there in the dugout, I do think that leads to it. It doesn't mean he's soft. It just means he probably wasn't comfortable going out there and doing that.
Yeah. No, and I think that that's completely fair. And among the things that we asked Landon Roop today, we asked him about Devers as a teammate. So that's part of the conversation that you're going to hear right now. Glad you're with us. Glad you're getting to hear this if you didn't the first time around. Landon Roop, starting pitcher for the Giants. Here's our conversation with him from earlier in this show. Landon, thank you for doing it. Nice job last night, man.
Hey, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me on. Looking forward to it.
Thank you for doing it. And Landon, to what level are you sort of feeling solidified now as a member of this starting rotation and what that may mean for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. But also I kind of like to look at it as a way of, always competing for the spot. Just going out there every time and competing and giving it everything I have. And, in this game, it's someone can take your spot real quick. So just trying to keep that and keep competing.
What were you able to glean from last year's 4 starts that helped you in the offseason get ready for being one of the guys every 5 days?
Just confidence. And, it felt like all year I wanted to start and I never got the opportunity, just with going up and down. And then finally there at the end, I got 4 starts under my belt. And, it just gave me confidence that I can be a starter at this level and went into the offseason knowing that, and just got to work and worked on obviously my changeup has gotten a lot better this year and worked on the cutter. So just going in the offseason, just knowing that I had to add some more pitches to my arsenal if I wanted to go deep into games.
Landon, I'm glad you brought up that whole process last year going up and down. And it happens. It happens to a lot of young guys. But I know it was much more a part of the Giants' culture in recent years than it has been this year. What has that meant to the guys that largely you all know who's going to be in the Major League clubhouse most days?
Yeah, and it just shows, how Buster looks at things. He's been a player, and he knows that guys go through times where they're going to struggle and they're going to come out better on the other side of it. So, and honestly, I'll be honest with you, my first couple starts, I guarantee you if this was last year, I would have been sent down. So just thanks to him for believing in me and letting me work through some things and just learning at this level. But yeah, I mean, it gives all the guys, the younger guys, confidence knowing that if they have 1 bad game or 2 bad games that, they're not going to be sent down right away and have to fight for their way back up. It's just, this game is, you learn each day, you learn each outing, and that's what it's about. So.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see you grow in real time, every 5th day when you're out there. And it's got to be kind of neat and helpful to have a vet like Justin Verlander in the room as well. And I was just looking, when he debuted, you were 6 years old. So how much of Verlander do you remember, and how helpful has he been?
Yeah, I was very young, but I do remember watching him as I was growing up. I truly don't remember that much, but I do remember the name, and I've always known the name in baseball, and just to have him in the locker room and as a friend, and just someone I can lean on in times of need when I need to know more about a situation. He for me, I lean more on Logan for pitch types and how to throw that, just because we're more similar in that area, but. Verlander has all the knowledge in the world about every single thing in baseball. You can ask him any question, and he's got a thought out answer for it. So, leaning on him in situations that involve the game, like mid-game, like mentality and stuff like that is huge. And just having him around, he's a Hall of Famer who's been in the league going on 20 years. So, just really cool to get the opportunity to suit up with him and share a locker room with him.
Landon Roop is joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. He threw 5 strong last night in the Giants' 3-1 victory over the Phillies. Landon, while we're talking about future Hall of Famers, and you mentioned Buster Posey and the way he kind of runs this clubhouse, I wonder how you processed the big Devers trade from this perspective. The fact that they were willing to give up Kyle Harrison had to register with you in some sort of a way, in terms of how they see your future and Birdsong's future. Is that accurate? How did that trade sort of register with you?
Yeah, at first I didn't really think of it that way, but Kyle's been a friend since I got with the Giants organization, and we were we were all getting ready for the game. I think I just got out of the shower and put my clothes on and was about to go back out, and Kyle comes in the locker room crying, and my first thought was, man, he got hurt while he was warming up, because you never think somebody's gonna get traded right before their start. So, but it was a relief when he said, he got traded, because my whole thought was he was hurt. But I don't know. It was crazy in the time. Like I said, it was right before his start, so I couldn't imagine what was going through his head. But he's an unreal pitcher, and I think he's only going to get better. And I wish him all the best over there. But as far as for me and Birdsong, I think it just shows the confidence they have in us to grow and be a part of this rotation, and even making the rotation out of spring training. It just gave me a huge boost in confidence, knowing that they believe in me, and I'm able to work through some problems up here and just learn. So yeah, it gives me a bunch of confidence going forward.
Landon, I appreciate you bringing everybody in the clubhouse in that sort of a way. I don't know if we knew the way Kyle kind of took that news. So he was in tears when he came in?
Yeah, I think it was more so like, because when I hugged him, it was more so like, I love you guys. I've always wanted to be in the Giants organization and stuff like that. But I think what I told him, I was like, the game doesn't change, just because you're on a different team, it doesn't change. Just go out there and be great. And kind of piggyback off what Webby said, he's going to be a superstar over there. So super happy for that opportunity for him, and wish him nothing but the best.
Yeah, a chance to see him and maybe even face off against him down the road with this new interleague where you get to play everybody all the time.
Yep.
Yeah. How much is the previous day's pitcher motivational for you? In other words, Robbie Ray is out there and Logan Webb, and they're dominant. And when you get the ball, do you feel not extra pressure, but almost a responsibility to try to keep the bar high?
Yeah, no doubt. You see those guys go out there every fifth day, and Webby's 2 games before me, and Robbie's right after me. So I get a show. Well, all of our starters are pretty good, and we know we compete. But just watching those guys, the 2 All-Stars from this year, just you can do nothing but learn. And Webby's been around for 6-7 years. Robbie 10 plus. So just taking in all the knowledge and just watching how they go about their business. But yeah, super excited.
Landon, I think fans have a lot of questions about both you and Hayden with regard to how long you can go this season, because both of you are headed for all-time highs in terms of innings pitched. So can you take us through the entire thought process on, is there an innings limit? How do you discuss this with the team, and what is the plan going forward?
Yeah, that's been a popular question as of recently. But as far as I know, we have not talked about it at all. At least it hasn't been brought up to me. So my plan is to, stay healthy, get in the training room, get in the weight room, work out, and just stay healthy and be able to go out there every fifth day and help these guys and our team get to a playoff. So for me, it's like I said, just staying healthy and going out there and competing and giving our team the best chance to win.
What things do you do in between starts that you're hoping can really help you stretch out that innings limit and maybe keep you fresher as you get into August and September?
Really just like today, I'm taking it super easy. I don't touch a baseball. I don't even go outside on the field. So I go in, I I get a full body treatment and just kind of relax and take the day. And then tomorrow I'll work out and toss the ball around, and then I have a bullpen the next day. So really just, I kind of got this from Webby. He's given me a lot of tips and ways to, because obviously we see it every year. He throws 200+ innings. So he kind of seems like he knows what he's doing. So, but yeah, I got that from Webby. Just, there's no need to beat your body up 2 times in under 24 hours. So taking that whole next day has been really helpful for me on recovery and just being able to go out there every 5th day and try to throw 5+.
How much nicer is the full body work the day after a win as opposed to a loss?
A lot better after a win, but it's pretty good either way. But I would definitely say mentality-wise, a lot better after a win.
Well, and you might have even registered a statistical win if it hadn't been for the weird spin on that Stott double that ended up going off of Wilmer Flores' leg last night. I wanted to ask you, you have such a devastating curve. The spin on that hit, do you think that was from your curveball?
I don't really know, honestly. I talked to Wilmer about it, and he said, "Dude, I've never seen a hop like that." And because from my point of view, I couldn't see it. So, and when I came in the dugout, everybody was saying like, "That's the weirdest hop I've ever seen." So it could have had something to do with that, but it also could have been just something on the field that kind of interfered with the way it hopped. But I do remember that last Bryce Harper at bat. I threw him a curveball, and he fouled it. He barely tipped it and fouled it off, and it looked like some of the either the seams or the leather on the baseball had like come off like when it was spinning. So I don't know if that was my curveball or just the way he hit it, but it was pretty crazy.
I've heard of people hitting the cover off the ball. I have never heard of people like pitching and spinning the cover off of the ball, Landon.
Yeah. I don't know if it was that, but it'd be pretty cool if it was, wouldn't it?
It really would. Landon Roop is with us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, how's Rafi Devers as a teammate?
He's awesome. Just waiting on. I mean, he looked comfortable from the day he got here, and he looked happy to be here. And he's a huge addition to this lineup, and just really excited to have him just absolutely compete for us. And obviously he's going through a little struggle right now, but like I said earlier in the call, everyone does that. And when he comes back and gets going, it's going to really boost this lineup, and there's no telling where we'll be able to go.
Landon, we love having you. Great stuff last night. Before you go, you ready to have a little fun so we can get to know you even better and do the big finish?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Okay, here we go. All right, Landon Roop on the big finish, and these are our wonderful categories put together by my partner here, Dan Dibley. You have to pick one category, okay? Your categories are either Fruit Roops or Carolina on my mind.
Carolina on my mind.
Carolina on my mind. All right, here we go. What do you miss most about living in North Carolina?
Hunting and fishing, for sure.
Which do you prefer, hunting or fishing? If you had to choose one on a lazy Saturday afternoon, which one do you go with?
That's hard. Is there any way I can do both?
I suppose fishing essentially is hunting. You're hunting fish, right?
It's a lot of hours in the day, you know?
I think if I had to choose and I couldn't do both, I would probably go hunting. It's just, for me, it's just very peaceful. I'm out in the woods and just seeing God's creation come alive. So it's pretty awesome for me.
What's the best fish that you've ever caught, Landon?
Oh, I was actually in a sportsman book when I was, I think, 7 years old. I may be wrong on the age there, but I caught a 5-pound speckled trout down in Belhaven with my grandpa. And I think at the time, he lived in a little neighborhood, and I think at the time it was the biggest speckled trout ever caught in that area. So I got put in the sportsman book for it, and I still have the book at home. It's like a magazine. So that was probably my coolest moment fishing.
That's pretty awesome. A 7-year-old catching a 5-pounder. That's almost like shooting your age in golf.
Seriously.
You get to that level.
And you don't come across very many 5-pound speckled trout in North Carolina either. So it was pretty cool.
Especially pulled by a 7-year-old. Question number 2. I know you went to UNC Wilmington, but growing up, were you a Duke household or a North Carolina household?
Absolutely neither.
Oh.
Wake Forest in the building?
We were split. So my dad was UNC. My mom was ECU because my dad and mom both graduated from ECU. And my brother was also UNC, and I was NC State. I love the Wolfpack.
Okay.
So,
NC State. No, that works. Okay, last one. Carolina is known for musical variety. What is your favorite type of music and favorite artist?
Country music for sure, and I think my favorite artist as of now is Cody Johnson.
Okay. Like, you don't get walk-up songs when you're a pitcher, do you?
No, we do.
You do. You do. Just like only when you're heading out for the first inning?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And is that like what's your walkout song?
Sleeping on the Blacktop by Culture Wall.
Okay.
We're going to have to put that in the rotation.
No doubt. By the way.
Yeah, you should give it a listen. It's a good one.
Landon, you didn't pick Fruit Loops, but one of the
my heart.
I know one of the questions. I got to know, what was your favorite sugary breakfast cereal when you were 7 years old and catching fish?
I'm gonna have to go with Reese's Pieces.
Oh, see?
Okay. I mean,
Reese's, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, you got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
those little Reese's Puffs, those little things. Yeah, that works.
Yep.
My son loves those too.
Great answer. I was really hoping you'd go with Fruit Loops, but I understand.
Yeah, no.
Too complicated.
We got a little bit of both.
Yep.
Hey,
I'll eat any cereal. I love Captain Crunch. I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I love it all. Cereal's one of my favorites.
So you're still rocking cereal now, huh?
Yeah, I eat it in the clubhouse every now and then.
Oh man!
And that was a solid rotation right there. Really good variety.
I'll mix in some Fruit Loops every now and then.
Okay,
there you go.
I think that's what we were going for.
Kind of.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, Landon, thank you so much for doing it. Great job last night. Keep it up, and thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all for having me.
Landon Roop, last night's air quotes winning pitcher. Even though he did not get the win, he certainly pitched well enough to get it. 5 innings, 1 run. Giants win the game 3-1.
It's actually 28 wins by starters, 22 by the pen.
By the relievers.
So the relievers are not out of it.
No.
Only down by 6.
How many wins? 28?
Yep.
And Robbie Ray has 9 of them?
I thought it was 8, but
8 or 9?
Yep.
Okay. And Logan Webb has 8 or 9 of them?
Yeah, how many does Verlander have?
Don't
Justin, did we lose you? Robbie 9, Logan 8,
okay,
Roop 6, Birdsong 3, Hicksy 1, and the aforementioned
Kyle Harrison.
Yeah. And I'm not making light of it. I am making light of it, but that was a touching tale that he told.
It was really touching. And I don't want to speak to what someone else's tears are. Is it like almost, is it just that I'm leaving home? Is it that I'm leaving my teammates? Is it the, I would imagine, tremendous ego slap that it is to be traded, especially when you're less than a year removed from being the next big hope for an entire organization? I imagine that to be, I've always thought about this, by the way. Like it's funny that he was just talking about fishing, because in my mind, they're almost like being traded is like the human version of being a fish when people are fishing, which is just like,
what is going on here?
No, here's what I mean.
I like where he's going.
Yeah, like I'm cruising around doing my day.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden,
in comes this hook.
Out of flipping nowhere, you changed my entire life in a massive way. And all I was trying to do was just like, go do my thing that day.
Try to get somebody out.
Right.
He was going to start, right?
He was set to start
Stadium.
against the Dodgers.
Okay.
Like, and so I've always like, imagine being a fish and I'm just trying to find a snack. And the next thing you know, I'm flopping around out of the water and somebody's taking a selfie with me.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's really, imagine.
Well, you hope it's catch and release.
You hope.
And not catch and fillet.
Not all fish can do that. And maybe it is catch and eat. Who knows? But imagine every time, you go to the vending machine and you're just like, man, I've got a little hankering.
Yeah.
And you stick your card there and okay, I'll do F2. God! Fly through the ceiling. And next thing, you're floundering. You're flying around. Someone's holding you by your face. Like, very unsettling. Imagine going to work and they call you in and they're like, you now live in Boston.
Right. If you're lucky.
What?
Actually, you're going to go live in Worcester.
Worcester, Mass.
By the time you get off the plane in Boston, they got a bus ticket for you.
Right. Oh, you're not
going to Worcester.
You're not just being traded, you're also being sent down.
Right. That is kind of like catching fillet.
Like, can anybody imagine? I mean, obviously there are horrific things happen where you get a phone call in the middle of your day, but outside of that, like the idea that you would start your day with no sense that anything's happening, and by nightfall you live on the other side of the country, nobody can relate to that.
Imagine if they had that in all businesses, if it was just standard. My wife's a PE teacher in the town in which we live, and the principal comes into the gym. Classes is over. I got to talk to Mrs. Dibley. You're now teaching in Topeka.
Exactly.
And here are your arrangements. And you start Monday. It's the same thing. It's K5 PE. You're going to love it. Kansas is nicest time of year.
Or not the same thing. Or Topeka has decided to send you down to basically go get your credential again. You're going to get it again. I know you already got it. You got to go get the Topeka credential.
I mean, if every single employee was open to be traded, and I've thought about it as a kind of a fun bit for probably not April Fools for our business, but I've thrown it out to previous program directors like, you should concoct a bit where you just trade one of us to one of our sister stations and just for a week, and we would acquire a host from wherever,
That's actually a fun idea.
Even is it RJ and Shan in Dallas? Are they? Yeah. I think they're a part of us. Or you could go through all the stations and.
You want to go host in Boston for a week?
Who's that guy we love in Pittsburgh? Pony.
Oh, Andrew Filipponi.
Filipponi. Breaking news: Andrew Filipponi's been dealt the 95-7 the game.
Dude,
for
that's
Dan
a great
Dibley.
question. That's a great question. That's a really good question, Dibs.
Pony.
I mean.
Dude, he name dropped you.
Yeah, we're close. I followed him on X about an hour before the interview, and I think that he saw that.
You know what's funny?
That would be fun, though.
It would be really fun, especially because in this particular case, I mean, if we did this with EEI in Boston, and you just go out there with takes that people hate.
Oh, I'd show up in a Devers jersey.
Yeah, you just get out
City
there
Connect.
And be like, my gosh, have any of you all seen a team player better than Rafi Devers? Like, Did
you guys see the video of him picking it at first in the pregame?
By the way, that's happening right now as we speak.
It is? I was making that up.
Yeah, no, 95.7 The Game's digital squad is on the scene at Oracle Park tonight, and there is news. Devers is over at first base. He's got a first baseman's glove. He is taking grounders and throws over at first. However, Bob Melvin.
Over there and over there.
Over there and over there. And Bob Melvin has announced there will not be any Rafi at first base until after the All-Star break, but that is solely due to the nagging injuries that he is battling. Though Rafi, in a separate interview, said the back discomfort, you got the back and the groin, but the back discomfort started 2 or 3 days after he arrived in San Francisco, but in his opinion is A, not a big deal, and B, does not affect his swing or his ground balls over at first base.
How about his ability to run?
Yes.
Looks like he's in a little bit of pain.
He's already admitted that.
Yeah.
It does affect him rounding third and heading for a collision at the plate. Yes, it does. He already said he would have scored on that. Was it in Arizona? I think it was in Arizona. He's like, I would have scored if I was 100% healthy. So, yes, that one gets affected. But I don't know, did those two pieces of information not match up? My back does not affect my play over at first, and Bob Melvin in the next sentence is like he's not going to play first until after the break because of the injuries. Is it the groin that's affecting him over at first base, or are they just being very cautious, which would make sense, Or is Rafi Devers doing that athlete thing, which is no matter how hurt I am never going to say that it affects my play.
Maybe in light of this little exchange today from WEEI, our sister station, and Will Clark, Deuces Wild, I'm sure these players hear everything. And when Rafi Devers is in the news for maybe the wrong reason, it's like, Skip, I'm going to go out there and take some ground balls just to quiet the storm a little bit.
Well, what Slesser wrote was that Devers told her that his back discomfort isn't affecting his time working out at first base. Maybe the Giants just don't feel comfortable actually playing him in a game there until it completely goes away. But it's not impacting his time to get ready at first.
No, and quite frankly, at this point, in this moment, it doesn't feel that urgent anyway. You platoon or kind of do a platoon light of Flores and Dominic Smith. If Flores' bat was as hot as it was earlier in the year, I'd have a bigger issue with this, and the urgency would be higher. But the difference right now between Wilmer Flores and Dom Smith, especially when you factor in the defense, because Dom Smith is much better over there, and you can kind of platoon those guys at first and keep Rafi at DH, and you've only got 5 more games until the break. And then maybe at that point, he's feeling a little bit better, and you're ready to rock when they arrive in Toronto after the All-Star break. That's fine. That's fine. Dom Smith is in the lineup playing first base tonight.
Yeah. All right. I mean, It's no great rush, and, you've done well so far without Devers at first, and you keep the bat in the lineup, and, when you face a righty, you give Wilmer a day, and then when you face a lefty, you pop him back out there at first, and it does feel like the Devers first base experience is coming sooner rather than later, so that gets exciting after the break.
Yeah, well, interesting for sure. By the way, on this Devers and first base and Will Clark conversation, guess what we've got? We've got a fresh tweet from guess who?
I have no idea. Susan Slusser?
No, Jonathan Papelbon.
All right, Pap.
Paps has weighed in. You weren't here that day, were you?
No, maybe we can make a trade. Shasky for Papelbon. We'll send Shasky to Boston. We'll take Paps. Hey, Pap. Hey, Pappy. We'll take a week of Pappy.
I'm out on that trade. I'm not doing that
Shasky
trade.
and Pappy.
Yeah. First of all, salaries don't match. Second of all,
it gets complicated.
Just a guess. But anyway,
gotta keep us out of the second apron.
Second of all, I don't want that drop in intelligence.
Players to players, I think the Giants got the better end of the deal.
Yeah.
Which you're just talking about statistical stats.
I mean,
I'm going to keep Shasky. I'm going to keep Butch right here.
Yeah, me too, Shasky. I didn't mean to package you, but I'm just looking, and we got a lot of sports stations in this country.
Yeah, we do.
We could get into some fun 3 and 4 team deals. We could package. I mean,
send everybody out. Well, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be doing this anymore anyway. So
I am so out.
Yeah,
I think Philly, perfect fit at IP. Get him back to his roots.
They would eat him alive. Eat him alive.
I don't have a strong opinion. I see both sides.
Get this guy out of here.
This guy is such a D.
You know?
I think both make good points.
Yeah.
What'd you say to me? What came out of yours mouth? I think it'd be fun, Bit. I'm going to pitch it tomorrow.
That's a good idea.
I won't be here. I'm going to text the boss right now.
This is a high-budget suggestion, though.
That's the bottom line.
There's a lot of plane flights that you're and room and board that you're suggesting here. Like, I mean,
It'd be a full-on trading places. I go live with Filipponi's family. He comes and stays with my Filipponi. I don't yike him.
This isn't a trade. This is radio swap.
Basically.
You're like, I didn't know everybody's going to be staying with each other's wives and stuff.
We got to cut costs.
I mean, my God. Are we taking care of dogs and cats, too? This is sounding less fun by the minute.
Maybe we trade you to WORD, Greenville, Spartanburg.
Can we wait a couple weeks? I'm not letting some dude come out here and marry Christy. Like, we're not doing this.
That's actually funny. I sure as heck do. I don't know who this Mark Willard is.
I left Boston, went out to the Bay Area, and immediately got a week and a half vacation and ended up in Jamaica with some lady.
I like this, Big Dibs.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
No.
All right.
Anyway, Papelbon quote tweeted WEI's Afternoons sent out the video of Will Fleming saying that Devers stood up Will Clark over there at first base. And Papelbon tweeted and said, first, he ignored David Ortiz. Now, Will Clark is Devers this big of a dumbass? Jonathan Papelbon.
I love it. I mean, is he this big of a dumbass? I don't think so, but he's out there taking grounders tonight.
And that's a great question.
Dude, we are having the Country Boy clam bake on this radio station today. This is unbelievable. You got Will Clark, Landon Roop, and Jonathan Papelbon, and everybody's just hucking everything at everybody. You get your butt out there at first base. Are you that big of a dumbass? I like hunting and fishing.
Grab you by the scruff of your neck. All of it.
What is happening right now?
Yeah, we've got some characters on today.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Papelbon weighing in.
The Bay Area radio has never sounded like this.
No, certainly not with you and I.
It's just a big country song today. Oh, my gosh. That's funny. Anyway, that's where we're at on Rafi Devers. Papelbon thinks he's a dumbass. Roop thinks he's a phenomenal teammate. He said this.
He's awesome. Just waiting on, I mean, he looked comfortable from the day he got here, and he looked happy to be here. And he's a huge addition to this lineup, and just really excited to have him just absolutely compete for us. And obviously he's going through a little struggle right now, but like I said earlier in the call, everyone does that. And when he comes back and gets going, it's going to really boost this lineup, and there's no telling where we'll be able to go.
Sounds like Roop thinks that if Devers was here last year, he'd get sent down.
Right, because he's
struggling for a couple days.
Right.
A couple 0 for 4s.
Jeez. I mean, exactly. If that guy was still here, Farhan, with a quick trigger, getting a lot of pinch hit appearances, though, when they bring in a righty.
Oh, goodness. All right. The Valkyries play Caitlin Clark in the morning. Breakfast tomorrow. Valkyries. Yeah, not kidding. They play at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Pre-game at 8:30. The Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark and the Fever, and you can hear the game on our dedicated channel, the Valkyries channel, on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. You can watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game is indeed at 8:30. It's brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. 888-957-9570. We'll be back to wrap things up here in just a moment on Willard and Dibs.
And this.
He just has a curry-gasm. You just gave me a little Giants-gasm.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, what are you getting at?
Seems like you're very activated over there. Your pleasure sensors are on high.
You know what that would be?
That would be an activation sensation.
Correct. I also didn't say the first one today or any day recently. Grandy is blending two things that happened over like 1 year period.
You also, to be fair, said it didn't happen to you. You were actually talking about Tim Roy in that instance.
There you go. Right. He just has a curry-gasm. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That's what it is.
Because he'll make the call, and then he'll wait a couple seconds, and then that's when he growls the curry. Curry!
Well, it's kind of like when he doesn't even know what else to say. You don't need to do play-by-play anymore. You just stop and overwhelmingly scream his name. And everybody knows what that means.
Curry!
That does not mean he missed.
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't dribble it off his foot out of bounds.
That one went in. That one went in, and it was important.
Right.
So
it's a lot like the Mike Breen double bang, where he goes with the bang! Bang!
Yeah, I hit it again.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to say?
What else are you going to say? Hey, before we go, this is fun? Question mark?
Okay.
Well, I don't like the whole, let's all bet on who's going to get fired first. It just feels a little rude.
Before the season even starts.
Yeah, I mean, I know they all make plenty of money. Everybody's okay. But, I'm not rooting for anybody's downfall. I'm rooting for the teams I root for to win all of their games. I'm not rooting for people to have just complete overhauls and everyone loses jobs and you all stink and all of that. But this kind of caught my eye, and I wonder how everyone feels about it. You saw this too. You brought it up about an hour ago that we got the odds on the first NFL coach fired list.
It's so great.
Well, the first one is, I think, rather obvious.
I thought he was already fired. Honestly, when I looked at the list, I was like, Brian Dable didn't lose his gig? Huh.
Well, but did the GM, the guy who's like, look, we could give you 11 million, Saquon, but not 12. That's just out of our range.
Right.
You guys like Devin Singletary? Let's go with Devin Singletary. Pretty much same thing. Saquon light, little less production, but way less money. And then Saquon goes to Philadelphia, becomes the most important player in the NFL.
And Joe Schoen, their GM?
Yeah, it was whoever the guy was in the Hard Knocks thing.
Yeah,
that
he's
sounds
still
right.
there.
Still there.
Yeah.
All right. Good for him. But anyway, Brian Daboll, yes, at 4-1, is the favorite right now to be the first coach fired. I do not like what I'm looking at number 2, which is clock.
Wow.
Mike McDaniel with the Miami Dolphins, who was the bee's knees the year before. And now, suddenly, with all of Tua's injuries, they can't win games, and now he's the second on the list at 5-1. But what really grabbed my attention, I'm sorry, Dibs, Kyle is too high on this list.
So high.
That this cannot be, this is a bad bet. So those of you Kyle haters out there, maybe this will excite you.
Possibly.
This is a terrible bet. Kyle Shanahan is listed at 16-1, and what did you say? Was it 9th?
I think he's 9th on the list,
3,
yep.
4, 5, 6. Yes, 9th on the list. There's no way in hell that he's the 9th most likely coach to get fired mid-season right now in the NFL. There's no way.
I agree with you. However, he's coming off a 6-11. So if you're not here in the market and you just saw what they did and you see 3 games that they blew and, the team is getting older, and if they do get off to a struggling start, I'm sure that the people outside the market will be thinking that he would be somebody who could be on the hook. I don't see it.
I guess. I mean, I'm comforted by the fact that as soon as you get to his name, because he's right behind Brian Callahan in Tennessee, and they had the number 1 pick in the draft, so they're bad. But right after that, you start getting to a bunch of names that are really only there because they've been with their team for a while. Like, who's at the bottom of the list? Sure, Andy Reid and Nick Sirianni because they went to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But then right after that, it's all the brand new coaches. It's Pete Carroll.
At the bottom.
It's Liam Cohen. In Jacksonville, it's Kellen Moore. In New Orleans, it's Aaron Glenn. In New
York,
with the Jets, it's Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers. It's all people who have been hired within the last 12 to 15 months.
Yep.
Right? So they're not going to get fired. Like, look who's right after Shanahan. Bowles in Tampa, they're winning. LaFleur in Green Bay, they're winning. Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, I mean, I know that's been all over the place, but they go
he wins every year.
Yeah, and he's Mike Tomlin. You know what I mean? And then right after, it's McVay in L.A., it's O'Connell in Minnesota. They won 1,000 games last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, quarterback questions, though.
Well, but that's
is the kid any good?
But that's not him. He didn't draft. He didn't draft J.J. McCarthy. Like,
you got to coach him up, though.
Right, but I'd argue when you get a new quarterback, that's right when you have some time. You're allowed a little space.
And what
to
are his
work
odds? Like 60 to 1? They got to be
40.
pretty high. Oh wow,
40 to 1. You know, right next to Raheem Morris, right ahead of DeMeco Ryans, McDermott in Buffalo, John Harbaugh in Baltimore. These people aren't going anywhere.
Untouchable. Now, who's at the top? I know Shane Steichen is one of them at Indy. And
Shane Steichen. So we mentioned Dayball and McDaniel.
Yep.
Steichen is next. Stefanski in Cleveland is fourth.
That makes sense because they're bad and they do things in a terrible way.
Well, and they just went completely to crazy space with regard to how they're building the quarterback room. I don't know. What's that going to look like?
Right. It's a competition between inept QBs.
Right. Like, you've been a veteran too long. You haven't been a rookie long enough. Let's get another rookie in there as well. And then let's sprinkle in a couple guys we just know aren't good. You know what I mean?
If you look at the list of their starting quarterbacks going back about 25 years, it is a hilarious list.
It's incredible.
There's some Spurgeon Wynn in there, and like that can't even be a real thing.
Jonathan Gannon in Arizona is fifth. Zach Taylor in Cincinnati is sixth. That one I get. You miss the playoffs. You've got a lot of talent. And if it happens again, and you are in a very hard division.
Yep.
So I get that one a little bit. Then the next one is, I give you $5 if you can name the head coach in Carolina.
Oh, Carolina? Oh, man.
You have the list in front of you.
No, I don't. I'm looking at the standings.
Okay.
I had the list in front of me before.
And you still don't know.
No.
Yeah.
I
don't even know if I'm pronouncing this
I know
correct.
who it's not.
Who's it not?
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
It used to be him. That was like 3 coaches ago for them.
In 4 years.
Yeah, they changed their coach a lot. You know who it is, Grandy?
Yeah.
Are you looking at it?
No, I know. I can give you a hint.
No, I know who it is. I'm looking at the name.
Give Dibs a hint.
Sure,
Okay.
and I'll get it wrong and you'll buzz me, and I'll see you in about 6 days in Vegas.
I think, wasn't he a coordinator in Tampa?
I don't know. I've never seen this name before in my life.
Bruce Arians? Nah. I mean, let's just get to the buzzer so I can go home.
Yeah, hit the buzzer.
Let's just cut to the chizase. Thank you.
Have you ever heard, is it pronounced Canales?
Dave Canales, correct.
Dave Canales.
Thank you.
Yes, and he was the Tampa offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I believe
2023.
you.